right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another day of the SEA qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota, joined by the lovely Donix5. Jonathan, what a hype day we have in front of us. Upper bracket is upon us once again. We have so many hype series upon us today. But before all that, so how the hell are you doing? I've got to ask.
I'm feeling great, Mike. Lots of Dota lined up. We had a really long day yesterday. We had a lot of matches go along across our two regions, and we can see how our brackets are shaping up here. Today, we are looking at winners bracket round 2. Talon versus Polaris lined up first. RSG versus T1 afterwards. The lower bracket round 3 has developed as well. AG is going to face off against Xerxia, and Neon survives another day to face Execration. So we're starting to cut through a lot of these teams now, starting to wind down. Only 8 teams left in the running for the 3 slots to TI, with only 1 guaranteed slot. So a lot on the line and a lot of good games. As you said, these 2 games we're watching, Mike, these 2 series, Talon versus Polaris, RSG versus T1, it's going to be pretty spicy today.
Oh, I've been waiting. I've been waiting ever since the qualifiers started to be able to cast these ones. There you go. There's a schedule. Talon and Polaris is going to be the first series for us today. That's going to be a very hype one, Jonathan. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people might expect. RSG versus T1. That's another series that I would say should be a lot closer than most people will be expecting. And then, of course, right after that, we'll be going back down to the lower bracket round of 3 to cast AG versus Xerxia. And, of course, Neon against Execration. But, Jonathan, these 2 first series, my God. I mean, everyone loves watching T1. We know it. Everyone wants to see how T1 goes up against a more challenging team, such as RSG. And even Talon versus Polaris. I mean, most people, before these qualifiers started, would have said Talon. They look like they're the favorites to go through the whole way. I know a lot of talent, a lot of pros have said the same thing. Polaris, they're not an easy team, John, right? They've been looking pretty good, too, to get their qualifier started. And I believe you always tell me, Polaris, all they have to do is not tilt, and this team is a real monster.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like the one hurdle for them. Sometimes when a game starts going south, that just kind of starts to create like a snowball effect. But as long as they prevent that, as long as they reset mentally, and I feel like this is where AU really steps in. Because as a coach, maybe he's not able to influence that as much, but being there with the players, being in that game, directly seeing, directly guiding them in that game, helps to provide a much more stable environment during the game as well, not just in between. So I think that's where Polaris is really starting to improve a lot for Talon. I mean, they've had an up and down performance. They've looked pretty bad when they go international, but they have had a good showing, at least in their first series up against Lilgun. So... And they've had a little bit of changes, right? Like, we lost Forev as a coach there on Talon's end. They've got a new coach. I'm not really sure who. Kind of keeping that not really under the wraps, but not quite publicly available on a trial basis. So that's also a factor for Talon to kind of see how well they improve. And I think Polaris are just looking much more improved. Now, the last time these teams faced off was in Hatyai, I believe. And Talon did manage to take that 1-0, but that's a best of 1. I mean, a best of 1 doesn't tell you enough to tell you which is the better team, especially in the group stage best of 1. So it can still go either way. I think Polaris is going to bring them a really good fight. And honestly, if I just base it off how much they won on their past series, it does feel like Polaris looks scarier at their best. In comparison to Talon, they had to play Lilgun. Some might argue a tougher team compared to NGXE. Some might say that. I still feel like, considering how much longer it took Talon to kind of win out those games and how close that was in comparison to how almost one-sided Polaris won up against NGXE, they've got to prepare themselves. And for Polaris, as long as they've done their research beforehand, it feels like they should have the upper hand almost.
Let's see how it all pans out. I think it's going to be a very close matchup here. And going back to a point you made as well with Talon, I mean, you mentioned them being up and down, especially on the international stage, but you'd rather get it out now, right? Going to see it to TI11, you'd rather get the more negative performances out of the way. TI is all that really matters. All the pros always say it. That's all that matters throughout the years. So see how it all pans out as we are going to get this draft started. Again, this should be a very hype and hopefully very close match. And John, the only thing I'm biased for in this in today's series is 3 games. That's what I want. I don't want 2-game series. I wanted to go all the way.
Yeah, it should go all the way, considering how close this matchup is between both teams. Already have the bans coming out here. Talon taking care of the Enigma and the Chen. Polaris taking care of the Death Prophet and Marcy. They do leave the option for certain KP heroes, the Undying first phase here for Talon. We have seen that flexed out, and KP did play the core Undying, which is again on the up and up. Like, Undying stocks are up. The hero has been really popular back on the 5 or the off lane. Just the cast point improvements to Decay feel a lot better. The changes to Decay with the HP of yourself and your enemies feels a lot better as well. It's not as punishing to not kill off an enemy with like 8-16 Decay stacks. They will kind of stay at roughly the same percentage when it comes back instead of just randomly gaining a whole lot of HP back. So it has much more aggression lined up early on, and I think that's the one thing Talon's improved at as well. This off-lane pool for KP, it has felt limiting, right? Previous times when you'd face against Talon, you'd almost always just first phase ban DP and Brewmaster, and then suddenly the off-lane didn't look as good. And that is something that seems to be improved here for Talon's end.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting draft to get started. Like, the Primal Beast making it through these first phase bans is always interesting. Of course, you only have so many bans to make in that first phase, so you've got to let something through, and the Primal Beast, one of the scarier ones right now, Jonathan. We've been seeing it really performing quite well throughout the series we've been watching. There's the Void, though. That's another hero. It's been performing extremely well. We know Savage loves this Pos 1 Void. But that begs the question. Yesterday, I think twice or 3 times we saw Support Void come out. What's the chances, John?
I'm not sure if those chances are high when you have such a prolific Void player like Savage. It doesn't feel like the easiest Faces Void game for him as a core, though. I'm just looking at the Batrider and the Beast, Primal Beast. The Batrider in lane, the Faces Void theoretically has a decent time with Time Walk. You can kind of just shrug off the damage the Batrider might want to do, assuming it's off lane for Force. Lelouch has played a very mean mid Batrider as well. I don't know if you'd wanted support. Like, a support duo of Undying and Faces Void sounds pretty hard to pull off. Like, there isn't much big playmaking or setting up that these two heroes can do outside of, say, maybe the Chrono on the Faces Void. So a support duo of that here just doesn't feel great. At the same time, picking this Faces Void early on does provide a lot of counters for Polaris. You can see Talon, they're forced to ban out the Venge. There's some options here for Polaris if they want to dip into it. They could still fit something like, say, Oracle Hard 5 could be one way. They could try for maybe something like the Shaker, which we have seen core Void struggle, especially if you use the Time Walk to initiate. So it's not all clear for Talon. Again, it's a very early place to lock in Void. The only time we've seen that was from yesterday, from Army Genesis, where Narman did run it twice. The one time we saw the core Void from DB, it did face those issues there, Mike.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we are going to have to wait out some final bans here, or rather, the midway bans before we can continue. John, it begs the question as well. Like, I just kind of said that there was, only 2 first phase bans allowed, and, you can only ban so many heroes. I think I was hearing some pros talk about it as well recently, but do you feel like it's about time that the drafting style changes and we up it to, say, 3 first phase bans? Because it feels like there's too many good heroes now.
Honestly, if you think back to before this changed, back to the, 3 or 4 bans first phase, it felt too limiting. I do personally prefer 2 bans first phase and just kind of allowing some of those broken heroes through. It makes it a little bit more exciting. I know teams do not want to deal with that, but it does. I feel, in my mind, it provides for the viewers a more exciting game. Because, you don't instantly get all of this cheese banned out. You don't instantly get your strongest heroes on either team banned out. You've always got the option to kind of pick and protect. And that just makes it more exciting. I mean, I recall like maybe in 2017, 2018, when you had these prolonged first phase bans, and then the pick and ban order was just kind of different. It did feel a little bit more predictable, because by the first phase, you're only left with, none of the strongest heroes. So you're probably maybe here and there a team would let one slide through on first phase and they try to counteract it. But it would kind of lead to more bog standard drafts. Now, there is a little bit of coalescence, like all these drafts kind of go into the same direction, but there is more variety from the first phase because of this style.
It's very fair, John. I guess that is a good point, right? Like, you'd screw the pro players. We want entertaining matches. You don't get 3 bans. You get 2. you're gonna like it whether you like it or not. Too bad. I like your thinking, Jonathan. I don't know where I was going with that. Well, I'm thinking of the pros all of a sudden. That's terrible. My goodness, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, I mean, I respect her opinion, right? Like, it is a headache. That first phase is much more delicate than it used to be. You have to figure out what you want to do. You tend to have to pick up a core flex now just to ensure that you can kind of adjust on the spot. I love the adjustment here from Polaris as well. Speaking about that, we see the Phoenix come out. And specifically in that Army Geniuses match up against Lilgun, we saw that Phoenix as a counteraction to the Face's Void. Like the Sunray healing is there, the attack speed slow is going to be annoying, the egg outside Chrono with a BKB piercing stun is always going to be a massive issue, and Talon doesn't have a straightforward way of clearing out that Phoenix. You see the respect bans from Polaris taking care of the Snapfire, one of the big heroes that Talon loves to run in the support, not just machine guns through that Phoenix egg. So you don't have a straightforward answer for that Supernova when it does come out.
And that's kind of crazy, right? Because, like, you'd love a Snapfire into the Undying to get rid of the Tombstone. But it seems like they're going to fight fire with fire here. It's like, okay, you've got a Tombstone? Fine. We'll pick Phoenix, we'll pop Egg, we'll see who takes out who. It's like the Snapfire is the one answer to both problems, and neither team's going to have it. And in we go, Jonathan. This is very surprising. And Nyx Assassin to pop out now. One of your personal favorites. Also the Puck mid to come out. Much more bog standard. But John, the Nyx Assassin. Why has this come out? What the hell's going on here?
It's really good against all their heroes. Like, it'll stop the Primal Beast from trampling over you once you pop the Spike Carapace. Really easy to cancel off Sunray and anything the Phoenix wants to do outside of Egg. Really easy to stop the Bat Rider from running off as well. So it kind of ties into that. It's really good control. It stops a lot of these channeled spells. Even the Primal Beast, like pre-BKB, he's not going to be able to pulverize that much as long as this Nyx is around with Spike Carapace. Like, you will be able to just cancel off. And I like that Talon go into the Mikado Puck because when you see Primal Beast and Phoenix, which are leaning towards the support duo right now, although there is room to still flex the Primal Beast as, say, the Nico hero here, the Force hero on the offlane, there's not much hard hold for the Puck. Like, you have Blink Lasso down the line, but Blink's not an early priority for Bat Rider. We tend to see Travel's BKB before the Blink for a lot of mid players, if that is Lelouch's hero. So there's not much to really stop Mikado from jumping in and out. And Polaris just go into the Natsumi Morphling. So laning-wise, it shouldn't be too bad. It is a decent core-to-core matchup against the Face's Void. You can still kind of strength morph right before the Chrono flies out. There's enough time to kind of get that done. The Nyx is there to burn your mana, but it's not like you have the highest int in the world, so you're not losing as much mana as well. And this can make it tough for the side of Talon to kind of find that pause one. Like, if Natsumi's quick enough, the Chrono might not amount to much besides some smaller pickoffs here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Well, final bans to come here before we can finish off these drafts. John, I don't mean to start the drama early, right? I realize Talon has to win out this series and T1 would have to win out this series for us to get that matchup, right? The T1 versus Talon matchup in the upper bracket. But couldn't help but notice, Jonathan, Makoto had some words to say about T1 prior to the qualifiers starting that have been circulating around as of late, saying that he believes if Talon had to go up against T1, they would win outright. And that apparently Anna and Thompson would have chemistry issues with the rest of T1. So if that matchup happens, there's going to be some very, very spicy kind of games going on, I think. I'm sure the side of T1 seen those words being said, very strong words by Makoto. Obviously, he was just trying to answer a question, but you get my point, John. This is SEA. You can't talk without backing it up, and we might get the pleasure of seeing that matchup later on.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it's pretty damn exciting to see it later on. They have to beat Polaris first, and again, with Talon's performance being a little bit inconsistent, it's hard to say. Last time they met in Hatyai, that's pretty much the only win Talon found in the best of one groups up against Polaris, and that was Polaris that brought 5 games to Boom. So maybe they've got the answers here. It still feels pretty confident in this draft to go for the first phase Void and to have it go against this Morphling, which is going to be annoying. We do still have a last pick left. It does look like Polaris are just defending this Morphling pick. They're blocking off Dawnbreaker for the instant response. They're blocking off the AA to ensure the Morphling strength morph is still going to be effective. It does beg the question as to what they're looking for. It maybe feels like they're looking for a Q hero with Hyde taking something like the Nyx. Nyx faces Void lane isn't that good, but then again, Nyx Undying lane also isn't that good. For Q
Oh, look at
heroes,
that.
Enchantress is left. They go with Skyrat Mage.
Woo!
So it comes out, and this is something we've seen Lilgun run up against, I believe, Talon the first day, where it didn't feel as impactful. I'm keen to see if Talon actually makes it work, because it feels like when you start falling behind in the Skyrat, the hero really just doesn't contribute, especially as the game drags on with BKBs coming out. The hero just doesn't survive unless you get the shard. Even with the shard, the added armor, it's nice. It does need a lot of spell spam for you to really hit a good amount of armor. I feel like
Yeah.
you do have, I mean, just the threat of Morphling onto the sky. If you manage to jump him, even without a shotgun, that Skyrat's probably dead. If you
Oh,
do manage to
absolutely.
catch him outside vision, pre-Manta, you do have a lot of openings there, but that's a very specific and small timing that Talon have to play with.
No, that's very fair, John. The Skyrath's definitely not going to have a very good time against this morph, that's for sure. I suppose the Void Skyrath combo, though, like you mentioned, is probably going to be quite potent as the Tidehunter comes out. That's something a little bit new. We haven't seen so much of this during the qualifier. I can appreciate it, though. They were lacking a little bit of team fight, I would argue, on the side of Polaris Esports, so they'll go ahead and pick that one up. Force will take the offlane Tide. It looks like it's going to be the position 4 Primal Beast coming up for Xavius. Exciting times, John. This will be game 1 between Polaris Esports and, of course, Talon Esports. And I'll ask you straight off the bat, the drafts are finished. Forget the teams. Who came out with the better draft?
Better draft? I would probably lean towards Polaris. I like the aggression we're seeing coming out from them. I like the lanes coming out, like Tidehunter versus Faces Void feels really good for Force to slow down Savage's farm. Void, I mean, Savage is a great Void player, but Void does take some time to build up. We've been seeing a lot of Midas Void, Midas Maelstrom. You're not going to be doing a lot of damage in that chrono. You're going to need a lot of space out. Polaris, you could argue the same thing goes for Natsumi, but the rest of the team, especially Xavius and this Primal Beast, it just feels like they're going to be ready to be aggressive. And that's something Talon has to kind of temper themselves around. It feels like all the pressure on Talon's end is on KP. If he has a good lane and he manages to get this early presence on the Undying, start to force some fights around himself, then that's where the space comes out for Savage. Mikado can kind of follow through with KP once he has, say, his Witchblade travels, and you can kind of get aggressive. Like, you still have this good support combination from Talon of Skyrath Mage and Nyx, but again, the window for that support is pretty short. I'd say the first 20 minutes is when that support duo feels great. Past that point, once the first few BKBs come on, it becomes a lot harder to really get value from that control and damage.
Oh, there's my favorite smile in the whole of SEA Dota. Q. Lovely, lovely smile from Q. Always a happy guy. In fact, did he just dye his hair? I can't even tell. I could have sworn his hair was brown the other day, John.
Yeah.
Did Q just dye his...
No.
Did he just bleach his hair?
It was that color. It was that color yesterday, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It just looks a bit
never know.
brighter. Maybe the lights are a little better, you know? It did look darker, but I think the lighting was a bit worse as well.
He's a good-looking lad. And speaking of hair, I can appreciate the fact that AU's had the same hair ever since I've seen him, Jonathan. Fantastic haircut. It's a timeless haircut there from AU. You never get rid of that.
No. It's a classic cut. It's a cut that we all had back in the day as well. Of course, if you played Dota 2, you'd see that all over the net cafes.
Just
A
need a
bit of a
cross
pause. Oh, absolutely. A bit of a pause here, so we're going to be stuck staring at our lovely players first. Maybe take this time, Mikey. I want you to predict. Give us some predictions here. We've got it on hand.
Well, I don't mean to show off, but I was 3 out of 4 yesterday, so I suppose I will take a turn to predict here, Jonathan. Play with the highest net worth by 25 minutes. Ooh, I'm thinking Natsumi or Savage for sure. Oh, these guys both of them are so good. I feel like Natsumi's... Oh, I'm going to go Savage, because you're going to get Maelstrom Midas, right? So I'll go Savage. Will Itao be killed by 10 minutes? No. No, it will not. Player who gets the longest kill streak will be... Natsumi and Savage again, John. It's hard for me to decide between these two. Because I don't know which team's going to win this. I truly don't. This will be a close one. I'm going to say Savage, only because I went with the net worth highest by 25. Will Itao be denied? No. No, it will not.
Oh, brave. All right. There you go. We will
Do you
find
agree
out
with
soon
those, Jonathan?
enough. I think a tower will be denied, but otherwise, a tower will be denied, and maybe Mikado gets the longest kill streak. But beyond that, I do agree with every other point there, Mike. I'm sticking with your stuff though.
Okay.
It's your prediction, it's your time, and I will go with it as well. Did have some
Thank you,
alt
John.
chat just in case. I don't think we caught that as again we had a little bit of a pause. Lots of alt chat coming out. Both sides again have played with each other a lot. They run into each other in pubs a lot. There's something about Natsumi asking Savage if he could fly for some reason, and Savage said yes. Go to UDV with him. I'm like, why are we dragging UDV here? Now Cirxia, or do you actually mean just going to UDV randomly in Bangkok for some reason? I mean, no problem saying hi, I'm sure, but these guys are funny, especially the Polaris boys. They are very funny lads. They are very talky, funny lads. If you check their Facebook, they have some really weird posts. Boomy is just one hell of a shit poster. That's all I can
Oh,
say
yeah.
about that.
30 seconds.
Absolutely.
To
And you
battle.
watch your damn language there, Jonathan. My goodness, how rude. Shout out to Polaris, by the way, John. They did send us a jersey, or at least I received mine. I haven't managed to take a photo
haven't
yet, but
gotten
hey, hold on. You can wait, Jonathan. They sent it to the important guy, right? The guy that
course,
matters
of
got it.
course.
Anyway, Talon. We'll see if they find level 1 here. Balloons have been thrown out. Force Lelouch, they're going to try and fight with Hyde on that Skyrath, and we'll be able to bully him away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, same thing happening. Topside, Xavier showed up, won't be able to steal it from Savage, so it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Very even kind of start here between these two teams. And we will start with the mid lane once again. Of course, you're going to have Makoto on his puck against Lelouch on his signature Batrider here, John. Puck versus Batrider, who do you give the advantage over to?
I'd say it's not too bad for Puck. I mean, Batrider we tend to see has some issues just clearing out a little bit early on in the laning phase. Like, you need a couple of stacks of Napalm up. Mikado already has his magic stick, as you tend to, up against the mid Batrider. Lelouch should still be able to get some good damage in, and Mikado will have to temper himself around with the Orb and maybe the Waning Rift down the line if he wants a value point. So there is a window there for Lelouch to actually get aggressive. And in terms of trading, a lot tougher for Mikado. So as long as Lelouch kind of trades favorably and hits his level 3 mark with the level 2 sticky napalm, the lane does become a lot harder for Mikado. At least he can fill up his bottle easier. Whether or not he has room to do that with the supports on Polaris remains to be seen, because you have a Primal Beast that can run around early.
You certainly do. Speaking of bot lane, of course, KP and Q going to be against AU and Natsumi. I said speaking of, John, Primal Beast is top lane. Never mind that. Bot lane is where we're looking for now. Talon, with the Pos 3 Undying, how do you feel about that against the Morphling and AU's Phoenix? Like, do you think they can dominate this lane with this Pos 3 Undying, or should it go the other way?
I think it's all right. Every time Natsumi wants to go full Agi, I think I saw it a while ago, he had 10 minus 8 strength. So he's got to keep some strength shift on hand, and that means his last hitting's not going to be as good. So you are getting presence out from KP in that sense. Once AU does have the level, so you could try to be aggressive as well, though with how tanky the Undying is, it does feel like you're best off with maybe a Sunray up. Q is already a good response to that, with, of course, the Spike Carapace down the line. And I think when it comes down to it, Natsumi's probably not going to die, but he's also not going to see us that much because of this lane.
Of course, that final lane as well. Top lane, you're going to have Force there on that position 3 Tide. He'll be alert there with Xavius on the Primal Beast Pos 4. You'll have Savage and Hyde against the 2. This feels like one of those lanes that could go either way. Maybe a bit more of a farmy lane between these two teams. Because with the Primal Beast in your lane, it's always kind of scary, but it is a Pos 4 Beast, and with the Tide Hunter to try and play with, chances are you aren't going to have too much kill potential against the Pos 1 Void. Maybe if you catch out Hyde, I would argue it's a much easier kill, but Hyde's doing a really good job of just sitting back and not allowing himself to get out of position.
Yeah, he's just standing back, trading where he can, but not really trying to force the issue. And I think that's important, because the sky just melts in this lane. And, like, if a Gush comes out, Hyde is more than likely just dead with the Onslaught follow-up. So, got to stay back a lot more. At the same time, Savage is farming a lot better in comparison to Natsumi. Still not the freest lane. This is a Tide Hunter lane. So Polaris has a better time, but you're not really stopping him from getting that build-up either.
No, certainly not. Bit of a fight over that bot lane. Not going to mean too much. Makoto's farming very well on this puck right now, by the way. John 19 and 4 on the mid puck against Lelouch, 16 and 3 on the Batrider. Still a very even matchup, but Makoto doesn't seem too concerned about the Batrider's presence here. And well, Puck should have a decent time getting away every single time as long as he does have the orb up. So he's not too concerned about Lelouch making a jump in with the Firefly. Maybe once you have Lasso, but before that stage, Makoto, he seems like he's going to be just fine to free farm. Top lane. Xavius. Bit of a chase going on. Savage, he doesn't actually have Bash leveled up, so he can't hold Xavius down. And now the turnaround with the onslaught onto Hyde. That is so much damage from Xavius. 2 hits is all he got, but it was too much damage. Savage gonna try and turn around on Xavius, but again, without the Bash, you haven't really got a chance of locking this man down. He's gonna be alright.
I don't mind us too much. You do manage to heal up on Savage, and there's no big threat on Hyde, mainly because Savage does have that value point from time dilation instead. So when you see the onslaught committed, you can't immediately slow, and with the additional slow from the concussive, actually chasing the sky is a tough prospect. So they are playing this lane a lot more defensively, but it's not something that the offensive players can really pierce readily just yet.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, it's one of those things. Force might just kind of say, hey, I'd just rather secure farm right now anyway. You know, it seems like Savage is actually behind in CS as well, so Force is doing a decent job of just kind of keeping Savage a bit less farmed than he should be. And speaking of being less farmed, Natsumi's really less farmed here, 12-3 in terms of CS. The Undying Pulse 3 from KP really turning out to be very potent so far during the laning stage, as you'd kind of expect. 25-11 is the scoreline of the CS for KP. Just really focusing in on the denies here on that Undying and doing a great job of it. Natsumi, he's not having a good time whatsoever.
It just goes back to that weird dynamic where if you do go Strength Morph, Agimorph here for Natsumi, I mean, he has no HP. Absolutely no HP because of all the reductions coming out. So you can't afford to really go all in to try the last hit. And that just means KP has an easier time denying and controlling up. So, gonna have to see how well Natsumi recovers down the line. They need to buy him out some space considering the slow restart, especially in comparison to Savage. Like, everyone else is tied in fairly evenly here.
Bit of a shame that that Impel ends up missing there from Q. Maybe you would have been able to set up for something onto Natsumi had you landed that, but I suppose Natsumi would have had the waveform anyway. Mid lane, a bit of a group up. Just both teams fighting over those 6-minute power rune timings. They are going to get unlucky on Talon Esports. Polaris, they will be able to get lucky with the bot rune and do pick up a haste, and immediately Lelouch is going to TP down bot to try and deal with KP here on this Undying. He has not leveled up Tombstone or Soul Rip yet. KP, he will eventually do so and try to fight back. Natsumi is doing the exact same thing, and here comes Q with the Spike Carapace and the Impale trying to put a hold to Lelouch, but he is not giving up. KP will get chased down to the ends of the earth, and they will secure the POS 3 Undying. First blood to the Batrider.
That's a big kill. Timely rotation out to just open up Natsumi's lane. Best rune you could possibly ask for there as well for the Batrider. Just a nice haste, allows you to run over. Nothing to stop that really outside of Q, and even then just one stun isn't enough, even with the Spike Carapace follow-up. Lelouch just has his way with him. So a good start for Polaris to find that bonus. Hyde trying to play poke a bit, doesn't have the Ancient Seal. They can't really combine to really look for damage, and you did have Xavius around to protect just for a moment. And it does feel like with Talon's draft, they might be opting to play slower, which you don't necessarily want with the Undying. Again, there's this timing as well for your support, so it does feel like for Talon's end, you're gonna want to have Hyde and Q soak up a bit more if you want some presence. For the side of Polaris, yes, this is a slower start for Natsumi. It's not unplayable. You can just kind of hang back, and if the game stalls out long enough, you should be able to farm the Void's farm. Again, Faces Void, not the fastest farm in the world. Orphan can kind of jump around camps as well and clear out pretty fast.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Savage is only 7 CS ahead of Natsumi anyway. He's not having the best lane himself either against this Tide, so, you know, it's not going to be too hard for Natsumi, I'm sure. This Talon will move in. They will spot out AU on the Phoenix, but he will Icarus dive away. Q still going to land that Spike Carapace with the damage of that Icarus dive, and AU eventually might just drop, but Savage ends up going down to Force. Meanwhile, the onslaught is out from Xavius down towards that bot lane, but he's going to get called up and will drop. Hyde able to take that kill on the Primal Beast. But Savage dies top lane solo to the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, bot, they're still going. Lelouch still trying. KP, he'll drop the tombstone, but does end up going down as now a nice impale Q, landing on 2 of them. That'll be Lelouch to go down. Natsumi, he does at least get the tombstone. Still a great fight for Talon down a bot lane. My only problem being, John, is our Void died to the pos 3 tide, and that's... I mean, I realize Ravage was committed, but that's not something you'd expect solo.
That's not quite what you'd want there for Savage. I believe he was also dead under tower. So it was a really aggressive move out from Force, and there was no response out. He sees that opportunity from all the commitment Talon has down bot, and the Void just can't hold on his own all too well. I mean, we do have good levels in Time Walk, but without it maxed out, that's still 12 seconds of cooldown. That's enough of a window for you to get some good damage in on this Tidehunter. Savage already having to dip into the jungle now. Not the quickest process in the world. The Midas still being worked towards. Recipe still 1.2k gold away. And until that Midas, the Void is just not going to be a big factor at all. So you're going to have to buy that space out on talents. And supports are at level 5. We're inching towards that point where you can play around with the threat of Vendetta into Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare with a stun. And that again, is probably Talon's best play. But for Polaris, we have yet to see just how much they can get done here. Although they're running on to Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde gets caught by the onslaught. We'll get a D ward off. In fact, never mind. He doesn't even get it yet. Savage has to go ahead and finish it off himself. So at the least, you got something for your death. Getting a ward for himself, but that's about it. Xavier's able to set up a pretty nice pick off his top lane. Q on the run. Force still chasing. Does not connect with the anchor smash. Q breaking some ankles here. It's Force, he gives up. He won't bother. Back into Makoto he goes. Force though, he's top of the net worth board right now. He's a very tanky Tide. Already with the Hood of Defiance up. They can't deal with it. He'll walk away just safe and sound, no problem.
Yep. Backs off. He has the support of Xavius now in the same lane. Onslaught at the ready. Level 3 Trample as well if they want to play aggressive. Talent for their part, just back off. Polaris, they are finding that early aggression. And they find that punishment onto Savage. There is room for Natsumi to farm now. And Natsumi has actually overtaken both KP and Savage. So that early advantage you were seeing coming out from KP just nullified from all the movement around. And this is concerning for Talon. Like Polaris, Natsumi probably just wants the same timings, maybe just a Manta really to feel good here. And then you're kind of set on a Morph, perhaps a BKB down the line to protect, or just straight up Scotty. And you're kind of good to go. Whereas for the Void, you're looking for 2 farm items. Savage needs a ton of space, and if this top tier 1 falls, you're not going to have that much in the top lane.
Q, cheeky little impel there mid-onslaught, but is going to drop anyway. Even a TP rotation cancelled off. With that, the tier 1 tower will drop. Force again, a force to be reckoned with right now. Just uncontested on the Tide, top of the net worth. There's no chance of killing this guy at the moment. You've just got to leave that Tide alone.
Yeah, it's just way too big. Maybe if you have this combination again with the Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare, you might be able to burn through the Hood of Defiance, provide an opening for Mikato to kind of try to rip apart, but always a risk going up against Tidehunter. Enough time for the rest of the team to back him up. Talon is buying some space out for Savage. They do smoke up with the 2 supports here.
Force? He's the one in the mid lane, but they don't really want to try and aim him down. Savage just trying to make sure he doesn't get a power rune for himself, and it's actually going to be Lelouch who picks one up. Another haste rune for the Bat Rider. As he does head up towards that top lane, Makoto needs to be very cautious. They've got Lasso up. But it looks like Lelouch, he's going to turn the other way. He won't bother. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there is a bit of a group up from Talon. Maybe trying to slowly secure that tier 1 tower down to the bot lane. And Natsumi will just TP his way out on the Morphling. He does not want anything to do with that. I suppose at the least they could send Force down to try and defend this. It doesn't seem like he wants to, though. Seems like they might just let the trade happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow push anyway coming out from Talon's end. They don't have the best push lineup at all. Damage onto objectives is slow. Fortify is there to stall out even more. They've got the top lane shoved in here on Polaris' end. They've managed to secure a really good area for Natsumi to just farm on and kind of cut off Savage and his build up. A 2k lead already for Polaris very early on here. And they're meeting their timings. Like, they're not even the ones being aggressive. Talon has to be the ones that runs around, and they're just not able to. Good map reads out from Polaris, as they manage to just work and dictate where everything happens and avoid at the right time. For Talon, this is a bit of a risky prospect. They do want to stall the game. At the same time, that issue we talked about with the sports, they will not scale. And KP as well. Your scaling on Undying is also sort of limited. Even in the game we saw previously for KP's core Undying, it can taper off. Smoke out from Polaris here.
Force trying to bait in that mid lane. Does have Ravage up as well, but nobody's going to take the bait. So Polaris, they're going to head down towards the bot side instead. Oh, Savage, he's very deep right now. Lelouch is going to show up. Lasso's immediate. Xavius, he's got the Onslaught and he's got the Pulverize. That was very clever from Force. He shows in the mid lane. They assume his team is behind him, smoked up. They thought it was an obvious bait, but the bait really was that Force was just making them think that the team was in the mid lane. So Savage, he thought he could get greedy, but it ends up punishing him in the end.
They get Savage. He doesn't even manage to use his Midas before dying. Just gets caught off guard. They're playing all the right ways here in Polaris. Just punishing the slower lineup from Talon, ensuring that the support duo doesn't manage to get anything done early on. And just getting so much more done for Natsumi in comparison to Savage. KP, I mean, the Undying outside of laning just hasn't had anything to do. They're not clumping up, they're not taking fights. And the side of Polaris are just able to really punish this playstyle right now from Talon. And just kind of keep riding on. Like, they're gonna have a really early BKB here on Xavius as well. So the counters you have with the Nyx are taken away. Spike Carapace, not gonna be a concern. And nothing to really stop Xavius once he has that spell immunity up.
Absolutely not. Xavius is going to be a real issue himself with that BKB, that's for sure. Bottom lane again, Talon, they have grouped up. It seems like Polaris are more than happy to fight. They've got a 3k advantage at the moment. AU, very quick Icarus dive away. Q, he will still land an or rather impale. AU, silenced up, will be the one to drop. Talon only finding the +5 so far. KP trying to chase down Natsumi, but he's just fine to waveform out. They are not catching the morph, not quite yet, unless Natsumi sticks around. But he is going to back his way out just fine. So they get a +5 Phoenix. They'll try and maybe chip away at that mid-tier 1 tower with this 15-minute siege creep timing. But even that doesn't look too good for Talon right now. Feels like Polaris can defend this very easily if they wish. In fact, Lelouch, he's here in the Batrider. Onslaught and Lasso have been committed onto the Undying KP. He's going to try and use the pick stick, but it won't be enough. He will drop on the Undying. I'm not sure what the idea was there. Polaris, they didn't even need the Ravage from the Tide.
No. KP just a little bit too far forward. The rest of Talon did manage to back off. But this provides Polaris that same opening out onto the mid. Their push a little bit quicker with the damage Natsumi's providing. No sort of defense to come out here from Talon, so the map opens up extremely well for the side of Polaris. They're invading the top jungle fully, they've got good forward wards, they can just dictate this game, and Talon are just forced into playing this slower game. Like, now you can't really expect too much out from Q or Hyde. They are chasing Lelouch, but he is a bit too slippery right now. And all the cores of Talon just taking massive hits. Mikado the most farmed, Force just massively farmed in comparison, already has that Vlad's, could go for the early Wraith Pact here. And once that's up, your damage issues just continue to show. This is a really tanky lineup out from Polaris with the protection of a Phoenix. I'm not sure how Talon even puts a dent in just the durability coming out here from Polaris.
I agree with you on that, John. And you look at the net worth graph now as well, like the Tide at the top, Natsumi right behind him on the Morphling, Lelouch right behind the Morphling on the net worth graph as well. Like, Natsumi, he had such a bad laning stage, but he's caught up so well thanks to the fact that his team has bought so much space. He just buys that Morbid Mask and goes to the jungle and ignores everything for the next 10-15 minutes. Gets away with it scot-free. Q has not had the chance on the Nyx Assassin to try and scout out this Morphling throughout this whole game. Just not able to find him. He's just been more focused on trying to get Lelouch with the Spike Carapace into the Impale, but that hasn't worked out either. So they might at least find Xavius here. And they will. Makoto is able to pick up one. That'll be the 4th kill of the game here for Makoto on the puck. Something they do desperately need. But it's still a 5k advantage for Polaris. And it seems like they're more than happy to just buy time for Natsumi. They don't seem rushed whatsoever.
They're confident in their late game fights. Lelouch.
Oh, Q. He tried to jump up to the high ground. Still a
Oh.
very nice impale. Tombstone to be dropped. There's your lasso. And the BKB committed right into the egg. That'll be KP to drop, I think. So he will try to run with the soul rip. It's not going to be enough force. Takes him out on the tide. Maybe they don't get the tombstone, but who the hell cares? Q, he's going to move back in, but when you see force in that tide, you know you can't deal with him. He's got a Wraith Pack and a Hood of Defiance. Makoto, he'll pop the Dream Coil mid lane. He caught 2 and now Savage. He's caught 4 in the Chrono, but do they have the damage? Lelouch dropping low to the Mystic Flare does go down, but now the Ravage out as well. Force gonna try and turn this one around. They will pulverize Savage. Q will cop the onslaught. Oh, that is a very awkward pause to come out. But to be fair, the Undying is respawning in 1 second. Suppose you have to pause in this instance, but that is very awkward.
Yeah, it still feels like at this point you can kind of say Polaris has mostly won that team fight. They find the big kill on Savage. It looked like a good chrono from Savage. They did have the damage. Very well placed. Mystic Flare out from high. That combination is still really good, but Natsumi just swoops in and finds more.
Makoto will orb towards the right side. KP does end up TPing into that mid-tier 2 tower. Makoto's still going now, back in onto Xavier's, trying to find that Primal Beast, though he will go for a run and will survive for now as Makoto. He's the one dropping low. He'll get out as well with the orb. So Polaris, it was a 2 for 2 in the end, but you did find that pos 1 void like you mentioned. So Polaris does feel like they came out on top of that team fight. Still maintain that 5k net worth lead.
Yeah, and Talon does have some play, but again, it requires such a specific execution around a chrono. Like if they do manage to get that Mystic Flare combination again, catching them out while the BKBs are on cooldown or after it's expended, or before they're open, like you can still get a lot of output out from Hyde and maybe a little bit out from Mikado. But just the counter team fight from Polaris is terrifying. Like Ravage, Egg, we didn't even see that in the chrono. Savage did time himself well, but you have so many ways to dictate these fights from the side of Polaris that the angles for Talon just super awkward to find. They're starting on Roche already. Force can just simplify this process, and without the chrono out from Talon, contesting Roshan is a lot tougher. They don't have vision in the area as well, so Polaris should just be able to get away with a free one here.
They will. Force, he'll just tank the Roshan, no problem. Sure, Natsumi will be the one that wants the Aegis. Double damage as well, as is tradition. Needed a bit of damage there on Natsumi. There you go. Aegis is picked up. Very, very stylish fashion as well. He waveforms through and picks it up. It's Polaris. Again, 5k advantage. Huge lead for them. 20 minutes into this game. They're just going to maintain control of the map, keep Natsumi farming. Savage's Void is still way too far behind to contest. The very least, Savage now does have the Midas and Maelstrom up, and he will start working on towards the BKB. So once he has the BKB up, maybe he can start to get involved with his team. Again, it's not really a matter of lacking damage in the Chrono, because you do have the Mystic Flare to follow up with that. But it is more a matter of being able to survive through these engagements, and the BKB is certainly going to help that cause.
Yeah, you still have some BKB peers coming through. You could be a little bit more patient here with Lelouch to find that nice spell immune target. And that could be one way to just remove, again, Savage's presence in the middle of these fights. Lelouch has been doing a fantastic job in this game. But we'll see if he does manage to get a good timing in that. Has had pretty free time down bot. They're protecting this area really nicely on Talon's end with a couple of wards. So you do have some leeway there. A smoke out from Polaris, though, not spotted out by anything from Talon.
Force. Frontlining for his team. He does have the blink on the courier as well. He won't wait for it though. He seems like he just wants to rush right in. Talon. But support's going to be spotted out. Force will at least land a gush onto Hyde. Q will just Vendetta and run away, so the Skywrath might just be the sacrificial lamb here. And well, Hyde is going to try for a TP up, but will not make it. Natsumi is able to secure that kill on the Morphling. Not the greatest kill in the world, though, for Polaris. I mean, they certainly wanted something a lot bigger than that for a four-man smoke-up. They'll just take what they get.
Yeah, I mean, losing height at this point, not the biggest thing in the world for Talon. Also, it doesn't give you too much on Polaris. I'm sure they would have wanted to find more, but they don't expend any big spells. They still have this Blink reveal ready for Force in the next fight. So you still have that surprise factor for the Blink Ravage here. Might be able to catch Savage off guard if you don't manage to catch that Tidehunter in the Chrono. And I think that's where more of the issues come out. Like, you have to catch a few heroes a little.
Lelouch? This is a decent kill. Savage, he's got him in the Chrono, and Lelouch, he's in no man's land. Maybe just believing he could get away on the Batrider with all his movement speed, but that's a pretty big pickoff to just give away for free.
Yeah, it's a nice kill to find on Talon. That does signal to Polaris, though, on the respawn of Lelouch, they don't have to worry about Chrono. So they could actually just look to group up, look to go for another smoke play, use that Ravage, use that Egg, find bigger returns with the kills they might find. And Talon has to be super cautious. This is the time where Talon has to kind of split apart, prevent any big engagements from coming true.
Well, that's a fair point, John. For now, they only find Hyde. You definitely, again, want something a little bit bigger than that if the Chrono is expended. So they take the Skywrath Mage's life. Another pause to come out. Looks like they are still having some issues here on KP's end of things. So Polaris, you'd imagine now, with this blink up on the Tide, Force has Ravage, you mentioned Chrono being down. It must be time to smoke up and go. Like, surely you're not satisfied with just the Skywrath Mage kill.
No, definitely not. You are inching towards this Blink BKB timing as well for Xavius, but it doesn't feel as necessary. Just the Blink Ravage and Egg should be enough to take care of yourselves here on Polaris' end. And the game just gets a lot harder for Talon. Like, this Blink BKB for Xavius is massive. Just blink in, pulverize someone down. No worries about, say, the Nyx Assassin canceling you off. No worries about the Puck canceling you with the Dream Coil. You just have free reign to keep engaging here on such a short cooldown on pulverize. Like 32 seconds at level 1, 28 by the time he hits his 12. And Talon have to kind of go up against that uptime. Like, the longer piece of that toolkit is going to be the BKB cooldown, which even then might not be necessary for Xavius if he just finds that one good target to jump for anyway.
That's fair. Certainly has not been the easiest affair for Talon. 6k advantage still the way of Polaris. Oh, even Force building up an Aghanim Scepter now on that Tide, just so farmed up. The Ags are... Oh, never mind. He switches the quick buy. He'll go for the Refresher Orb Instancer. One of his teammates probably saw that and is like, hey, hey, hey. Oh, now a Scythe of Vice up. Make your mind up, Force. Come on. We need to know what you're building. I mean, I guess Scythe of Vice is going to be really strong against Makoto's Puck and the Void, assuming you can catch him before the BKB. It's a lot of value if he can farm it up all the way.
I like that build-up. It allows you to just control the Puck. We talked about the one issue in this lineup for Polaris being Makoto's Puck.
Again, Batrider, BKB, Lasso is there. He'll find Q, but Q's going to go for a run. Lelouch is not out of danger yet either. Looks like they are going to back him up though. In comes Force in that Tide. Q will run his way out. And Talon, they'll try for a TP away. Makoto though might stick around for that final creep wave, but does need to be a little bit cautious with this. He'll orb and jaunt back towards the south tree line. Onslaught though, it's coming. Ooh. Makoto, oh, he got the tree line. Orb towards the left side. No, it's a juke. Makoto, very nice juke. He blinks towards the north. Tricked everyone on Polaris. Whew, that was scary stuff. He was very close with that onslaught.
Yeah, he's playing on edge, but he's buying a lot of space. Like, Polaris are grouping up 4 heroes bot. They don't find anything. You're about only 30 seconds away from Chrono being back up for Savage, so you're almost at that point where you can play again. On Talon's end, he's got the BKB up now as well in the Faceless Void, so he's much more protected from what Polaris will want to do, and they're actually going to smoke up early here on Talon's end, smoking up his tree, and they have a good combination on hand, which is Puck, Nyx, and Skywrath Mage. You just need to find a hero.
They do have Xavius. He just onslaughted right in, so there you go. Xavius goes down. Makoto's doing a fantastic job this game 1. He is really keeping Talon in this game, number 1. 6-0 and rather 5-0 and 3 now on that Puck. Like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, John, making so much space for the Dire side. So they do move into that tier 1 mid tower. Force is around with the Blink Ravage. Doesn't have his Primal Beast around though, so would rather just delay things if he can. And Talon, they are being very cautious as well. They're respecting that Polaris is still an extremely strong team at the moment. They will back their way out, wait for another time, because having the Primal Beast dead, that's not going to be enough to take this fight.
You still have to worry about that Ravage combination. You still have to worry about the Blink Lassos from Lelouch. They're playing tag just a bit, but not fully committing.
Savage? Oh, he doesn't catch the Batrider. He got Xavius. At least he found the Primal Beast once again, but Lelouch, very fast reactions on the bat.
Oof. It bails out in the nick of time. I'm not sure if they had enough damage to take care of both heroes. So that's Chrono down once more. And it's a nice pickup. You are fairly rich here on Xavius, but you would have much rather a core to really get some net worth flowing your way. And now the side of Polaris could still opt to play aggressive. They still have Ravage, they still have Egg. They've been kind of sitting on those spells for a while. They are using this opportunity to drop some forward wards, take back control in the top area of that jungle, and just kind of cut off what Talon wants to do. But Talon, they see some space, they try to farm up, they try to get that build up. Savage is still kind of farming decently. He's number 2, right next to Natsumi, 2k behind, but considering the start, hasn't been the worst thing in the world. And he is working onto Linken's. He just wants all the protection. He understands the damage will have to come from everyone else.
Well, there goes Hyde. Lelouch does pop his BKB to make sure that happens. Won't be able to find the follow-up Q kill. Or at least find himself an Observer Ward with this gem, so it does get a bit of added value here on that Batrider. Polaris still holding on to that 6k advantage. Natsumi still top the net worth board, but Savage is pretty much right behind him now. Only 1k behind in that Void. Going for the Lincoln Sphere build-up. Very, very defensive, but that's kind of what he needs at the moment as Polaris. They group up mid lane. KP the only one showing there for a moment on the Undying, but will also back off. And I start to ask the question here, John. Do you think Polaris is playing this too slow? Because they've still got a 5k advantage, but as time goes on, that 5k doesn't really mean much. And against the Void, like we always talk about the fact that Chrono is always going to be good. There's nothing to stop Chrono. Right? Where Ravage, for example, or Lasso can be blocked off by Lincolns and BKBs, nothing stops Chrono, though.
Nothing stops the Chrono. At the same time, even with, say, the BKB stopping some of these spells from Polaris, I do feel like they scale pretty well in line with Talon. Like, you still have this threat of Egg, and if Savage doesn't find a backline, which AU has been immaculate with staying a good distance away across all the series we've seen Polaris, as long as he's outside and gets a Supernova off, Savage will not feel comfy in a Chrono. You don't have that machine gun hero to take care of the Egg. You still have a lot of scaling left here for Natsumi. The side of Talon will smoke up. I mean, Chrono is off cooldown once more. They need to find something, but I understand why Polaris doesn't feel the need to really be aggressive. Although they will smoke on smoke now.
Smoke on smoke scenario. Polaris, they're going for the long wraparound through the river up towards the top side of that dire jungle. They'll try to make their way over and sneak up behind Talon. Talon also in the dire jungle just by the outpost. Their smoke will wear off. Polaris, they are still smoked up, but there's not much time left on it. There are wards here from Talon on the high ground, so they've got a vision advantage in this area. You always want to fight around your vision. Force, he will show himself taking the outpost of the dire side, and does successfully take it. Talon, still not interested in forcing a fight. I still believe that they are the weaker team here in terms of like their farm and their draft, and they will just sit back and relax for a bit. Roshan is up in 40 anyway, so you really don't want to give up all these big spells like the Chrono and the Dream Coil at the moment. Even the Tombstone, you'd rather hold on to that. But the same kind of story goes for Polaris. You need the Ravage, you need the Lasso, you need the Egg. Unless you can secure a full team wipe before Roshan spawns, you would rather not give up those kind of spells as Makoto. Playing with fire once again, but is going to be able to jaunt his way out. Oh, there's a very nice arcane rune there waiting. Maybe Polaris using it as bait, but no, Lelouch, he will just take it, jump in. Lasso is there immediately. They found the KP Undying. He'll drop the Tombstone and pop his BKB. He's running out of there. KP is barely going to make it. They will try to get the Tombstone down, but now Savage, he'll jump in with the Chrono onto the Morphling, but the Strength Morphers there in time. He's going to be alright. He will tank through it. Now the Ravage is out. Savage, he'll keep going. He'll keep trying to get the damage out. But Force is a force to be reckoned with once again. He's just tanking through all of this. So they'll try onto Xavius instead. Go for the Primal Beast. They will stun him up and lock him down. Savage, he picks up a double.
Oh boy, that was quite the back and forth. KP, probably the one reason Talon managed to find that. They get distracted by the Tombstone, Natsumi turns into the Undying form, drops his own Tombstone, and that provides that really good angle for Savage to at least find a Chrono. Immediate smoke out here from Polaris though. No lasso,
Savage.
only the egg to play with.
He's got the rewind button here, Savage, as well, so he can really just start scouting out the high ground for his team if he needs to. This is when the Void starts to feel a little bit ridiculous. They do smoke up, Force right around the corner. AU, meanwhile, kind of revealing himself with those Fire Spirits. They're going to wrap around into that Radiant Triangle. Nobody spotted yet. Q with the Vendetta just rushing forward, trying to find a target. He may spot out Natsumi. Instead, Force is going to be the first one to get seen. This Force, he doesn't have Ravage this time. Lelouch going to jump in for a lasso attempt. Doesn't really want to pop it onto Q yet, but will be forced to onto the Nyx Assassin. They will find one. KP in trouble, gonna pop his own BKB. Still has the Tombstone dropped as well, so they do try to move in onto that Undying. Meanwhile, Force, he will back off. So will Savage and KP, but Xavius, he will pulverize the Void. Savage in big trouble, is gonna time walk away once again. He will survive. KP will also survive for now, but the Onslaught is gonna fly through. KP does get caught out, somehow still alive on the Undying, but the Sunray surely gets the damage out and does. But here comes Savage on the Void once again. AU, he'll drop the egg on the high ground, not allowing Xavius to drop, but Savage, he might go right back in here on this Void and will onto the cliff. Meanwhile, Makoto, he's the one getting the damage out in the backside, finding Lelouch, finding Xavius. Onto AU, they will find the Phoenix as well. 3 down for Polaris. And Talon, they are onto the Roshan once again.
My god, KP's a madman. Like, legitimately, these last 2 fights have been off the back of KP getting some really good tombstones, forcing their attention onto the Undying first. And he still manages to live for a lot longer than he should. Q as well, forcing out the lasso onto himself rather than anyone else, provided an opening for Talon. And with that kind of back and forth fight, I mean, it's still hard for them to clear out Roche. They are showing a lot of respect to Polaris. Polaris looking to reform here.
Oh, they've got Chrono.
Chrono!
Lelouch, another quick blink out on the Bat Rider, but it may not matter because the Spike Carapace and Impel from Q is going to lock him down, but where's the follow-up?
Hide?
Yeah.
Roche?
Died to Roshan, apparently. He'll buy back. Natsumi, gonna get bashed up here by Savage, but he's got a double damage rune active. He'll try to fight, but he's out of mana. Makoto, gonna chase him down. Impel's off the mark, but Natsumi, he's gone without buyback. Here we go again. Roshan will get started.
Oh no. You know what we talked about with Polaris, Mikey? Their one issue. I don't quite see it. I think they're still playing really well, but I think a couple of those engagements might have gotten them a little bit, worked up. And streaming into that Roche back to back to back, knowing that Talon really needs that objective, and Talon just going back and forth, in and out, finding these angles. The fight's dragging long enough that the Chrono is back off cooldown. I mean, Talon has brought themselves back into a game that pretty much looked defeated. Like, you talked about this timing. There's still a lot of good combos from Polaris. Now the game is kind of evened out. Both sides have a lot of play left, but you have overtaken on Savage. And can we just say Mikado's performance on the puck this game is ridiculous. 9-0-6. He has just really opened up this game just by showing himself on the map, running around, finding these small pickoffs here and there, and forcing attention to himself. The same thing that KP's been doing, except he's been much more sacrificial. But Mikado, I mean, this is why Mikado's puck is probably one of the things that Talon falls back to when things are looking dire.
He's looking happy too, John. Look at that smile from Makoto. He was very, very satisfied with himself. And I do agree with you. I mean, Makoto's literally put the team on his back this game. He really, really has. There's no way Talon would have even made a bit of a comeback here had it not been for Makoto creating so much space for Savage. And now, well, they've got the Roshan, they've got the Aegis on Savage. Polaris, they are not out of this game yet. They've still got a very strong Morphling, but he has fallen behind quite a bit. Meanwhile, Force on that Tide, he does finally pick up that Scythe of Vice. So more lockdown for the puck and for the Void. Especially the puck. If you can catch out Makoto in these team fights, lock him down and take him out, It's going to make things a lot easier for Polaris to try and make a comeback now. But you really do have to get rid of Makoto because he's constantly just hunting the Batrider. He's hunting the Morphling. He's taking down the supports. It's very challenging. We're constantly watching Savage chronoing up heroes. But what you're not seeing is Makoto making sure nobody else can get involved.
Just cuts them off perfectly. I like his itemization here as well. I mean, he's gone really defensive, Linken's Blink, Kaya Sanj into an Aeon Disc. Like, this guy just doesn't want to die. Mikado understands as long as he's slippery, the rest of the team will have enough space to whittle them down in some of these longer fights. And even with that Hex coming out from Force, like, once this Aeon Disc is fully done on Mikado, I mean, locking this guy in is just tougher. And you have the Linkens anyway. So you're going to have to preempt with Gush, which the puck can dodge out with as well.
Tier 3 tower bottom lane. They've got a double siege creep here. They'll get started. Very strong timing now for Talon. Chrono is up as well. Dream Coil, everything's available. So is for Polaris though. They've got the Ravage up. They've got the Egg up. They've just got to try and get a good team fight to go their way. Tombstone drop preemptively. Try to protect the side of Talon. They aren't going to keep going for the tier 3 it seems. The siege troops go down. Talon, even with the Aegis up, they aren't in any kind of rush. They do not want to throw the game back the way of Polaris because they are still a very potent kind of team with this draft. You want to just keep the game going the way it is, keep that net worth going. Maybe give time for Savage to buy that Eye of Skadi up on the Void and really make Natsumi's life a living hell. So mid lane. You can see Talon, they look a lot more confident now. Just jumping in with the Time War, clearing out a creep wave, and Polaris, they're the ones that look a little bit scared, but they go in for a lasso. They find the Void. That's the big one. Savage, he's gone the first time. That's the Aegis down. Xavius in the backside. He'll get the trample going. Savage, he just wants out of this. No Chrono quite yet. He'll just back his way away from the Eggers. Now they find the puck, Makoto. He's gone. Force will lock him down with the Scythe of Vice. That's what you need to get done from Polaris. Savage, he'll jump back in on Lelouch, but will knock Chrono. This is not the fight they wanted.
Yeah, they finally catch that slippery puck. They commit. Savage just getting caught out. You have some big items here coming out from Polaris. This blink out from Xavius, what we've been talking about. That BKB blink initiation out from the Primal Beast. The ability to just pulverize the backline, jump and isolate the supports. Q and Hyde couldn't make their way forward to try to apply some control for Talon's end. And that evens the game out. Polaris, they definitely still are in the running. Of course, the game's been just sort of evened out. But they still have that power. If they fight under their own terms, they've got a lot to really play with here, and Talon has to respect that. Get a bit of a reality check. Kind of have to play a bit safe now until Mikado comes back up. I do believe he has the goal to almost fully buy out his Aeon Disc, and it is ready. With some extra gold for the buyback as well. So next time that move happens, he should have a little bit more leeway to kind of bail out in the nick of time. But didn't quite have it in that last fight, and might have made a big difference if he did. Aegis disappears though, and that does mean Talon should play a lot more cautiously. Although, with the big cooldowns down from Polaris' end, Talon could actually take a risk here if they so wish.
It's fair. I mean, you've got Ravage down for another minute. It's our Force. Always makes me chuckle when that voice line comes out. Even now, I still think it might be us, Jonathan, but it's not. It is not us. Talon. They'll hang back. They'll relax. Polaris will do the same. They'll wait for Force to have that Ravage up. There's just no need to rush. AU's going to have the egg up in 2 seconds, but you do want that big AoE stun. 30 seconds away from that. I wonder what... In fact, never mind. I was going to ask you what Natsumi would build up into now, but he is going into the Satanic. Looks like he wants a Butterfly straight after that. Which does mean Savage is probably going to have to start working on towards an MKB of some sort. Try and really get the damage out onto the Morphling. But once he at least has the Satanic, he will have capability of just man-fighting this Void. Mind you, Savage now, he does have that Skadi.
Has a way of at least putting a dent in that attribute shift on Natsumi and maybe just force the active of the Satanic a little bit earlier on. A lot of movement here, almost coalescing towards the mid-river area. Hiroshi still 2 minutes away.
Both teams just want to make sure they control that area of the map, it seems. Ravage is up on Force. Q does get spotted. Will realize there's a sentry ward around that area and does back his way out. Polaris, they'll just keep holding on to that Radiant Triangle. Talon, they'll hold on to that Dire Jungle. Nobody really rushed until the next Roshan is up. Of course, we also have an Aghanim Scepter being built up here by AU. Not something we get to see very often on Phoenix these days, but he wants to be able to have the ability to save his teammates throughout these engagements. Even the extra attacks to destroy the egg is going to be very, very effective, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mid lane, jump in. They do find Xavius. Onslaught is going to be there. Coil was committed. Xavius, he will pop the BKB to be able to get out. And does make it out, but just barely.
I think you take that trade. BKB down on Primal Beast. That Blink pulverizes him as he's
Lelouch, they found KP. On the Undying, he'll never get the Tombstone off. Force making sure he is locked down with the Scythe Device after the lasso. Not risking the Tombstone. We are going to have another pause. This time Lelouch is having some lag issues, I'm sure. There you go, some FPS drops it seems. Roshan though, 40 seconds away from telling us when it's going to respawn. Could be early, could be late. Still a very close match between these two teams. Only less than 1k net worth lead here for Talon. Dota Plus right now thinking 57% win probability here for Talon, 43% the way of Polaris. Probably going to go up a little bit for Polaris because they did just kill off that Undying. And so this is really still anyone's game.
Yeah, it can still go either way. It's all down to execution. You've got the team fight on both sides. You've got the tools from both sides to kind of get this done. I still feel like execution's a lot easier for Polaris, especially if you do find those pickoffs. Ravage Egg is still big. Lasso is always good. Blink, Pulverize with a BKB up is pretty much unstoppable. And for Talon, it just requires such a good chrono, such a lot of space to be bought out here by Mikado, by KP. Still have some FPS issues. I mean, it's Southeast Asia. This is the purest Southeast Asian game, Mike. Gotta have a lot of pauses.
Absolutely. You never told me how your dinner went last night while we were waiting, John. Did you have that carbonara again, or what was it? You had some pasta dish?
Oh, what did I have last night? Gosh,
Chicken
no,
and
I had some
something.
spaghetti. Yeah, chicken and spaghetti from fast food. You know, our national fast
Jollibee?
food. Very good, of course. Jollibee, very good food. Nice. I had a good day. Yeah, like
Right.
chicken, joy, and spaghetti. You can't have a bad day when you have that for your food. It's always happy.
I wouldn't know yet, Jonathan. I haven't found one in Oz yet. I wouldn't know.
I think it is
Eventually
there.
I'll know.
I've showed you on the map. It's somewhere there in Sydney. Somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to the city, dude. I live 2 hours away from the city. I'm not driving up there. And I told you, I'd rather
yeah.
come to the Philippines and get the authentic experience. I want the original. I don't want any, westernized version of it. I want the original.
All right, well, we'll make sure. That is definitely on the bucket list, Mike. What else is done on the bucket list here is the Ags on AU already finished up, so a save in that egg. Additional hits. They don't have the best attack speed on Talon outside of Savage. Roche is pretty fast. It's going to be up. And a smoke from Polaris. This could be great timing for them if they find the angle here.
Roshan, like you mentioned, John, has spawned up now. This is extremely good timing for Polaris. That egg can be very deceiving as well. Like, as long as AU doesn't reveal he's got the Ags up, it can be so hard if he does get a save and give someone a secondary life. It's basically a free Aegis on a cooldown of 120 seconds. Polaris. It's going to be a big smoke. Talon will wrap around through their own jungle. 5-man smoke. Problem is, can they make it to the Radiant Triangle? Or they get some wards down. No vision to spot that one out. Xavius, he's going to get caught immediately on the Primal Beast, and he's gone. He does have buyback. He may need to commit it for this team fight if Roshan does get started. See if Talon do want to take the risk. They will.
They're still sort of holding control in the triangle here. The ward just, again, giving them the vision they need. They're not fully committing for the Roche yet. They need to find these bigger teamfight heroes. Like, either AU goes or Force goes. You cannot afford to take this fight knowing that Ravage Egg already. They are poking the Roche, maybe looking for the response out, using this forward ward. Q is standing outside. They do force the buyback here.
Roshan's going down fast here, though, John. Satanic board out. This could be dangerous. Makoto! Side device was there, but the Aeon Disc will save his life this time around. Roshan's gone. Stun is there. Force, he's going to jump in the Aegis.
Shard.
Oh, he's stolen the Aegis away. The rock throw from the Primal Beast working out, but now the Chrono, it's caught nothing. Oh, it's caught nothing. Savage, he'll refresh up, keep the fight going. Who are we aiming for, though? Natsumi, he'll go after KB. Force, he takes the tombstone out, and now the secondary Chrono is out. Where's the damage output? The Sunray, AU, trying to save the day, and now the egg comes out onto Natsumi. Refresh everything on the Morphling. Oh my goodness. What was that?
Holy crap. Rock Throw.
That was the Rock
Who would have
Throw?
expected Rock Throw to actually set up for a big Ravage? They find KP now as well. And this buyback from Xavius, this shard pickup, just giving them that opening. Holy goodness, we've never seen that. Like, what the hell? Like, everyone memes about Rock Throw, but damn, that stun.
Yeah, the funniest thing was, I was going to ask you if I was going to meme about it 2 minutes ago, John. I was going to make a joke about how bad the spell is. Xavius, he buys back. I'm thinking, oh, this is the most wasted buyback I've ever seen. And then suddenly Rock Throw works out. Well, there you go. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he's found hide again on the Skywrath. And suddenly, Jonathan, we have a game on our hands once again. Still 1k advantage for Talon. We are 45 minutes in. The net worth, it doesn't matter. Makoto, he's going to be careful. No Aeon Disc available right now. It's on a 7-second cooldown. Onslaught is there. Xavius, he will try to chase down the puck. He won't find him. Polaris, they are not out of this game yet. They were going to keep going.
Yeah, they've got this good angle for high ground. Their team fight spells are down for a little bit longer, but not too long. And they know that they've managed to take away some refresh uses. They probably see the refresh orb on Savage, so they should be aware double chrono is still a possibility here. And that is the one worry they have, but they've revealed all their cards as well. They've shown the Ag Supernova, they've shown the Shard from Xavius, and it is actually ridiculous. Talon needs to find a good angle for this high ground, a lot hanging on the back of Savage to kind of work an angle here somehow.
Oh, Savage, Lincoln's broken. Oh, that was the lasso expended. No lasso available. Savage, he'll jump in, but he's cautious. Chrono's up in 10. He wants the double chrono. There's your egg out. AU, he's going to save the day again. He won't let Lelouch die like this. Lelouch is going to be just fine. And they will back off. Polaris, they've got to be careful though. Savage, he's got double chrono available now. Looking for some targets. Nobody's showing up yet. Makoto, he's going to get caught by the pulverize. Savage, trying to get within range for that chrono. He's not close enough. He has a time walk. He'll commit it. Lelouch, he does finally get taken up, but there's your buyback on that Bat Rider. Another rock throw. Forcing the BKB out from Savage. Meanwhile, Chrono is out again, but he has not caught out Natsumi. He only got the Phoenix AU, and now the Ravage Force. He will try to turn this one around. They've got the sight, the vice on the void. Savage somehow still alive. Right? Oh no, Savage? He rewinded. That's a misclick. He'll buy back. Q, he's gonna drop as well. Makoto back in onto the tide, still trying, but Force is too tanky. AU, never mind. Makoto, he'll take him down. Savage right back in, looking for the dieback onto AU. Might just have it. Lock him down and take him out. AU's gone for 100 seconds. But they do force some buybacks out from Talon. The one being Savage really on that Void. Bit of a mistake there from Void, John. Maybe just a misclick on the reverse time walk. And it does cost him.
Yeah, it cost them dearly here in Talon's End. That's an opening for Polaris. If they manage to isolate out Savage, melt him down, that kind of ruins Talon for a long time. That opens up the high ground in a big way. No Roshan to play off the back for that buyback either. I mean, you did force the buyback out for Lelouch, and you did find the dieback on AU, as you pointed out, but you need to kind of kill off Lelouch here to feel better. Maybe even find the pick off on Natsumi. We have seen that the Morphling can still melt, and once it's out of mana, with Q just focusing in that mana burn on the Morph, it takes a couple of uses, maybe even just 3 spellcasts, but you empty Natsumi out, the Morphling is not as much of a threat. It won't be able to shift around. You lose your Butterfly here as well in the Courier, at the very least a Quarterstaff for the build-up. So you're not going to be able to just get into that item immediately. It stalls out for 3 minutes as well. Good window for the side of Talon to play with. They will have double chrono back in about 60 seconds. But Egg is ready to go on the respawn of AU. Ravage is going to be ready at that time as well. And Force is also working towards his own refresh. So you will have a lot of options to actually force out these fights next. I don't think you have enough mana on Force to actually get all of it, as the refresh cost, if I recall right, is 300. Nah, he has enough, barely enough, but it does make the fights a lot tougher for Talon, and the way they're winning these fights just feels like it's on such a small margin that Polaris, if they fix up their execution just a little bit more, they should be able to take more away from Talon in the next few engagements.
Here we go. 5-man smoke up. Polaris, they're going to try once again. It's a big one. Wrap around through the right side of the jungle. Very long wraparound. Polaris just trying to find somebody on the map. Makoto, not spotted out either. Hoping for someone to show down a bot lane.
Oh. I didn't notice this earlier. You've got the Ags up and hide. And the big thing there is just double Ancient Seal. It's probably the best bet you have for counter control, especially as the BKBs fade. So it's actually really important Hyde stays alive. You might actually want an Ags up in Q as well, but he is opting for the Octarine. He wants more uptime. Smoke out here from Talon.
Double smoke. In fact, Jonathan, they're very stressed out right now. Just chain smoking here from Talon. Refresher orb available on Force, so double Ravage is available. This could be terrible timing for Talon if they're not careful. Makoto, he's a big target, but he does have Aeon Disc up. He'll blink right in very confidently, trying to buy some information and time for his team to make their way over. Who are they aiming? KP was the target. Chrono on the backside. Natsumi, he got caught out on the Chrono. Savage, he'll refresh another time. Natsumi's gone.
Oh no.
He's got buyback. He'll be back into the fight. No Chrono available now for the side of Talon. Force gonna jump in. Still has the Ravage. Does throw it out again. That's the second one available as Q. Will go down on the Nyx Assassin. Another rock throw from Xavius. There's your lasso out onto KB. They've got the Undying, but he is still alive. Instead, they'll go on to Hyde. KB, he's in dire straits. He will be left alone to go down. Polaris. Onto the high ground they go. There are 3 heroes down on Talon.
Oh man. Now the high ground's just completely open. Without the threat of Chrono, without even the Dream Coil available, they'll at least find one, probably 2, maybe all Ravs.
Uh-oh.
Without that team fight available, and they will buy back, going for the tier 4s.
Straight onto the tier 4s. They are not messing around. They've had enough of this game. Let's see what kind of magic Savage and Makoto can try and make happen. Scythe device is there. Natsumi, he'll waveform him, but he has to back out as well. He's unhealthy. No T-Force. Makoto, he'll keep going. Onto the Morphling. They'll force the Glimmer Cape and they'll force them to back off. So 1 racks up. Talon do successfully defend high ground. That almost looked like that was GG. But Makoto, he's a real problem on this puck. They just have troubles dealing with him.
Yeah, he's very slippery. Octarine up, overwhelming blink. The guy's just doing so much damage going in and out. Even has a Stormcrafter to save. Like it's so hard to handle Makoto at this moment. Roshan, 1.5 minutes until it respawns. Talon's gonna need to really fight around this area well. You will still have the threat of double Ravage. The egg saves from AU have been massive. And the side of Talon, I mean, it's a complicated set of fights. Like, yeah, they find Natsumi, they get the buyback from him. They need to kill him off one more time to really feel secure here. Savage, his buyback's still 2 minutes away. Both of these cores in very, very awkward positions in terms of re-engaging now. But I think the pressure's on Talon to make something happen. Refresh up on Lelouch. Double lasso ready. Lots of control coming out here. Gonna be a tough one for both sides if someone else gets a proper angle in.
Here we go. Let's see how it turns out here. Both teams still such a close game. 71% win probability right now for Polaris. Net worth only 4k the way of Talon. Roshan, that's what's important. 30 seconds away from respawning. It's Roshan, most important one of the game now. 53.5 minutes into this one. We saw last time Xavier setting up for a perfect Ravage from Force. with that damn rock throw. It's something nobody was expecting, I'm sure. See if they can do it again. They've got the double Ravage available for this next Roshan fight. Double Chrono up as well. Roshan, 2 seconds away. KP, how patient are you? Patient enough, he'll see it. Double damage rune. Right on time.
Yeah, but it feels so awkward for them to try to go for that Roche without finding pickoff. Like, Talon needs to find a kill first. If they break up that combination from Polaris, it starts to feel a bit better. But it still hinges on Savage kind of finding a good chrono and Mikado just jumping the backline in a good way with a Dream Coil. And they always have to keep an eye down bot. So every single time Mikado has to go elsewhere, clear out the lane, come back in. It provides a window for Polaris to actually play in here.
Keep in mind as well, John, there's only 3 buybacks available right now on the map. One of those is Mikado. Force and of course Xavius on the other side have buybacks, and that's it. KP with the zombies slowly chipping away at Roshan. There's that rock throw again. You've got to be so cautious. It seems so powerful in the Roshan. In that Roshan pit, it's just such a small area. Lelouch, he's going to break the smoke blink out immediately. Savage, he'll time walk up. We'll see nobody, but there's your Ravage Force.
Oh,
he got all 4 of them, and there's your follow-up as well. Oh, he's got the whole team. Savage will buy back. You've got no Ravage, no. No more Ravage available. Not for the Roshan fight. Savage is brought back. They might have to force Roshan.
Yeah, they should have a clear path. Double lasso down as well. Egg taken away. No saves. This is a big opportunity for Talon. Their patience pays off. Savage just waits for his buyback. Gets back in time. If they kill Natsumi in the next 3 minutes, he won't have buyback. And that will put a very awkward position up for the side of Polaris. Comes out with a free Ags, the free refresh, additional Chronos that can come in here. Although it does look like they'll give it to KP for more Tombstones here. Maybe more BKB and Aeon Disc uses as well. And Savage with the Ags, when he does time walk in, it provides a much better window for him to look for the Chrono, to figure out if he wants to commit or reverse the time walk. And Polaris, I mean, it's a nice kill. It's a nice buyback to force out, but with the ages up, Talon does compensate for that risk.
Crazy, crazy game, Jonathan. What a crazy game we have on our hands. 56 minutes in now. Crazy the fact that Savage just barely got that buyback. You just talked about it, John, but he didn't have it a few seconds earlier, that's for sure. Very just patient from Savage this time around. Polaris, grouped up bot lane. Just keeping that wave forced in. They want to make sure that Talon are forced to try and defend with this Aegis up. Even KB losing his Refresher Shard and the Lincoln Sphere. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's pretty big to stall out for 3 minutes. The double Tombstone, double Aeon Disc, double BKB on the Undying, who has been really impactful in the middle of these fights. It's going to be a pretty big loss. Especially since KP has his level 20 talent. 2-second decay cooldown, BKB's Fade. He's going to soften up all these targets for the rest of the team to kind of clean up on. So that's a pretty good take to just randomly find. Nullifier up on Natsumi to take care of the Aeon Discs. So you have a counter to that save on the side of Talon. And Talon, I mean, they're kind of letting time slip by. Buyback for Natsumi is going to be back up in a minute and a half. You do have the egg ready to go. Double Ravage only half a minute away. Double Lasso, not there, but you do have the Lasso ready on hand at the least. Was something sold? I feel like we saw Lelouch just sell off for an Octarine buildup now.
I'm not sure what he sold there, John, but whatever is necessary, he's very close now to the Octarine build, just 100 gold away just about. All spells up once again. Even with this 11k net worth lead for Talon, it doesn't seem to matter. It won't mean much at this stage of the game, especially 2 minutes from now. They might not want to wait that long, because you know what happens 2 minutes from now, John. Things get very RNG based. Talon. You see Savage, he's queued up that moonshot. He's already 6 slotted. He's got no space for the brown boots, or rather just the boots or treads anymore. Not even for his own BKB or refresher orb. What about switching needs to happen in the next team fight here for Savage? I could say the exact same thing for most sides. Polaris, if they can just hold out, if they can hold their high ground, find somewhere to farm on the map, just hit that jungle. Again, those tier 5 items, John, they do turn games real quick if you get the right ones.
Yeah, only a minute left as well. Does feel like they'll have some leeway if Talon does decide to back off. Ages for a minute 40 though. They've got a window here to still look to play, but buyback is up and running once more on Natsumi. The issue is he doesn't have the gold. So if you catch the Morphling somehow, that's still a big win for Talon if they manage to make it work.
In. Makoto already taking down half the HP of this Batrider. Savage not gonna chrono. He has 2 of them, but he'll just go for the racks for now. Another minute and a half on that Aegis available, so doesn't want to waste too much time. Just wants something for his trouble. Savage is gonna jump in. There's your chrono. He found Lelouch in the Batrider. That's 1 down. He does have buyback. Back to the bot racks they go. Just looking to finish this one off. Refresh is there, just prepping for the next team fight. If it does get forced out, will they get this bot racks? They don't have a creep wave. It doesn't seem like they can. Makoto, he is indeed clearing out mid. And that'll be enough. Savage, he'll get at least the melee barracks. They'll go for another. Mid-tier 3 tower now. Xavier's forced to BKB up. Rock throw is there. Onto 2 targets. Savage still has that secondary chrono available. Makoto, he'll make the jump in. A lot of damage being dealt. They really don't want to buy back on Lelouch. They are holding out. 60 minutes is now upon us. Talon, they're going to go farm the jungle. Or are they? Is this a pump fake back? Xavius, you are way out of position here, Xavius. Dream Coil is out. Sunray will be there. AU, he could try for an egg save, but it doesn't look good. He's still trying to run, Xavius. Can't make it out. He does also have buyback. But Talon are in a position where they could try to force them to commit those buybacks if they wish. And they may just.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
They get the refresh shard up again, so a triple chrono ready to go for Savage if he wants. Double at the least, as he already lost his refresh orb usage, so 2 chronos still available, 2 BKBU still available. He does have the Aeon disc to save as well, and he will find the mid. Mega creeps are protected by a tier 2. So Polaris has some room to breed here, but it's not going to take too long for that top to disappear. They need to stabilize the creep waves though, and it is far out. Should be time to farm for those tier 5 neutrals here, Mikey. KP is actually the only one to kind of get that done here for Talon. So he knows what's up, Mike. He's looking for the items. See if they have any luck. Oh.
Look at the shadows. What? Do you like that one, John? Do you think that's a good one?
It can be useful. Like, the save potential is actually pretty big. It's a great support item. So, think about this. Like, if you're in a bad spot, you say Savage gets jumped, just target Book of the Shadows on him. Really good to kind of save. And I think that's where the value really comes in. If you don't really have a good hero front line that survives long enough to save, it feels pretty bad. Otherwise, it can actually be highly effective. So, not the best, but it's situational enough.
What's that one? 40% damage reduction. A reflection, excuse me, for 5 seconds. Okay. Doesn't seem amazing. Well, I guess we'll see it if one of the Talon boys want to pick it up. There it is. That's the one we want.
Oh.
That's the one we want. Giant's Ring and Book of the Dead coming out for the side of Polaris. Everyone wants to see the Giant Void, and they will get the Giant Void.
Oh god,
Bottom lane,
the Arcana
team
Giant
fighter
Void.
break out. AU, he gets Dream caught up. They've got the Phoenix. AU can do nothing, but he does have buyback. Look at Savage. He's
the
huge.
Arcana, the Giant Arcana. This
Bless
reminds
Gaben.
me of some. This reminds me of the campaign from that one game that we
Oh.
played Dota on. Oh, it's beautiful. I love this. Look at him in his glory.
Imagine that, John.
Massive.
Arcana out. Gaben gives him the Giant's Ring just so everyone can see it more. Very,
Oh,
very
yeah.
good, Gaben. I love your strats.
attack.
Last set of racks here, Mike, for Polaris. They've got to find a way to stop this. They have double Ravage ready. They do have double Lasso back up once more.
Very patient. They do force out the buyback from AU. Who's taking the Stygian Desolator? Nobody. It's just in the backpack of Savage. I suppose if he lands a nice chrono, he could always switch it out. It's like that Giant's Ring is too hard to say no to. So annoying with that, just being able to just run around,
Radiant are
just no
scanning.
terrain necessary, dealing damage just walking over people, tanking you up. He's got 4.3k HP on this Void. He's tanky. Force.
Force.
They get jumped. Lasso, meanwhile, on the backside, they do find the Skywrath Mage, so Hyatt's going to go down, but Force is in big trouble. They will save with the egg, though. AU is not going to allow it. Savage, he's going to jump in, but the egg stun is there. They lock him down. He gets no chrono yet. He'll keep going, but there's your Ravage out, connecting on 3 targets. Now the lasso holds down the Void. Savage, he buys back. This is dangerous for Talon. They've got to be careful. Polaris, in the meantime, they lose lane Luge, but the side of Polaris, they're the ones that need to back off now. Natsumi, he's in trouble. He'll die back, or rather just die, but he does have buyback as AU. He will go down. That's an actual dieback on the Phoenix. It's Makoto. We'll keep going. Force will be fine. So there's one down without buyback. That's the Phoenix. There's Natsumi's buyback being committed now.
Radiant's top tower is under
The
attack.
annoying part is they haven't really got any T5 items going for them apart from a couple here on the Radiant. They only got the Book of the Dead. That's the saddest part. You got the Necromonicons, but you can't push.
No. And Roshan is within 15 seconds here. AU is not going to be around for that one in the fight. They had to expend at least one Ravage. They still have the double ready. Double Lasso is down. So only one Ravage less in the repository. No egg for the next 70 seconds. Another Sight of Vice coming out, this time from Xavius.
Force. Get jumped on. KP, he's right in. Force is dropping a little bit lower. Spy Carapace, they call Luge. He's going to be so cautious with the Chrono. Going to lock him down, Savage. That's a dieback with the Bat Rider. Another Chrono. He's caught Force this time on the Tide. But Force does have buyback. He'll need to commit it here, and will do so as the coil is there, locking down Xavius. Force, he'll move back in, so will Natsumi. The silence is out, the impel locks him down. The Morphling, still fine, but for how long? He'll try to go for the fight, but there's so many silences.
No!
Natsumi's gone. That's it. Ravage is out. Force is trying, but there's no follow-up damage. Talon, after 65, 66 minutes indeed, it looks like they have done it. As Force will drop, GG is called. Oh, it was a real back and forth game number 1 here between these two. But what a game 1 it was. We said it would be close, John. I didn't realize it would be this close.
That was just insane from both sides. Polaris have this amazing start. Their lineup just managed to stall out. They didn't mind taking it slow. Talon just couldn't farm. For Talon's part, they were sacrificing the right heroes early on, right? Like, it was mainly Hyde, mainly KP dying. Mikado kind of just dodged out for such a long time. And it felt like even at the end game, Polaris had these solutions. They had double Ravage, they had double Lasso, and they had this great Ags build up from AU for the saves. Just not enough. Talon managed to eke out. I think the big thing that gave Talon the edge was their decisions to sacrifice Savage. Because when he would die, he would have buyback, and he knew they've already committed some of those big spells. So he could just buyback, come in with another chrono from the refresh, and just win out. Especially in that last fight. He just makes this weird decision to time walk in, time walk back, gets caught by Ravage, locked down, but he buys back, and Polaris did have nothing to play with. Like, Talon just played on like a very bleeding edge. You can see how tight this match is. Like, the kill board's all over the place. Mikado, the closest to having a perfect game, only one death on that puck over an hour and 5 minutes. That is just maddening how well he played in that puck.
Oh, he's the MVP by far. Like, if Makoto didn't have this puck, the game was over. Polaris, they had such a dominant lead throughout the mid game, throughout even the late game. And Makoto, he just bought so much time. So much time on this puck. Literally put the team on his back and carried this game for them. So props to him. He'll be the MVP of game number 1. Jonathan, that does mean we get to head off to a very short break because we have a game 2 draft coming up here between Polaris Esports and Talon Esports. Don't go anywhere. This series only gets more hype. We'll be right back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft between Polaris Esports and Talon Esports. John, I don't know how you're going to answer this question, but I've got to ask you. What do Polaris Esports need to change up to try and force us to a game number 3? Go on, John. Give me an answer to that one.
I think they actually played really well. They managed to hit all their spikes. Maybe just getting a bit flustered at the end. I mean, it did look like Talon provided a lot of openings, especially with the way Savage was playing up front. Very risky on that Faceless Void. At the same time, it felt like Savage was taking calculated risks. Like, he would die, he would look pretty weird, time walking around, time walking into an egg with his BKB, but he knew he had buyback, it just came off cooldown, and he would come in with a refresh, and his team could clean up once those big team fight spots were done. So it took like sacrificial play from Talon to make these openings happen from Polaris, and I think Polaris, they've got to be able to maybe plan ahead that same distance. Like, it just feels like that it's only a sliver of an advantage Talon found off the back of those risky plays, but Polaris needs to be the ones also taking some risks towards the end of the game. They were the ones that were kind of stuck in the high ground. They weren't forcing out fights. There were a lot of moments where they'd find these key kills and they wouldn't be able to follow through with the threat of the egg and Ravage. So I think just more activity out from Polaris probably is key. There was a moment like maybe 15 to 25 minutes where Savage was just completely shut down. The only threat was Mikoto, and they were running around with this really fast BKB, blink timings on their cores, and they just kind of sat back and farmed. Now, their scaling was good, but that did provide Talon an opening to kind of look for the game down the line there.
Well, the draft has begun here, John. Marcy Void is the opening once again. I'm surprised Talon are actually able to take this Void away another time, because we saw how potent the Void is. Even with a couple mistakes being made by Savage, it just didn't matter. I mean, you could kind of give it to Makoto. Obviously, we did name him the MVP after that game 1, but the Void just proving to be so powerful. Speaking of powerful, though, that Primal Beast, Xavier's, he was doing so much work, man. He tried so hard. That rock throw into the Ravage and the Aegis Steel, that was just absolutely splendid to watch from Polaris Esports, but it just didn't prove to be enough. They'll follow up with a Lich as well here on Polaris's end. John, talk to me about the mentality of Polaris right now. After a game like that, 66 minutes, you end up losing game 1. Such a close affair. You can see the faces right now. I don't know if they look upset, but there's a little bit of, there's something in there. You know, you can't be happy after that game 1 for Polaris. What are you thinking? What's going through the minds of Polaris right now?
I feel like, again, it goes back to AU. With him, not just as coach, but as a player, he's able to directly connect with him a lot better because he's in that game. He knows what just happened. He was there with him. So he can level them out a lot more. I think after a game like that for Polaris, you know, there's some games where you lose and you feel like absolutely terrible. There's some games where you lose and you're like, we did pretty damn well. Let's reset. We can do it in the next game. And I think that last game was one of those games for Polaris. where they're like, we did everything we could, we executed pretty damn well for most of that game, just have a couple of issues to fix up, and that should motivate them. I think after a game like that, I feel like Polaris should be able to actually look at that, realize, all right, Talon actually made so many mistakes that we could have capitalized on. We just need to force them to do that again and realize those mistakes and close it out. And I'm sure the guiding voice of AU will kind of help them plan around that here.
Let's see, Doom coming out as well, a hero we have not seen as of late, but obviously very potent in the current meta as well. The new Ags upgrade proving to be very, very effective against a hero like Void as well. You'd love having Doom. Force him to buy that Lincoln Sphere later on here on Savage. That's the Doom coming out, quite a potent pick, I would argue, here from Polaris Esports, and a nice switch up for their draft, that's for sure. Again, though, you do have the option of running support Void. You know, that's still available to run if you do wish, if you want to flex it that way. Not that I'm saying that is going to be what happens, because Savage loves playing the Void, but you never know. You could still make that happen if you want.
Yeah, it does feel like, and you've got answers for the Void once more, but Talon just doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it feels like they just prioritize the Void because it gets second phase banned. So they just kind of pick it up. They want to give Savage the hero he really excels on. I think, again, you look at Polaris and their opening, back into the Primal Beast with a Lich, the Doom just makes it hellish for Savage once more. And we have seen some Dooms go for different builds. Like, we have seen Infernal Blade actually rise up in priority. You can also just devour a nice mana burn creep, removing Savage's saving presence with a time walk. There's a lot of ways to play that lane for Polaris if they want, and there is still some flexibility on the Doom, as we have seen safe lane Doom come out here and there, although the off lane Doom does feel more popular now with a build up. So keen to see where they go from there. I like that they do respect ban this Mikado puck, because it, as you and I pointed out, Mikado just felt like the big factor that allowed Talon to actually take that game late. And he just played like a madman. He was picking off people, forcing these fights to be very spread out while the rest of his team gathered attention on themselves. And they had no hard hold. So they have to respect ban that out. They also take out the Batrider themselves here on Polaris, and Talon do pick up the Dazzle. So that should be our Hyde hero. You do have good saves coming out onto the Void. Hyde did a pretty damn good job with the silences, and we didn't really see a Book of Shadows play. But kind of the same mindset now with the Dazzle. With the Shallow Grave, you should be able to enable Savage. In fact, a lot of your lineup feels like it's just there to help this face's Void this time around. Marcy Sidekick's gonna help. You don't have that much damage going into the Chrono. Right now, you only have this Quap for Mikado. But you have a lot of ways of making Savage feel stronger and safer in that Chrono when it does come out.
Absolutely. You certainly do. There's the Kunkka coming out now for Polaris, so a real big switch up coming out here. See, the Kunkka very good against the Queen of Pain, not only during the laning stage, but having the X back against Quap and Void is always going to be very, very effective throughout this game, especially before they have those BKBs up, or even catching out heroes like the Marcy and the Dazzle going to be very effective there with the X up from the Kunkka. So I think that's a very, very strong pick coming out from Polaris Esports, and you'd have to agree, John, a lot of value for the Kunkka this game.
Yeah, like the saving factor with the boat buff is big. X back to hold something mobile like the Morsi or the Quap is going to be really good as well. And that does give you a good lane match. We have seen Quap against Kunkka, and Lelouch has played a lot of mid Kunkka all the way back to his Adroit days. It's something he specializes in almost to the same extent that we know Yopaj does. And the Quap Kunkka lane is pretty Kunkka favorite. Like, Quap doesn't have that much presence there. You can play with Shadow Strike. Tidebringer just kind of owns that lane. So I think they're setting themselves up for a better game here on Polaris. But just by slowing Mikado down, you do have a better time. Because the Batrider lane for Lelouch up against the puck wasn't quite a win. Mikado was finding more. This time around, Lelouch should have a better time.
I go back to the point you made earlier as well, by the way, John. I mean, you pointed out AU having that kind of the presence to be able to just tell the team, like, calm down, it was a good game, let's reset and go for game number 2. And you see how stoic the man looks as well in that previous camera shot. Just does not look bothered. You almost wonder if the guy's breathing. He's just a statue, Jonathan. No feelings whatsoever from AU. Just complete composure.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from your coach, from your captain. I mean, just allow them to reset, stay calm, figure out what you want to do. Surprised that they respect ban the Phoenix themselves, seeing that possibility of Egg Chrono, Sunray in Chrono is pretty big. They are already assuming that KP will take the Marcy offlane, which is fair. We have seen KP play that hero since its debut in Captain's mode on the offlane. And that was when offlane Marcy felt like a little bit more of a waste. This time around, it feels a lot better, just because you have more impact with a rebound. So it allows you to focus on core items a lot faster than, say, diverging for this Blink and Aether Lens. And they will go with a Pangolier. So that should shift the Marcy now. That could be our KP here. There's some flex here. I mean, that could be a Mikado Pango, and KP takes something like the Quap offlane. So it's fairly open for them to kind of figure out whether or not they get a lot of value from the offlane Pango here.
It could even be a Quap Pos 4 if you really want, right? Like, if you wanted the Pos 3 Marcy, Quap Pos 4 seems like a pretty strong lane. And, well, like you said, like, Pango against Kunkka might be a bit better as well for Makoto. You already kind of pointed that out, so let's see. I mean, Talon, they do have a lot of flexibility with this draft. The only thing I think we can say for sure is it's probably going to be the Position 1 Void again, unless we see the Pos 1 Marcy. Highly doubt any other team apart from T1 have been practicing that, though, to be fair, so highly doubt that. I think you just go the Pos 1 Void once again. But there is certainly a lot of flexibility with every other single lane. Meanwhile, though, Polaris, one more pickup to go. They need to carry on their end of things. Against the Void, against the Quap, against the Pango, is there something that comes to mind for you, John?
Nothing that really strikes me as a very good pick. Like, they tried Morphling last time, but it is open, and you know, it's still not that bad of a Morphling game at all. So you could maybe opt for that. You've got the Pangolier to form into the Marcy for Morphling to turn into. You love to point out, gives you a lot more mobility. Sidekick on yourself is really nice. Wouldn't mind that too much for Natsumi. You could maybe opt for, I don't know, it's not the best Terrorblade game. It does feel like you have enough magic damage here on Talon to kind of take care of that. You could go for a more active core. You know how slow Talon wants to play, and they go with the Lone Druid. So we see the LD come out, and that has been also rising in popularity across different regions. It can be effective. We do see Mikado pick up the Pango, so the question is, yeah, KP takes the Marcy, Q will take the Quap, and we have seen Q play Quap, but that was all the way back to Motivate Trust days. So this is a bit of a throwback for him.
Certainly is. Maybe, I don't know if they're overreacting here to the draft of Polaris. I mean, again, it was a very close game one, so I think Talon going to pay a lot of respect here to this Dire side. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting, John.
They swap Force and Xavius as well. Xavius takes the Doom 4. Force plays the offlane Primal Beast here, which is it's interesting because I felt like Force did such a great job in the 4 Primal Beast that you don't really need to have it as a core. The impact was felt from Force early on, from Xavius early on, but Xavius on the Doom, I don't know if I really like that because the Doom as a support, sure, it still finds farm with Devour, but it feels like, you know, your Midas is going to be a little bit slower. That means your Blink BKB is slower, your Refresh is going to be really later on, and the Ags might be a bit of a pipe dream. So I think taking that utility away from the Doom by demoting it to a 4 and giving Force priority, it doesn't feel necessary, but it does allow them to be a lot more aggressive from the Primal Beast with his earlier timing, so that might be what Polaris is gunning for.
Let's see how this one goes, Jonathan. Game number 2. I mean, game 1 was just so great to watch here between these two teams, going all the way to 66 minutes. Talon barely able to take it out. Polaris just not giving up throughout this upper bracket. This is, I must say, I mean, Polaris Esports, it's so good to see these guys like performing so well in the upper bracket. Even if they did drop that game 1, you know, they've just been such an up and down team. But it seems like when it matters, they've really shown up. Let's just see if they can show up and force us to a game 3 here against Talon Esports, because you and I, that's what we want, John. We want game 3 to come out here between these two. Of course, I know people are waiting for the T1 match. We all know everyone's waiting for RSG versus T1. It's coming. Don't you worry, guys. It is coming. In fact, I mean, this series might be more hype because, again, Makoto had some words about T1 before the qualifiers started. So I'm sure people would love to see Talon versus T1 if it ever came to it in the upper bracket. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if it happens. Before that, though, John, it's your turn. Predictions.
Which team will win? I'm going to say Talon. And I know you guys have got something to say about that. Still, it's early smoke break. Maybe some action. No, not quite yet. Player with a first triple kill. I can't bet against Mikado, but yeah, no, I can't bet against Mikado. I still feel like Polaris will find that one though. Player with the most D wards by 15. I'm just gonna lean towards Hyde. Although I feel like AU probably is actually a bit more disciplined on that. And player with the longest kill streak. Mikado had it last time. So I'm going to say Mikado again. Although the Pango is not as slippery as the
30
puck.
seconds
And
to
we have
go.
seen Mikado kind of die a little bit more in the Pango. So maybe it doesn't happen. But those are my bets.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. We appreciate that. Well, I couldn't help but notice someone was asking earlier what the players were, shaking in their hands. Those are hand warmers, for anyone not aware. They aren't tea bags, they are hand warmers. So there you go. You need to warm up those hands before you do get into these games. Very, very important for these pro players. Well, Natsumi already getting very lucky with the route there onto KP, but cannot contest the boundary rune. Will have to back his Spirit Bear out. Meanwhile, bottom side, there was a bit of a fight over that boundary rune as well, but it is going to end up being a 2-for-2 trade, as Force is really going to harass Q out before he does leave the area. Beautiful little uproar there from our Primal Beast. Let's start with that mid lane. Makoto, going to be on that mid Pango. He'll be against
Kind of
Lelouch.
poking. I'm surprised.
I'm going to have to take over here. I believe John is having some issues here, so we are going to move into the mid lane, which is going to be Makoto and Lelouch going at it here on the Pango versus Kunkka. Should be an interesting matchup. Of course, we did mention the Quap might have a bit of an unfavorable matchup against the Kunkka during that draft stage, so they do swap out, put Makoto on the Pango instead. So the Pango offering a lot of team fight as well, and just a lot better in terms of going up against the Kunkka. Just kind of able to abuse the shield crash and the swashbuckle to really be able to lane against Lelouch. Of course, let's have a look at the side lanes as well. Perhaps bottom lane, you're going to have Force there on the Primal Beast, along with his Doom Xavius, playing the position 4. Q going to be on the position 4 Queen of Pain, and 23 Savage is going to be playing that Pos 1 Void. It does seem like a rather strong lane for either side. I'd say it does look stronger for Talon on this end of things though as well. Xavius on the Pos 4 Doom. You kind of question how much he can get done unless he finds the right creep. But now he does actually pick up that healing creep, so that creep is always interesting because you have 100 heal on a 10-second cooldown for 60 mana. And in fact, it's more like 115 heal because of the heal amplification. So it can kind of save the day for Force, and you are seeing it in action. Just use it off cooldown every single time Force needs it. Keep him healthy. And maybe Q just won't have the impact he's looking for on the support Quap. Because you just have constant heals flying in from Xavius. It kind of works as Force. He'll pop the uproar. Bit of harassment on Savage, but the Time Walk is going to take all that damage away. We'll have a look at that final lane as well. You're going to have the top lane. Hyde on the Dazzle. Going to be there with KP on the position 3 Marcy. Will be against Natsumi on the Pos 1 Lone Druid. And AU, of course, on the position 5 Lich. The Lich Lone Druid lane, usually pretty darn powerful, especially because you can abuse the Frost Shield with the bear. As well as that, of course, Frost Blast also very, very strong. And you do see AU with some mangoes. Hello, Jonathan. Nice to see you back, sir. Just took a short break, did you?
Yeah, classic Southeast Asian stuff for me this time around. Good to hear at least you were unaffected. How's the game been going? I missed out a lot. 3 minutes is a long time to miss out here.
I mean, not much has happened, John. First blood hasn't been drawn. I was just discussing the top lane. If you'd like to have you put your 2 cents in here, John, I was just kind of explaining that Natsumi and AU might have a very good time at this top lane with the Lich and Lone Druid, but I suppose it goes the other way as well. Like with the Dazzle Marcy, you do have to be very careful.
And they're doing a great job on Talent to actually cut off that early CS of Natsumi. Off to a bit of a slower start. There are some good combos on hand. Just Poison Touch plus Sidekick and Rebound, of course, is really good. And you can't actually underestimate literally anyone with Sidekick, especially at level 2, level 3. The bonus damage on high chasing down with Poison Touch can whittle you down very quickly. So that is leading to that caution here. Like I think I heard you mention like a Frost Shield combination with Natsumi on the bear. That can happen, but it puts your bear at risk. And early levels of the bear are pretty manageable for the side of Talon. So you don't want to run that risk of bleeding gold over here.
Yeah, certainly not. Back at that mid lane for a moment, Makoto. He's having a very good time in terms of CS, but now the X is out into the torrent, onto Makoto, but Hyde has rotated. Was around the mid-river area to secure the water rune. Does make sure Makoto can't really get jumped too hard. And he's going to give the water rune over to Makoto as well, so he does get those 2 bottle charges up. And it does seem like the lane switch up from Talon has worked out, John. Like, instead of having that mid-quap, the mid-Pango is certainly doing a pretty damn good job against Lelouch's Kunkka, which you would have assumed would have been more lane dominant, but against the Pango, not so much.
Yeah, there's more play for Makoto. He's keeping up in CS. He's managing to trade fairly well. And overall, you're pretty happy. You're not giving any opportunities for Lelouch to find that kill opportunity in the Torrents. And Tidebringer is still a big threat, but Shield Crash does allow you to play a lot better. And you can trade with the Swash a little bit more. So lots of back and forth there. I think the side of Polaris and Talon kind of expect that slow restart, although Savage.
Time walk away. Onslaught is there onto Q, but he can also blink away. So the one strength of this bottom lane for Talon is they do have great ways of getting away from that Primal Beast, which is probably why you see Hyde at the top lane with his Marcy instead. Like, just giving Q a way to get out on this quap and not allowing Force to completely dominate this lane.
Yeah, now that is what you're getting out here. Like, aggression from Polaris is being cut off. Savage is farming decently, although he is starting to have the same issues Natsumi is. Not quite the freest time in lane. And this time around, Natsumi's going to have a really good time of jungle. That is where Lone Druid can shine. Doesn't take too long to farm. Once you reach that 10 to 12 minute mark and you dip into the jungle, you will have a lot to clear out that you're not going to be able to quite match here on Savage. So that is a concern to have. And you already have Savius taking some early activity. Going into the jungle, you know, getting some creeps up for himself. Does steal out the Crit Wolf. And is already showing mid. Doesn't have anything like the Infernal Blade to help set up, but they might have enough damage on hand. Thing is, Rolling Thunder is up already for Mikado. So killing him off is just tougher. With your control, it's not quite there.
Oh, absolutely. You're not going to be able to abuse the siege creep timing, that's for sure, and it is already gone. Makoto does take care of it.
Arms for the dead.
Mind you, Hyde, he also ends up denying off the regen rune against Lelouch, and that's going to probably put a halt to any kind of mid push as well. You can't really get too aggressive now as Polaris. They do back their way out, and first blood is yet to be drawn from either side. Both sides is very conservative play during this laning stage so far. There is a group up top side here from the side of Talon, but it seems like they're just hanging around together, making sure they can clear out these stacks that were made from Makoto. Pango. Decent at farming these stacks, but does need a little bit of help to just tank through it all, and Hyde will assist in that endeavor.
Yeah. Good amount of gold injection coming out from Mikoto. It's still a bit behind Lelouch in terms of overall net worth, and the Kunkka just doing it a little bit faster, of course, with max out Tidebringer. But again, rather even game. Gold lead is just kind of bouncing around. Everyone's kind of had mirror situations come out, like both Savage and Natsumi are a little bit slower off. KP and Force are having better times. They're just managing to get into that point where the build-up is there. The kill threats can start to appear. I feel like you're at the point where you should be able to show up with Force, although down mid.
Yeah, this could be a big one. Boat has been thrown out. It's just a defensive boat for the run, but Makoto, he's got a perfect angle for the Rolling Thunder. Still the low ground pushback is there onto Lelouch. He will survive a little bit longer. Makoto, he'll keep the chase going, and Lelouch eventually is going to drop first blood to go the way of Hyde as Savage even shows up in the mid lane and does find Xavius. A super early rotation from Talon on the Pos 1 Void, and now there's 4 heroes in this mid lane from Talon. They haven't got a siege creep. I doubt they can push. It seems like they just wanted to make sure that mid fight went their way.
And it pays off. That is some time where Savage isn't farming, so you are having a better time on Natsumi, but even then, the AoE gold kind of compensates. Natsumi's still trucking a little bit behind. He is still working onto the Mask of Madness for his bear. Phase boot's almost done, and he will TP away from that lane. He understands that not sustainable anymore. Should play bot, has a push opportunity here with Force. Talon, for their part, can also look to kind of trade top. The sidekick on Void again is pretty damn strong, but they are hunting here.
Yeah, AU gets caught out. Makoto got so much damage off with one swashbuckle, and KP was there to follow up on the Marcy. So the Pos 5 Lich is set to drop. Savage, he does get started on the top tier 1 tower in the meantime, and of course, the bottom tier 1 is going to be forced in by Natsumi. Q, the only one there to try and defend the bottom tier 1, but against the Spirit Bear, really can't do too much. Meanwhile, Force unable to grab him with the Pulverize. Not going to be able to lock down the Queen of Pain. And it is going to be a direct tier 1 for tier 1 trade anyway. So, yeah, Lone Draw, generally one of the heroes that pushes very quick, but for now, it's just going to be a very even trade as mid lane. Xavier's going to get knocked down to the low ground once again by Makoto. KP is there to back him up, however, so Xavier's still in a spot of bother in the toss back right into the Rolling Thunder. That's teamwork if I've ever seen it. Lelouch still is around with the boat. Makoto, he's going to cop the whole thing. He does get a shield crash, but it is not going to make the difference. Force holds him down with the Pulverize, and they do take out the mid-Pango.
And it's a good trade to take. You trade your support for the core of Talon. Mikado maybe just getting a little bit too far forward. Didn't manage to swash away in time. Good chain stuns coming out from Polaris' end. And that's some of the aggression we need to see from them. That's their first kill of the game. With how low their cooldowns are, wouldn't be surprised if they start lining up around that in no time here. And start buying out space that Natsumi will need. Now, Xavius also has his level 6 up. Does have the Doom ready to go with the Tranks up. He's a very speedy Doom. Not going to take him too long to gap close, although Savage really playing tag there. Does have Chrono. Again, there's not too much damage that can fly in from that.
Well, Hyde's almost trying to bait them forward here. Maybe trying to get that Chrono expended, but Force is going to be able to just walk away. Meanwhile, a Midas build up is here for Natsumi now, so just wanting to go the little bit of a greedier route with the Midas. Still makes perfect sense on the Lone Druid. The added attack speed always nice as well for the Spirit Bear, so you can't complain about that. It always reminds me of the meta we had way back in the day where Lone Druid would build 2 Midases on both the hero and the Spirit Bear. that wasn't it, John. Just Midas after Midas.
God, that's disgusting. Just play Arc Warden if you want double Midas, you madman. You know, that's a hero Mike loves to see.
No, I don't, Jonathan. Savage is going to get X'd up. Torrent is there. Savage, he does pop the Chrono. He's caught 2, but it's a defensive Chrono. He just wants to get out of this. Hyde, he looks like he will tank the gank for the team. Chrono expended. It is still a bit more value for Polaris, but I think Talon will be okay with Savage just walking away from that.
Yeah, they're fine. They knew that if they don't pop the Chrono, Doom's going to come out and Savage is just straight up dead. So you have to just expend that spell, back off, keep farming. And Talon are a bit more fond of the slower games. And I do appreciate that Polaris understands that. And you mentioned this greed out from Natsumi. If he isn't ganked up, then this greed will pay off. Like, he already farms a lot better, a little bit lower risk as well, putting the bear in front instead. As long as the bear doesn't die with Midas on cooldown, yeah, you're pretty set here.
Lelouch X's himself back. He's going to be okay. Just fine to back his way out. A 4-2 right now. Q. Bottom lane. Doom is... You expended here from Xavier's. Nice tonight, Makoto. We'll move in. Rolling Thunder's up as well if they want to expend it. Instead, KP's just going to move in and help out and suppose we'll get the job done. So that'll be Doom expended and they really get nothing for it.
Yeah, that's kind of funny too, because Chrono went out to stop the Doom. Xavius feels like he needs to make play, goes for the solo Doom on the Quap and still gets denied off. So you kind of neutralize each other's bigger ults. In fact, it's a little bit better for Talon, because the Chronosphere is off cooldown a bit sooner. So it's not much of a threat on Savage. They're looking down mid here though.
Going in, KP, he's going to cop it, Force, he'll try to onslaught into Hyde, does pick up the Dazzle, allowing no Shallow Grave to come out, so Polaris able to set up for a tier 1 mid tower, but Makoto is going to move in with the Rolling Thunder onto the Kunkka. Lelouch, he'll be locked down for a while, but where's the follow-up damage? Savage, he got rooted up, KP trying to help with the dispose, and now the Sonic Wave! It's going to buy some time at the X-Pack. Savage is still going to drop. Polaris would not allow him to run this time, as Force will charge forward. He finds KP and they even got Makoto. What a fight from Polaris. Great coordination from this dire side.
They're lining up that aggression. They know they've got a lot of spells on fairly low cooldowns that they can just constantly force out. And this is where Talon's draft kind of bites them. They just don't have damage. They're gonna need farm. They need this build up on Mikado and on Savage to really have any sort of presence up in the middle of these fights. They don't have a save when someone is held down by that Pulverize. And every single time Force commits, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. Like, you just don't have that natural stun that you did have with Nyx in the last game, where Spike Carapace would just be a massive saving spell. You just have so much more to play with. Like, you can just see the execution, the confidence of Polaris to just go in that fight, knowing that there's nothing to stop them here.
5-6 now, 3k advantage for Polaris. We've seen this story before. Off to a net worth lead already as the Dire side. Savage once again forced to just keep farming with that Midas into the Maelstrom build-up. We did see Talon buy plenty of time for him last time. Mind you, that was off the back of Makoto on that puck. He doesn't have said puck anymore. He's got the Pango this time around.
Are scanning.
Not as slippery of a hero and not as great at split pushing as the puck was, but see what he can get done. Meanwhile, for Polaris, I mean, Natsumi's having a really strong start on the Lone Druid. Not even top net worth yet. Force and the Kunkka is still ahead of him, but Natsumi should be able to escalate quite fast here on the Lone Druid. Continue farming up into the Shards and the Desolator build-up. Especially once you have that Desolator up, those towers, they just start to melt so quick. Even quicker than they do already. So it might just be about outpacing Talon in this game number 2.
And that's where the beauty of that LD pickup comes in. It can scale towards the late game, but its earlier times are just so much better than the Face's Void. The push threat is always there. And if you do want to play that slower game against the Lone Druid, well, it just grows bigger and bigger. The bear becomes a massive issue. You don't have the best burst damage on hand, but Talon's draft is sneaking around here on Polaris.
Fine. Pulverize is there. He'll tank the gank for the team. Force, he'll still be happy to take the kill. He's more than happy for any kill right now on the Primal Beast. Hyde's been doing a great job with this position though, making sure he doesn't allow the opening. Meanwhile, bottom side, Xavius will be chased down. There's an opening for Talon. Another support to be picked off. KB, he'll take that one on the Marcy. So support for support going down. A little bit more valuable here for the side of Talon. So they found the POS 4 for the POS 5. But still not really anything to write home about for either side.
Yeah, not the biggest loss. Polaris is still going to be happy. Lelouch was kind of in the firing line there. So he doesn't stay too long and doesn't run that risk. You know, leave Xavius to kind of cop it for him. The side of Polaris, again, they're getting everything they want here, though. They're just grouping up off the back of Natsumi's bear, going for the pushes. The Desolator one part away now. And these objectives just don't last long. Talon cannot fight. Talon cannot stall in the same way as they did in Game 1. And Polaris see that opening and just play a much more aggressive game. And again, even if this game slows down at some point, you've got great scaling from the Lone Druid, you've got great scaling from Xavius. We've seen Primal Beast just be a menace with the Ag Shard and the Blink BKB, and Force is also lining up for that Shard here. So you have a lot of options.
They're taking towers fast here, John. That top tier 2, look at the HP pool of it. Natsumi, it's one thing as well, like, you can always split push with this Lone Druid, and now Doom out. KB, he's a much bigger target to be able to pick off for Polaris, and they found him. Onslaught is there, follow up, and he's gone. That's a big one.
Yeah, it does bait out the big spell, so KP in a way is buying some space here, but they can't afford to lose more off the back of it. Q.
Get caught, Lelouch will throw the Torrent Boat in, times it perfectly, no blink to come out. The animation halfway there, but not quite enough. Lelouch able to take a mega kill streak now on the mid Kunkka. And again, just such a powerful start for Polaris Esports. 6k advantage, 18 minutes into the game. They even found Makoto now. No mana available, they'll pulverize him up, and they've got the damage. Force and Lelouch, they are just a menacing duo this game too.
Yeah, they're running it really well. They just see this change up from Game 1, where in Game 1 they took it a lot slower. This time it's just non-stop aggression, looking for pickoffs every time. Their lineup excels at that. They melt objectives fast with the space given for Natsumi as well. And there's just no counterplay this time from Talon. They take care of that issue with a puck by banning it out. And now Talon's stall game, it's not showing itself. Like, these objectives will just melt. The map is shrinking fast. And the timings for Savage still feel a long ways off from coming online here. And Polaris, I think they've managed to study that Game 1 really well. These are all the issues they had in Game 1 just disappearing. And Talon needs to find a new way to gain entry in this game, but it doesn't feel like they're just working it out well enough.
Poor old Hyde. He's experienced this before. Pulverize into the torrent, and now even the tidal wave is up for Lelouch. Very early shards pickup, but considering he got the BKB so early, he just picks up the shards for that added kind of pushback, the displacement on the Kunkan. Polaris, they're getting very close to a point where they can just start thinking about Roshan. Hell, they could do it right now, but it seems like they want to try for this mid-tier 2 tower because they've got the Desolator already up on Natsumi. Look how fast this tower goes down. Glyph is forced out. They will glyph the creep wave. They want this tower real bad. And they're going to stick around for it. They're going to try and force a fight from Talon.
Just a couple of right clicks, already down to 774 HP. Going for a bit of a reset and falls back. Talon are kind of grouped up to try to fight back here. Diffuse ult's up in Mikado, so just a little bit more damage output and control. And Polaris discipline themselves, look for more.
Yeah, Doom out again, KP. Trying to split push and buy that space you mentioned, John, but is going to die another time here to Xavier's. And now Roshan. It can get started. They feel very confident without the pos 3 Marcy being up. So Natsumi moves right into the Roshan pit. And Talon, I don't think they'll even think about trying to force this fight. Hell, they might not even know it's happening.
They have no way of sneaking up as well. They take control of the bot jungle instead. Not the fastest Rosh in the world, but you do have good wards to protect here on Polaris' end. And that's going to be a nice Aegis to enable that high ground, enable themselves to clear out those last outer towers here from the side of Talon. Talon, they just have to play it slow. They have to wait for these BKBs to be up. At least with the BKBs, the only threat will be Doom for quite a while. So you will have more play coming out for Mikado, for KP, and Polaris will have to kind of make that choice on Xavius, but he's been pretty on point finding solo pickoffs anyway. So if Talon don't play around these BKB timings, that just kind of falls flat. And just these outer towers, definitely going to melt with the Aegis up.
Now still hanging around that mid-tier 2. Polaris want to try for it. Talon, they are pushing down the bottom tier 1 tower, but that's not going to be anywhere near as valuable as what Polaris are getting out of this. And that tier 2 mid tower, it is not going to last. Goes back to very clever drafting from Polaris Esports, I'd say. And of course, the execution so far has just been perfect. They are going to smoke up, but I believe that was underneath an observer wall. So Talon should know about this 4-man smoke coming in from Polaris. However, Hyde, he is around the corner on the Dazzle, but he's going to back his way up. Polaris still looking around for someone near the base. Thing is, if they can find a big pickoff near the Radiant base, they might think about high ground this early.
There's really nothing to stop them. Like, Natsumi's just in control of this game, farming up like a madman. He's going to have a Basher up soon on the Bear. And once that's up, it's just so annoying to try to deal with it. We haven't seen Savage go for any Chronos yet as well, so you do have that tool on hand for Talon. And Talon will actually smoke up his 4. Trying to fight into the Aegis, maybe catch Polaris a bit declumped here.
Yeah, Talon. 4-man smoke up. Polaris Esports, they are still clumped up once again. They're playing this very smart, just sticking as a team, understanding how powerful they are right now. They know that Talon can't really get a team fight going their way. AU, he's going to break the smoke. They'll try to roll in on the Lich, but his team is right behind him. Do they let the Lich die for free? AU still hanging around, does get a Chain Frost off, but it only bounces onto Q. Polaris still rushing forward, looking for an X-Back onto the Quap. Not going to get it. So the Lich does go down. That's about the best Talon could have got. That's a free kill, but it's not a great kill. It's just something.
Yeah, it doesn't really impact the siege that comes out here from Polaris. You do still have a Chrono ready on Savage. I'm not sure if he's even going to show up for this fight. BKB is up.
They're just on the high ground, John. Look at this. Natsumi. That's a tier 3 tower gone. 23.5 minutes in, Polaris. They went from losing game 1 to speed running game 2.
Yeah, just playing that faster game. Again, that was their big issue.
Q, X out, Torrent will land, Boat will land as well. Shallow Grave is going to buy a little bit of time, but the Rock Throw and the Onslaught into the Pulverize. Q cannot make it. The rest of Talon, they just can't think about a fight right now. I mean, you've got BKB on Savage, but do you have damage? That's the problem.
It's not quite there. Even with maxed out sidekick, you are lacking output here on Savage. And the Rax, if they don't stop this, it's just going to melt.
They've got to pop the Rolling Thunder to try and defend this. Natsumi does get clipped by the stun. He got the Spirit Bear form off in time. Savage, oh, the Doom came out. Xavius, he caught the Void. No Chrono available. And Makoto is going to get caught by the Pulverize. They'll Shallow Grave by a little bit of time. A nice Sonic Wave. Hyde actually saves the day here for the Pango. They are looking to turn this one. Lelouch also caught out. KP with a great rebound in. Force, he will be KB Onslaught, but it's not far enough. Savage, he'll get the Chrono eventually. Hyde has turned this one around. The Pos 5 Dazzle with the saves. It turns everything for Talon.
Just that little Shallow Grave at the end to enable Makoto to come back into that fight. And they also managed to throw their bodies for it to ensure Savage would still be able to come in with a Chrono. It is a lot more back and forth. You know, the side of Polaris still find a lot off the map. And this is a pretty naked map now for Talon. No tier 3 down mid. Rax will just melt a neck shove in from Natsumi. But Talon are still finding a way to stall this game out. Now, it's not enough to swing this game back in any way. It's a 4K lead for Polaris. They still have majority control. They've got a BKB up in Xavius. He's actually saving up for that Ags now on the Doom. So the AoE Doom is going to cause a lot of issues for what Talon wants to do here. Like, there is just no way to continuously save Savage at that point. The Hyde spacing has to be perfect. And they're going to have to watch themselves. I think Polaris, they're still confident. Aegis is going to expire, though. But they can at least maybe gun for that one set of racks or even just a pick-off here.
Yeah, absolutely. Polaris not going to be happy with that last team fight. We'll try again. No Chrono up this time. No Sonic Wave up this time. It's an easier team fight for Polaris Esports. They'll move in. Tier 3 tower. Rax is under siege again. Rock Throw is there. Makoto, he'll pop the Rolling Thunder. Back it up to the Lone Druid. They're going to try to force the fight another time, but the boat is going to fly in. KP still going with his BKB out. It's a lot of damage onto Natsumi. He's still alive, however. He'll try to walk away. Makoto continues as well. Savage will jump in. They got Natsumi. Once again, the Lone Druid is down. They make it happen through the BKB timings, but now the turnaround with a great Train Frost. It's not enough. Shallow Grave onto KP's gonna buy him a little bit of time. AU is gone. Force, he looks very gone as well. That's 2 team fights in a row to go the way of Talon. They throw their bodies at the mid-racks for a second time. They got the Millie Barracks, John, but they have thrown the whole net worth lead back the way of Talon. I don't know if that's worth.
It's definitely not. You know what, Mike? This takes me back. I remember now that one game in the ESL 1 Genting qualifiers that Talon and Polaris played up against each other. Talon had this abysmal start. They looked absolutely terrible. It looked like KP was playing with his keyboard unplugged. And then Polaris, they have this thing with high ground. And they have this thing with high ground where they keep trying to force it sometimes. And it looked like a decent choice. The Aegis did expire, but they felt like it was risk-free. There's no Chrono to worry about. And somehow Talon manages to punish them. And I just get flashbacks back to Genting, because that was the kind of game where you just feel defeated. Hopefully for Polaris, you know, that's just something, this is something they can just brush off, you know, like water off a duck's back, right? Is that the word? It's something like that.
Yes.
They just kind of reset. They still have this good start, but you've given Talon the way back in almost. You know, Savage isn't that far behind from Natsumi. We're reaching a point where the Void's going to be protected. He's going to work towards the Lincoln. It's that Ags we talked about on Xavius. It's a support Doom. It's going to take more time. He doesn't have a Midas. So then, theoretically, Polaris might want to stall the game out, but then you're stalling the game out up against Savage's Void, which is always a risk. This is Savage's most comfy hero, right up there with a Morphling. So is that really something you want to kind of poke out? Because that is something they tried in the last game, and it gets so difficult, right? Like, yeah, you do have scaling with Doom. You do have scaling with the utility on your Konka, especially as BKBs fade. There's still this really good blink timing coming out for Force. But boy, does it get scary. They've got to find Hyde in these fights. If they don't, the saves buys just enough time for Talon to kind of turn back in.
Hyde might need a back massage after this one, Jonathan. His back must be sore. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's kept his team in the game twice in a row now. So Polaris, they are 3k ahead in terms of net worth. They still have the advantage. Their lone druid is still the biggest net worth and the biggest hero on the map. Problem is, Savage is only 700 gold behind. It's literally the same story as game number 1. There's your smoke up. 4-man smoke here from Talon. They'll go through the Radiant Triangle into the Dire jungle. Mind you, there's a side device up now on Lelouch. They don't know about this. It has not been revealed. Could be a bad time to smoke here for Talon. They won't find the opening they wanted anyway. And now a 5-man smoke. Here we go again. Polaris, they aren't done bagging their heads against the wall, John. They're gonna go again. Through the mid lane. Makoto, he might be the one to break the smoke. Force might see him. Makoto sees them first. Onslaught is there. Force, it's a bit too short. AU gets the gaze off with a great ward on the high ground into the rock throw. Now the chain frost. They've locked down the void. Pulverize is there. Sonic wave out. Savage, he pops his BKB. He's still fine and Xavius is gone. Now the Chrono, he's got 2 targets, or rather just the bear and the primal beast, but he'll go on to Force. Onslaught away. Force right into the loving arms of Makoto. Will get stunned up. Now they've got the Conquer. That's Lelouch gone.
Oh my god.
Not again. They have done it a 3rd time.
It's Hyde. He saves Mikado again. He's just there with the grave, there with the flash healing from the good juju and the shadow wave, and it's just enough every time for him to get off the BKB and roll back in. Polaris. I can't say they're out of it, because frankly, Talon has no objectives to take. Roshan, in half a minute, respawn is going to be up, and you didn't expand Doom on Xavier. So there is still play here. No Chrono on Savage for the next fight. You have an opening on Polaris, but you have got to be careful about this kind of fight. AU drops a good ward on the high ground, and they feel like they've got this initiation. They break off the roll from Mikado. They jump in and commit, but that gave Savage free reign to jump in and out himself. And it's still not Mikado you have to catch. They've been catching Hyde before. They need to do that again. If this Dazzle stays alive, the game is just so difficult. And mind you, this is Hyde without something like the Aether Lens too.
AU, he goes for a D ward. He's caught out. Xavius tries to jump in. They've got the lone druid, Natsumi. He was locked down by Makoto. Still is. And there goes Xavius. He is gone. On the Doom. Onto Force. On the Kunkka. Everyone is melting. Oh, Roshan's available as well. Polaris, what have you done? What have you done?
Oh, no. They have, I mean, that's rough. Like, you couldn't get the Doom off on Xavius. He got silenced up in the middle of that fight as well. And now with an Aegis coming out here, likely for Savage, with a free shard to come out as well. The game's just difficult. Like, this mid set of racks, this opening on the tier trees, it just felt like Polaris should have found more. But they haven't. They bashed their heads against that wall twice over. They forced the team fights out. Suddenly a 7k lead out for Talon. And Polaris, their high ground can be nice with the Kunkka. We need to see the Doom commitment from Xavius. He's almost at the Ags. He just needs a little bit more.
Look at the graph.
Oh god.
I mean, if you lose this game too as Polaris, you're gonna look back at that. You're not gonna be happy. That is. There's no other way to put it. If you lose this game, that is a throw. I mean, that is. It's. I don't want to be rude, John. I don't want to be rude.
Nah.
But that was not how to do it. That's for sure.
No, I mean, by the graph, that is definitely. You can see that netward swing. Yeah. Again, this takes me back to that Genting game, Mikey, where I think it was with Otomo, and it was almost like this, except it felt even more impossible for Talon. Like, those circumstances were a lot worse. And I think Polaris still has what it takes. They've got to be able to do something like this. Ags on Xavius, 1k gold away. He can't die now.
Kono knows someone's down south. Xavius, can he get away? Oh, he can. Makoto needed to press a bit more on that gas pedal. Not able to get there in time. Polaris, they're doing their best to just split push the bot lane and force the side of Talon back. They don't want to even allow them to think about high ground. Force has done a very good job down in that bot lane of keeping the creep wave forced out. They can't think about the tier 2 bottom tower either. So that outer tower objective is still going to be standing here for Polaris Esports. Talon, they'll hold on to the Aegis for another 3 minutes. Maybe just wait for Savage to have the full Mjolnir up before you want to force another fight anyway. Just about 300 gold away from having the Hyperstone to finish that one off. Already has the recipe sitting in his backpack. And then maybe you could think about forcing a fight and going high ground after.
Yeah, opens up at that point. Aegis still up for quite a bit of time here on Talon's end as well. And that looks to be the full Mjolnir up. And instant smoke out from Talon. For Polaris' part, they are declumped, so they're not allowing Talon to look for these big engagements. And they are still keeping that bot shoved in. But a simple pick-off here for Talon can still kind of enable them to find more, and Natsumi, he's a prime target here.
He is. He'll TP out immediately, and they are not going to be able to make it in time. Q, he was very close. They have got the bear, though. Natsumi was actually very, very lucky there, because Q did have the Yule Scepter to cancel the TP away. His blink was right on target as well. It was just a second off.
Ooh.
Spirit Bear not going to get out.
Too.
Yeah, it's going to get out as well. Very nice.
Huh, I thought the return was cancelled when there's damage. Did manage to get it in the nick of time, so you don't really lose out on too much. You do waste some time here from Talon's end. You waste a roll as well, so there's a bit of a window if you do manage to get that jump in. Hags for Xavius, man. 180 gold away. That's the big one. AoE Doom. That could be the beginning of the return for Polaris here once that's up.
Well, it certainly could be. It's a great axe build up here from Xavius. If he can get it in time, he'd love it right now. 115 gold for it. Nice tidal wave, Lelouch into the Scythe of Vice. No backup though. Savage, he's fine. There's that axe you talked about. It is now available. Stun is out. Root is there. They've got Savage locked down, but there's your Shallow Grave. Hide, he's not going to allow it. You have to find this Dazzle. Savage, again going to avoid the stun this time. Makoto, he'll go for the Rolling Thunder. Connecting on two. They found the Kunkka. They've got the Kunkka locked down. Lelouch, he's in trouble. AU, he gets caught out as well. He couldn't help out. They'll have to buy back. They'll have to buy back and try to defend. The Doom does not have buyback available though. The Doom is up. The Axe is up. But they don't have the buyback gold to bring him back into this game. So Talon, they can just keep going. Into the mid-racks. No chrono, but who the hell cares? You've still got the Aegis. Savage making it very hard to even get close. Do they think about the top racks? It seems like they may.
This is risky. Aegis doesn't have too long left, and respawns are coming out soon for Xavius. AoE Doom, still pretty scary.
Certainly is. Assuming you get it off. KP, you'll find a Spirit Bear. Rock Throw again. Savage being very, very nasty with that time dilation. And the reverse time walk. It's just very hard to keep up with the man. Lelouch is the only one that can really catch him out with the X or the Scythe of Vice. Just hasn't had the greatest of opportunity doing so, though. And so that'll be one racks down in the mid lane. Tier 3 towers still standing on the side lanes as well. Not too big of a deal yet for Polaris, but the bigger deal is the fact that they've committed 2 buybacks. And there's a 14k disadvantage now for this Dire team.
Yeah, I mean, if they find one good teamfight on Polaris, that threat of a push is still massive. So it doesn't put them out of game yet. And again, you've still got this threat. Doom ready to go. I will say one thing as a bit of a diversion here, Mike. I saw Q queuing up the Ags in this quap, and he switches out. I mean, he's got the full Kaya Sanch, but I wanted to see that AoE, that Shadow Strike with the little scream at the end. That would have been fun, but Q gets his senses together. I wish he didn't. I want to see that Ags.
What can you do, John? It happens. I've tried the Axe personally. I think it's complete garbage, let me tell you, John. But it would have been fun to watch, just to see it in a pro match. Q's going to be sensible, though. He won't pick it up for now. 5-man smoke is here, though. Talon. Grouped up through the mid lane. Polaris, they'll hang around their Dire triangle. They've got vision around this area, so this is the best chance they possibly have of fighting, apart from their own high ground. Talon are slowly making their way over to that triangle. Polaris are waiting right underneath their own vision. Torrent is there. Rock Throw is out as well. There's your Doom out. Xavius, he casts it on himself. Sonic Wave will push him away, however. Now Savage, he gets caught out. Shallow Grave, though, hide. Again, gonna save the day, but can they save him through this Shallow Grave? The Gay's gonna hold him down. Savage is gone. That's a great start. Polaris, they'll keep trying, but Makoto, he's doing so much damage on the Pango. As KB gets caught, but Hyde's gonna save him again. Natsumi, he has been left behind on the bear, and he is taken down. KP, he'll pick up a double. They're thinking about going high ground once again, even without the Void. Who cares? It's 4 versus 1. How do you defend as Polaris? You've got no buybacks.
You can't. The one saving grace is that Megas aren't available with the tier 2 still standing bot. And the one issue right now is even if you clear them all out, like Q is basically a core with his build-up. Even just jumping for solo here.
Force? Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get Q, but even Q's too tanky now. And Force, he is buying time to protect that top racks, but it's already gone. They're just going for a free kill here onto Force. This will be the full team wipe they were looking for, and Talon will get it eventually. At the very least, Force does have buyback, but he doesn't need to commit it yet. There is a tier 2 tower standing down that bot lane, so Talon cannot go for mega creeps. But they are 2 racks ahead and now 20k net worth lead ahead. And I don't mean to make matters worse for Polaris, John, but that was a team fight lost with the Void down. We did not see a Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the ideal circumstance, right? They get a Doom off, maybe that pushback kind of hurts them a little bit with the tidal wave and with all the spells they have changing the movement. But in the end, they get to hold on to that one hero. Again, the issue here is Talon doesn't have just 3 cores, they have basically 4. Q is just basically a semi-carry. Like Kai Sanj, the output of this Quap is huge, and Q has free reign to just jump in and out. He's going towards that Ags this time, Mikey. And I hope he manages to find a gold for it. Roshan up once more. Polaris, they don't have vision in the pit. They've not been able to go near the area anytime recently. And Talon are going to have another secondary life. And a free Ags upgrade here as well.
Why not? That'll be for Savage, I think, but you could try to steal it if you want.
Aww.
Oh, Hyde?
No way.
Oh, he gives it to Hyde. No, you know, I
Ooh.
like that from Savage, because Hyde's carried this game for them. Those couple team fights where Polaris were in the lead, pushing high ground, those shallow graves from Hyde over and over again, is the only reason Talon's still in this game. So Hyde, he gets a free Axe blessing this time. He deserves
I mean,
it.
he can refresh their BKBs. Right? So that's massive. And
Oh.
you can just easily refresh your item cooldowns. Yeah, second BKB use for Savage, second BKB use for Mikado. Heck, a refreshed Lincoln's could be even good here, depending on the circumstances. So there's a lot of value there. All right, let's go for it.
Okay. That's actually gonna be pretty
Mikado
fun to
stuck.
watch.
Mikado got himself stuck in the cliff and then into the tree line, had to swash away, which is why Q
Whoopsie.
tipped him.
Very nice.
Oh, he's
And
got the
obviously
gold,
Talon,
Mikey. He's got the
there you
gold.
go. The Axe? Is that what we're
Buy it
talking
at
about?
Q.
Alright. Don't buy Q.
Give
It's
it to
rubbish. Don't buy it.
No, don't listen to Mike. Follow your heart, Q. You know better.
Buy a Wind Waker or something cute. Be responsible. Savage. T2 bottom tower is not going to last. Natsumi is split pushing the bot lane. They do have a creep wave still
Bottom tower has
down in that bot lane, so they could try and protect this creep wave through a Diaglyph if they wish. Savage, throwing it up, stunned up, tidal wave, Scythe of Vice. Damage is there. Natsumi trying to pump it out as Force. Gonna miss the onslaught, and now the Chrono in the backside. Natsumi, he's caught. He did not get the bear form off in time. He is gonna die, but he has buyback. He'll commit immediately as now the Doom is out. Xavius with the Chain Frost, slowing down Makoto, who's underneath tier 4 towers for some reason. We'll buy back. In we go again. The Doom's still going. Savage now in trouble. Has the Aegis. We'll have to expend it. That's the first time. Meanwhile, KP will rush in as the Marcy, but cannot hold down the Doom. Can you keep fighting without the Doom of the Xavius? That's the question. Because Talon, they don't seem to think they can.
bottom tower has fallen.
Not quite.
Bottom barracks are
They're
under
just going to be able to clear out last set of racks. One more up top with just a ranged. Polaris, without the Doom, this team fight feels awkward.
Yeah, and they go again. Lelouch is gone. No buyback. Refresh on the Chrono. Savage doesn't even need it. GG is called.
my God.
Polaris Esports. Oh, they were so close. They were so
Savage.
close to getting a game 3 as Savage. Fountain diving. Why the hell not? Celebration fountain dive. They'll be able to get the 2-0 victory here against Polaris Esports. Hyde's the MVP. I'm going to say it right now. Hyde put the team on his back. Someone get this man a massage. He's going to need it.
I mean, there's a reason why they call Hyde the Giga Chad every single time, right? That's what New England loves to call Hyde. And he shows that here. Like he plays a fantastic game. The early game looked atrocious for Talon. There's no sugarcoating that. Polaris looked really good. They got this aggression. It looked like they learned from game one of dragging the game too long. But then they hit this wall where they just overcommit on the high ground 2 times in a row. They go for a smoke play, doesn't work out, and every single time it's because Hyde is right there, just outside of range, getting the saves off, enabling Mikado to come back in. I think Polaris had a right mindset. They had a right execution in the first 10 to 15, but when it came to that high ground, they got too tunnel visioned once more. And again, that's very reminiscent of the last time these teams faced off against each other in the qualifiers for Genting, and can see the scoreboard. It was a rough game for Polaris. They had this really good start, but in the end, I mean, they needed to jump the Dazzle. He just gave way too much.
It really is a shame, that game. I think that's the game that probably tilts you if you're Polaris Esports, right? Because you really should have won that game. I think that Dota Plus was saying 90% chance around the 15-minute mark. They were pushing high ground. But 3 times in a row, and Hyde just destroys them every time with the shallow graves. He just buys way too much time for them. Between him and Makoto, just rolling thunder all over the place. It was just too much. And I mean, I appreciate Polaris trying to take advantage of how far they were. You can appreciate that aspect of things, but they gave away like a 10k net worth lead back the way of Talon. And that was it. It was all over. They lost their timing, they lost their net worth lead, and they lost the game. Bit of a shame, though. Polaris, they are in the lower bracket now. It's not over for them yet. They can still make a run through that lower bracket. I believe they go straight down to the lower bracket quarterfinals anyway. So they're getting quite close to the end of the TI-11 qualifiers. Of course, for Talon Esports, though, they are going to make it through the upper bracket final, I believe, here. And we are going to find out who their enemies are going to be between RSG and T1. This is the series everyone's been waiting for once again. T1, they beat Execration. They made it look good. They made themselves look good. RSG's a harder team. We all know it. I would say that they're a much stronger team, Jonathan. This, to me, is the real test. Can you beat RSG in such a convincing fashion? That's what I want to find out. We're going to head off to a very short break. Right after that break, the one everyone's been waiting for, T1 versus RSG, best of 3 upper bracket. We'll be right back. We'll see how this one goes.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for this hype matchup here between RSG and T1. It's MLP Dota, joined by the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, I couldn't be more excited. I've been waiting for this all week. T1 against RSG. I don't know what to say. John, break it down for me. I mean, first of all, how are you feeling? Tell me how you're feeling first.
I'm feeling great, Mike. The first series we had was such a back and forth one. I expect this one to be just as back and forth. RSG was a team full of promise coming in from Div 2 into Div 1 and Tour 2 to Tour 3. And they sort of delivered on those expectations. We already see the bracket updating as well. We saw Talon beat out Polaris in that last match. They're already in the winners bracket finals, which I believe guarantees them a slot in last chance qualifiers. Like if they get knocked down into the lower bracket finals and get knocked down again, they're still in TI in the loser last chance qualifiers. So they've kind of secured their spot in Singapore even for just one stage, and they're set to see which one wins here from RSG and T1 that they're gonna have to play against. And in this match, I mean, RSG was the one team that I think really made a big difference in T1's major chances in that tour. Because they took a win over T1, a 2-1 win in the DPC, and that forced that string of tiebreakers and issues in the placements for the major. So I'm sure T1, with a revitalized lineup, will want to show some revenge. At the same time, they already met each other in the Genting qualifiers as well. You know, there's a storyline there, and T1 did manage to win that one 2-1 as well. But that was before they had this very specific roster change with On and Tops. So I'm keen to see whether or not this is a boon or whether or not it falls flat this time around up against a team like RSG. Because some would argue Execration, you know, in as much as I feel like that's a team with promise, they just don't deliver a lot of the times. They just sort of fall flat. It feels like there's some refinements Execration needs to go through. And RSG is really the big test. So whether or not RSG is up to the task, we'll have to see. I think RSG's been very creative with the draft as well. Maybe not as creative as T1 with, you know, the core Marcy, the Flex coming out here, the mid Morphlings from Topson, but they have been trying stuff out for Learn, like the mid Primal Beast did come out in their last series. So they've got something up their sleeves here.
Yeah, and for people that aren't aware of RSG and not too familiar with this is a team that went from Div 2 of the DPC, completely destroyed Div 2, went up to Div 1, and then started destroying Div 1. Almost making it through to the last major as well. Not quite there, but my God, they were close. And RSG, they're one of those teams that are showing extreme promise. Very, very consistent kind of play from this team. Very high level kind of play. Of course, it is more of a Malaysian stack than anything. 3 of their players are from Malaysia, but you've also got a bit of Indonesian pride coming out with Learn, and of course some Vietnamese pride coming out here with Zhao Bon Bon, one of my personal favorite supports. What is it? Don't correct me.
Learn Singaporean.
Oh
Singaporean.
no!
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's Singaporean. Learn is. So it's basically MYSG plus Vietnam. MYSGVN. I think we actually have seen a team name like that before.
Oh, the Singaporeans are going to get so upset now. I apologize. I apologize. Some Singapore pride coming out. Thanks for throwing me under the bus there, John. You could have pretended. Some people wouldn't have known. There you go. Apologies to Learn. I'm not very good at reading flags, apparently. Well, there you go. Still, it's a great stack is what I'm trying to say. RSG, they're a great stack. It's going to be a great matchup here against T1. Can't wait to see it. Of course, we have not got the draft underway quite yet. We are going to be getting it off rather soon. It looks like we are just fixing some technical issues here. T1 though, Jonathan, I mean, obviously still a great performance against Execration in their round of 1 upper bracket. We saw Anna playing that position 1 Marcy, which is some new technology that comes with the humble god himself. Because Anna, known to be that carry, he tends to find some really crazy stuff to play in that pos 1 role. And I gotta tell you as well, there was a lot of doubts about Anna coming into T1 as well, because he had that stint with, I believe it was Liquid. Please don't correct me again, Jonathan. And I believe it was... And
RNG
RNG.
the second time, yeah.
Yes. But they did play for Liquid the first time, didn't they, Jonathan?
I can't recall, actually. Perhaps.
Well,
I actually forgot.
regardless, he had a stint with 2 different teams as a stand-in. It didn't really look amazing, right? It didn't look like the Anna, the humble god we know and love. But in T1, he's looked fantastic. It looks like he's in serious mode. He's in TI mode again. He's gone back to that level of motivation. No DPC necessary for this man. He's straight into TI mode. That's all he cares about. He's been looking fantastic, John. He's been going for those wacky carries once again. You love to see it from this man. I wonder how a team like RSG try to work around that during this draft.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing T1 has up their sleeve. And as far as I know, no one has scrimmed against T1. And that is by T1's choice, right? So they've been scrimming elsewhere, probably scrimming with Chinese partners, as I think T1 has done in the past DPC tour cycles. And I think with their old lineup, that didn't really help them hide too many strats. With this new lineup, it hides a lot of drafting info. So I think a lot of these teams will just have to learn about T1 as the days go on. This is probably the most info they've got on how Thompson and Anna are melding in, on what sort of heroes they're kind of flexing. We've already seen some revealed. You mentioned the Marcy, the Morphling again is something that they've also flexed in here on T1's part. And when you have this team with a very different roster, like you've removed 2 of your cores, replaced them with 2 very different cores, and your only info is from officials. That gives that team a big advantage. Like T1 has a huge advantage because they have so much info on RSG, while almost no one has any info as to how T1 has adjusted outside of that one series.
Certainly not. You just saw Anna right there. Very, very rare to see Anna not actually sleeping for once. He does look a little bit red-eyed though, maybe not sleeping as much as he'd like to. So see how he's feeling today. Looking very, very happy though. Of course, the beautiful faces as well of RSG here. Whiteboard right behind him. They love that whiteboard, Jonathan. Always very good to see that they are motivating themselves with that whiteboard. There we go. We invite 2-time TI winners to our team. And what's it? Hold on, the hair's blocking out. What's it say below that? How can this? No, don't block
Come on.
thing. It's
Xiao,
a
you
meme.
turn around. Turn
It's
around,
such a
Xiao.
good
You.
meme.
How can this be allowed?
Whoever's drawing these is really good as well, by the way. That's a talented man, whoever's doing that.
He really is. I would have a big laugh if it was like Ohio actually drawing this as coach. That would be a very fun way. He's like, this is our game plan. This is our feelings. This is what we're going to do. All we're going to do is ask, how can this be allowed?
Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, we are gonna still wait for this. There is still a pause going on here. We have not started the draft yet. Again, it's going to be a hype matchup. There you go. Another pretty face here from the side of RSG. I believe that is Xiao Bonbon. Jonathan, I hope you're not going to correct me again. Thank you so
you are
much.
right.
He's one of my favorite supports. I hope I'm right, Jonathan. He's a fantastic support, straight out of Vietnam. Very, it's always makes me happy to see these different nations really starting to pop up here in Dota 2 in the pro scene. And there you go. There's our support Zephyr showing up, and you wouldn't be able to blame me if I forgot Zephyr's name because he forgot my name the first time we met, John. He looked at me. I knew he didn't know my name. He was trying to pretend like he did. I said, Zephyr, what's my name? I was Heisenberg at that moment, Jonathan. I was cosplaying Breaking Bad for a moment. I said, Zephyr, what's my name? And he looked at me and he said, he looked at me and he started pointing at his head. I think he called me John at one stage as well. Whitemon, the support, the ignition god, he is stepped in as the POS 5 and reminded Zephyr that my name was Mike. Good on you, Whitemon, for saving the day. And Zephyr, of course, very embarrassed at that moment, not knowing who his favorite caster was, Must have been very embarrassing for poor old Zephyr.
Yeah. Kenny's a lad, though. Kenny's a fun guy. And, speaking of those countries coming in, I want to go back to Xiao Bonbon a bit. I mean, this guy's had such a journey, right? From 496, how up and down that roster was. For a while, they didn't look amazing. He gets picked up, and RSG just looks so good with the addition of Xiao Bon. They've just been wrecking face. Raji as well has been a key part of that. I believe they did have to drop one of your Vietnamese supports for that, as there were some issues with leaving Vietnam for him. So Raji steps in and fills that gap really well, and it's going to be a really interesting clash of styles because I think RSG, out of all the teams here in Southeast Asia, are probably the most adaptable. Like, you look at Talon, you know they love to play slow. You look at
Hold on
T1,
a
you know
minute.
they love to play aggressive, and we've got Tops in there. There he is.
Wait a minute. Where's the mustache? Did he get rid of the mustache? Is the stash gone? The stash is gone. Or is that the stash? Oh no.
I can't tell by the resolution. Like, maybe there's a little bit of shadow there. Can't quite tell if that's just lighting. No stash. So he is
No
clean.
stash.
Maybe, you know, it's to give him power. Take off the facial hair, you get stronger. You know, Mike?
No,
Maybe.
the stash is what gives you power, Jonathan. Don't let him trick you into thinking otherwise. The stash is what gives him the power. Still very nice to see the Giga Chad Thompson back in the pro scene, of course. It's one of these things with Thompson, right? Like, he retires, he wins TI twice in a row, ends up retiring, you know, just streams for a living, looks amazing still, comes back, still looks amazing. It's just, you just wonder, like, how does a guy like this just be this good, right? Like, it must be hard being this good for Thompson, surely.
I think it's just a mindset, right? Like, a lot of people like to point out with Thompson, he just has this very different way of thinking about Dota. I think when you kind of listen to his old interviews, he started Dota a little bit later than everyone else. So
did.
going in at the game at a different point in time gives you a very different outlook, and maybe not even removing that experience from Dota 1 can be a benefit in that sense of reading the game differently. So I think that's where that creativity comes in from Thompson. It's really just this different approach to Dota that just catches people off guard, and that is something RSG is going to have to be ready for, as we do have the draft on hand, and you love to see Mr. Mon himself having a good giggle. There's always something to make this guy laugh.
Well, Whitemon, even if he was the worst POS 5, which he's one of the best in SEA, but if he was hypothetically one of the worst POS 5s in the game, you'd have him just because he uplifts the team. Like, his smile, his laughter, the jokes he cracks, the ignition, right? He gets the team started, Jonathan. He's the key to T1 performing well, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. I think, for me, it's like a comedy duo, right? Zephyr and Whitemarn are just like the straight man and the Joker. They just go hand in hand, and it also shows in their playstyle, not
Best
just in the
smile in Dota.
personalities.
Look at him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he has the face of a Hollywood star, this guy. Look at that. I mean, you couldn't see Whitemon in a movie. You're telling me Whitemon couldn't star in a movie? Like, he's like the Brad Pitt of SEA. Look at this man.
Yeah, for sure. I could see him. I would definitely want to see him in a movie. I want to see him in more videos. Still, the draft develops here, Mike. And what do you know? RSG are bringing out the spice. Primal Beast with the techies. We talked about the flex of that Primal Beast. Exelern played it a lot last time around, so they could opt for it. Mid, T1 for their part, and go into the Undying Morphling. So some flex on hand. Thompson can run it mid, Ana can run it safe. Lots of possibilities here for both sides. And for RSG's part, I mean, they seem confident enough. Like, I think just seeing that one series, they should be ready for the morph. Now it's time to see if they can kind of figure out how to stop either Ana or Thompson from just getting that build-up they'd want.
Yeah. Because Xiao Bon, one of the best techies players in the world, I'd say, John. This is one of his favorite heroes. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be him playing the techies, because I'm not sure how he feels about the techies changes. He was a techies enjoyer back before the changes happened, but I'm pretty sure it'll still be his techies. I'm sure he's found a way of running this techies, and if I remember correctly, he is a grandmaster tier techies as well. So there you go. A very, very scary here to have to go up against for T1. But speaking of scary, you've got the Morphling. We saw Thompson run it. We saw Ana run it in their first series against Execration. It's a bit of a flex pick here for T1. Very, very strong. Why the hell not just pick it up? Especially when you're against Primal Beast techies. They're already two great targets to morph into.
Yeah, you've got a lot of possibilities coming out there. The one funny thing I'd like to see is, could you turn on Trample and then Waveform? That sounds pretty funny if you could do
Morphling's
that.
got legs.
Yeah,
I mean,
or
Morphling
you know,
doesn't
just
have legs, John.
the water just quakes. You know, it gets really dense. You could turn on Uproar and then turn back with the bonus damage, right? That could be one way as well. So a lot of interesting possibilities out here.
I mean, theoretically, with the trample and the trample morphling, that's a tsunami, Jonathan. It's an earthquake into a tsunami. There you go. Lion Clockwork to come out here for T1. So the Lion making an appearance, one of your favorites, and the Clockwork is one of my favorites making an appearance here, Jonathan. How do you feel about these two picks?
I'm actually more excited by the fact that Cuckoo is probably playing an offlane Undying. Like,
Ooh.
I think that's one criticism T1's gotten, right? Like, a few of the fanboys say Cuckoo's kind of lost his choo-choo, but Cuckoo is Cuckoo. And if this is the offlane Undying, I'm keen to see what he does, because that has looked good. KP's made it look good in the offlane. It's just looked really, really strong. So much early presence. March looks a lot jollier right now, too. He doesn't look as serious. The atmosphere in T1 looks a lot lighter.
He looked serious a second ago. John Cuckoo started laughing, and March was just laughing back, saying, "Listen, you're laughing now. You lose this game, we might have to get some more OG members on this team. You better be careful, Cuckoo."
Oh, goodness. The threats come out.
I mean, you never know. You got to be careful. You never know. Still, fourth pickup, RSG.
T1's turn to ban.
They'll go for the Slark pickup. This is a POS 1 that's been very, very popular as of late. Very strong in the current meta. Of course, we constantly see the Ags build up with the double pounce. Huge range on that pounce as well. Very good against the Morphling, just taking the stats away, rooting him, or rather leashing him in place. Can be very effective. And even against a hero like Undying. Like, Undying wants to steal strength away, you just take it back. And the tankier the Undying gets, the tankier you get as a Slark, because you're just taking stats over and over again. It's like, yeah, it's like almost transferring from your teammates to you. Like, he takes it from your teammates, then you take it back from him, so then your teammates are effectively giving you stats as a Slark. It's very clever.
Oh, yeah, it's a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop, I suppose, for RSG's end. And I do like the Slark, not just for that, but just having this spell on hand, having a way of jumping out of the Clockworks, hookshot, cogs, battery assault combo, you're going to be pretty safe. And you've always got the save of that the shard, right? Like the Shadow Dance and the AoE for your teammates. It's going to be big in kind of stalling these fights out as well. And this is an MKS special. Like, we've seen him pick this up from the DPC as well. One of the few players that does dip into that Slark. I think the only time in C we saw that was from MKS and I want to say Savage. So he knows this hero in and out. It does look like a fairly good game for it as well. I am really curious how they close out an RSG Zendo. Like, again, there's this flex on the Primal Beast that could be Xiao Yu playing it, could be Exilern. The last pick is gonna really cement that, and RSG has last pick overall. So they should be able to adjust their draft based on what they see T1 doing with his Morphling.
Absolutely. Final banouts to come. T1, they'll have the first ban here for the final ban. Plenty of reserve time to think about it if they so wish. They'll have a heavy think about it. It does seem like they are banning out either mid laners or off laners. It should be a mid laner though. Primal Beast more than likely in the off lane here for RSG. You never know though. Thompson, I believe, was the one who started the mid Primal Beast back in his pub, so you never know. There he is. There's the man. Why do I hear boss music all of a sudden? Giga Chad Thompson. There's a Lycan ban out as well. So T1 just not wanting to allow any cheese picks to come out either from RSG. And they are known to pick these kind of cheesier picks once in a while. So you do have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, just preventing Xiao Yu from maybe getting a really good Lycan combo, like Lycan Ags with Slark, a hidden wolf running at you that can jump, a fish wolf, as one would say. Would be pretty terrifying. So just cut off that T1 last pickup. Either the Ana or Thompson here. I think we're kind of locked into the Cuckoo Undying, although there's room for a Cuckoo Clockwork. Core Clock can come out. I don't think it's as scaling as the Undying or as dominant early on as the Undying. So I'm keen to see what ideas do they have in mind here. Huh.
Leshrac and DP. So it should be a mid DP, POS 1 Morphling, or POS 1 Undying, POS 3 DP, mid Morphling, which is something I think you actually prefer.
Yes, yeah, I like the way you think, Mikey. I think you're getting some very wrong ideas for Dota now out for me, and I like that. We haven't seen the POS 1 Undying in a while. You are getting some sick ideas, Mike. This is not good, but I like it. Thank you
It's
for
because
picking
T1's
it
got
up.
Anna Thompson. You know they're going to run something weird.
Core Undying. I mean, I'd love to see that. Like the Shard Echo Saber build, and you just stack attack speed. and then you just machine gun some zombies up when you have your flush golem. Can be fun. Now, Horn dying up against a Slark is still kind of weird. Because as you said, you just get stats up, and then Slark just hits you with all your strength, and you get more agi. Especially once you hit your leveled spikes with the Essence Shift per stack. The agi per stack of Essence Shift goes up. It's going to feel really good for MKS. I think the safer bet is that Ana Morphling. You kind of run it a bit more standard. Go with a mid DP for tops. And this is probably the most standard draft from T1 we've seen. If they do go for that way, not the flex of the pause 1 and dying. If they go for that pause 1 and dying, I'd say hell yeah, let's go for it. Let's find out what happens, Mike.
Final pick. RSG, balls in their court. Let's see what they get done. Ten seconds left for this final pick up here. RSG really thinking about it.
Choose your hero.
Oh, they'll bring out the Tusk. Fair enough. That's going to be a pretty interesting. So, offlane Tusk or mid Tusk? What's going on here, John?
It's open. I have seen mid Tusk, not in pro game, but I know it works. I think it's still the Excel Learn Primal Beast. Xiao Yu Tusk sounds like more in line, and it is a Xiao Yu specialty. So you do have some good save coming out. They will run the Ana Undying. Let's go. Safe lane Undying.
There we go.
Back again. I am hyped up. I can't wait.
Yeah, so is Anna, as you can tell by his face. He looks very, very hyped right now, Anna. don't fall. Anna, wake up. Come on now. Don't fall. Look at he's got bags under his eyes. He's tired. The poor bloke's tired. Give him a rest. He needs a bit of rest, right? He's been playing too many games recently.
I'm sure he has, and I'm sure Doms has also wanted some rest. I believe the boys are in boot camping in Malaysia right now, so they've got a good environment to go out and relax in, and maybe Ana needs a little bit of a break. We do see again Xiao Yu picks up the Tusk. Excellent will take that mid primal beast, and Topson is playing the mid morph. So I'm keen to see how much RSG can get done. Again, they've had at least one series to do some research on T1. RSG's been getting a lot of practice in. I know these guys have been working pretty damn hard. And we did see Coach Ohai in the background. He looked pretty happy. It didn't look too tense there for RSG. They do have a good draft. They've got good momentum coming out here. The lanes can be really aggressive, but so can T1's lanes. So there's a lot of back and forth left here. I think the lane to watch out for from T1 is going to be Ana's lane, because Undying's early presence is just so strong. I think the off-lane Tusk for Xiao Yu, while it does have some play, Undying punishes that sort of play really well, because you clump up, you want to play with tag team and clump up. Undying's just going to get free strength.
Big smiles on the faces of T1. At least there were big smiles on the faces of T1, as we are going to get into game number 1 very, very soon. Jonathan, the floor is yours. 4 predictions to be made. A lot of viewers watching right now, sir. What are the guaranteed 100% predictions from John X Fire this game?
Highest net worth by 25. I actually want to say... top Ana could actually farm pretty fast on Undying by 25. Team with the most runes picked up by 10. I would lean towards... T1 has really good supports to rotate. Which team will win? I want to say RSG, but... honestly, I don't think they've figured out the core Undying. T1, longest kill streak. I want to say Topson. He's probably the hardest to kill off there. It is still a fairly decent Morphling game.
Okay, fair enough. Should be an interesting one. There you go. There's your predictions, chat. Enjoy. RSG, MKS just currently chilling out in the mid lane by the Observer Ward, just making sure nobody gets near his Observer Ward there is Topson. We'll watch him. A little bit of a wrap around here from T1, but MKS should be just fine to walk his way out. Don't know if there's going to be a level 1 team fight this game. I mean, you've got RSG with a Tusk. That's the thing, right? Like, Xiao Yu might feel like, hey, I've got tag team. Let's go. Let's try and get something done here against the side of T1 early on. Because you can't underestimate the slow potential of this Techies with that sticky bomb either. I always kind of rave on about how strong Techies is at the moment. Xiao Bonbon seems to agree with me. So we do get into it. Xiao Bonbon going to move forward. Sticky bomb is there. Zephyr, he'll have the battery assault. Xiao Yu going to be able to outpick him though. Fast hands on the Tusk. It is going to be, I believe, a 2-for-2 trade anyway, as Cuckoo is going to be able to secure the last banner rune for his team. And let's start with the mid lane. You are going to have the mid Learn Primal Beast coming out. He'll be against the Morphling of Topson in this mid lane. Jonathan, we haven't seen Primal Beast versus Morphling mid yet. How does this matchup meant to go?
I feel like it's pretty farmy for the first 2 levels. Maybe once Exilern has, say, level 2, you could try to be aggressive right before Thompson hits that level 2 attribute shift. Once you have that up, I mean, Thompson's pretty safe. In fact, this Morphling matchup is pretty good. Just because you've got the waveform to level up, you're not going to be caught under to trample, which really feels like the Problem Beast's one trump card in lane to really bully. So Thompson's always got a way out of danger. And that should mean he just has a consistent time farming. Exilern shouldn't be held off from farming either. So it might just boil down to whoever gets better rune control down the line here.
Of course, that bottom lane as well. You're going to have the DP, MKS, and Roger going at it here against Anna. Excuse me, did I say DP? I meant Slark. Roger, he's dropping quite low already. Anna, he's going to go for a chase. Roger will Fairy Fire up. Kind of a hard lane here for Roger to actually get anything done in on that Elder Titan. You do have that pos 1 Undying hanging around here from T1, and it's not going to be that easy to try and harass and abuse with this Elder Titan. And of course, you're going to have the support there of Whitemon as well on the line, which again is going to make it rather difficult for Roger. Maybe not so much for MKS, as he does try and make the jump in. But Anna will be there to zone them out. Nothing going to come out of this. Meanwhile, mid lane, Thompson fighting back against Exilern. Really getting a lot of damage in, but Exilern playing on the edge, does have the bottle, is going to be just fine.
Yeah, he's farming up fairly well, doing a good job of just slowing Thompson down just by a tad. Thompson still managing to find some really good CS though, so he's not being held back too much, but the bottle refills coming out for Exilern, and his mobility with the Onslaught does mean that he's going to have a better time for the next creep wave. Well, Thompson should have some regen flying back in. Last lane that we haven't touched is up top. A little bit of a chase out from Zephyr onto Xiaobonbon. The boots ensures that Xiaobonbon isn't in any danger though. Does manage to back off, but you are having a pretty damn good lane for Cuckoo. Like, there's not much Xiao you can do to stop that Death Prophet, and that's where the flex, that lane switching comes on hand. Like, the Undying can work against the Tusk lane, but the DP just dominates that lane. You do not want to snowball in, you do not want to try to run down with Tag Team, because Spirit Siphon in the early levels is really damn strong with the changes to it.
It certainly is. Xiaobonbon, only level 1 right now on the techies as well. Like, I always talk about the level 2 timing and the level 3 power spike of the techies. See, level 2 with the blast off always very potent. Level 3 even more so. They still don't have the blast off though, so Zephyr's going to be just fine to back away. Cuckoo will zone them out on the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, mid lane Thompson again going to be chased down by Exilern with the trample and uproar. Thompson, strength morphing, is going to be able to survive through it. Exilern would love a solo pick off onto Thompson and this Morphling. Not going to have the opportunity quite yet.
Still managed to zone him out pretty well though. Tramplet's not too long off. The Onslaught could try.
Now, Thompson still kind of manning up through it. The trample doing a hell of a lot of damage. No mana for the waveform, but he will strength morph and be just fine. Exilern, top of the CS board right now. On that Primal Beast, having a very good laning stage. Oh, Thompson, he's going to be careful. Xiaobonbon looking to cut him off. Thompson, he's very low on HP at the moment, but he'll strength morph back. Xiaobonbon does get spotted by the tower anyway. Wards are on the high ground to give that vision. So I suppose Thompson was never really in danger to begin with.
It's going to be just fine. A nice walk over from Zephyr as well, just to ensure no shenanigans happen on that mid. They want that stable start for Thompson and Anna though.
Yeah, MK is stuck around on very low HP, not respecting the decay. Decay is at level 2, so it does still damage, and he does end up going down. Anna with the Soul Ring, he's got the mana every single time now. Meanwhile, mid lane, here we go again. They try onto Thompson, Onslaught connects. That's about all they get on Thompson, though. He's fine.
Yeah, he's going to be secure now. It does feel like as long as he's got mana with the attribute shift, he should be fine. He's got a good amount on the stun as well, just to ensure if the trample's in, he can just hold Exilern back. And overall, a pretty stable start for T1 already. Less than 1k lead going their way. The only real good lane from RSG so far is Exilern's lane, which, to be fair, is the backbone of your team for the most part, but it does feel like you're going to want that build up rather soon, or a little bit faster on MKS. Like, this Slark wants some early activity, wants some early Edson Shift permanent stacks, and it's not really an easy game to get that done here.
Thompson's done a great job of catching up in CS as well. Still, Exilern is ahead by 3, but the Morphling still having a very good time. His bot lane, MKS, being very cautious now. Anna, level 4 mark, does have Tombstone up at level 1. KS does not want to feed another kill away here to the Undying if he can avoid it. Again, Roger really hasn't been able to do anything. This is the real positive about the lane switch that happened with T1, is Roger on the Elder Titan just hasn't had a game yet. Just has nothing to do apart from pull the lane. He's trying his absolute best to do so. They've kind of accepted the fact that MKS, he just needs to farm, and Roger, he just needs to give XP to the Slark. Just let him have it.
Yeah. Just as much as possible as you can possibly kind of get there. Some movements towards mid once more.
Yeah, Trample's still going through the Hex. XE learn with the Onslaught, going to keep going. Whitemon, he'll Fairy Fire up, will survive. In comes Zephyr, but he cannot break the gap. He's only level 2 on that Clockwork. Nowhere near the level 6 mark yet. It's only 6 minutes into the game. But they do protect Whitemon. So the Lion is going to be able to salve up and walk away. RSG, so far, all their attempts have been foiled by T1. They are not allowing any kills to go the way of RSG.
They're being really responsive towards the movements out from RSG, and opening up the side lanes makes things worse for RSG's end. I mean, MKS is still having a rough time farming. Xiao Yu isn't getting the build-up he'd want on this Tusk. His early levels aren't quite ramping up as well. And T1 just gets to take control in every way they'd want to. I mean, Ana's going for that Echo Saber build-up we talked about, so probably just a Shard Echo Saber build. Just run heroes down with a Flesh Golem when that's up and running. And you just don't have anything yet. I mean, they're keeping Xiao Bon actually just camped on mid, because there's no play with Xiao Yu. And speaking of Xiao Yu,
In trouble top lane, Shard's not going to block them out. Cuckoo, he'll chase them down, secure the kill. Onslaught is there, XE learn. He doesn't connect, but with the trample, he gets a bit of damage. Problem is Cuckoo will keep chasing. There's your Pulverize, but the damage output not too high. Blast off, but Fairy Fire. Cuckoo trying to run with the salve. He'll make it. Cuckoo barely making it out. T1, they are refusing to give any openings over to RSG.
yeah, I think they've gotten a good read that RSG really need this aggression coming through. They even smoke up just to ensure that they can walk away. They've got the stacks ready. Learn is not healthy enough for that.
Be careful, sir. Pulverize him. Yep, that'll do it. A little bit. You'll have to leave the rest be. Oh
Zephyr.
no, Zephyr's gonna see them now as well. There you go. Pings them out. Zephyr knows the large ones are still there. XE learned you cannot come back for this, sir. Level 3 is up for Zephyr, so he's got the level 2 battery assault. He will have to back. We'll see if they can steal those stacks away. It looks like Thompson is making his way over. He wants them. Here we go. Enjoy the farm that the Radiant was meant to have, Thompson. Blast off.
Oh.
They try. That's a lot of damage from Zhao Bon, but not quite enough to get any kills. Still, they try for Zephyr. They'll find the Clockwork, but what does it cost them? Zhao Yu, he's going to try to back, but Thompson, he's on the chase. There's the waveform. Roger shows up. Now the Onslaught. XE Learn, trying to help out his task. We'll buy him some space. So Thompson, forced to back away. Still 1-3. RSG, they do pick up their first kill of the game. That'll be something. Meanwhile, MKS,
Something.
he's dueling Ana.
That's pretty brave. He does have level 6 up, so it's harder for him to die. And Ana's kind of out of mana.
Oh, it was a little bit of a bait. The sticky bomb does not end up connecting, though. Ana, he will be able to walk away just fine. KS feeling a lot more confident to keep trying to find his mid lane now. Roger gets an Echo Stomp. Going T1 to try and get aggressive. 1k advantage for the side of T1. RSG doing a good job of keeping up. Problem is, John, you look at the top 3 net worths on the board right now, they are all cores of T1.
And they've found everything they wanted to. I mean, Ana had a phenomenal lane. Thompson, he was being equaled by Exelern, but they invested so much onto the mid that there's not much room for Exelern to really farm and even get aggressive on. Like, he tries to charge in. Zephyr, just with a battery assault, can just shove that away. And RSG are now forced to play a slower game. Up against a Morphling, up against this core and dying with a mid-game spike. That's not what you want to achieve here. And Xiao Yu's just been static up top, which Cuckoo doesn't mind at all.
Ana,
It just...
MKS, he's hitting hard. A lot of essence shift taken. He'll pop the Shadow Dance. Ana, still going to have some TP rotations to come in. Cuckoo immediately TP's in. He will not allow that pos one Undying to die. And Ana is barely going to be able to survive. The Shadow Dance movement speed not proving to be enough with the rotation of Cuckoo.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give that gauntlet win out to MKS. That's the most important part. Roger being chased around here.
White one will not be able to keep up with Roger, though Roger does walk back to the high ground. Pings are out. They seem to know he's around there somewhere, and now the battery assault is going to connect. Roger, I suppose he had nowhere else to go. That was not his base he was running towards. So he will get caught, and Anna will take his second kill of the game on the Oppos one Undying.
Yeah, that's what you want to see here for Ana. Is just, he's still getting that build up. He isn't going for the shard, not queuing that up, but Echo Saber BKB blinks, so just wants to be aggressive and up front. And just kind of cut off RSG from getting any safe clump up with how much the Undying gets in the middle of those engagements. RSG, I mean, this slower playstyle, it just doesn't feel like what this lineup wants to do. Like, we haven't seen the productivity of Xiao Bon from his techies. He's been showing up mid, but it hasn't been leading to any pickoffs. Neither has Roger had any impact as well on this other Titan. So you've cut off what the supports want to do here from RSG on T1's end. And it feels like a lot of RSG actually hinges, especially on Xiao Bon, to find that early momentum, because once he's ready to go, Xiao Yu tends to be ready to go. We're not seeing that just yet.
Roger, he's going to drop. Thompson now takes his first kill of the game on the Morphling. Nice little setup there from White One on the Lion. These cores just picking up kill after kill. RSG to slow down a little bit, buy themselves more time for MKS to keep that farm going on the Slark. And speaking of the Devil, there is a smoke rotation. In fact, never mind. They're going to find Exilern on that Primal Beast. Xiao Bon will make the jump in. Exilern dropping low, but the mine damage, it's quite high. They got Zephyr, but Exilern's gone. That's a great pick-off once again. T1 finding a fantastic trade in Cuckoo immediately. He'll go for the Exo into the mid-tier 1 tower. This is going to be really problematic now for RSG if this goes down. It opens up the map too much for T1. You need more space for MKS. You can't allow the jungle to be taken right now by T1. They'll try to slow it down with the Older Titan Stomp, but Thompson's not backing off. Neither is Cuckoo. Eventually they may, and they will. But that's a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah, it's a good amount of chip out onto that mid-tier 1. Forces Xiao Yu to show up. They're not ready to play with his Tusk. Feels like Xiao Yu is still gunning for that blink first. Into the BKB, into the Ags. With a kickback, you're going to have a lot more to play with. But as is, I mean, T1 are just working the map so well. They still haven't revealed the finger from White Mon, so they've got that burst damage ready to go. Zephyr has his hook shot ready as well. And they're just ready to rock and roll. There's really not much holding them back. And for RSG, I mean, they're just kind of farming right now. They're getting some space out for Exilern. His BKB is being formed up. Already has the Ogre Axe up and running. But it just feels like this momentum-based lineup now just needs to stay a little bit passive to get build up, and it just doesn't favor them too much.
Anna, stomp up top lane. Snowball is there. Xiao Yu has no spells to follow up, though. Hook shot. Oh, Zephyr, that's a perfect angle. Finds the hook right onto Xiao Yu. That Snowball, it's going to cost him his own life. They could have just backed. Maybe a bit of a panic Snowball there. He had nothing to follow up with.
Yeah, I don't think they could have gone for the all-in as well. It looked like Xiao Yu was just trying to poke and prod, but forces out a really big response, and now they're rotating back to mid. They want that tier 1. They've got a big kill, and if they want to, they could probably find it. Exo is still half a minute away, but with the damage done to the tower, it doesn't feel like you'll even need that exorcism, and they're just forcing RSG to plump up. They're not giving that much room out for RSG to recover.
Yeah, not allowing anything. MKS just trying to farm the Dire jungle. Will be able to pounce away from Cuckoo. Does have the Diffusal Blade up as well as that Falcon Blade. May start working on towards the Aghanim Scepter now that we do see on POS 1 Slugs quite a bit in this current patch. Might be the way to go, because it does feel like MKS is going to be forced to try and join these team fights very early on. Speaking of pickups, there's your Echo Saber now for Anna. So he is going for the classic Echo Saber into the Shards build-up, which we used to see with the POS 1 Undyings. Still very, very potent. Very hard to deal with all the zombies spawning up her right. Click a Zephyr. Hook shot onto the Primal Beast. Whitemon's there to follow up, and Exilern, he cannot survive the damage. That'll be the T1 mid gone. No way to defend it. Top lane, Thompson, he's playing with Xiao Yu. Rotations are incoming. Snowball out from Thompson, right back into the Tusk. Xiao Yu, silenced up, is not going to survive either. T1 so far are making this game one look very easy.
Structures are fortified.
And they've got control from every lane. They win out the laning phase in a big way. They're getting better rotations out. And RSG are just playing super passive with a lineup that feels like it wants to be all over them. But they just didn't get that start they want. They need to buy time for that build-up. MKS is still running up. He is working towards the Ags you mentioned there, Mike. Just start to save up for it. Might find Cuckoo, but doesn't even land the pounce.
Just a bit short. Does have the Diffusal Blade, but MKS is copying so much damage. Cuckoo with the Spirit Vessel and the Spirit Siphons. Really melting the Slug very, very quickly. They had a stun or a Hex from Whitemon. That probably would have been a kill. MKS, he is fine to back off for now. Definitely needs the Aghanim Scepter, I think, before he gets too involved here. Like, he's not mobile enough quite yet, I don't think, on the Slark to really help out his team yet. I think he just has to accept the time and space being given to him by RSG. And speaking of, they are going to go for a 4-man smoke into the mid lane. They're trying to focus down the Pos one Undying. Anna falling low, falling very low. They've got him down. Zephyr now in trouble as well. RSG, they'll be happy with this. They just want to back out. It's Cuckoo. We'll try to punish. There's a snowball to turn back around. Zhao Yu, he'll give his life away, but no, the blink away. They can't hold him down. Zhao Yu, able to save his own life. And they got the big one. They got that Pos one Undying. Anna's down.
So that's good news for RSG. Finally finding a kill that matters a little bit more here on their end. Getting some much needed gold out onto Exilern. BKB still a little bit more gold away, but once you've got that up and running, Primal Beast is going to be much more willing to be in that front line for the team. And for T1, well, they're still feeling strong. They're still clumped up. I mean, Finger is on cooldown for a bit longer. Hookshot is ready, and they know that they're kind of trying to group around bot. TP out already from Xiaobonbon. Roger's still around here, though. If they want that.
They're going to know as well. The courier was sniped. Rocket Flare. Go right over the head of Roger. Not the biggest kill in the world here on the Elder Titan. It's just a pos 5. But Thompson, he loves position 5s. He'll move over. Barely misses out. Now sees him. Bit of sidestepping here from Roger. Actually jukes towards the north. Hook shots off the mark here from Zephyr. Rocket Flare is back off cooldown, but it's also going to miss Roger. He's broken the ankles of T1. And he TP's right out. Back towards his team. Into the mid lane he goes.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They managed to waste a lot of time. And
Whitemon stunned up. The blast off shards is there. Whitemon pulverized by Exilern. Now the shards out. Onto Cuckoo. They want the Death Prophet. Tombstone drop though. Anna, he's going to move in. The shards blocking them in almost. MKS. Oh, he's going to drop. Thompson has his own shards as well. MKS, he'll get tipped by Cuckoo. And they protect the mid-tier 1 tower.
hold on, that is a really deep commitment out from RSG, especially dragging MKS like that. Like, maybe they just feel a little bit strong and protected with the Shadow Dance and the Depth Shroud. Not quite enough. As T1 dipped into the Roshan now themselves. With the Exo committed out from Cuckoo, it's not going to take long. Roshan just absolutely melting. And no options left for RSG to jump in there. Still no key items flying out. Does look like the Ags is finished up on Exilern. So you have a safer time in running in, getting the Pulverize off. But it's a 5k lead for T1. They're hitting these early spikes. The Core Undying already having that BKB up so hard to deal with. And in theory, like you said from the draft there, Mike, there is a positive feedback loop where you can just kind of sap away at the Undying who's stealing the stats of your own allies, but that takes time. That takes farm for you to hit that fast, and it's not yet there for MKS.
I sort of scan out as well from T1. They've actually caught RSG on that high ground with that scan. Maybe assuming a smoke might be on the way, but T1 don't seem to react whatsoever to it. They just hang around that triangle. Bottom lane, Whitemon. Gonna see MKS underneath that Observer Ward. Look to back his way out. He's all alone right now. RSG are gonna find the ward anyway. Looking to play around too much. Instead, rotations back up towards the top lane where Xiaobonbon should be alright, but Zephyr's going to be on a bit of a chase here on the clockwork. Rocket Flare and Hookshot are up. Rocket Flare does go over Xiaobonbon. They do see the techies with the hookshot. Oh, it was actually just too short. It was right on target by Zephyr, but it was like a centimeter off. A bit unfortunate.
That's some space Xiao Bonbon's creating, allowing the rest of RSG to still try to get this build up. They even find the mid-tier one for their trouble. They're still kind of searching for the techies here.
They are. Bon, he's going to be okay. He'll TP up. Bottom lane, Whitemon defending the tier 2 tower. RSG, they are around. They could try to pincer him in and secure the Lion Kill if they wish. Problem is, you are going to be trying to dive the tier 2 tower, and the TP rotations could come out quite fast here from T1 if you're not careful. They will scout him out, jump in. Xiao Yu is there with the Walrus Punch. He blows him up. Nice pick up from Xiao Yu. MKS now feels free to move into the tier 2 tower. However, top lane, Xiao Bonbon has been caught. Goes for the blast off towards the north. Does he have a TP? Not quite. He just used it. Meanwhile, MKS, he'll go on to Zephyr. On the Slark, he'll try with the Shadow Dance. Primal Beast will move in. They'll at least find Zephyr. While Thompson is still trying to chase down Xiao Bonbon. He'll go for the onslaught, but there's your Pulverize. Where's Thompson gone? There he is. He's back in. MKS gets blown up. Oh, MKS, he just disappears. Another tip out from Thompson. Can I see a replay of that? How much HP did just get deleted from MKS? Jump. Oh, no. Thompson. Oh, here we go. Thompson's doing Thompson things again, John. Here we go, Roger. Hex out, they find another. Righto, bring on the replay. Let's have a look.
Yeah. It's a bit rough right now for RSG, you can see in that fight. They surround Thompson, they get BKB and the Pulverize off. It looks like they might find more. A bit of a fight breaking out onto Exalurn right now as well. MKS, yeah,
Look at that.
shot him down. He had the Depth
Nice.
Shroud, he didn't manage to use it.
Oh, and he's onto Exalurn. They try to go for Zephyr. He had the battery assault going. He didn't need it. Anna's here. High five up as well. They're feeling it now, T1. Keep in mind, they've got the shards up on the Undying as well, so you really can't underestimate the damage output of the Undying anymore. Level 15 talent as well, with the plus 22 zombie damage. It's rough.
It's pretty tough right now for RSG. I think the key timing they have to kind of build up into now is Xiao Yu's BKB into Ags. Just that kickback can be big in turning these fights. The Ags for MKS is something we've been waiting for as well. He needs to be able to latch onto these heroes from very far away, but the BKBs do kind of ruin that. They are building into that spell opportunity. Anna's had his for a while. Cuckoo has his up and running. Thompson, he's almost done with the Ags, Mike. We're going to have more Fling Ags on hand with the bonus steals. So even more stats stolen, Spell Amp, Agi, or Strength, depending on the hero. Thompson's going to have a lot of play once that's up and running here.
Who do you think he steals from? Like the Slark, maybe? The Slark, the Primal Beast, perhaps? More than likely? What are you thinking?
I feel like you actually do want Primal Beast and probably Tusk, just for the hold. Like, Tusk is very disruptive. Snowball for Thompson, kind of dance around in, it's pretty big. Shards to cut them off is also really nice, so I'd say Tusk might be a higher priority. And the Slark is pretty damn good as well, though. Like, there's nothing for MKS to defend against his own leash if it's turned against him. So there's a lot of back and forth play there. Still, RSG, I mean, that Ags time we talked about looks like it's only a part away now for MKS. And you've got the Blink up and running in Exalurn. So you've got some play on hand. They just need to find the right heroes. At this point, it feels like you have to take care of the supports first, but you also don't want a prolonged fight up against Ana. Like, the Undying just grows way too big, so they're gonna have to choose their targets carefully here on RSG with a smoke.
Yeah. When we go. Bottom tier 2 tower, they'll get started. Thompson, he's hitting very hard. You don't even need the Exo for this. You may as well save it. Xiao Bonbon does not get spotted yet, but they are having a look around. Rocket Flare is up, but Zephyr, he does eventually commit a Xiao Bonbon. He'll make the jump in. Thompson's the target. Strength Morph was there on the Morphling. He's still fine. He'll waveform out. Meanwhile, Anna, he'll move forward. He won't catch anyone. But the tier 2 tower is still under siege. In RSG, they find absolutely nothing. Nice attempt, but just not enough follow-up.
Yeah, they try to go all in, but they're just not able to get enough. Like, this Blink BKB timing's still great from Exalurn, but you're just not ready on everyone else. Like, your chain control isn't quite there. They will.
So again, mid lane, MKS going to try his absolute best. Walrus punches there. Maybe they can get him this time. The blast off, the pounce away. He's not going to land the blast off in time.
Oh.
Now the onslaught by Thompson. He'll just go right back in. Look at this Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad is Thompson. As they will find another kill. 2 left on the side of RSG. They will try to run. Cuckoo will voice land the whole time. Oh boy, 8k advantage for T1 and RSG. I mean, they're trying. They find 2 supports for their trouble, but it's just not worth the trade.
No, definitely not. Big wins for T1. All their core stay alive. They managed to get this really good push down mid. Xiao Yu does have the Ags, so maybe a bit of a reveal here if he wants, but doesn't have the follow-up if he even kicked Thompson back. Still, this is the moment where RSG can have even more play. And that's the timing that we tend to wait for. Xiao Yu can set the plays for his team now with the snowball into the kick. It's all about finding the right targets. Maybe you just play that pick-off game now with the Tusk. You can get that done relatively fast with his hero with the Yags up.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Anna, he is by himself. This could be an opening for RSG. Shards are on target. The Fusel Blade is there. Anna, he'll pop his BKB. Drop the Tombstone. He's very low on mana now. He'll pop the Flesh Golem though. Trying to fight back. With the Tombstone going, the zombies, they'll follow. Anna, still dropping low. Needs to keep fighting. Snowball is there. Hookshot's not in time. They've got the Pos 1 Undying down. RSG finding a great pickoff now. As Whitemon does move in with the finger. MKS is going to drop a great trade. As T1 will just keep going. Roger. He will drop to Cuckoo. Onto more they go. Xiao Yu. The zombies are still following him down. Anna laughing from the grave as Thompson. He'll take the double. Godlike spree for Thompson. 9-0-5.
Yeah, they're getting way too much. It takes so much commitment just to find the Undying. 9-22 now. As RSG, I mean, they get these key items. They try to clump up, but they don't clump up as 5. They still try to work the map. They still try to get that build up. But it does feel like they need that full commitment because T1's just ready to turn. And that was a sickening max range Earth Spike out from Whitemon into the finger. Just barely clipping onto MKS on the edge. Just managing to clean up that kill. And for RSG, I mean, this game is just difficult. You've got the BKBs up and running now on Thompson as well. I still have to see what he decides to morph into. I'd really love to see the bonus stats in place. It just sounds funny and it kind of busted, but also kind of not. So I want to see him say turn into Problem Beast, how much tankier he is there. Turn into Slark, how much more attack speed you really have. Could be very interesting to see. With a 9k lead up, T1 in no hurry at all. They've got scaling locked in with Thompson. Although down the line, I mean, Undying does kind of taper off, and you can see Anna's itemization going into the raid pact. So they know that the scaling core is going to be Thompson. They just need to go to utility now for everyone else. For RSG, they're still clumping around here. They still have this kickback ready on Xiao Yu.
Are scanning.
See what they can get done with it. MKS. I mean, he's showing signs of brilliance here with RSG. I mean, they are certainly not out of this game yet. Smoke rotation, RT1, they're on the high ground. This is not good news at all. RSG need to retreat. This is not the fight. They're going to try. They have lost Xiao Yu on the Tusk, it seems, as Xiao Yu eventually going to drop. Not the worst situation, but now with their Pos 3 Tusk down, T1, they are going to rush for the Roshan pit. It is still 15 seconds away, though. A counter smoke now from RSG. 4v5 scenario, they want to go for the surprise. They think Roshan's happening. They'll find out now it's not. A great blast off. It lands on 2. Anna's caught. Whitemon, Anna, they're both gone. No buyback for Anna. Whitemon does commit his buyback immediately, but RSG, they salvage a pretty bad situation and turn it into a pretty good situation.
It's a nice kill to pick up. Not the biggest in the world, but they do force the buyback from Whitemon, and that will force a little bit more caution out from T1. Wait for the respawn on Anna, which will allow the side of RSG to play with Xiao Yu. And again, try to go for those kickback plays. He's been gunning for a lot of different heroes. Last fight, he did kick back Cuckoo, but the BKB does ensure that the DP is not going to tie off anytime soon.
Thompson stuff. He's chasing down Xiaobonbon. He's got the pounces going, though he needs a few seconds for that cooldown. Xiaobonbon purges out. They are going to try and move back in. MKS,
yeah,
he
nah.
cannot man-fight whatsoever against this Morphling. Nice try.
That 70 bonus attack speed plus the stolen morph Agi is pretty busted. You can't quite just right-click down to Morphling when he takes your form there on the Slark. You won't have the damage or attack speed to kind of match him. So the value on the Ags is already showing itself there, Mikey. Shiva's Guard fully up for Cuckoo now as well. It's T1 still maintained the lead in this game, 11-23. RSG. And they're gonna have this BKB
Oh,
on.
what a
Hook shot.
Zephyr, right in. Four staff was there. Exilern gonna go for the pulverize with the Komo no Mi once again. Looks like Zephyr is gonna be just fine. His Exilern, he'll get out of there. Meanwhile, Thompson, he'll get to work. He's got that Slark morph again. There goes Roger. Jean Bonbon, blast off, but Thompson right behind him. What blast off? He comes right back to the Morphling. Here we go again. Roshan is still available. Anna will get started.
It's not going to take long for this one to fall down. Roche number 2, Aegis and Shard ready to go here. And for RSG, I mean, they have these unique draft ideas. They've been trying out this mid Problem Beast. They go back to the Raji Elder Titan, which I believe is one of his favorite heroes, one of his specialties from his time in SMG and before. But it's not enough. Like, they play such a passive game. T1 wins out all lanes. They've been winning out all the engagements here as well. Their decision-making, their initiation from T1's just been very clean. I mean, you're at the point where even just Zephyr coming in solo is already a threat. Like, you might kill the Clockwork, but the follow-up's always going to be there for T1.
It's T2 top tower gone. I like the transition from Anna as well, John. Like, he picks up a Wraith Pact on the Undying, so he's just acting as a pos 3 now. Like, he just appreciates that, yeah, Thompson's my real carry this game. I don't feel like carrying. Let Thompson do the work. Get the Wraith Pact, make the team fights even harder now for RSG. And they've been charging it a lot. These pouncies, these onslaughts, these snowballs and blinks in, but going into the Wraith Pact, you're going to be lacking so much damage here now against T1. RSG, 11k behind. They are already lacking quite a bit of damage to begin with. So with the Wraith Pact, it's going to feel quite impossible to fight. What can they do? Like, RSG, well, what do you think they need to build into? Or do they need to buy space, John? Well, what's it all about here to try and make a comeback throughout this game one?
They need pickoffs. Just kill off the supports, start to get some permanent Agi built up more onto MKS, you know, drag it out until he gets his level 20 talent. Once he does have that 20 talent in these prolonged fights, the Slark can feel a lot better with the additional Agi he can steal out, or even just the attack speed, but probably just the Agi. It's difficult to do that. Like, just look at T1's positioning. They are not breaking up as a unit 5. They get a good scan here as well.
Oh, they know MKS is in the tree line. They know someone's in the tree line. They're going to find him as well. Hookshot is there. MKS is just destroyed. Whitemon will give him the finger. 4 stacks for him now on that lion. The game sense from T1. They just know. They know someone's there. Shit, they just can't catch a break here, John. Losing that pos 1 Slark again. They're just getting further and further behind. Feels like they have no way of dealing with the Aegis of Thompson. And if you're T1, you're looking for high ground very soon with this Aegis. I mean, these team fights have been so one-sided anyway. Thompson's currently 8k ahead of the Slark in terms of net worth. There's a kickback onto Anna. He's not really the problem, though, and he's too tanky anyway. He's not dying. He's moving right in fact. He does not care.
Oh, boy.
He's just going to Giga Chat it up. Hookshot or not, he will take down Roger. How dare you kick the Humble God?
Yeah, they can't deal with him. It has to be the sports they kind of pick off first, but there's just no good angles for Xiaoyu to take. The front line's so well protected. They clear out the tier 3. Rack's not going to take long. They could go for Megas. I wouldn't blame them for going for tier 4s at this point, just because there's really nothing to stop them. But they'll play it safe on T1's end. Go for the mid set first.
Oh, Whitemon, if he's there with the Hex, they did not get the kickback onto Thompson. So Zhao Yu in trouble. Exilern at least does find a trade onto the line as Zhao Yu has survived. It's a 1 for nothing. Blast off is out, but the strength morph is there from Thompson. MKS now being caught out. He's the one being hunted by Thompson. Hookshot, Zephyr, where's he gone? Trying to go onto the tusk, but finds the creep wave instead. So Zephyr is going to be sacrificed here by T1. RSG, they'll lose 1 lane of barracks. They do protect the mid though. They find a couple support pickoffs. And that'll allow them to remain in this game 1.
And that's what they need to keep doing. Again, look for these squishery supports, make the fight a little bit uncomfy for the side of T1, and just try to find a numbers advantage and work your way from there. 12k lead still remains for T1 though, Mike. Pretty massive lead at this point in the game. Although at 35 minutes, it's not the biggest in the world, but a lot of that gold is on Thompson. He is so far ahead of everyone else. It's kind of maddening. They're trying to push.
They're gonna try. Echo Stomp's there. Oh boy. Yeah. Excellent. Does end up going down. Just way out of position for RSG. Obviously, it's desperate times right now, John. You can't quite blame them, but it feels like it's just, you gotta buy more space, I suppose, for MKS. Then again, John, he's 0-6 right now on the slug. He has not had a good game whatsoever.
No, and I don't think it's really space you're looking for, just pickoffs. You really need to find a backline somehow. Just punish the supports of T1. And again, it provides you openings to deal with these cores, because these cores by themselves don't have the most team fight in the world. You can use that against him, although it depends on what Thompson's form takes, as his morphs have been really impactful.
He has Lincoln's this time. Lincoln's will be broken. The Walrus kick, though, never there. Still, they'll jump in with the blast off Thompson. He does go down. That'll be the first death of the game for Thompson. RSG, they have found an opening for this team fight. MKS, they'll rush now. Cuckoo, he'll get diffused up, slowed down. He will force staff away. In goes Xiaoyu, but the kick is onto Whitemon and it goes the wrong way. Snowball out now, back to the high ground for Xiaoyu. In T1, they are not fighting without their Morphling. They'll back. RSG, however, they've got to go. There's no buyback on Thompson. This is the opening they've been waiting for.
Yeah, that's what they need. And for some reason, T1 in that fight onto the high ground, Zephyr and Whitemon were so far away. Like, they could not come in to help. They weren't there to disrupt the fight. With the hook shots, with the Hex, with the Earth Spikes coming out, it allowed RSG to just dogpile onto Thompson and still have the damage for him. Still,
T1, they're still hanging around. Anna, he'll get kicked back. He does have BKB and the Tombstone. It'll be dropped. Decays are going now. Who have they got? They'll try onto Zhao Bonbon. The Techies has been caught, will go down. In goes MKS onto Zephyr. A stomp is there. It will not help the cause. Anna, he's still going. Still stealing strength away, but Zephyr is going to go down as now Whitemon. He'll be targeted by XE Learn with the Pulverize. Zephyr, he'll be forced to buy back on the Clockwork as XE Learn. He's looking for a way out now. He does not want to be here any longer, but he has no choice in the matter. Zephyr would love to find a little bit more, but does not have hookshot off cooldown. So not a bad fight whatsoever. You force the Clockwork buyback, but it costs you 2 lives. That was your mid-primal beast going down as well. Not the greatest fight at all for RSG.
not the greatest, but a fight they needed. Every time they find a kill, that's still an important win or an important gain for them. You can see in that fight. Look at the minimap. Look at how far Whitemon and Zephyr are. That's what they need to do. Kill the supports, or at least drag them away from these fights, and you can find those openings.
You saw a replay as well of Thompson getting delayed in that last team fight as well. You just gotta be so careful of this untying. Just too many decays being given back the way of that man. As now a team fight breaks out. MKS has been caught. Still, they'll go for a Walrus Punch. Zephyr, he does force stuff away. Snowball is backing him up, but no, the Glimmer Cape. It'll buy a bit of time. Xiaoyu still trying to look around, cannot find the Clockwork, as he will BKB TP out. He does not want to stick around. Like, the only person left without a kill on the board here, or rather a death on the board for T1, is Cuckoo. He's 9-0-11 right now, so the offlane DP's having a great time.
He's just had a fantastic time. He's controlling that top lane really well. His item buildup just allows him to be super active. He's got the refresh up, double BKB usage on hand. Very hard to kind of focus in on, and his healing is just insane. There's nothing to stop such rapid healing in this game as well. Ana, full Assault Curious up, even more attack speed to kind of have with the Flash Golem zombies coming out there. It's a full-on Halloween party when Ana is onto someone. MKS?
Whitemon, he'll blink away. MKS, gonna be okay. He'll avoid the Earth Spike. XE Learn will pop the Pulverize, force the BKB from Ana, but there's a hook shot. Zephyr on target again. XE Learn, he'll onslaught away with the BKB. He'll survive for now, and the Stomp will hold them back though. Whitemon still trying to move in, but Xiaoyu, he'll get caught by the Hex, the Finger. It's there as well. Xiaoyu's gone. Trying to catch the Lion, but does not get so lucky. Zhao Bonbon, blast off away. Learn, who are onslaught away as well. Zephyr still on the chase, but hookshot's on cooldown for another 20 seconds. They are just going to chase with the rocket flare. Keep getting that vision up. Cogs, is it going to be out? Yes, it will. Zephyr connects the dust, and meanwhile, mid lane, MKS will get the BKB TP away in time on the Slark. Xiao Bonbon, however, he will not be so lucky. He'll try to run with the Glimmer Cape into the tree line. He might actually make it out. And he does. But T1, they're only interested in objectives right now anyway. Thompson into the mid-tier 3 tower. He doesn't care about the support techies. And the techies has no TP anyway. KS has to get those essence shifts going. Thompson shows no signs of caring. That'll be the mid-ranks gone. T1, another objective taken.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep. Clean up. One lane of Rax advantage now here for T1. Have to say one thing as well here, Mike. Thompson, with the Ags, if he turns into an enemy Tusk, apparently he also gets Walrus Kick, if I saw that right. So, you know, a free kickback for Thompson in case they need to simplify these fights further on from the side of T1. For RSG, their options are getting limited. Now it really feels like you're just depending on Xiao Yu to put someone heavily out of position. You still have to take care of these supports. T1, smoke play here.
Learn, he'll try to scout out the Roshan pit with the Shivers Guard. Nobody in there yet because the Roshan is still about 15 seconds away from respawning. T1 with the 4-man smoke waiting across the river on their own side of things, on the Dire side. RSG patiently waiting for someone to be out of position for the kickback. T1 trying to bait with a haste rune. MKS, he takes it, in they go.
Oh.
A 3-man Cogs, with the tombstone right outside of it. This is not a good fight whatsoever. They'll keep it going though. Banana's got the BKB, the blast off does nothing. Xiao Bonbon is gonna drop, so will the Primal Beast. Onto Roger they go. Thompson, he'll move right in. That'll be another kill, and 3 buybacks committed from RSG. Zephyr setting up the perfect team fight with a 3-man Cogs. And now
here we go
another
again.
smoke. RSG, do they know? They might think the Roshan's happening right now. Zephyr will reveal it. Roger, fine for now. Xiao Yu, not so much. Thompson blows him up. There goes the Pulverize. It's cancelled by Whitemon. MKS tries to jump the Lion. A big blast off by Xiao Bonbon onto 3, but there's no damage. There is just 0 damage coming out from RSG, as they are going to lose 3 more heroes. And in fact, MKS, he's not out of the woods yet either. Thompson's on the chase. He's got the Tusk form. He'll chase him down. Pounce was on cooldown. There's your Pounce out now, though. Back into the Roshan pit, I think, for T1.
Radiant's middle tower
Not
is
going to take
under
too
attack.
long. And they've still got Exo. They will refresh the Exo just to clear out this Rosh.
Roger.
And they should be able to find him.
He's trying to delay the Roshan happening. He's been caught out, however. Anna's not having any of it. Whitemon will give him the finger once again. And Roshan, it will indeed go the way of T1. Who gets the Axe Blessing? It seems like it's going to be Cuckoo.
Yeah, I mean, why not at this point? Like the free Ags, the speed up, the push, speed up. These fights with all the little ghosts you spawn just kind of makes this game a lot faster for the side of T1. RSG, I mean, with those diebacks, I don't know if you have any options. You're at least going to be playing against mid creeps. I still don't see a great defense coming out. If Xiao Yu kicks into the fountain, like twice over, that could stall the game out, but you're dealing with mega creeps. This lineup doesn't wave clear all too well.
Radiant's top tower
31k advantage as well. They'll try to kick back towards the fountain onto Anna, but he's not the problem. The problem's Thompson. He gets the shards off. Xiao Yu is gone. MKS, he'll try for the man fight. Anna's just tanking through it. He doesn't care. He's just standing there taunting him. Right in front of the fountain. Just tanks all the damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 4 towers, they're going to be under siege. MKS, he's going to try. He's going to
Oh, the
try, but the
kickback.
kickback from Thompson. Thompson. He's styling on them now, John. He is styling on the side of RSG. It's MKS, he's brought back. In they go. Anna, he will at least drop. They've got the Aegis. Meanwhile, Xiaobonbon trying to slow down the Ancient going down with the hook shots there. Thompson just hitting away onto the Ancient. In fact, never mind that. He wants the kills. Pounds towards the south though. Have they gone too far? RSG, they might punish. Thompson, he'll pop the BKB. He still has the Aegis. Can they at least find that? Thompson, look at this Giga Chat. He'll man find. There goes the Aegis though, XE Learn with the Pulverize. He'll get one down. He'll even find the Aegis of Thompson. But the Ancient's still exposed. He'll get the job done now. No more playing around. That'll be it. Game 1 to go the way of T1. A fun matchup between these two, but T1, they were just way too dominant here. Way too dominant.
Yeah, and they go back into that Morphling that we saw them pull out in their last matchup, and Thompson just has a really good time. Dances around, shows his muscle there just a bit. And RSG, I mean, they looked a little bit broken there, Mike. This was a hopeful team in Tour 3. They almost had a shot at the majors, and they've been on the up and up, but T1 is just such a different beast with On and Thompson. They have to make some adjustments. Like, they've got to choose their poison. Do they ban out the Marcy or do they ban out the Morphling? They could ban out both, but who knows what T1 picks afterwards, and I think that's the scary thing. Up against T1, you just know so little about the team. Like, you've only seen this Marcy and Morphling. There must be more left there.
You're 100% right. There probably is much more left there. I don't know if we're going to bring up the scoreboard here to see exactly what happened for that game or the recap of the game. If not, though, Cuckoo ends up going completely unkilled here. 13-0-17, so a fantastic performance from our offlaner Cuckoo. On the Death Prophet, Thompson 15-1-11. He had a little bit of a mark on his perfect record there. I believe it was that one fight in the mid lane. They just completely blew him up. They threw everything but the kitchen sink to get rid of this Morphling. Fantastic performance overall from T1 altogether. With that, John, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after the break, of course, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between T1 and RSG. We'll see you then.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 2 draft here between T1 and, of course, RSG. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. John, I've got to ask you this difficult question, right? Because you and I, we won a 3-game series here between these two teams. What do RSG need to change up in this draft number 2 to try and put up a bit of a better match, right? Because there were moments of brilliance here from the side of RSG, but you got to be honest, T1 were dominant pretty much almost the whole way through the game. So what do you think they need to change up, at least in the draft phase? And we do get to see a recap, but please answer that question for me.
I think they've got to be ready for this Morphling flex. Like Thompson taking it mid, he had a pretty good lane up against Exilern. You have to choose your poison here for RSG. You've got to maybe even just ban out Morphling and Marcy first phase up against T1 and force them to play something else. Because as it stands, T1 has just looked amazing with the Morphling, and specifically they've had it so many times, and Thompson has just looked really good in that hero. So I think RSG's got to adjust. They do change their bans here. I'm very curious. The draft is on hand. We'll see it very shortly, I'm sure. But they changed their bans here, Mike. They take out the Undying and the Morphling. So they leave the Marcy in for potentially Ana to play once more. And for T1, I mean, they're taking care of some excellent specials. Batrider gone. That's something we've seen RSG enjoy on Xiao Yu and on Exilern. And they've got room to kind of just ban even more comfort from there. The Primal Beast could be one thing to take away now. Mid stuff like the DK, I think, for Exilern is one of his best heroes on mid. Something he's performed on along with his Ember. Could be safe bans as well. They take out the Faces Void instead for MKS that we have seen rise up. But they've got this opening. If RSG doesn't take the Marcy here, T1 probably just going to pick it straight up.
Absolutely. See if RSG do want to take it. They have the opportunity to deny the Marcy away. Problem is with these kind of drafting style is you don't want to like draft into T1, but you do have to address it, and they do take the Marcy. Luckily, Marcy very, very strong in the meta. RSG, they'll have a fun time running this one as well. So T1, they will not have the opportunity for the Morph, nor the Marcy, nor the Undying. And that means we should see something new coming out from these two cores here on the side of T1. Let's see where this draft is headed. You mentioned it last game, T1. Surely they have a few more strats up their sleeves, a few more heroes up their sleeves that we haven't seen yet. I'm very curious to see where they want to go with this.
Yeah, it's really open. Again, because of how they're scrimming, because of how close to their chest they're keeping their cards, no one has that much info as to what they want to do. They go with the Enigma, which is kind of just a safe pickup. You could run it support, you could run that for Cuckoo offlane, and this is a more classic T1 draft, right? And we see the Trained Protector come out, and that tends to be either Zephyr or Whitemon playing it. They do love that hero equally. So there's some flex here. You could still run the Enigma on the support role for one of these two. You could give it to Cuckoo very early on. But this does, just from the first phase, this seems much more manageable. Like the Wombo combo is there, don't get me wrong. Black Hole and Overgrowth is big. But in terms of kind of figuring out a playstyle from T1, this is the most straightforward they've opened with yet.
I appreciate the Rubik pickup at the very least from RSG. Obviously one of the best counters towards the Enigma. Always forcing the BKB into the Lincoln Sphere to make sure you don't give a free black hole away, back the way of RSG. Also very good Rubik pick here into the Train Protector, right? Like you love stealing Overgrowth as well. Both very, very potent abilities to have on a hero like the Rubik. So far, I think RSG off to a fantastic start with this draft.
T1's turn to ban.
Yeah, I think they've got the answers to what might come out. I mean, you've got very good spells to steal from the Treant and the Enigma. Of course, Black Hole, it's going to be relatively easy to reach out to here for Xiaowan Bon. More than likely that here, they still keep it open, kind of ensuring that the Marcy could be flexed here onto offlane for Xiao Yu or support if need be. Although it is looking like you are just running the Marcy and Rubik laning combo now. T1 for their part starting to ban out some bigger heroes. They take care of the Bristleback. RSG respect banning out this Invoker and a Problem Beast. So they are focusing mainly on Thompson here. And it does feel like the mid's been their biggest issue, right? Like the Morphling causing the issues last time. Ano, not so much. He did turn into more of a tempo Undying, although his presence from the early game was definitely felt. But I think RSG has a good guiding post as to what to do now. Like, as long as they take care of some of those freakier mids Thompson can make work like magic, you should have yourself a better time.
Yeah. And RSG, these guys are a great team. Can't underestimate RSG whatsoever. Game 1 didn't look amazing for them, but they've adjusted. They've got a new draft going, new game, fresh mindset. Speaking of fresh mindset, Thompson, he's having a deep think to himself about these drafts, I think. Really thinking about what he's playing this game around. Why not mid Enigma, Thompson? Why not? I dare you.
Oh God. I don't think so, but you never know, I guess, with Thompson. He could just go with something insane like a Max Midnight Pulse build or Max Malefice build over Eidolons could be one way. I don't expect that. But you never know, I suppose. Never out of the realm of possibilities here for T1.
No.
For RSG, I mean, they're really having to think hard about these bans. Maybe at this point you just ban some of the more standard heroes. Ember Spirit could be one way. We know Ana still plays that here as well. He used to love it on safe lane. So you could still take care of the Ember here. Kind of kill two birds with one stone. There's not too much kind of scaring them away here from the bans as well. I mean, it's fairly safe bans from T1, like Winter Wyvern, Bristle. You've got a lot of room to just build up, double down on what core you'd want here for MKS. And you've got the Marcy to buff it up. Stuff like Jug feels pretty good. Terrorblade doesn't look too bad for RSG if T1 doesn't ban it in the next phase. So those could be considerations for them as well. But RSG are really taking their time. I think they're really just wondering what the hell is up with this opening.
Yeah, it's a weird one, that's for sure. I mean, they've got three, or either at least two more cores to ban out. We highly doubt it's a Tree and Protector core here. It should just be a white one on that. So they'll get rid of the Zeus. Fair enough. Something I was quite expecting. T1, one more ban for themselves. Not too much reserve time used for T1. They don't seem quite as concerned about this draft. It's much more standard opening here for the side of RSG.
5 seconds
I have
remaining.
a bit of a think about it. We saw the Wyvern ban out earlier, so maybe just afraid of a pos 5 Wyvern. Oh, you never even know a mid Wyvern could come out. There's your Pango being banned out now as well by T1. We can see the drafts continue. Pango ban obviously pretty damn good against the Train Enigma. Just another way of cancelling off the Black Hole in the middle of these team fights. Just get rid of that Rolling Thunder opportunity that RSG could have gone for. It's T1. They'll have first pick in the second phase of picks.
Radiant team.
Get more cores to come out. They could still choose to go for a position 4 pickup for Zephyr, but no, they'll go down the Lone Druid route now.
It's a safe bet. I mean, nothing from RSG really melts that. We saw how fast the Lone Druid can take these objectives. So it looks like T1 might be doubling down on that good old T1 playstyle of just make sure your towers never fall with a tree. Get some insane push out for the rest of your team. You've got the Eidolon army. You've got the Bear. Mask of Madness build into Deso. Towers just melt. RSG has some solutions to that. I mean, the Marcy can kind of gun down the Bear, considering how much damage Marcy just naturally has with the Unleash up. So you could still melt it. Rubik with the damage reduction's also pretty alright in slowing it down to some extent. They will pick the Death Prophet on their side now on RSG, so that is still flex. I feel like Raji's the kind of guy who would still run a DP5 if he wants, but it could also just be the XLR in mid. I mean, you don't really see your matchup yet here for RSG, so you could just kind of flex it for Raji. He still loves these Stranger 5s overall. Like, again, last time I saw him on his stream before he joined RSG, he was playing stuff like Ember 5 and saying stuff like that works. So
Yeah, it
You know,
does. And
never
there's
mind.
an Omni Knight. Yeah, Omni
Yeah.
Knight is out now, so that should be the Roger hero. But the thing is, John, Omni DP is extremely potent. We've seen this before. Very hard to control the Death Prophet when he's got an Omni Knight, when she's got an Omni Knight right behind here. And even with the Marcy, again, you just love to kind of rebound in. You like to pop that Unleash, pop the Sidekick, and just get to work. With the Heavenly Grace and Guardian Angel behind you, you're going to feel a lot more safe doing that. Going back to the Death Prophet pick as well, John, I do appreciate it, considering you are up against a Trade Protector, all that bonus armor and HP regen you give to the towers with that living armor. Not going to be so much of a problem anymore with the push that you have from the DP. And it is one of those heroes that naturally does quite well into the Lone Druid as well. So the drafting from RSG, I would argue, is probably a lot better than Game 1, at least for now.
yeah, it's shaping up a lot better. And you see the Quap come out here for T1.
What's my mind laughing about?
Every time he laughs when they pick something up, I keep thinking, are they going to flex this? Is this why they're having a giggle? Are we going to have something weird? Like, I don't know, support Lone Druid, flex that away, run something like on a Quap? Surely not. Now, that is definitely thinking way too outside the box. I mean, just a mid Quap versus DP sounds like a pretty good matchup. It does feel a bit too much to go that way. I mean, we did see a support Quap, to be fair. You know, we did just see that recently, which means Cuckoo might be able to maybe just take something like a Treant offlane if you really wanted to. Or the LD offlane, but I doubt you kind of go that route. Like, one of these, well, one set of two here has got to be the supports for sure. And RSG, this doesn't look like as much of a unmanageable matchup, although the magic damage output of T1 kind of nullifies the Guardian Angel. Like, you've got Sonic Wave, Black Hole. Those are pretty good already, even if that saving spell comes out from the Omni Knight.
Well, final banouts are here, Jonathan. They are upon us. My question to you, RSG, they are lacking a position 1 right now. You'll see T1, they do ban out the Terrorblade for now. Is there a particular pos 1 you think that fits the bill very good for RSG in this draft?
Not seeing a straightforward pick. Maybe, I mean, the Slark didn't have the best of times. The Slark could still be alright with the protection of the Omni Knight. Jug could be one way. And you naturally build into a Maelstrom. You can clear out the Eidolon army. Omni Slash gives you some options to play. Maybe you go a little bit strange instead. Luna could be one way to get that push accelerating on RSG's end, although we don't tend to see a lot of Luna nowadays. Weaver's not really the most slippery. I mean, it is, but you've got Overgrowth and Black Hole, so you should still be able to intercept a Weaver at some point if you wanted to go that route, and they do ban the Life Sealer instead, which can make sense. I mean, Life Sealer plus Marcy is pretty damn strong here for MKS. You just ensure that you don't have that option to rage out of Overgrowth as well, which can be annoying, or just rage out of your control in general outside of Black Hole. Or she's gonna have to show first, so T1 can adjust very nicely here.
Not much reserve time left here for RSG, only 3 seconds, and they are going to go the Troll Warlord route. I mean, that's fair enough. You can build up into the Dispel build up as well, right? With the shards on Troll Warlord these days, and it is a nice way of getting out of the root of the Lone Druid, I believe. So, and the Overgrowth even. So it could work out that way. Against the Lone Druid, you catch yourself, you know, kind of in a bit of an awkward pickle. At least you have the Battle Trance. Even against the Quap, the Ensnare is going to be quite nice. Troll, not one of the strongest pos 1s, but again, with an Omni Knight behind him, with that natural Dispel as well, it could just be the way that RSG needs to go. Because there really wasn't many pos 1s left that could deal with what the draft of T1 is trying to do. As I see smiling faces once again, what are T1 thinking? What are they picking up? Something's happening.
Oh yeah.
Are we going to see something cheeky?
Whenever they have those big smiles on their face, I just feel like they have something up their sleeve, or maybe they're just joking around. They're like, oh, this is going to be easy, or something like that. Or Whitemond's just saying something dumb, I know. But the possibility of them just doing something crazy is the one that's always on my mind. Like,
just noticed as well, We
Yeah.
haven't had the pleasure of seeing Whitemon snacking this afternoon either, which is very upsetting. No Snackmon for us, as they are going to go down the Razor route. So nothing too cheeky going on, just pretty standard. Razor against Troll Wall, although not a very fun matchup for the Troll. You know, you just get static linked. It's kind of rough. Anna's going to take the lone Druid Pos 1, tops in the mid Quap, so nothing crazy going on here. It is going to be a support Whitemon Enigma though. So Pos 5 Enigma to come out, Zephyr playing the Pos 4 Treant, and Cuckoo will be taking the Pos 3 Razor. Again, pretty nice pickup though. Against the Troll Warlord, it's just not going to be a very fun time.
It's certainly not. My one concern for T1 is a general lack of control outside of these ultimates. Like, you are relying pretty much just on the bear rooting people up, outside of the Overgrowth and Black Hole and the Malefice. Malefice not the lowest cooldown in the world either, once you commit that onto a hero. So it does feel like RSG is going to have a little bit more play here. Although T1's lineup can still get really aggressive if it gets off to a fast start. RSG should be able to hold out a little bit better, but if T1 plays to that same tempo from last time, and, you know, maybe stall out a little bit more from the laning phase, but say hit some early BKB timings here on T1's end, I think RSG still has overall the same issues that present itself from game one. It is certainly a lot more predictable as to what T1 will want to do. It's nothing strange like the core Pos 1 Undying, like the mid Morphling. They have managed to take that scariness away from T1, but I think even with a more straightforward draft, T1 still looks pretty scary to deal with.
I'd agree with you on that. At the very least, John, you did make the point that this should be a closer game number 2, and I would agree with that as well. I think the drafts are much more even going into this game number 2, and we'll see. It's all about how you perform. So we are going to head into game number 1. John, 4 predictions to be made, so we need the guaranteed answers for some Battle Pass points. What are you thinking?
Time of first tower destruction, concede around 8 to 11. There's a chance for sub 8, but 8 to 11 is always the safer bet. Player with the first triple kill. That is pretty hard to call. Maybe Thompson. Player with the highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at game end. Oh, I feel like Enigma can get a good amount done, or Exilern can for magic, but perhaps still Thompson. First player to get 15 denies. I want to lean towards... Well, that's a little bit rough, but maybe Ana. There you go.
Thank you, John. You sounded very confident with those predictions. I appreciate that.
Absolutely not.
We move into game number 2. Bit of a group up here from RSG in that dire jungle. 5-man group up here, looking to maybe secure a first blood in an early team fight. They do draw a line down towards the other side of the map, so they really want to force this fight. Catch T1 off guard. T1 on the other side, not going to get caught out. RSG, they've run out of time anyway.
The battle
And there was an
begins.
observer ward watching their position all along, so it won't really matter. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty, so another nice even start between these two teams. And as per usual, John, let's start off with the mid lane here. You're going to have Exilern on his signature Death Prophet flying out. He is going to be against the Queen of Pain of Thompson. Of course, last laning stage, Exilern was trying extremely hard to be aggressive against the Morphling with his Primal Beast. It did not work out in his favor. This laning stage, John, at least in terms of hero matchups, what are we thinking?
I think it's actually pretty even. Like, DP tends to win out most mid lane matchups. You play with a Spirit Siphon fairly well, and you can just kind of clear out the creep wave very nicely with a Crypt Swarm. But Thompson should be able to trade nicely as well with a Shadow Strike. He gets a little bit of healing, he's going to have some wave clear with the Scream, and he's going to have the Blink in comparison to Exilern, who doesn't have mobility on hand. You can already see Exilern dropping fairly low from the back and forth there. You're going to have to kind of juggle around at regen. Rune advantage should be onto Thompson as well if he does manage to get the value point in the Blink. So it should be smooth sailing for him unless a support rotation comes in and catches him off guard.
What about that bot lane, Jonathan? You're going to have Zephyr, Cuckoo. They'll be against Zhao Bonbon and Zhao Yu. So the lane switch up is there. They naturally don't want to have to lane the Troll against the Razor. Make sure that does not happen. It's not so easy for Zhao Yu anyway on the offlane Marcy, but at the very least you do have a nice way of escaping with the rebound. I think that's what they're kind of playing off here. Even if you don't have that, you at least have the lift back of Zhao Bonbon to help you out. But it still should be a rather dominant lane here for Cuckoo and Zephyr, it feels.
Yeah, they should still have a lot of play. Once they're kind of able to just run down, get some slows off with a plasma field, and kind of connect that with Nature's Grass, they could look to just chase down a hero, still have a great time in lane. Cuckoo's finding some farm. He's not slowing down Xiao Yu, but the earlier build-up for the Razor does feel like it's going to show up a little bit more. I mean, Xiao Yu, if he does hit his level 6 spike, can just melt these heroes, but there's a weird back and forth when you are Marcy versus Razor. Like, you have to choose whether or not you save the rebound for a retreat or for an offensive move.
Very, very true. Of course, that final lane up at top lane, MKS copying a fair bit of harassment here from Anna's Spirit Bear and Whitemon with those Eidolons. Roger is going to be there, so chances are he should not die. Even if he does get caught by the root of the Spirit Bear, he should have the Heavenly Grace to save, so MKS should be just fine in this top lane. In terms of farm, so far they are pretty much on par. 7 for 7 in terms of CS between these two position ones. And so I imagine this is going to be a pretty standard kind of farming lane between the two heroes. There's Roger. A bit of damage here from Whitemon, but they do farm up quite a lot of those Eidolons, and that's going to be some nice gold to go back the way of MKS.
Yeah, it's a decent amount of gold to come out. I think you're still all right with that. The Eidolons aren't worth too much, and Ana, as long as he's not the one being jumped on, is fine.
Bot lane, drops low. Verifier is going to be there. Zephyr, he'll salve up. He's barely going to survive. No first blood to go the way of RSG quite yet.
They're trying to be aggressive, and I do appreciate that. They've got the level 2 rebound. They've got both the telekinesis and the fade bolt, so they can try to run someone down. It's just Tree and Protector is also fairly tanky. And again, if you do land on the wrong spot of the map, and the slows coming out from the grasp, and the plasma field will allow Cuckoo to turn, so you kind of need to temper your aggression. Thompson's starting to comp a little bit more from mid. Axelern is starting to find his spacing here with the levels up on the Crypt Swarm. And he always has the threat of the rundown with Spirit Siphon. The value point and Blink is up. But when you're trading with Shadow Strike versus trading with Crypt Swarm, it does feel better for the Death Prophet there.
Oh, I love myself a duel. Here we go. The gauntlet's up again between Xiao Yu and Cuckoo. The offlaners having a go at each other. I do agree with your point, though. I mean, Exilern's having a really nice time this mid lane. Mind you, he was leading in CS last game around as well against the Morphling on the Primal Beast, but this is much more dominant so far. 21-8 compared to the 15-0 of Thompson. Exilern, again, he's very strong when it comes to playing this Death Prophet. He's already off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, he's going to have a good timing onto the 6. We'll see if that's something RSG will be able to group around. I think the one issue for RSG in playing around with something like that early timing from Death Prophet is that your support duo isn't the most active. Your rotations aren't that scary, and they'll try onto Whitemon just a bit here.
Give it a crack. They don't have any more slows, and Anna is going to cut them off. MKS does get rooted up by the bear, but does have the whirling axes. We'll just avoid the bear going any further. So again, just really trading farm. A little bit of harassment being traded as well, but no kills to come out topside either. At the very least, MKS, with all these Eidolons he's been farming, his CS is looking pretty darn good right now. He's 25-11 compared to the 18-6 of Anna. But again, I do think a lot of those are going to be Eidolons.
Yeah, and in terms of net worth, he is up there as well. All the cores of RSG are finding a much better time in their lanes and getting that initial farm up. So the slower pace is starting to benefit them, although...
Mid lane, Blink Away is going to be there. Jarbon trying to get active here with Exilern. They don't have any points in the silence, though. Had they had 1 point, that probably would have been a kill on Thompson. They decide to go for the level 3 Spirit Siphon instead, and Thompson, oh, he blinks right into Jarbon. Where's the vision? Thompson, he's going to drop.
First blood.
Cheeky plays from RSG. First blood to go the way of the Radiant. Very nice from Jarbon. You love to see that positioning.
Yeah, he just sneaks behind. He knows Thompson will likely try to just get more, and he punished really well. Exilern getting some good damage off onto Zephyr. Might not have enough for the full kill, but he has the Exo.
He does have the Exo. Into Zephyr he goes. The action does begin. Meanwhile, Whitemon barely able to TP away on the Enigma. Zephyr doesn't look so lucky, but Thompson, he's here to try and help out. Exilern, he'll abuse the Spirit Siphon on the creep wave and will be able to survive a little bit longer. Thompson not at that level 6 mark yet, so couldn't throw Sonic Wave out to finish the job. And somehow Zephyr, off the back of Thompson, will survive.
Yeah, they do force Exilern to just TP all the way home though. So the Exorcism doesn't actually do much onto that mid-tier 1. And you're pretty satisfied about that if you're tier 1. You don't lose your support. You did drop Thompson, but you stopped that push, and that does feel like a lot of the momentum of RSG. It's gonna have to wait for another cooldown to go off first.
Radiant structures are
Mid lane.
fortified.
Thompson trying to be a little bit more aggressive here on the quap. We'll force out the glyph here onto the tier 1 tower. Top lane, Anna. Spirit Bear is falling low, but here come the rotations. MKS out of position, trying to harass Anna, but this may cost him his own life. The Nature's Grasp, the Malefice, it's all there, and MKS is going to go down. The highest CS on the board has died. Anna, he'll be the one to take the kill, and that's going to feel very good for that lone druid.
Cuckoo.
In trouble. Dispose is there. Zhao Yu, he has plenty of damage with the sidekick, but not while the static link is going. Cuckoo, very confident with that living armor to back him up as well. He will not drop.
Radiant's
It just
top
goes
tower
back
is
to that
under attack.
weirdness of having Marcy versus Razor. Like, you can save the rebound to get away from static link, but to go onto the Razor or anyone else, you need that rebound up. So it just feels like the Razor has the edge there every single time, forcing that choice out. Exilern.
Wyvern's around. No level 6 timing yet on the Enigma. He's only level 3, so Exilern is going to be happy enough to keep chasing Whitemon, and it looks like he's got himself another kill. Very nice pick up there from Exilern as Thompson. He's going to try and chase down Roger. Sonic Wave is up, but Exilern's going to make it very hard to chase him down. The Death Prophet, so far, so good. 1-0-1 is the scoreline of Exilern. Laning stage has gone extremely well against Thompson, and we're just waiting for the next Exo to maybe start pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower again.
Only a few seconds away from that cooldown. They're really dragging a lot of supports mid, and they just can't get too much done. Exo's up. Whitemon, he only really has the Malefice to scare them back. And it's not enough to really stop
Up,
Exilern.
silence is there, they'll blow up
Oh.
Thompson. Nice lift there from Zhao Bonbon, and Exilern this time, with the 1 point in the silence, is going to have plenty of controllers now. Zhao Yu does rotate, Wymon gets caught out, that's going to be a second. This is more like the RSG we know and love, John.
Oh yeah, they're in form. I think all they had to do is really just force T1 to play a much more standard game. No messing around with the draft, nothing too strange, and this is just straightforward RSG. They get a strong lane for Exilern. He plays these tempo mids that just kind of focus on objectives, just like his DK as well that he excels on, and they just kind of focus in on him. They have really good saving supports, decent enough hold coming out from Xiao Bonbon, and now they swing up top. MKS, he's got level 1 fervor, so it's not the fastest progress, but still more than enough to kind of work through the living armor if they want.
Absolutely. MKS, he'll get to work. Smoke is out from T1. They are trying to rotate up towards that top lane. T1 are trying to buy a bit of time. There's the glyph out. Through the dire jungle, Thompson and Whitemon, they are sneaking up from the backside. Problem is, Zhao Bonbon is there to break the smoke and not allow the pincer maneuver that T1 was trying to go for. Nice deny, though, from Zephyr. He does at least get the tier 1 tower denied off as Zhao Bonbon is running. Heavenly Grace does buy him a little bit of time, but Thompson will eventually take down the Rubik, even finding the Courier of Roger. But if you're RSG, you're very happy with that trade. You got the top tier 1 tower. Even if it was denied off, who the hell cares? It's enough.
You open up the map more. You can invade that forward part of the top jungle. Give MKS a really good spot to farm in as he builds into this Battle Fury. And the Battle Fury, it makes sense because you do feel like this could be a longer game with a lone druid. Speaking of, Ana.
Spell still is there. Zhao Bonbon has got his own spirit bear now.
Stolen.
it's even green. Look at that, Jonathan. You don't see that too often. A green bear coming up from Zhao Bonbon. They'll lift up the other, and the spirit bear, well, going down, is going to try for a TP away. Anna, oh, he's going to
No
make
roots?
it. No
What?
roots coming out from the spirit bear of Zhao Bonbon. Well, that's not very nice.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I wonder if you're a Rubik and you steal the bear, do you try to save it the entire time and give it your farm? I mean,
No.
you're not gonna farm up, but sounds funny. Probably not. I mean, Xiao Bonbon is working towards the Ags, so he's gonna have a nice set of spells to steal out, especially from, again, Whitemon when he
Sorry to
eventually
interrupt,
finds a
John.
6.
I just had to say off the back of your point there about the Rubik Spirit Bear. There was a bug once, wasn't there, where you had Rubik's Spirit Bear, and if you give it items, the items just
All
disappear
right.
forever.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
respawn
I don't
it,
know
it
if
just-
that ever got fixed, John. I don't know if it ever got fixed.
It's true. Why is it normal colored when it gets disarmed? That's funny. It's
Yeah.
not green anymore when it's out of range, so.
It's a feature.
All right. Does it stay if you steal a different spell? Surely it does, right?
Sure, I don't
No,
think
okay.
so. Never mind, we'll find out later. Roger, he's going to drop mid lane. Xe learn, he might have the Spirit Bear this time from Ana. Goes to chasing. Never mind, it will survive as now the Sonic Wave. Thompson going to push back the Death Prophet. In comes a new Spirit Bear. And Xe learn, he will be punished. Ana, he'll take a double kill on the Lone Druid. That's a big pick off here for T1.
And that's a lot of gold to funnel out onto Ana. Working onto that Desolator timing we talked about earlier, once that's up, these objectives will just melt. And they're starting to make moves onto that mid. Whitemon still at 5.5, no threat of Black Hole to kind of sustain them through this. They will force out the Fortify under rotation out from MKS, but they are making moves
Cuckoo.
spot.
Yeah, bot lane, Cuckoo dropping low. The Living Armor keeping him alive, though. Thompson now dropping low as well. Xiao Yu, he's dropping the lowest, however, on the Marcies. He does try to run, but the Shadow Strike and the Scream from Thompson barely within range as now. He's gone a bit far, but the Fairy Fire is going to keep him alive. Xiao Yu cops the tip from Cuckoo. Cuckoo will not drop here on the Razor. That'll be another 2 kills the way of T1.
And they're starting to feel themselves getting some aggression out. While RSG kind of wants to play that farm game. RSG has to work as a unit. You can't afford to kind of just have Exelearn and Roger just run up by themselves. Like, there's not enough play outside of the sustain game for the Death Prophet. You do need some damage up. You do need some additional control. The Chao Bon Bon does provide. So you kind of want to play as a unit of 3 or 4. And you're at the point where Xiao Yu, once this BKB is up, should be a lot comfier and trying to join together, so you're really just buying space for MKS at that point. For T1, they managed to really give Ana space. They're just running away from where the bear is playing, allowing this farm, allowing this build-up. Number 2 in net worth on Ana. And again, once that Deso is up here, I mean, these towers are not going to last too long. You've got the Black Hole ready on Whitemon now as well. It's a little bit of a threat, and you still have to watch for Chao Bon Bon. That additional hold is ready if need be.
That it is. I mean, he won't have anything like a Blink or a BKB on Whitemon, but it is that added factor, just that fear factor, right? Of where's the Enigma? Have we got a stun ready for him? Where's our Rubik? Is he ready to steal the spell? Speaking of that Rubik, John, I just realized Xiao Bon Bon has an Ags queued up and is trying to farm it.
Yeah, he's had that queued for a while. I mean, he's been trying to save up for it. It's progressing nicely enough, and just the Ogre Axe at least makes you a little bit more durable as well. And again, he has a lot of spells to steal, so he's a lot to work up towards. And the question is whether or not he gets that fast enough. This game just feels a tiny bit slower for RSG. So you're not really able to snowball too much. They might find Ana if he's not careful, but he does run off at the right time.
Got the true form. Roger, looking to cut him off, but he's just an Omni Knight, so kind of hard to catch Ana while the tier 1 bottom tower still stands. They will back their way out, and on the brighter side for RSG, even if you don't catch the Lone Druid, MKS is still out farming the Lone Druid right now and has the Battle Fury up. So his farm is set to escalate a lot quicker on the Troll Warlord. We'll be working onto the BKB, into the Aghanim Scepter. We'll have the Dispel with the Ags as well. Very, very effective here against the side of T1. MKS, very important. He maintains that net worth lead.
He's getting the space he needs as well. I think T1 does have information as to his farming patterns. That forward dark triangle ward is great over rotating mid.
Very DP from Xe Learn. He does have Roger behind him, and that's going to give him the confidence to be in that position. As now the rebound, Cuckoo, he tipped earlier. Is he going to drop? Overgrowth is out. That'll put a hold to everything. Even the Exo pop, they really want this Razor. Xiao Yu chasing desperately. Even the silence on the Razor, but Cuckoo's fine. Walks right out. And they are going to get nothing out of this Exorcism being popped.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's
attack.
massive. It's a long cooldown spell. Archie might feel pressure to rush. The scan does spot them in that area, and they will go in. Thompson's got a flank. There's a ward that does spot him out here, though.
They feel very forced to try and make this Roshan play because the Exo was used. Thompson, oh, he's under vision. He gets lifted up. The silence there as well. Thompson, he's a big pick-off, but he still gets the blink away. Zhao Bonbon chasing him down, but cannot cancel the TP. Still, this does open up the Roshan once again. Problem is, EXO is now gone. So it's up to MKS to get the damage out with Zhao Yu. More TPs incoming. Roshan very low now. You don't have the Quap to blink in and try for a steal. Plasma Field is there, but it's too late. Roshan, it did bash for a moment, but MKS still picks up the Aegis. Even the Guardian Angel being popped is now Cuckoo. He'll rush in. XE Learn in trouble. Roger's already gone. The DP will drop as well. Cuckoo will take it. At the very least, RSG do secure the Aegis. Even Roshan was trying to help out T1 there. John with that final hit bash, leaving the Aegis on the deck. Luckily, Thompson, he was not around to take us out. MKS will get slowed up.
Radiant's middle
He's not going to get dived past the tier 2, though.
Yeah, for T1, that still feels bigger for them. They find a kill on the mid. They take over at the triangle. They should know there are a couple of wards now in this area. And you're at the point where Ana with the Deso can just melt these objectives on a turn. Still TPing out, trying to find punishment.
Get the Spirit Bear. Slow is there. Anna could try for the respawn if he wishes. We'll go for the Fear instead. Still running. T1 is around if they really want to force a fight. The Spirit Bear is just casually walking away. Zephyr is out with the Overgrowth as well. He might just pop it. It's a great position for T1, but they don't even need it. Zhao Yu's gone. T1 will just slowly creep their way back towards the Radiant Triangle as the Spirit Bear is giving all the vision. They won't find anything else, though.
Yeah, no need to rush. They're saving up for some spikes. Whitemon could just rush into the blink here. He's got 2.3k in the bank. We have not seen him have to use the black hole. He does opt for the mech instead. Probably just going for, going straight for the raid pack right afterwards. All aura here, not even needing the black hole this game, as the threat for the Rubik is annoying. With the Aegis still on hand on RSG though, he might force something.
Wyman looking to tank the gank here for the team. Does end up going down. Quick pick off here from RSG. Finding the pos 5 of T1. You'd love a bit more if you're RSG. Looking for a bit of a chase, but we'll find nobody else. Though I say that, Cuckoo, he will be eventually spotted in the dire triangle, but they're not in position to make the jump yet. In fact, rebound is there now. Zhao Yu, he'll go in. Cuckoo, this time, alone for now. Has the living armor. There's your Overgrowth. Zephyr, he will not be able to save the day. They will take him out. Cuckoo is gone, and now XE Learn. He wants a little bit more. They'll catch Zephyr out on the tree, and that'll be a second. And with the XO up, RSG, they should have an opening for this tier 2 mid tower. T1, can they defend this? Anna's popped the true form. It looks like they're going to try and slow this one down. Spirit Bear in. Fear is there. Sonic Wave will find Roger. That's the Omni Knight. Now the roots are out. The ensnare's locking down the Marcy. There is no escape. No tier 2 tower to go for RSG. They will be forced to retreat.
That's a great defense coming out for T1. It looks a little bit wonky, dropping your supports like that, but of course do have enough in them to just kind of get it done themselves. RSG, Aegis still stands for 2 minutes. They're trying to get something out with it, but it doesn't feel like MKS can just fully commit with a secondary life. His BKB is almost done, 300 gold away. That could be the timing for RSG to kind of start playing off the back of this troll. But as T1's just allowed to drag this game, I mean, Battle Fury Troll is still losing out to the Lone Druid of Ana. Like, the farm is still ramping up on this Lone Druid. The bear is just becoming this massive threat. AC is almost done on Ana, and once that bear is set, it's kind of ready.
MKS not able to lock down Thompson. Zhao Yu is looking for a rebound angle. Is going to go in, but misses Zephyr. Dust was there, but that also misses. Now they'll see the Treant, but he's okay to back off. RSG, they just want the tier 2 mid tower. But the living armor makes it so hard with all that bonus armor being provided. MKS still trying. Zhao Yu with the jump in has found this Zephyr Treant and will take him out. Great place from RSG. Can they force high ground? MKS seems like he wants to try. There is 45 seconds left on this Aegis. Rebound is out from Zhao Yu, but Cuckoo, he does avoid it. Meanwhile, MKS dropping rather low. Aegis only 30 seconds away from expiring, and they don't want to risk it anymore. In the meantime, as you can see, Ana He was split pushing the bot lane, but Zhao Bonbon is there to defend on the Ruby.
Yeah, they can't quite just freely take objectives just yet. Ana still has to keep his body a bit close. Probably not going to be going for the Axis game as well, unless the game goes ultra late. So we'll have to watch himself a little bit more. With the opening from mid, RSG, they have some play potential. They've got a little bit more map control, maybe slightly easier Roche access if they do manage to find the outpost in the top jungle. T1 for their part, I mean, they're still in a pretty comfy spot. They're not far behind, less than 1k lead. Most of that in the core matchup from Exilern, really. That seems to be where most of the farm differential's at, along with Chao Bon Bon. Smoke out here from T1. They've got all their spells ready. We haven't, again, ever seen the Black Hole from Whitemon because of Chao Bon Bon's presence. So there is still that threat if you somehow find a fight without a Rubik here.
So only 8 to 12. It's been a very slow game between these two teams. We've seen pickoffs here and there, but no massive team fights broken out yet. No 5-on-5s is what I'm saying here, John. And Xiao Yu. Jump is there onto the Marcy, but he's got a BKB. Nice rebound out. They got the overgrowth to lock him down, but Xiao Yu now looking for a turnaround. Has found Cuckoo. Will force out another BKB as Whitemon on the side. Ready with the Black Hole, but the silence is going to put an end to that. They'll lift up Whitemon and take him out. Sonic Wave even being committed, and now Ana. Got hit a few times by the Marcy, but doesn't really take too much damage. Is looking to back up, but RSG are not. They will go for a chase. They've got the 4v5 advantage. They know the ultis are down. They want a bit more. Ana is going to try and fight back with the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angels. They are there. Fear is out though from Ana. He'll force them back once again. Exilern, he'll keep trying for the Spirit Bear, but it's still not going to be enough. Instead, the rebound, it will at least land onto Cuckoo. But these living armors make everyone so tanky. Nevertheless, RSG surrounding him by 5. They will take him out. Though Zephyr, he's in again. Going for a bit of a route onto Zhao Bon Bon. Now Thompson, MKS, he's in danger. Forced to pop the Battle Trance. Will go onto the Spirit Bear. And eventually should find it, and will, though Ana, he'll respawn the bear now. Back on a Roger. They've got the Omni Knight. That'll be 1 down. T1 looking for a bit more. Will start rushing as Cuckoo. He'll voice line from the graveyard. In goes Thompson onto Exilern. A great Nature's Grasp holding two of them down. Zhao Bon Bon, he's got the fear out. It's not going to be enough though. He will drop to Ana and they'll even find Exilern. RSG, they are trying so hard to punish T1. Get maximum value out of these fights, but T1, they turn it every single time.
It feels like RSU is just over-committing for these prolonged fights. Like once you found those key pickoffs, once you pop that Guardian Angel, you don't have much more play left. T1, they've got pretty low cooldown spells. They've got this really jumpy quap from Thompson that you don't have the best control for. And you just kind of have to temper yourself here. You don't even have this BKB on Exilern. So it's not like your DP can stand frontline that safely yet. You don't have the... I mean, you have some good sustain coming out from Roger, but, you know, it's not like the big flash heals, although...
Here we go again. Battle Trance is available for MKS, but there are 5 heroes from T1 moving in. Big Sonic Wave out with the fear. There's just no chance. Ana and Thompson, they'll take down 2. And with the T1 group up towards the top lane, AC finished on the bear. It's time to maybe go for another T2 tower. Or at least their first T2 tower. But they will rotate mid lane instead. Maybe just not ready for it yet. As long as they're farming, they'll be happy. You are up against a Troll Warlord after all. And against the Lone Druid, against the Razor, it's not the most amazing matchup when you get into the late game for the Troll.
No, it's not an easy one for MKS, and they just kind of set themselves up for that. Cuckoo's last pick, Razor, just works out well in this draft.
Rebound, Zhao Yu, that's aggressive. He does have a BKB. He's got the Omni Knight to Heavenly Grace. They will put an end to the tier 2 push going on. Plenty of damage being dealt, but not quite enough to finish the job off. Zephyr, top lane, might just be a little bit annoying, but Zhao Yu seems to know he is around somewhere. Zephyr, though, gives him the bok and just TP's right out of there. No problem. So state of the game now. 10 to 17. T1 1k ahead. RSG, they've been putting on a great performance, much better than game number 1. Still feels like T1 are favored in this game too, based off how the game's going. John, is there anything in particular you feel RSG need to do to really try and start dominating this game too?
Like, they have been finding the support duo just fine. I think they need to be able to maybe put a handle on Thompson or Ana. Like, you need to stop this Quap from just jumping in and out. Your hold for the Queen of Pain isn't particularly amazing. Like, you have to be able to land this long duration silence up from Exilern on the DP, and then just hope to goodness that MKS can get some roots off in between as well, to kind of just get that damage off. And once you do take care of Thompson, you do lose that disruptive factor in these fights. The Ag's fully up now as well on MKS, as you've been calling out, Mike. So the self-dispel and the enemy dispel on hand here for the Troll to play with should give more tools for MKS to kind of do what he wants in the middle here. But T1, they just play it safe. They keep getting that farm up. They keep getting the build up. Once Cuckoo has this Heaven's Halberd, your window for MKS just becomes pretty damn tough to find.
Certainly is. It certainly is, John. That Halberd's going to play a lot of dividends here. Rather pay a lot of dividends for T1, I'm sure. Fun fact, Jonathan, this whole game, I don't believe we've seen one black hole being committed yet by Whitemod.
No.
It's a bit sad for Zhao Bonbon. In fact, hold that thought. Zhao Yu made a jump in, but will make a jump right back out. But for Zhao Bonbon, he hasn't even had the chance to steal the spell yet.
Yeah, I think Whitemod really understands and respects just how well Xiao Bonbon can play that Rubik. Black Hole, it's not the hardest spell in the world to steal either. So you just play it safe. You don't give that opening for RSG. It feels if RSG had something like the Black Hole, these team fights would end up way differently. And the fact that T1's been finding these wins without having to use that teamfight control means that, well, if you didn't need to cast it before, why start casting it now?
Dire are scanning.
5-man smoke. RSG. They get some wards down on the high ground, but that's really about it. T1 are still holding their own dire jungle high ground, so they seem more than comfortable just waiting for the smoke to come in. Instead, RSG are going to try and force the Roshan. But the Eidolons, they had vision of this. So T1 is well aware Roshan has been started. Second Roshan of the game. There's that halberd you brought up earlier. Cuckoo's got it up now. That's going to make life a lot harder for MKS. Bashes out from Roshan. Silence there. Zhao Yu, he'll jump in. Whitemod will drop immediately. A nice start for RSG. No Enigma to worry about. T1 still trying to move in. Roshan getting low. There's a Sonic Wave out. Thompson! He takes the Aegis away from MKS! Oh, here we go. Zephyr, he'll pop the overgrowth. Still RSG, they are winning this team fight. Thompson, he'll blink away, but the rebound. Zhao Yu, he's having none of it. He wants to punish Thompson, but he's the one to go down. In we go, Ana. He'll rejoin the fight. Spirit Bear rushing. He wants something for his trouble. Zhao Bonbon might just have to be the target, but he'll get blink up. Nice spell still away from Zhao Bonbon, but Thompson still on the chase. Wants the Rubik, but he will be okay. What an Aegis snatch away from Thompson.
Oh, man. That Sonic Wave push back just to give himself a little bit of window to pick up that. Aegis cuts off any advantage RSG wants. Like, they find the supports, it cost them their offlane. They do force a buyback out, but it's not the biggest deal in the world here for T1 on the supports. They are getting massive on their course, like Thompson now with Kai Sanj. It's very hard to pin down, and MKS.
Yes, he doesn't have Battle Trance for another second. It's available now, but he's going to have 0 damage in this if he can't get out. Thompson will not be able to slow him down. In fact, now the turnaround. RSG, they want to punish once again, but can they? Ana, he's around.
Oh, no.
No, the fear's out. No Battle Trance to come, and there's no buyback on MKS. This is not good. They're onto the high ground. Great fear from the Spirit Bearer of Ana. Just using the Savage Roar, and we've got problems now, John. We have big problems for RSG. High ground has been started by T1.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that just melts.
It really does.
Yeah, I don't know if you can stop this right now on the side of RSG. You don't have Unleash for 40 seconds, no Troll for 30. That half minute's more than enough to clear out these 2 set of racks.
It's rough. There goes one. At least they have their tier 2 top tower, so you can't get Mega. You can get tier 4 if T1 are feeling extra spicy, but you cannot get Mega. Nullify now up on Ana.
Has fallen.
It's a tough one. Nullifier just totally removes the Guardian Angel as a factor. Like, even if you use that to kind of dodge Ana and Cuckoo's damage, he's got a solution on hand. 13k net worth lead, 13 to 21 here for T1. The tier 2 tower, as you mentioned, still protecting RSG from full megas. But there's really nothing stopping T1 at this point. Again, they've been taking these fights without having Whitemon to use the black hole. I want to see him just go 0 black holes this game now. Just never use it. Why did he even use a skill point in it? He has it at level 2. Why? Just max out the Midnight Pulse and get stats. You don't need that spell.
It's the 5-head play from Whitemon. They can't steal this spell if I never use it. It's genius.
Top tower has fallen.
You're right, John. Why even to skill it? It could have been the first game where Enigma just never skills Black Hole. The history of Dota. Whitemon, you could have made history, sir, but you didn't do it. You didn't do it, Whitemon. In we go. 5-man smoke against a 4-man smoke, but T1's got the high ground. They saw Rexy learn. They're going to jump in, force the BKB out. Thompson, he'll get silenced up, but he's got his own BKB as Xiao Yu jumps in onto the bear. Ana in trouble? Not really, though. They overgrowth Xiao Yu up. Heavily Grace. It's going to buy a little bit of time for Xiao Yu to rebound out. Nobody dead quite yet on either side. So T1, they might need to back, though. Xiao Yu does drop now. Thompson, able to secure the kill on the Queen of Pain. Cuckoo, still looking to move in again. Looking to put a lid onto this game is T1. The much stronger team right now. The clock is ticking, says Cuckoo. And he's not wrong. RSG, they've got to find a way to defend this high ground.
Radiant's top tower
They're onto the final tier 3 tower. Look at that tower.
God.
It's gone. Ana annihilates it. In with the nullifier. MKS is gone. He'll buy back this time. He's got the gold available. Battle Trance is still up. But the Raxes are gone. This bear is not fair. Oh, the
my
roots
God.
are out as well. The overgrowth from Zephyr. There goes Xe Learn. Onto the tier 4 towers. GG's called. They've seen enough. Please leave us alone. T1 proving to be way, way, way too strong here against RSG. And there's your black hole out. Enjoy. People wanted in the chat, Whitemon, he's a man of the people. He'll throw the black hole out eventually. No spell still for Zhao Bonbon.
No, if I know Whitemon, if I know chat, they would have wanted no black holes at all. And just maybe a big whiff at the end on the Ancient. You know, the Ancient's the objective, the Ancient's what you black hole. It's still T1
Cuckoo's very
looking
happy.
as
Look at
dominant
that.
as ever. Yeah, he's just smiling. He is
Cuckoo.
stuck smiling. He
He's a
needs some
statue.
help. Yeah, he needs some help. He's happy stiff now. And well, the side of T1 showing us again, they can run these more standard drafts. You can ban out the Morphling and Marcy.
Someone help
all
Cuckoo.
you want.
Someone help Cuckoo out. He's stuck. He's lagging, John.
You know what it is? It's March. He did something to Cuckoo just to have him be focused, and that's March's regiment live. But RSG, look, they take care of the Morphling. They pick up the Marcy themselves. And they force T1 to play a more standard game, and we do get a more standard draft out here from T1. Maybe the Enigma support could be argued to be less standard. You had a perfect game for Ana here, 11-0-8 on the Lone Druid, and I think that just solidifies this opinion on T1 now. You know, maybe the first series you say, all right, they were running some weird stuff with the Marcy. In game 1 here, they did some funky stuff with the Undying, but in this game 2, there are no two ways about it. T1 plays a very clean, smooth game. Laning phase into mid-game and late-game decision-making were all spot on with a very, arguably very basic and standard draft.
Well, that's our best of 3 series going down the drain there. T1 proving to be way strong once again. Jonathan, before we do talk about our next series of the night, you know what this means? Because someone had some words about this T1 squad. I've got to reiterate, and I'll be reiterating again tomorrow. T1 is now facing Talon in the upper bracket. This is the matchup. This is the one everyone's been waiting for. These are the 2 best teams in the winner bracket final of the SEA TI 11 qualifiers. I'm going to read you a quote, word for word. This is Makoto. I know you know, but I want the viewers to know. They have the potential to be really good. but there will be some weaknesses because Anna and Thompson need time to adjust to the rest of T1's playstyle. Their main problem will be the team chemistry because EU and SEA playstyle is pretty different. And I believe later on in that article by esports.gg, he did say he was confident Talon would be able to beat out T1 in the winner bracket final. I love Makoto. I love his words. I believe they can do it. Talon's a fantastic squad. Jonathan, all I can say is I cannot wait for that winner bracket final tomorrow. I have no predictions. I think both teams look fantastic. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one. Talon up against a revitalized T1. Last time they faced up against each other in DPC, and the spice was there because of Gabby, of course, and the history that certain players had with Gabby. This time, it's just the top dogs up against two TI winners. So I'm keen to see how that shapes up. Of course, there are more matches here left, Mike, and we do have 2 series still lined up for this afternoon.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We've got Army Geniuses versus Xerxia coming up. We have a brand new casting duo of Aries and Danog. Their lovely voices are coming up as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head off to a very, very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our lower bracket series between Xerxia and, of course, the side of AG. We'll see you then.
Pushes this effort. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
From the upper bracket to the lower bracket we go. It's time for an elimination series. We've got Army Geniuses taking on Xerxia. Denog, we had some exciting series already kick it off. You know, Talon, they're able to take down Polaris. We just saw T1 as well look incredible in their series against RSG. And now we've got two fresh new opponents.
We do, and I mean, sure, upper bracket's great. You know, Talon, T1, they're going to be at TI in some capacity. But let's send some teams home. That's what everyone here really comes to see. We got some lower bracket action, elimination series coming through, and it's going to be pretty exciting.
Oh, without a doubt. We take a look at how the schedule's shaping up for us at the moment, and also what we have in store later on tonight. Another elimination series with Neon taking on Execration afterwards. So a lot of action still for our entertainment. And I mean, we take a look at how the bracket's setting up. You just mentioned as well before that Talon and T1, at least they are guaranteed to be at TI, whether that's last chance qualifiers or, of course, one team in the group stages as well. And more for these teams in particular in the lower bracket round 3, they are fighting for top 6.
They are indeed. If you asked me at the very beginning of these qualifiers, I probably would have had the upper bracket going exactly the way it had, at least in terms of the series wins. But in terms of lower bracket, we've had a couple of surprises come through. You know, Army Geniuses, they're one of those teams that were somewhat impacted by the roster deadline situation, where they're still playing with Azura. They were wanting to be playing with In Your Dream, and well, obviously that's working out better for Azura than it is for In Your Dream, because one's still in the tournament and one not quite so much. Little Gun as well, not through to this stage, which a lot of people were favoring them. Xerxia even, they're surprising a few people, especially considering they're one of the teams that didn't have an amazing time in the most recent DPC. But in terms of that 2 or 3 Division 2, it was Army Geniuses that came out on top when they did go head-to-head. It was a 2-1 victory for them.
Yes, it was indeed. So we'll see how that's able to, you know, the previous series against them is going to be a similar case here in the qualifiers.
Sorry.
What was the whiteboard? I didn't see.
It literally just said Xerxia on it. Yeah, there we go. It's just like, just if you need a reminder of who you're playing for, he's like, oh yeah, that's right.
Kind of boring, honestly. You got to pick up your game. Like
We need
expecting some
RSG. They're the ones. They're the whiteboard team.
Yeah, so you got to compete with them now. You got to have some memes, maybe just have some, you know, like it's stuff that can uplift you. So we don't got that. They just got the team name. Come on, where's the motivational stuff?
The winner of this series gets to play against RSG, so maybe if Xerxes is able to take it, then they can up the game to be able to match that aggression that they got going. I'm keen to see how this one's going to turn out. Obviously, we're looking at Army Geniuses here. Narman, he is looking pretty happy there in the bottom left-hand corner. For those that aren't aware of him by the new name, it's Hustler, who's had a few stints, of course, on SEA teams as well as in the European region. But he does kind of feel like the star player of this team, doesn't he?
Yes, without a doubt. And it's kind of felt like that with whatever team Narman is on, to be honest. Like, this is a person as a position 4. I mean, you take a look at other regions. You got FY, you got Crit, you got Fade, Baboka. Position 4s, they can really take over games. And I mean, Narman is no different at all in Southeast Asia. And we are well and truly into the draft. Army Geniuses on the Radiant side opened up with the Gyro Faceless Void, and Xerxia into the Earthshaker and the Nature's Prophet on the Dire side. What are we chuckling at? What do we got here?
I mean, have you been watching some Army Geniuses gameplay so far in these qualifiers? I know you and I haven't really gotten to cast too much of it, but have you been watching? Because we know for them, when you see these two heroes, you might be thinking, what? 2 safe lane cores? How's this going to work? No. That's not how they look to go about it. It's the Narman Faceless Void that they like to bring out in that position 4. So they can, of course, flex it to the position 1 as well. But it's the same sort of thing with a Gyrocopter, right? That was one of the DB specialties that came out when it's paired together with an IO, for example. But IO, not really in this meta right now. So I'm feeling like this is just going to be the support pairing that they've got with that flex capability.
5 seconds remaining.
How many times have they given Narman the Faceless Void? Because I know you mentioned yesterday. Twice? Okay. Wow. 2 times, maybe too many with the Faceless Void, but they've had success with it. So obviously
They're
they
still
feel
in
like
the tournament, aren't they?
Exactly. So maybe there's some recent success, and they feel it's not only is it strong in a carry role, but also now in potentially support. And Army Geniuses, they really like flexing the Gyrocopter to a position 5 as well. This is something that Varish has the capability to play, and it didn't matter really what roster Army Geniuses are with. They've always liked the Gyros at 5. So they do also get something a little bit different. Xerxia going down the Nature's Prophet route and the first phase Nature's Prophet as well. Like, I truly thought this was going to be a hero that, with the change to the Aghanim Shard, we were not going to see him. At least not first phase, maybe like a situational pick in the last phase. But why do we feel like Xerxia have gone for the Nature's Prophet at the 8th?
It's still the flex for them as well, right? They play it across position 1, 3, and 5. So you're not really locking in any of these lanes. You can really throw them around however you want to. It's actually, there's a player within the SCA region called Dogbrain, and his style of playing the Nature's Prophet, Arna likes to replicate it whenever he's playing a support, is you literally try and have as close to 0 net worth as possible, and your team fight contribution is your ult, and that's it. All you're doing is pushing. I'm not sure how viable that is anymore now that they nerfed the Aghanim Shard, so it doesn't give you the greater treants, because that was a big part of it, right? Like, you just get by the Aghanim Shard, you buy a Moon Shard, and you feed it to yourself. You just basically only have like a Blightstone and maybe an attack speed item, like a minor one, like a Gloves of Haste or something. And then you're just pushing towers constantly. So probably a little bit less likely to go down that position 5 route these days, considering it's, what was it called? The Curse of the Forest or something like that is the new Nature's Prophet Aghanim Scepter.
10 seconds remaining.
Curse of the Old Growth.
Close to the overgrowth, yeah. Definitely not the shard that it was as broken as what it was beforehand here for Xerxia. But for either side, got a lot of team fight, and we've got some push coming out as well. Like you said, really, we're just looking at the flex. That's the main thing that both Army Geniuses and Xerxia put a lot of priority on in the first phase. So are there any second phase bans that really stand out?
Hold on a moment. Can we just go back to Teehee for a second there? On the position 5. Those are some nice mutton chops that my man has got going on right now. He is just rocking that style. I wish he could just turn to the side so we just get a full sense of the glory. Really emphasizes the jawline. Do you think I could pull that off?
No, I do not think so. Not at all.
No, I can't. I can't pull off many hairstyles, to be honest.
Is the the sideburns was something popular when you were growing up as a boomer yourself?
Okay, yeah. No, the sideburns have never been popular, dude. I try and keep them as short as possible. In all seriousness, I think this game it's going to be Rapido playing the Nature's Prophet, just because it's going to be a pretty decent response to the gyro, right? If you're liking to play it on Varese in the laning stage, then obviously you're not really wanting to use the flak cannon all that much. It's more around the rocket barrage and the homing missile. Rocket barrage, if you've got a bunch of treants, they're going to be soaking up a lot of this damage, and I feel like Nature's Prophet works kind of well together with a Shaker, right? Not only do you have the Fisher to go for some of these block-off attempts, but you've also got all of the individual treants as well. So maybe this is going to be a game where, you know, this is the mid-Ember Spirit to be able to deal with the treants a little bit, assuming it's going to be a core, but perhaps they actually do flex this to be a position 1 gyrocopter, and then just actually go that flak cannon build into the Nature's Prophet so that you can deal with the treants.
And look at the response from Xerxia. Pretty goddamn fast with the Invoker. He's got a great matchup versus the... Oh, no.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it to come through from Wommy. He's been spamming this recently. And anytime you go a little bit too single target, and as long as you got an eye on that Earthshaker to make sure that there's no massive Echo Slams coming out, it's going to be a really effective game for this Broodmother. He goes down 2 different routes. It's either the Orchid into the BKB, and then it's just like picking off these heroes that have a pretty pathetic escape attempt. Otherwise, it's just around getting into the Wraith Pact and then just pure aura items and looking to shove out lanes that way. I think this game it's probably going to be around the aura items just because, like I was saying, they don't really have that effective tools to be able to deal with this constant Broodmother push in a lane.
Radiant team.
It's something that definitely Southeast Asia are not shy about picking up. I mean, you see the likes of Lilgun, you'd always be forced to ban the Broodmother in the first phase, and it put teams in a position where you had to learn how to play against the hero, and we even saw a lot of other teams be able to play it as well. I mean, Army Geniuses, like you mentioned, Wommy really likes it, DB plays it as well, so what can they do to now protect the Broodmother? Because this is a hero that you really want to make sure he gets off to a good game. So do you feel like the Naga and Slark are enough bans, and did they leave something else in the pool?
I'm just trying to think who exactly is playing what right now, right? So if Army Geniuses, it's going to be Azura, Ember, Wommy, Broodmother. I'm assuming that it's going to be the position 1 gyrocopter, and then a 4 faceless void. So... But do you want to do a 1 Faceless Void now? Because in the one game that they played Faceless Void as a carry, they lost that one. In both of the games that they played it as a position 4, they won. So are they just going to be influenced a little bit too much by that? Is this a position 5 Viper as well that you're going up against, which makes a pos for Faceless Void's life pretty damn miserable? There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes coming through, but Army Geniuses, they're going to be the one with the last pick overall, so they're going to be able to shape up the lanes how they best see fit. It's a Monkey King coming through. So again, just if you're going this dual melee lane, this is probably one of the better options, and it's a nice way to be able to clear out some of these creep waves too.
Yep.
He's very happy. Kind of living up to his name with that little chuckle there.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like, why would you not be happy with the draft like this? It looks...
5
you mentioned the
seconds
Viper
remaining.
Monkey King to be able to lean into the Broodmother Faceless Void. Feels like that's going to be a strong advantage for Xerxia, but the Weaver definitely makes this a little bit more difficult now to call. It will be a DB Weaver as well, so we're going to have a Gyro and a Faceless Void as their support duo on Army Geniuses.
Let's go. I mean, this is, you knew this was coming, man. You knew, like, if you didn't come into this series thinking we weren't going to see some jank come out from these supports, you haven't been watching SEA Dota. So this is really interesting to see how it's all going to pan out for them. I'm a little bit worried about the dual melee into the, well, it's actually a Monkey King 5 coming through from Teehee here, paired together with a position 1 Nature's Prophet. So,
10
how's that gonna
seconds
work?
remaining.
I don't particularly like that.
5
I
seconds.
really was a big fan of the Monkey Viper lane.
Me too. Especially considering, like, God, yeah, dual melee, you want those 2 heroes into that, right? Like, it's just so dominant. I guess into the Faceless Void, the Nature's Prophet still feels pretty good, but I don't know, I feel like you've given up a big opportunity as well.
Yeah, because they've got a lot of heroes on Army Geniuses that can get on top of Ken. Like, in a game like this is a very, very difficult core Nature's Prophet game to be playing in particular position 1 Nature's Prophet, where you are the right-clicking hero. Like, you're not building those aura item, Wraith Pack to be able to help sustain and group up as a team. So he's the one dealing a lot of the physical damage in these fights. And Army Geniuses, you can send the Broodmother summons at him, Ember can Remnant on top. You even got the pressure of like Narman just dropping a Chrono on your head. So I'm a bit concerned. Like, obviously this lane, it should go pretty well. The Earthshaker with the Viper against the Weaver, I feel like that's going to be a fine lane, but I just felt like they needed to body the Broodmother, and without playing the Monkeys a 1, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, no, it's certainly going to be pretty interesting. I mean, maybe it's going to be playing around just having a little bit more levels by playing in the lane a bit more. You got more points in the Sprout, and you're going to try and address the Broodmother a little bit, like try and lock him down with your okay amount of stuns that you've got coming through. And then if you can't get the Insatiable Hunger off because you're in a Sprout, then your survivability isn't as good. Just trying to theorize a little bit here, but
Wow.
and I actually haven't cast a Broodmother game since they buffed up the minimum movement speed bonus as well. So I want to see how much that actually influences things.
Yeah, same actually. I didn't even remember the changes from Broodmother because we haven't had the opportunity to cast her at all. Does look like there's a couple. We'll see. We'll see how Wami's looking to set up. Are they? What are they doing? Wami's not doing up to his shenanigans running mid, is he? He's just kind of maybe getting in the minds of Xerxia.
I mean, you see the
30
bottle
seconds
being
to
queued
battle.
up by the Ember Spirit, so you'd assume that he's still going to be mid. The thing is, you just can't really go the Flame Guard into this Invoker now, right? He's just going to dispel it off every single time with the Tornado, so it's going to be much more of the right-click build. Not that you hate that, right? You still need to deal with, especially as a position 1 Nature's Prophet, the Treants, who are going to be rampaging a little bit more often, as well as it's just going to be some extra damage inside of that Chronosphere too, just with the slight spam from the outside.
The battle begins.
See how this one's able to shape up. Will be a 2 for 2 in regards to the bounties. Nothing crazy going on, it looks like, with the lane shenanigans as well. Everything comfortable from either side. Either intrigued to see how this faces Void's able to, at least how Army Geniuses can execute it, because I know you said that they've picked it up multiple times and had success on it. I didn't have the opportunity to get to see these games, so, and again, we were kind of speaking about it in the pre-game, like Narman is that person to always look out for. He's really the one that can bring teams to the forefront and take the game, so I'm excited to see what he can do with the Void.
I have faith in Narman. You know, no matter what he does, he always seems like he's able to get some success coming through. Getting a little bit of harass here is Varese, making sure to keep that camp blocked up. So nice scout out of the Sentry Ward to make Lucifer's job a little bit more challenging as he tries to go for the body block, and he'll be successful on this bottom side of the map. But yeah, it's all about just trying to get some of that early pressure into Rapido, specifically at level 2. They just want to make sure that the lane's in a good spot. As soon as you got that Rocket Barrage and probably the Swarm, just going to look to follow in and quickly burst down Rapido before he gets too out of control.
Is this an easy lane, though, for DB? Because I feel like he might struggle. If they've got Sentry control, as soon as he pops Sakuchi, and if Lucify's in a good position with the Fissure, you land the stun, then Rapido can start to stack up the poison attack, and DB could be in trouble then.
Do you think they're going to have full Sentry control, though? I think it's mainly just going to be around this this camp, right? They want to make sure that they can influence it to pull it back towards them as much as possible. Actually missing out on the homing missile there from Varese. Ended up getting killed by Rapido as well as Lucify. But yeah, I don't think they can actually afford to just put them in the lane. It's going to set the Earthshaker back too far. Like, he's already had to buy 3 Sentry Wards just to try and keep this camp available to them. And, well, it's still obviously not going to be for the next little bit of time.
Take a look at how top lane's shaping up. Some shenanigans there. Nama just looking to drag the wave under the tower. Wami at the moment doesn't feel comfortable with playing the lane. And this is kind of to be expected, though, with the Broodmother. Like, this is a hero that definitely has fallen off with the prowess in the laning stage. But as soon as you get that level 6, then you're online. And it's very difficult for anyone else to be able to deal with. So it'll be interesting to see how they can get him to that stage. A little bit of damage onto T here for the moment.
Yeah, no real amazing slows just that yet though, right? You've got the Silken Bowler, but no Orb of Venom, no slow coming from the time dilation, but all this pressure, even though the farming under the tower on Ken does mean you're able to get a pull off here from the Faceless Void, so Narman's going to be very happy with that, push things back towards you. Probably around that level 3 timing is when they can look to get a lot more aggressive on Army Geniuses, perhaps go for a kill onto this Monkey King.
Earth's bounty.
With this mid lane, Azura off to a pretty good start, 16-6 compared to the 10 last hits on JG. It is a matchup that people like picking the Invoker into. You've got a way to be able to purge off the Flame Guard. Well, we see Azura's just going down a different route. He's like, all right, I'll just max out Smite, go for the early Blightstone, see how fast that Corrosion's able to come out. But Azura should definitely be okay in this matchup. I do think, though, as the game goes on, until he gets BKB, it can be difficult to deal with the Invoker.
Using the Tornado there a little bit aggressively, still 25 seconds away, so if you wanted to go for a Flame Guard play like he does, you might be able to get some success through from that. Of course, the Flame Guard now doesn't completely stop the damage coming through, so Cold Snap is still going to be quite effective against it. Azura actually being bullied away from the lane by both of these supports. Is he going to go for the slight refill play? No. Won't be able to accomplish it. So important just to make sure that your mana reserves are still somewhat decent for the laning stage. Third point into the Sleight of Fist now, and really trying to take advantage of out-sustaining an Invoker, a Quaswex Invoker in lane, which is pretty damn challenging.
He will have that level 6 at least coming up shortly for Azura, but it's probably going to be 2 waves until he gets it, so might have some issues. JJ, this is going to give him an opportunity at least to be able to continue harassing, being that nuisance. Bottom lane, Lucifer is in a bit of trouble for the moment. He's able to get back to the T2 tower. Rapido's the one that's in trouble. Look at the damage racking up, but Lucifer turns it around, stands his ground, and slams away the life of the Weaver.
Manned up onto him. This is what I was talking about. I really wanted him to put a point into the Swarm because you're very immobile heroes with the Earthshaker and the Viper early on, and if you're forced to be right-clicking a creep, that's just a couple of extra hits that you're getting through with the Weaver. You don't really need the Geminate attack if you're looking to go for that first blood, which I feel if you go on this position 5 Gyro, you got to be getting kills out of the lane. It's not really that traditional 5 by any means.
I 100% agree. Like, he's the person in the predictions I put for him to have the most magic or pure damage at 10 minutes, because I thought the same thing. Like, this is a hero that just needs to be getting incredibly aggressive with the early points in the Rocket Barrage and the homing missile.
Feels a little bit like the Crystal Maiden, doesn't it? Where, like, if you just don't have that early game impact, you're just going to fall off massively. And I don't know exactly how much money he's spent on Mango so far, but he's got 3 in the inventory and not much else. So Marie's really kind of between a rock and a hard place at the moment, with wanting to go for kills but not having the resources and the allied skill build to do so.
The River, JG, gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Narman was able to snag the haste out of the face of the Invoker, but it looks like they'll be okay. Meanwhile, top lane as well, a lot of damage has been put on the tower. Xerxes have done a very good job to keep the catapult still alive, and they will have a resummon shortly at the Treants. They're gonna get this T1 tower, I think.
Narman's going to come and try and stop it as much as possible. Gets the time dilation off there, but
wow,
able to do too much about stopping this, and yeah. No real way to be able to stop this tower from falling. Still very single target on the Broodmother. Even with the spawn Spiderlings, right? It doesn't feel all that great. Maybe you can burst down a creep, but it's a lot much more of an open map, and even potentially the ability to go into the triangle when it starts to get stacked up a little bit more for either the Ember or the Weaver once you get into the Maelstroms there.
I'm very impressed though with Xerxes and how they've been able to body the Broodmother in the lane. And like Ken top of the net worth 3,400 compared to the Brood 2,500. So we kind of mentioned it when the lane was going on, the fact that Brood needs level 6, but really big props to Xerxes recognizing this and getting very, very aggressive. And now Ken, he's already got the Javelin working on the Maelstrom as his next item. Once he completes his farm will just skyrocket.
And the thing is, like, we did have a little bit of an issue. Sorry, mid lane. JG's getting dived a little bit, but hasn't used any spells yet, so that time dilation is going to be pretty damn useless. In his previous time picking the Faceless Void, I don't think he leveled up the time lock until like level 8 or something like that. He was just putting everything into the time walk and the time dilation up until that stage. But with these heroes that you're coming up against, they're really not these frequent spell users. You know, they're not spirits, they're not Puck, they're not. You know, some of these other, like CK in the lane even, can look to use a lot of his spells to try and get some kills, but Nature's Prophet, not really. All you're really using is the Nature's Call and right-clicking.
The Earthshaker's going to be in a little bit of trouble, but look at Ken teeping in to try and provide the +1. They've used a lot of their spells for the moment. The Varish is going to have another round of the Rocket Barrage. They'll kill off the Earthshaker. And also Azura, he's able to secure at least the Arcane Rune. So really nice movements coming out from Army Geniuses. Not only do they get their first kill of the game, but they also refill the bottle for the Ember Spirit.
Don't want to spend too much time away from this top side as well. You've got Wami, obviously lost his tier 1 tower, but he's going to be pushing in this one on the top side. You can see just with the skill build from the Monkey King, you might think Tree Dance is a really good way to be able to... Oh, they're trying to hunt him down and cut down the trees, but...
Rapido's in some trouble. Azura, another rotation. Down to the Viper this time. Instead of the supports moving mid, Azura with the Arcane Rune was able to help out. That's a big kill because Rapido was just edging out a slight victory into DB's lane, and now this will give DB a couple of free moments down bot.
It's the power of those Arcane Rune, right? He's just able to rotate so much more easily, make a big impact in multiple lanes, and then suddenly what was looking quite bad for Army Geniuses, at least 2 of the lanes, is now evened out completely.
So what can
what I was saying before, I'm expecting T here to go pretty much the build that he is right now, right? You needed, with those double melee, you want to have at least a point in the Jingu Mastery to be able to get that bonus damage through. And Boundless Strike, you need physical damage to be able to deal with this Broodmother and all the Spiderlings. They've got pretty good magic resistance.
Bottom lane, Ken is going to look to try and TP down. TP's going to be cautious with the burst damage coming through from the Wrath of Nature. They'll get the fissure blocked off perfectly as Ken just slips into the tree line. DB is going to be killed off, and now Xerxia should be able to use this onto the tower. Mid lane though, JG. What a rotation out of Wami. From top to mid he goes, wrapping on the Invoker with the help of Army Geniuses as well. They could surround JG and now look to put some pressure on and, well, in fact, get the kill onto the tier 1 tower.
This is what I really like about the way Wami was playing. You know, a lot of Broodmothers that are a bit less experienced would have just stayed in the lane and looked to try and dominate that way. But look at what you're going up against. These are heroes like the Monkey King, like the Viper, like the Invoker even, that want to be staying in the lane to be able to have a big amount of impact.
Azura's got the haste. They're going to look to chase them down. Finds the double chains. Look at Lucifer's position though. Pump faking the fissure. The threat of the dive. Something that Army Geniuses have to be cautious of.
Oh, they got the stun onto
control.
the...
Azura's going to go for it. Not going to have the damage though. Nice fissure timing. We'll be able to TP out of the Nature's Prophet.
He could have gone for the Searing Chains, but just wanted to guarantee it, and well, unfortunately Lucifer was in a really solid position there. He's got the Tome in his backpack, so he doesn't actually have enough for the Echo Slam. Will that cost him?
Oh, he went in! Oh, no. Azura, he doesn't have a TP. He's stuck here. Can they see him?
No.
They'll see him now.
Oh,
The
now they
Strat's
do.
out. There's no one here. No one at all to help the Ember Spirit in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower, as they're able to secure the kill.
You know, even Grandmasters can make mistakes every now and then, and you know, there's a big reason behind it. So what I was saying before with the Broodmother, now that we've got a little bit more time to relax and chill, is when you're going up against these heroes that want to stay in the lane, you probably don't want to be in the lane, right? So he takes the tier 1 tower, he goes into the jungle, allows it to connect onto mid, you get the kill. Like, I just like the way that he's able to adapt his gameplay to the situation. That's the sign of a good player.
What can we expect out of Xerxia? How are they going to be able to address this Broodmother? Because this is someone who can just look to completely take control of the top jungle. So is there heroes or items in particular they need to pick up to kind of deal with the Brood? I'll hold that thought real quick, because mid lane we do have a smoke and Narman threading it with the Chronosphere. Nice fissure. controls the Faceless Void, so there's no threat of the turnaround, but Azura's gonna look to jump in. The Ember Spirit, they're not gonna have the stun lock to be able to deal with Azura. He can Remnant out, targeting down Ken, but they're lacking the stun to deal with the Nature's Prophet, so instead, they'll chase down the Earthshaker in the river.
A lot committed just for a couple of supports. You know, I know it's a Gyro and a Faceless Void, and you can't let them get out of control because inherently their cores, they're going to scale quite well as we get to the later stages. Maybe not so much the Gyro. Have a look at the net worth. Not looking that great at all. But yeah, you end up getting a support and a core in response to that. As for your previous question of how are they going to be able to deal with this Broodmother, I think what Ken's got queued up is the answer. He's gone the Gleipnir. So you just need something that's going to provide a little bit of that extra control, not only just for the damage that it does on use as well as the Maelstrom passive, but even just things like holding things in place to be able to get massive use out of the Boundless Strike. You've got the Orb of Corrosion, and it looks like he's going into a Deso next on T here with the Blightstone pickup.
I think now with kind of the point, I'll hold that mid lane. Chrono well onto JG. Lucifer is nearby to help offset this, but they make sure they're not grouping up for a multi-man fissure. Army Geniuses, they might lose Naaman, although the Time Walk's back up, and meanwhile the Spiderlings are just bringing down Rapido. It slides on cooldown for the moment, but it will not matter as Wommy with the spawn Spiderling secures the kill. And now they've got the root as well to the Nature's Prophet. Look how they're playing this team fight. Just range and distance, that's the main thing now for Army Geniuses, and now they can jump in. They know that multiple members are down on Xerxia, and as soon as they see their opening, a Remnant in forward from Azura to get on top of the Earthshaker.
We just saw T1 play with Thompson and Anna and their unorthodox heroes, but Army Geniuses, they're trying to do them one better. Just really understanding the limits of their heroes. Obviously, with the maxed out Time Walk on the Faceless Void, you could play this baiting style, and with every one of these team fight victories, just gets these, again, inherent cores closer to one of these items that are actually going to be a lot more significant as the game gets later on. You know, only the 1 point in the time dilation now, but by the time he's got the mana, the money for the Aghanim Shard, and he'll probably be level 9, 3 points time dilation. It's a significant amount of damage once you're trying to force out these team fights.
And Army Geniuses, they can continue to play aggressive. They got a great Observe Ward on the cliff line, and look at the damage they're doing to Rapido. The missile, it's enough. Oh no, another death for the offlane Viper. This cliff ward down to the triangle is just giving them so much information. I love how Army Geniuses are playing this. They have recognized that we can't kind of run into the middle of the fights, into the Viper. We can't face check this hero, nor the Nature's Prophet as well. Like, he doesn't have the greatest attack range or mobility. So in team fights, we just need to play our distance. You know, spam Slight, spam the spawn Spiderlings, let even the spiders just run in as well, because Dire, they don't really have the capability to kill them. So it's a great read from AG so far. And now Azura.
Nice use of the Remnant.
Cuts down the Monkey King's tree. Ken's gonna look to TP out. He will be able to make it, but Tiki's in trouble. He'll lose out the Monkey King, but across the map, we do see those Xerxia get the kill onto Naaman, so both supports going down. Meanwhile, once again, though, Wommy, he finds a solo kill, looks like, under the tower. Onto Rapido's Viper. That's another death in a row. He just TP'd back out to the lane.
He did, and I have to wonder if this is the right choice going into the Orchid. Like, it makes sense considering what you're up against. You know, the Ember Spirit, the Faceless Void, the Weaver, 3 heroes that you want to be able to lock down, just so that you've got the burst to be able to take him out. But I feel like they're just going to be prioritizing him as the #1 priority, because every single time, like, Orchid gives you 0 stats to enable your survivability versus something like that BKB that he's got queued up afterwards, or even just something simple like a Dragonlance, which is pretty damn core for a Viper. At least with this Observer Ward, they're going to be seeing where exactly Wommy's farming, and with that, Rapido playing a much more towards the right-hand side of this lane, but it's like, what is he actually farming? He's nearly fallen behind his position 5 Monkey King in net worth.
And now, with all the map control that Army Geniuses have in this net worth lead, they can look to move their attention over to Roche. And looks should be pretty easy for them to find. The Wraith Pact already completed onto Wommy. The first Roche of the game is going to be claimed at 18 minutes in. And what can we expect out of Army Geniuses? Is there the potential for them to take multiple tier 2 towers, or is this more of a farming Aegis?
don't really think it's a farming Aegis. I think they're probably just going to wait maybe 2 minutes or so, get into the BKB on Azura, get some of these tier 2 neutral items, get the pipe for Wami. Pretty close to the Vladimir's offering as well for Faceless Void. So it really is just this ball up and go style that they're going to have active pretty soon.
JG's been hanging around bottom for quite some time trying to find these pickoffs, but Army Geniuses are not giving him that opportunity. He does have Lucify nearby as well, working on the Blink Dagger. We saw yesterday 3 games play hard. Was on the Earthshaker. All 3 games he went that Ag Shard first item as well. So a little bit of a difference here with Lucify's item build. We'll see maybe if that's going to prove to be an issue. I mean, while JG does get the connection. So the Tornado into the meatball combo, but oh no, man, look at that. The Chronosphere onto 2. Azura's got a double damage rune to work with as well. They line up for the Echo Slam, but there's just no damage follow-up. JG doesn't have the levels to combat this. Now, meanwhile, mid lane, though, they have left Wami on an island. So, Xerxia, they're going to be able to address the Broodmother finally. Tiki even wants to drop the ultimate for the extra damage, but they won't even kill him. Just TP out, and Wami will make it out to safety.
Looks like Ken is in a little bit of trouble as well. Didn't get connected onto by the Swarm, but he going down here. Still haven't used the Time Walk. And oh, there we go. Sorry, Time Lapse. Getting out there from DB. Able to escape. They're just running over them. They've won the lanes. They set themselves up really well. Might have been not so great to be able to lose your tier 1 tower top, but ever since then, it's been all Army Geniuses. It's just going to look to continue. Like I was saying before, getting into some of those bigger timings. Actually go on the 4-staff instead on Narman rather than finishing up the Vlads. I like it. Maybe they just saw the Gleipnir being finished up and realizing that as long as we're not locked completely into position, we're fine.
They see JG farming with this freshly placed Observer Ward. Breeze will start. Nice slight dodge from Azura. And now he's got a BKB to dive under the tower. No cares in the world, as there will be no answer to the Ember. Azura playing an exceptional game, and this is what we've come to expect from him, though. His Ember Spirit, one of the best around in Southeast Asia.
Honestly, all of his spirits, right? We've seen times where he, on a Storm Spirit, was actually beating Quaps in lane, which is pretty much unheard of. So it's great to see someone like this get the kudos that he deserves. I mean, I know it's kind of selling him a bit short, but if Army Geniuses are able to win this, even if they get knocked out at the next stage, top 6 is a very admirable result, considering how the year's been going for them, and the fact that this wasn't even their first choice roster to be able to go into these qualifiers. Specialist Array is going to be a nice little ramp up in damage, though. Xerxia giving it over to Ken. All of that extra pure damage, a little bit of extra stats as well, and just the damage output from those multiple extra hits.
Yeah, what can Xerxia do with this Nature's Prophet? Because, again, he had an incredible lane, beating the Broodmother, but now he's fallen a little bit behind in net worth. Still is around there at the top, but what can Xerxia do with this farm Nature's Prophet?
It's a really good question, right? Because he is the one that's going to be able to deal with this Broodmother that's just taking all of your towers, but you need to be... You're the only one that can effectively be playing on the enemy's side of the map and pushing out these lanes so that they can't just death fall down lanes like they're doing with this Aegis. Like, they're just trying to get a bunch of super easy kills, and I think Teehee, he's going into the BKB. Yeah, like, I really don't like the fact that he's still holding onto all of this money and not going for a value item that's useful now, because...
DB just gets a solo kill, man. Like, they dived under the T4 tower, killing off the Viper, and then DB solo kills the Invoker down bottom. Like, it's just crumbling here for Xerxia.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Azura just dies on purpose. Wanted to make sure that the Aegis popped off when he wasn't in a super vulnerable position. Only had about 45 seconds left on it. But yeah, like, I understand, you know, being a little bit down now to make sure that you're successful later, but there's not going to be a later if you don't have someone that's able to respond to this. Like I was saying before, Nature's Prophet wants to be on the other side of the map. Earthshaker does have the Blink Dagger, so with this smoke, a couple of seconds left on it, but they've got what they wanted. They're happy enough to back up. And that's the call from Narman. Get back, he says, as Invoker's about to respawn, as they haven't seen the Shaker in quite some time. And they've already gotten that tier 3 tower, so they can feel pretty satisfied with themselves.
This is all going to come down to just a combo out from Lucify in the fights. Maybe with the meatball damage as well from the Invoker. He's only got 4 points in the X-Sword at the moment, so...
If that courier
And
dies, it's...
he's in trouble. They're just going to
That's
drop the
gonna be
chrono.
worse.
Narman, they don't have a care in the world because Variz is to the north. They can drop the call down and Wami's playing the distance. Once they bring the Nature's Prophet down low, the Brew can easily step in under the tier 2 tower. And now they're even going to go for Rapido. He ventures outside the base and Azura will make sure next life he'll stick back behind the safety of the higher ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And they could just take all of their outer towers now on Army Geniuses. Like, you can go mid, of course, if you want to. But if you're going to use a glyph to try and slow down this push now, you've already lost a tier 3 tower. There's no more refreshes coming beyond that. So Wami's just going to continue to place himself down here at bot lane. They're going to path up to top. They're going to be maybe waiting to play around the second Roshan and then end the game off of the back of that. Using Sunstrikes just for a single range creep. That's how desperate they are for any farm. At least you've got the BKB now on JG to be able to perhaps respond to all these slows, the roots, the lockdown coming through from Army Geniuses. But it's rough.
Oh no!
Oh, the force!
Holy that would have been a... Oh, what a play that would have been. Oh my...
I wonder if he could have force-staffed his missile instead. You know you could do that.
Yeah, Azura? He's under the Observer. Lucified with the Echo Slam, the chain control for the Boundless Strike.
All
and
right.
they get the kill. And now with the Weaver silence as well for the moment. But she's pretty tanky. He's not going to be tanky enough. Xerxia sense an opportunity for them to be able to invade back into their jungle. And they get 2 gigantic kills.
Yeah, for sure. Finally getting value out of that Blink Dagger. This is the big weakness for the Earthshaker that I was talking about. He had basically provided nothing up until that stage of the game. And it's still the case where for the next 2 minutes, he's not really going to be providing anything again. You know, these respawn timers, 24, 25 minutes into the game, they're still short enough that you could just group back up again and go. Like, what did you really expend for that? Not much. Call down for a kill at the bot side. That's about it.
Ken.
They
He's
see
farming
it.
under the Observer Ward.
Azura's
Wami's
coming.
instantly moving down. They're going to TP to the outpost as well, but Ken, wisely enough, will be able to evade this gank. But again, now, as soon as they know the Nature's Prophets TP'd back away, Army Genius is going to look to reclaim the map control and kind of funnel Xerxia into only one location on the map.
Ooh, they got the spinner snare as well on Wami, so going to look to block off all these different pathways into the triangle. So where can you farm now? There's basically nowhere safe to be, and most of the time when you're on this really aggressive path, you're going to be putting aggressive wards down, right? Because that's where you're... Sorry, I'm just looking at JG playing up on the top side, see if he's going to fall down to DB again. Probably not. That's because that's where you're wanting to be playing, right? You want to be catching out people who farm in quote-unquote safe areas, but against a Nature's Prophet, it makes sense to be warding up your own triangle, your own jungle, because that is the only safe place that remains now.
Top lane. Xerxia, they're going to be cautious. It has to be a quick kill and they've got to get out. Because Army Genius says they're wrapping on top. They should be able to blow up the Weaver with a Sunstrike,
Nice
but it
force.
gets the time lapse off, and now DB's okay, because the rest of Army Geniuses, they've shown up. Narman lands the Chronosphere onto 2. It does clip onto Azura, but as soon as it expires, they'll be able to chase down the Invoker into the tree line, and the rest of Army Geniuses will clean up the remaining components into this top lane. As what a great read for the lads on Radiant, just dangling the Weaver's life inside the lane. They connected fast enough, the force staff to allow him to get the time lapse off, and then we're there to take the fight.
He's just had a bit more tanky items in his inventory as well there. Obviously finishing up the Hurricane Pike gives him that little bit of extra HP from that. I think he switched up his neutral items as well, previously holding onto the Dagger of Restore. Now he had the Ring of Aquila for all that extra armor, that tiny bit of extra HP. That was the difference. Like, he barely got out of that one alive, and it's all on the back of these micro decisions. They go for him again. No, completely scouted out by Narman.
They're
Paris
stuck
is just
here.
going in.
Look at a double Boundless. We'll give them some distance to be able to retreat. Fissure as well. Covering, but it's not enough. Rapido chased down. Meanwhile, DB gets a kill onto Tihi. Both supports killed off. It's up to the cause now to defend the base.
Dyer's top
This
tower
glowing
is
mass
under
of
attack.
spiders just coming at them with the pipe aura on. Not quite there anymore, but I mean, this is... What do you look to use the glyph onto? It might need to be this wave.
Dyer's top tower
They
is
have complete
falling.
understanding of exactly where Ken is. Doesn't have anywhere near enough to be able to get into that AC, but at least he's got the Hyperstone. A little bit of extra damage perhaps for the next team fight. But again, is there going to be
JG.
another team fight?
He's
in the
I don't know
snare.
if you can
They
run
see
like
him.
this. Oh boy. I understand. He's trying to do whatever he can to stall it out. Invoker, one of the better high ground defenders, but and they have again the capability for Army Geniuses just to play range. Makes it very difficult. If Invoker just oversteps the mark for 1 second, they will instantly stun him and force a BKB like we just saw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So yeah, glyph used, BKB used, map control, it's yours. You know that the Nature's Prophet isn't scaling, Roshan's up, everything just... They've got the read on Army Geniuses of exactly how they want to play this game.
And they also know exactly where Xerxia are as well. The Earthshaker ran inside the spinner snare. They got the ping on side the
Armin
map.
could look to pop the smoke as well with the reverse time walk if he wants.
And they're onto Varese. They should have
It's just
stopped. The
Varese, though.
gyrocopter will be brought down. Azura's going to be able to remnant over the fissure block. Trying to target down JG for the moment. The Invoker without the BKB. So Azura recognize this is free pickings for him to be able to secure the kill. Now inside the river. Azura's not done. A remnant onto 2. Both supports are gone. And off to the left side, Ken is trying to get a kill on Narman. It's just a support face as Zoid. And they won't even
Yep.
kill off Narman. And they call
That's
it.
a GG. Yeah, it's well worth the GG call as well. They just got completely outplayed on Xerxia this game. And yeah, pre-30 minutes. Not too often that we see a few of those games come through, but they crushed the lanes. I don't know how better else to say it. You know, mid lane went far better than it probably had any right to, and really shows the importance of securing those power runes, because the start of the game wasn't going too bad for JG. You know, he was trading even-ish with the Ember Spirit, but as soon as he got that Arcane Rune, kill mid, into a kill bottom, suddenly he's got the net worth advantage, and it's certainly a little bit deflating as we can see the Xerxia boys, even though they were all smiles and laughter before, not so much anymore after that game 1.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the early game rotations as well from the Ember Spirit was a big reason why Azure was able to have such a good time. You see his KDA 12, 2, and 13, and Army Geniuses in particular did a very, very good job of being able to secure a lot of those power runes for him. We saw those rotations coming out, TPing down bottom multiple times, and with some of those mid-game fights as well, where Wami was able to recognize where once he took the T1 tower top, he just started to wrap on mid, get that backstab going. There was no escape. They blocked off any avenue. Then they were able to find the T1 tower, and all of a sudden, Army Genius, they just had map control. And for Xerxia, with this lineup, like, Nature's Prophet kind of needs a little bit of farm as a position 1. And the Invoker is going to need some catch up. If you got a Viper who dies multiple times, like Repeater 0, 8, and 6, like, he's going to be a bot now. Like, this is now you've got to support Viper. So it's just very difficult if AG have some good early game movements. And that's exactly what we saw from them.
Yeah, there was a few things that we both didn't like with the draft, right? We wanted the Monkey King to be the position 1 against the dual melee. That would have felt really nice, just easy ways to deal with all those spiderlings a lot quicker. It would have meant that you could get into some of this minus armor, which would have been effective at bursting down some of these kind of elusive heroes that we've been talking about. The Weaver, the Faceless Void, the Ember Spirit. You need that burst damage to be able to take him down, and it can't be on the back of an Echo Slam, because like we saw, you get one successful team fight, but then they just respawn and do it all again, and then you've got nothing. You've got no tools to be able to respond to a lot of the aggression that they had coming out. And then Repeater, like we were saying, the Orchid just never paid off. He was dying first every single time. Army Geniuses knew exactly who to focus on to. They're a force to be reckoned with, for sure. You know, this is... we love seeing some unorthodox Dota coming through, and that's exactly what they're giving us.
Yeah, of course, it's a treat. Like you said, we got to see it in the T1 series, and now we get to see it with Army Genius as well. This is another game where they have success with the Faceless Void as a position 4, and now this just gives us that much more to enjoy potentially too. We don't know what is in store
3-0.
for us. Maybe Army Geniuses could pull something else out. Maybe even Xerxia could pull something out of the back pocket to try and force this to a game 3. But Army Geniuses, they are up one game here, an elimination series. Xerxia, they need to, with the backs against the rope, something needs to come out from them. And well, after the break, we'll find out what that's going to be.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
We are back. Game 2 almost underway here. Army Geniuses taking on Xerxia. Army Geniuses with a game advantage. They're not going. I want to see some more crazy stuff come out for them. We already saw crazy stuff in the T1 series, and now with our second draft underway, hopefully we get some more craziness. And would you say this is crazy? A little bit crazy?
I'd say it's a little bit crazy. I mean, I know I mentioned in the previous game that Azura, with his Storm Spirit, he was very capable of just beating Quaps in lane. They pick it with a Quap in the pool, and Xerxia actually don't go for the Quap themselves. They go for an Ember Spirit instead. Maybe just feeling like Quap would be too directly like one-to-one focused. Like you might win the lane, but then against a Chen, you're not quite as effective. But Ember Spirit, you're decent enough against the Storm, and you can deal with the Chen army as well. So I really don't hate this coming through from Xerxia.
Yeah, I don't mind it. We'll see how much it's going to be able to pay off here for them. Of course, the Storm should have a pretty good matchup
5 seconds remaining.
in regards to the lane, but like you said, it's as the game goes on, like the Ember's going to fare very well.
Dire team
The other thing that you have to consider is now Army Geniuses are kind of forced to draft, not that it's super out of the ordinary, but a position 4 that really wants to be rotating towards that power rune, because you know Chen doesn't. You know, maybe Chen can just throw one of his creeps there to be able to at least deny it away from the enemy mid laner, but it's
10 seconds remaining.
Gyro can rotate. Gyro can rotate very easily, especially for like that 4, maybe even the 6-minute runes, depending on what level the Storm is. Because if you're getting that homing missile in onto him before he's level 6, you're probably going to kill him, especially around one of those power rune timings.
Now, should we still be worried though that Xerxia are picking up this gyro? Like, do they? Do you remember Teehee playing the gyrocopter in the DPC so far? Because I look at this and I'm like, maybe they're trying to steal something that works really well for Army Geniuses, but if they haven't practiced it, it could be an issue, especially in a game where they lose this. They're gone. Well, they're home already, but they're out of the qualifiers.
Yeah, home already. I think he's played it a little bit on Teehee, obviously not to the same extent as Variz, but it's not really something that Ken plays. That's my bigger issue. And I feel like any time that you're going up against these heroes that have a lot of units that are needing to be hit, I feel like Flak Cannon's a pretty good way of dealing with the Chen army. Maybe they feel that the Ember Spirit's going to be able to do enough of that, and you still can just put the Gyro as a position 5. The thing as well that a Gyro 5 lets you get away with is it lets you get away with like 2 ranged heroes, because for all intents and purposes, Gyro's a melee hero, right? You need to get up in their face with the rocket barrage. The attack range isn't super great, so maybe they're just looking to have that little bit of flexibility, especially considering they had first pick. So yeah, I'd still say it's pretty important.
See at least some target bans out from Xerxia. Pudge's going to be taken care of. One of DB's, I'd say honestly, I was very impressed with DB's Pudge throughout the DPC. They'd often play the Pudge and the Enchantress. You see even the Broodmother's been banned as well, so a little bit of respect for Wummy.
I do want to ask you as well, do you feel like with DB, he obviously had that period where they'd changed up the roster a little bit, in your dream playing as a... Wait, was he playing as the 1? I forget who was playing as the 1. Like, DB was actually moved to the off lane, right? And they got rid of Wummy and Azura.
Yeah, which was... I'm trying to remember who else they brought in then.
Radiant
Because
team
we're
Don't
missing
know
one
off the
then.
top of my
yeah.
head. We've been watching way too much Dota, but I'm wondering if any of his like offlane picks will potentially bleed into his position one. Like we've seen position one Night Stalkers. We've occasionally seen from like Liquid the position one Slardar coming through. So I wonder if that's an avenue that they
10
might
seconds
consider going
remaining.
down. Not that there's really any need
5
this game
seconds
for it.
remaining.
You also get to see a Losify Bottom of the Moon, which we really enjoy seeing.
It was a very, very good Mirana. You got the chains to be able to set up as well, which is going to be nice. Deals with the Chen creeps. Can kind of deal with the
Hoping
Fiends creep as
so.
well. Yeah. So it's going to be nice for Xerxia at the moment. Looking to see what Army Geniuses pick up next, if it's going to be the Wami or DB hero. Do you feel like there's something they should prefer between the 1 and 3 here?
The sack.
Well, I wasn't assuming it was going to be a Leshrac. This is much more of a Wami style of hero for sure, but I kind of feel like this is a better position 1 Leshrac game, because you want him to be getting a lot of farm. It's not that you've got, like, if they had an Io instead, I would be feeling a lot more confident with this. I know it feels a bit
5
passive and the
seconds
team
remaining.
fight's lacking, but I feel like you've got enough team fight with a Storm and a Leshrac, and with an Io and a Chen, you could just keep running at the enemy team. So it really would fit the style that worked for Army Geniuses quite well. Plus, Narman really likes to play it as well. But yeah, with this, if it's a position 1 Leshrac, then you can just look to ball up together. Are they? You got to make sure you're banning out an anti-mage this game though, because it feels like a pretty decent AM game.
It is, and they've already played it as well from Xerxia through the qualifiers, so it is something you definitely need to take out of the pool.
Dire
I
team
imagine it
back.
would be now. There we go. Army Geniuses, you mentioned Wami can play it. You can also play it as a position 1. I would kind of prefer it to be regardless with the Bane, because you have that Nightmare into Split Earth combo. Something that is at least able to secure the easy stun, which can definitely offer some
10
kill threat in the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Neither of these two just super
5
stand out to me as
seconds
Chen players, though. Narman and Varese. Like, it's not 100% certain of who's playing with what. Regardless, I agree, the Bane should play along with the Leshrac. We're just not sure which lane that's going to be in at this stage.
Yeah,
And,
the
well,
nice...
they're going to be the ones that decide, right? They've got the last pick.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. You've got the... You're going to see Xerxes carry at least, so you will be able to determine where you want to try and put the lanes. And well, for Xerxes, you need a way to be able to take objectives right now. You don't particularly have that unless the Dawnbreaker is off to a pretty good start and goes down like a Deso route and is incredibly farmed. Then maybe he can be your sieger as the game goes on. But I feel like you're going to be looking for something a little bit more reliable than
Dire
that.
team pick.
I mean, could this even be like a Dawn 1 and it's a Gyro 5 coming through? Or the opposite? It's a Gyro 1 and a Dawn 5? Like, there's still a lot of questions that, they're going to need to be answered right now with the hero that
10 seconds
Xerxia are looking to
remaining.
pick up. But I'm still at a bit of a loss as what they're wanting to pick up for this. Like,
5
it's not a good
seconds
Slark
remaining.
game. It's not a good Illusion Hero game. There aren't many great
Radiant
Diffusal
team
Blade
pick.
builders, considering the Ursa has been banned, the Anti-Mage is gone. Alchemist is fine, I suppose. Maybe they're just really wanting the Chen to have to go away from this lane, but I mean, we've seen offlane Alch work, so I feel like they just want to put the Alch wherever the Chen is. I guess Dawnbreaker is a pretty decent
You may
response
now
to it too.
select your heroes.
And it was a pretty quick Timbersaw response coming through from, you got to assume it's Wami playing it. He is the Timber spammer.
Wami's got a scary Timber, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is... It's definitely not a free Timber game, though. I will say that. It's looking like a pretty good Timber game, but there are answers to him. It really depends on if Mirana has a good game. The potential for a Spirit Vessel to be picked up here for Losify. He can also pump a crap load of magic damage in as well. Potential Veil if they feel like they need that extra damage versus the Timber. So they do have ways to deal with him, but that's really going to come off the back of the laning stage and honestly just how they can
10
rotate and get
seconds
kills. Because again, like this Mirana needs to be involved in kills early on to get that vessel
5
to deal with
seconds
Wami. But if that's not the case, Wami can take over this game. And not just Wami, I feel like there's other heroes that can take over this game as well from Army Geniuses.
Speaking of the man, he's they're really, they want to be able to close this one out nice and early. And what I'm really keen to see is Army Geniuses going to go for a bit of a lane swap here? Because I really feel like you want the Bane to be into that Alchemist's lane. You're going up against a Gyrocopter and an Alchemist. So whether it be the Unstable Concoction or the Homing Missile, you want to be able to disjoint with the Nightmare just to make sure that you're not taking a ton of that damage that's going to be it's coming through. You know that there's going to be a lot of aggression happening in this because Timbersaw really doesn't want to be laning into that, and like we were saying before, Bane pretty much wants to be just paired alongside the Leshrac for a lot of this game. So wouldn't surprise me to see Varize and DB go top and Wami and Narman go bottom just to be able to avoid that lane as much as they can. So let's see if they put down some super deep vision with a smoke on Xerxia to be able to be the ones to scout that out first and set the lanes up how they want.
What about even like a potential aggro tri-lane for Army Geniuses, putting the Timbersaw solo versus the Dawnbreaker, and then having the... I'm trying to remember now, having the rest of the heroes going up against the Alchemist, because of course he's a little bit better in the lane, but I feel like that hero does want levels though, where once you can get the concoction and the acid spray up.
It's a pretty terrible tri-lane though, isn't it? Bane, Chen, Lesh. Doesn't feel like a ton of kill potential. Maybe at level 3, but if it's a tri-lane, how are you going to get to level 3, you know?
It takes too long. Okay. We'll see smoke up from either side though. Oh, they can get themselves set up with some vision. Get the game flowing here. Game 2, of course. Xerxia 1 game away from I bet Zero didn't mean to place a wall like that in the river.
Look at his pig. He's like, don't worry, it sees the rune. It's fine.
I saw that too. Oh, God.
What do you think about these wards coming through from Xerxia 2? I'm not the biggest fan of the one that they placed all the way back inside. I don't think it's actually going to provide them with too much information. Maybe just seeing where the Chen is going to look to rotate through and like what creeps he's picked up. But by the time that Chen's got the creep, it doesn't really matter. I guess it blocks up a camp as well, so there's less chance that he's going to be able to get one of these busted creeps. But I'm not feeling super convinced about it. You could use a sentry for the same purpose.
Yeah,
The battle begins.
it's a tricky call to make against someone like a Chen. You're similar to the Doom or the Enchantress. Like, if you do leave a lot of creeps there, then if you get the Sador creep, all of a sudden your lane is not looking too good at all. So, I mean, how are they?
Look at these lanes as well.
Yeah.
Mirana's going into the Chen's lane, which I don't hate. You know, good way to be able to instantly deal with whatever creep Chen is able to steal away. Well, not steal away, but persuade, let's call it. And at least it means that you're not going up against the Alchemist and the Gyrocopter in the same lane. So I feel like Varize and DB are going to be happy enough with how this bot lane's set up too.
I feel like this is a lane down bottom where we're going to get a crap load of kills. Bane and Lesh into the Dawnbreaker and the Gyrocopter. There is a lot of damage early on in the lanes between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, even topside, right? Like, you talk about setups for the Mirana arrow. Well, Unstable Concoction's a pretty decent one as well. I guess with Narman, he can look to, manipulate the creeps, make sure that he's got one constantly standing in the way. It's the body block off for Losify, making sure that he's not able to start to build up a few more of these. And he's trying to find the angle for the arrow, and ends up, did he get it? No, he's actually been cancelling. And they actually see him. This could be the first blood.
Narman, they finally get the creep. Narman, one more right click and they'll find him. That was funny to watch, dude. I have not seen that. Just two heroes just standing on the ground, the Chen just running circles with the range creep, and Alchemist is like, oh, I've had enough of this. Oh, I'll come over, I'll come help out.
Doesn't even get the first blood for his troubles, but you can see Lucify's build, the early Wraith Band. He feels like he's the carry now.
This is really worrying though for me for Xerxia. I think Wami is going to free farm this lane, and that can now enable Narman to make a lot of rotations into the jungle and just play for his own farm. And if you get like an early mechanism on the Chen, you're going to have some big issues killing with the Timber, dealing with the Leshrac as well, who can get involved to try and help take objectives, who we are seeing down bottom. A little bit of damage, nothing crazy it looks like on Rapido. In fact, they're going to turn it back around onto Varize. Tihi, only level 1, however.
got a decent amount of damage on Xerxia though, right? Even with this mechanism that they've got coming out, maybe they won't be able to deal with a Timber Saw, but everyone else seems pretty fair game to me.
Yeah, I wonder then what DB looks to itemize. Because if you feel like Xerxia have the damage, do you think Lesh has to go into maybe like a defensive item early on to make sure he does not get killed?
I think considering you've got the Bane as well, it's kind of fine. Like, you do need to... They're the ones, in my eyes, that are lacking a little bit of this damage, right? Or at least the burst. And look at what you're going up against, right? An Alchemist that's going to have the Chemical Rage going. An Ember Spirit that's going to be able to Remnant away. The save coming through from the Solar Guardian leaps away as well. So basically, the only one that's easy to kill on Xerxia is Teehee. And it's a 5 Gyrocopter. Who cares?
Radiant's top
See
tower
how
is
mid
under
lane
attack.
shaping up at the moment between Azura and JG.
JG's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing very well. The slight level 2 down bottom though, we do see Bane go down. Teehee able to find their second kill of the game here for Xerxia. Very nicely done, being able to catch the Bane a little bit out of position. Ken might be in
Topside.
some trouble top. Gonna try and charge up the concoction. Woma's gonna have another round of the Whirling Death in a couple of seconds here. It's just a question if he can close the distance, and the Kobold
walk to the
Foreman will
trees.
enable that. Oh, the creep from Narma just helping Wommy without a point in the chain. He was going to have some issues keeping up with the Alchemist, but this neutral creep just giving them that bonus movement speed to close the distance.
They are really looking to emphasize this mid lane, though. They're realizing that JG had a pretty good start, and they just want him to be able to continue this because, again, he is going to be that consistent damage coming out. He is going to be one of the few methods of early-ish lockdown that they've got to be able to fight into the Chen army, to be able to quickly burst down the Bane before he's able to get a lot of that save potential through.
Narman
Chen?
will end up going down. Nicely done from Ken and Luzify. 2 points in the Acid Spray, and they'll also get the creep as well. Extra little bit of gold for the Alchemist. You love to see it.
As soon as Ken comes back to lane, though, Wami's like, no, this is my lane. You're not allowed to do that. Gonna immediately bully him away with all of those reactive armor stacks. There's not too much that Ken can do about it. The only time that they're going to be able to get any kills onto Wami, it feels, is if Ember Spirit gets a power rune, rotates up top, perhaps with a level 6 on the Alchemist, and then Solar Guardian. Like, you literally need to commit 4 heroes for it.
Yeah, Wami's not dying for quite some time, without a doubt. And he knows the hero to its limits as well, so he'll be able to recognize what items he requires in a game like this. It's kind of interesting he's gone for this 2-0-2 build as well, but against the Strength Core and the Alchemist, you just want to look to shove him out. That extra point in the Whirling Death will definitely be able to help out there. See Narman as well, not playing top, doesn't need it, so it's going to enable the Chen to be able to try and secure bottom lane. Almost get the Leshrac down.
Side they're diving Ken again. Not sure if into the middle of these trees is where you want to go. He's still not level 6, so he can't cut through them with the Chakram. Of course, Timber Chain wouldn't have been all that effective. He leveled up the 5th point just as he was going for that kill, but all this time that an Alchemist isn't spending farming is time that you're very happy about on Army Geniuses. It'll make you feel much relatively stronger compared to them as you do hit your early-ish timings that you've got around the Storm Spirit with the Leshrac.
Bottom lane? DB's going to be alright. At the Homing Missile and Repeater might still go onto the T1 tower. Yeah, why not dive? T can take up the tower. They'll swap the aggro now to Repeater, so the Gyrocopter doesn't even go down. Now back to mid lane though, Azura. Diving JG, but he's out of mana to be able to continue to get the damage going. Thanks to the Overload proc, so it does look like the Ember's going to be okay, and he'll TP back and refill the resources. Top lane, there's that level 6 coming out from Wami though. Ken's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's only got Lucify nearby. Oh, they've got the Ensnare as well to make sure Ken cannot escape. Wami's got plenty of mana to be able to work with under the tier 1 tower, but he is falling relatively low, so like he's going to have to go out. He's only got 2 points in the...
He's nearly level 6 on Ken. It should be a lot more manageable once he gets to that point. Can probably start to jungle a little bit more. Nearly level 6 as well on Rapido, so hopefully for Army Genius' sake, they're going to be very vocal about that fact. As soon as DB sees the fact that Dawnbreaker has that Solar Guardian available, got to make sure you're calling it out.
We will have the 8-minute power run coming up shortly, though, so this will give a little bit of...
Going for a dive on Ken.
Look at him just tuck it into the tree line. Another concoction that doesn't get the connection out. I think now
Desperately
with...
wants that level 6, man.
Just trying to do whatever he can to circle towards the experience. Surely the melee creeps will give him enough, and there we go. He's got the 6. But the supports aren't rotating just yet. Finally, the Radiant supports are going to look to move mid. They will be too late to contest this. This is really important. If Azura is able to find the power rune, he can start to get active on the map. Oh, we got a regen. Oh, no.
Well, that's a nice little bonus. Gabe been smiling on Army Geniuses a little bit here. Where can he look to play? It really feels like they're content with
Are they going to go
farming
for
his
Wummy?
bonuses.
They've got the Solar Guardian as well for the +1. They get him. Oh, I was not expecting Wummy to die for quite some time this game. Azura's going to look to play around with the regens. Got to be cautious she doesn't zip into the acid spray. Finally, they'll take off the power room, but the damage has been dealt. Azura playing with so much mana, and well, that'll be too much for the Alchemist as he goes down. Finally, they secure the kill. Bottom lane, though, DB, they are eyeing towards the Leshrac. TE's got to look to start. He's got it close to the tier 1 tower, but the TP out for the Bane will be too late. So Xerxia sense an opening here with the Leshrac being vulnerable, and they capitalize on that.
It's a couple of times now where they've just been able to follow up that on that really easily. I'm just having a look as well. All right. What is my most favorite underappreciated spell in the game, Ares? You should know this.
Oh god, I have no idea.
No, come on. It's a hero in this game.
It's a hero in this game?
It's Enfeeble, I'll tell you that.
Enfeeble.
Really good against the Alchemist, man. Like, look at all of that regen reduction that it provides, just with 1 point. 45% regen reduction. So,
Speaking
you actually
about the
don't...
Elk,
Yeah.
he's getting dived under the tower. DB,
movement
Foreman
speed.
and Narman. Look at the triple heroes that they've got here. They just catch up. The movement speed from the Foreman once again
JG, your
allows
mana's
DB to
low.
find the stun. And now JG, they're going to chase him down. Got another remnant to play with, so we'll get some distance away. But this now puts the Ember out of commission for... oh, okay. Well, he's chilling out. I love this from Lucifer. At least he's going to be able to tip in, refill the bottle. Because if they didn't, the Ember would not be able to defend the T1 tower.
Can you still defend it?
Are fortified.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, duel.
Dire's top tower
Zeus ult.
is under attack.
And as well, not only that, Azura knows that he TP'd up there as well. He knows that he's stuck up on this top side, and he's level 8 now. You know, I was mentioning before that any kind of rotations coming through from Teehee prior, to level 6 would have been really effective against this Storm, but
Is under
with Gyro solo rotating, with Solar Guardian not being able to be set up by anything because Alk and Ember Spirit were stuck up top, really don't care on the Storm. He was just able to sit there, push the wave out, recover some of that net worth, and well, it's pretty even across the board, and that's not what you want to see when you've got this Alchemist lineup.
They do have one here in particular that's getting a crap load of farm in Rapido. Even, in fact, Ember's now top of the net worth as well. But what can we expect out of Rapido in a game like this?
Ooh, good question. Find the Bane, kill the Bane? Like, it just... he's gone the BKB. I guess that's just so that he could look to respond to, you know, a full-on dive coming through from the Storm and the Leshrac. And then you just Solar Guardian in, pop the BKB, and look to fight that way. But in terms of making something proactive happen and aggressive and trying to take objectives away from Army Geniuses, you gotta wait until you got the Blink deck. You need to find a way to be able to get in on top of that Bane.
Is under attack.
I think if you take a look at all the damage that Army Geniuses have in this game, it's
Under attack.
only spell damage pretty much. A little bit is going to go through the BKB thanks to the Diabolic Edict, but down bottom, a zip in from Azura. He's got the
Up top as
double
well.
damage rune, and also the rest of Army Geniuses being able to connect. They'll be able to get the kill down bottom and also top lane. They find T here. Nice arrow though from Lucifer, clips onto Narman. He's going to be playing with the mechanism along with the Hand of God, so that gives him enough health to be able to help out Wummy to get the kill onto the Mirana. Some great movements from Army Geniuses simultaneously across the map.
Under attack.
That's the thing, this Timbersaw is just getting out of control this game. Might not be at the very top of the net worth, but he is by far the scariest hero at this stage. And, well, again, it's just some effective movements coming out of the Diabolic Edict. I wonder if DB is just gonna, yeah, they even look to use the defensive glyph coming through here. Sorry, aggressive glyph, because they want
Nice
that Diabolic
stun.
Edict to be able to take down these towers. And
Recommend the
yep,
Fiend
it's
script.
done.
Lucifer will be able to at least cancel out, but the damage they've already been able to bring down the tower, so the 2 rotations from Xerxia do not provide them anything.
Provide nothing at all, and well, that mid tower kind of feels a little bit vulnerable. I know you're moving here on Ken, perhaps just to place down that acid spray that you're not losing too much of your control. I mean, you got to maintain some sort of advantage of positioning in your jungle, right? Because you're an alchemist, you want to be able to take a lot of these stacks, but you've lost 2 tier 1 towers.
Bottom
and
lane.
You could very easily get another. Yep, this is that setup.
That's... Oh, well, we were expecting this in the lane with this Nightmare Splitter, but not only in the lane you can utilize it, but also in the game as well. There's a lot of kill threat between these 2 heroes, and Xerxia, I feel like now it all comes down to, can they kill the Timbersaw with their Spirit Vessel soon to be picked up? If they can kill him 2 times in a row, that will definitely slow down Wommy and his impact, but for them, it's triple BKB timing. If you lose 1 fight, even 2 fights with that, this game's over. Like, it is only spell damage on Army Geniuses, so there will be great answers to that in regards to the BKBs, but you need to win fights throughout the BKB durations, and they might even be too far behind before they get those BKBs, because we see Azura, who's already off to the races again, trying to find another kill. On to Teehee. They might have
off with their spells.
bring down Azura. No way, this is it, power. Azura just survives. You know, DB's got to look to enter the fight, but he too has to be cautious. But Wami showed up, and you got to get out. You got to get out. Run away as fast as you can. Wami's entered the fight, and at least Teehee will make the space for the rest of Xerxia to escape. But Wami, oh, he wants to catch up to Lucifer as well, further slowing down the Spirit Vessel timing. Nice read from Lucifer though, will TP up. This tier 1 tower doesn't have the capabilities. Army Geniuses find all tier 1 towers now in the game.
They certainly do have a few of those big timings coming through, like you were saying though, but you can't be giving up kills, even if it's only a gyrocopter, because like we were saying before, these tier 1 towers are as good as gold for Xerxia in able to defend their jungle. I mean, the scans coming out, they just want to continuously run at Ken. They're going to see this gigantic stack as well, and I can't think of too many better lineups to be able to pick this one up than a Timbersaw, a Storm Spirit.
No.
I mean, they've even found the Owl. He doesn't have his ulti popped.
And he's got no one playing behind him, because top lane, they're going for a kill onto DB, which they should be able to get. Oh, yeah, they will with the slide, but that's not worth it at all. You lose the Alchemist, you lose this gigantic sack, which was supposed to give him his Radiance, and I mean, that's 2 objectives in itself for Army Geniuses. You are so happy with trading the Lestrax life.
Yep. No Radiance, still no Spirit Vessel, no BKB on the Dawnbreaker. At least you've got the Maelstrom on JG, which they needed just to secure that kill onto the Lesh previously. And they're going to get a free Bane most likely here.
You say free, but Wami is looking to try and make
That's
it
a big
otherwise.
courier kill, actually.
Yeah. Getting rid of the Yules. Wami won't have this to play with now. They might look to chase down Teehee instead. Naman's going to slow him down. Naman's going to be a little bit cautious, though. Xerxia are doing a really good job to play their distance in this team fight, guiding the Timbersaw, and now they're able to deal with the Chem. With the Solar Guardian into the middle, they'll get the slam down. Now they can look to deal with the Timbersaw. As Wami, he gets denied to Roche, though. Oh no.
My God.
They used everything, and they took that fight so perfectly from Xerxia. They were guiding the Timber, playing their distance, waiting for the Solar Guardian. But they just waited a bit too long. Roche came out of his hidey hole and unfortunately found the deny.
It's actually so demoralizing, man. They could have been back into this game in a big way. If he had the Yule Scepter, he probably doesn't die, but I mean, that was just Spirit Vessel timing.
Look at the change into the arrow combo. The damage, it's there this time. Azura doesn't get the zip away. Beautifully done from Xerxia.
That's the Vessel as well, along with the Radiance. So you got some damage to be able to respond to this, but well, again, Rapido needs that BKB for himself, and they need to be able to play around that Solar Guardian. So right now it feels like they're going to be playing a little bit more defensively. Really wouldn't be surprised to see the supports place themselves in front of these key targets, like Teehee playing around wherever Rapido is, or playing in front of the Alchemist, just because they're the vulnerable ones at this stage of the game.
This is really big though for Xerxia. You're able to get 2 wards around your triangle, so this means that Army Geniuses won't have too much vision to play with to look to invade the jungle. The Alchemist is starting to pick up his farm with this Radiance.
Smoke actually coming through here.
Tee-hee.
Pops it. Good positioning coming through from him. He's going into the Veil. I like that. Nice value item for your support gyrocopters. Provides a lot to the team when coming up against Army Geniuses lineup.
They're gonna run into DB once again at this top lane. Oh, he sidesteps the chains. JGR, in fact, he's still got it available. He's gonna run it on over, dodges the split earth. Beautifully done from JG. Now with the backstab though, he's able to get the concoction, sets
Spirit
up the
Vessel.
arrow. They should be able to bring him down. The Nightmare, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. They slam down the stun, and now Rapido is going to look to Nama next as well as Xerxia. They're back in this game. A 3rd kill into a 4th. This Varese will be chased down to the river. Some beautiful spellcasting coming out from Xerxia.
Beautiful Dota. And again, that does not happen if he has the Yule Scepter, right? Actually, he has it now, but it was just delivered from the courier. So in the grave, he ends up picking it up. But that's 2 deaths that one of them Roshan claimed, but probably shouldn't have happened if just the courier micro was a little bit better. But big props to Xerxia. They get the reward that they probably should have had from that previous team fight. And well, DB, he needs to fix up some of his positioning because he's been caught out solo a few too many times.
And we see some of the issues that Timber's having. We mentioned in the draft that the Spirit Vessel could really prove to be an issue. Of course, like you mentioned, helps that he didn't have the Yules with that Chorus snipe, but now he's died 2 times in a row. Now you get an opportunity for Xerxia to reclaim their jungle, get towards their BKBs. Ken's got enough gold for the 2nd component. You've already got it, I believe. Yet Rapido's almost got his completed. So this is, we have a ball game. We are very, very even here now.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of Azura, he needs to make sure that, yep, nicely done. Not revealing the Kyron Sange on the courier while under the cover of the smoke. Walking back to be able to claim it, but they are just completely balled up on Xerxia right now. 3 heroes. It does feel like these 3 could kill anyone on the map. Shoving out lanes with the backing, maybe trying to use JG as bait here. Around that power rune.
That's an aggressive blink. It's going to be a stun follow-up, but there won't be anything else nearby. Do a good job to be able to secure the rune. It is an illusion, nothing crazy to be able to dispel off this game.
This is a good, what, 7 or so minutes it feels like, where Alchemist just hasn't been the main target.
Very close to getting the arrow onto Wami. And they're going to still stick around to try and get the kill. Solar Guardian's coming up, but Wami can dodge this, and now maybe Xerxia have overplayed their hands, because Radiant with the sustain and next to the tier 1 tower, they can set up the formation and try and charge down the members of Dire. But Ken is going to look to enter the fight off the back of the BKB. He gets a double concoction as well, landing onto both support. The arrow will slide on forward, starting up Narman and Xerxia. There's the BKB for Ken, charges into the middle. And what a team fight once again for Dire. The momentum is building here, Danog.
It is for sure. It's, I haven't been commenting on it previously, but that's 3 times where I feel like with the Chen heal, considering now it does that burst component and the heal over time, it's just come a little bit too late. You know, DB's been the one falling down. Look at his mana. Sure, he used the Bloodstone for it, but he was finishing that fight on basically full mana. So that is definitely not what you want whenever you're playing with this Leshrac. You want to make sure that you're expending every little bit of your resources. If we get a moment to look at this replay, just look at all of the buffs that they've got as well on the Radiant side if their heroes are clicked on. Like, it was completely stacked up. Yeah, look at that. Heal upon heal upon heal. All of the auras coming through. But JG, he's having such a great game that he's able to clear them out with great usage from the Sleight of Fist with the Maelstrom. He's prioritizing them.
I cannot stress enough that that is almost like the most ideal fight for Army Geniuses, where they start on the Timber, he tanks some spells, uses the Yules, and the rest of the team just comes in, and they don't have to worry about spell after spell now. But the BKBs, we saw that the Alchemist just ran straight towards the Leshrac. It didn't matter where DB was. Like, we could see it again in this fight. Arrow's gonna land. Ken jumps into the river. We'll find the extra stun. They'll deal with one of the supports. think that'll be all they'll get as Army Geniuses will back up fast enough. Down to the south though, JG. He's caught out Azura. He's nearby as well. The zip. Oh, gotta be cautious. The missile.
Buster's
it's coming. Buster's coming.
Ooh.
He should always... Ooh, okay. Back onto the T2 tower though, the double chains. And now they've got the damage fall as well, because Rapido has jumped inside the middle, warming out to the left side, a temper chain, but he doesn't find it fast enough. Xerxia, a third fight in a row, they've come out on top, and now Roche could be on the cards.
Could indeed. Should be dropping pretty damn easily if they have anything to say about it as well. You got to just make space. You got to enable DB to play really selfishly for the next couple of minutes, and it's going to be a lot more difficult considering they have this Aegis the Immortal. And with the BKB, these fights feel so much easier for the Leshrac, but he is just getting chain locked down, burst down at the start. Again, 3/4 mana that he finishes that fight on. So something like the IO that we were mentioning in the draft probably would have given them a little bit less control for someone like that Ember Spirit, but certainly would have enabled the survivability much more.
Bottom
Not
lane.
even Ken.
Bottom lane, Azura might be in some trouble. I think they need the Solar Guardian. Oh, has he got the damage? They don't even need the Solar Guardian. Oh, can. 8, 4, and 6. He struggled early on the Alchemist, but he is well and truly online. And look at this fast-paced play from Xerxia. The Moonlight Shadow trying to enter the jungle. The sentry in the lane was able to scout them out. This gave RB Geniuses enough time to reposition. Oh, shoot. That blink as well. This is a nice edge
blink.
we're on.
We've got the Arcane Rune to play around as well. You know, these guys like to go for the next level plays, and well, that Arcane Rune certainly does help matters. Rapido, what's he got? He's actually going into no Blink Dagger. He wants the Desolator. He wants that follow-up damage coming through. At least he's got the Aghanim Shard picked up as well, so he really just doesn't want to be playing with a team at all. We see a lot of position 3 Dawnbreakers be the traditional offlaner, you know, going in first, being that initiator for everyone else to follow up on. Not him. They're trying to take advantage of this Alchemist strat.
Zero. They get the Fiend's Grip on the high ground. Solar Guardian's going to come out shortly to be able to cancel this, but it will not matter because Dire... Oh, look at them just overwhelm Army Geniuses on their own side of the map. DB, along with one, was nowhere to be seen in that skirmish.
Now Ken's pushing on this bottom side as well. Multiple lanes being pushed in at the same time. You've lost a tier 2 tower. Teehee immediately going to look to claim that one for the outpost. And they're straight up onto the high ground. Why not? This is the strongest you're ever going to be on Xerxes.
3 minutes left on the Aegis. You got plenty of time to be able to continue sieging. Gonna look for the T2 tower instead, with the mid lane getting shoved out. So we'll be able to find their second T2 tower of the game. This net worth lead has just gotten out of control. In the past 6-7 minutes, Xerxia have built an immense lead. And Ken, he's also caught out DB. I think the ward on the cliff was able to scout out the Lestrac's TP. Oh no.
He was trying to go for the lane cut, just trying to slow down this push a little bit, but again, gotta be selfish sometimes, DB.
And now they see Azura, another cliff
Oh,
forward.
not another.
Sees another member of Army Geniuses just positioning too aggressively.
These are obvious cliff wards as well, man. This isn't, you know, some next level play coming out. The conversion of it, of course, is, but yeah, just really odd positioning coming through from specifically the cores on Army Geniuses.
Look at JG just jumping with Buster. They're going over the tier 4 towers now. They'll kite the Timber Sword. They don't have to worry about him for a couple of seconds when he's cycloned up in the air. But now that it expires, they can dive past the fountain, killing off the Timber. Oh, no,
Should be 2 lanes of racks. Lesh can't even leave the base to be that selfish style that I was wanting. Worth expending the glyph for this one, just to try and keep that siege creep away for as long as possible, considering all towers left up on the top-hand side of the map. Look at this, DB not even worried at all about defending this. He just wants to say, I need to farm, I need to get my item. He has had 0 item progression for what feels like 7 minutes or so.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank
0, 7, and 4 is DB's Leshrac. So that is a big reason why he hasn't been able to find this item progression. You mentioned it earlier, it's just been getting picked off way too many times. And this is now props to Xerxia and their vision game.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Done a very good job throughout kind of the... Early on we saw Army Geniuses, of course, with their map control was an issue, but once Xerxia was able to deward a couple of times, get their own vision out of the map, we've seen how much of an issue that has really been.
Just gonna go straight in mid, the fake back, trying to catch someone moving too far forward. It's
In,
Swami.
a double concoction.
Oh, the double.
What a way to be able to open up the Solid Guardian and Timber. Where'd he go? This hero is supposed to be tanky, but Xerxia with the lead they've got, they can kill off Wami. No remorse,
Straight
and onto the
tier
tier 4 tower as they go.
He's got BKB on the Lesh. You gotta buy back. At least on the Timber. Might want to save the chance for a little bit, considering it's only 10 seconds away.
There's the buyback, but
Oh, he's stunned! He didn't BKB!
He ate the arrow, but able to turn around, maybe the damage, it's not gonna be enough. The buybacks come out, but the throne's exposed. Xerxia, it doesn't even matter. We're not gonna have a last fight as Army Geniuses, they'll tap out. We're going to a game 3 here for our elimination series. Xerxia will tie this up 1-1.
Very, very odd game coming through. I mean, I thought Army Geniuses had that in the palm of their hand at, 15 to 20 minutes, but just a couple of team fights, that was really all it needed. And I suppose when you're going down this route of full magic damage, BKBs are obviously going to be incredibly effective. You don't have that hyper late game carry, especially if, as we saw on DB's Lash, you're just dying eventually 8 times in the entire game, but he was chain feeding from like minute 13 to minute 18. He died about 5 separate times. So not what you want out of your position 1.
I am incredibly impressed with Xerxia's capability to come back in this game. 1 game away from elimination. It was looking like it was near the end. You killed off Ken at the triangle, you took his ancient stack, you traded the life of DB across the map. It felt well and truly worth it for Army Geniuses. And the fact that Xerxia somehow find a way back into this game, they get their BKB timings, they take a couple incredible fights in a row, and all of a sudden, they have such a gigantic net worth lead that Army Geniuses just can't do anything.
It's just a bunch of those little things snowballing into so much more, right? Like, because you're not able to even trade in these fights, you're actually losing them against an Alchemist. He's going to be scaling better than you. And it's on the back of the Yule Scepter dying on the Courier. So Timbersaw dies a couple of times. You don't have that constant presence in these team fights. DB's farming a little too aggressively under pretty obvious vision. Of times gets caught out. Narman, that means he's not able to get into the Wraith Pact, which maybe allows this Leshrac to survive in these team fights for a little bit longer. It's just all these little things that add up and up and up. And I mean, once you were able to secure that Roche, the win probability just absolutely spiked towards Xerxia's side. So it seems a lot worse than it was. The game finished quicker than actually game number 1, which I don't think anyone would have been predicting to go in Xerxia's favor. But I think it looked a lot worse than it was. I'll say that much, but they definitely need to fix a few things, specifically respecting the potential vision that might exist for the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, and now it puts us in a beautiful position where this is everything we could hope for. A game 3 with an elimination series like this, potential top 6 on the line for one of these teams, and to continue with their lower bracket run. Game 3 with Army Geniuses against Xerxia will be coming up after the break.
to me. Impurities. My friend. Regeneration.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are going the distance here for our elimination series. Army Geniuses up against Xerxia. One team will remain standing in the TI-11 Southeast Asian Regional Qualifiers. Then we've got our draft almost underway. What do we need to see different coming out from AG in this game?
Radiant team ban.
Really depends what avenue they want to go down, right? Because these games have been finishing quick, 28 and 29-minute games. So maybe something that's going to be able to stall it out if you feel like you've got the better late game. I suppose the thing is, like, just search prior to this series and seeing what the general playstyles were that the teams have been playing ever since the patch came out. This is 7.32. For Xerxia, they just don't want to have to deal with lane dominators or zoo push. They rely very heavily on their own skills to win a lot of these mid-game team fights if it gets to that stage, which we saw in that game number 2. So that's why they get rid of heroes like, you know, the Kunkka, the Viper, the Beastmaster, the Visage, the Quap, like these sorts of things that could just dominate a lane and then snowball off the back of that or create a zoo that you're not able to deal with. So are they going to go for something a little bit more defensive? I can't remember the last time we've seen a Wyvern, and I really need to see it, especially with all this Chen that we're seeing.
Yeah, have you played the Wyvern much personally after the change? Like, on a feel experience? Like, do you feel like this is nerfed enough? Because I thought it was
6 win streak, baby. So yeah, it's still looking pretty good. Like this Kunkka pick a lot. I mean, for the laning stage against the Ember, it's fine. Like, it's not going to dominate just because Ember's an agi hero, so you're going to have decent armor to be able to withstand the Tidebringer. But good right-click damage, and you can deal with the Chen army very effectively. So this is, in my opinion, one of the best picks that you could have gone for the last pick of the first phase.
And it's just comfort. That's another thing. JG plays a incredible Conquer.
Yes, he does. Oddly enough, they're banning out the Broodmother. I know it's sometimes you just don't want to have to deal with it, but Kunkka does a pretty damn good job against it.
I guess that's just like you kind of mentioned before, they just don't want to be playing into these pushing shenanigans and like, all right, let's get Brood out. Let's try and have this at least somewhat of a fair game.
Yeah, it is kind of a dishonorable hero, isn't it?
Oh, it truly is one of the worst.
Mm-hmm. Does seem like they're banning out a lot of the like Xerxia have picked up two of their comforts, I suppose, so far, and Army Geniuses are like, well, we're not going to let you pick up any more. You know, the TA is a Ken staple. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me to see them get rid of the Medusa as well, just because even though it's not super meta, pretty decent as well at dealing with the Chen army. You just pop the Stone Gaze as well, and Ember can't be zipping all around in these team fights. You run the risk of getting turned into stone. It really pairs well together with heroes like the Gyrocopter and the Kunkka, just because it's like hold people in place and then do a crap ton of damage. Kunkka's strong early, Medusa's strong late, so it makes sense to me if they went down that route.
And it's just you're in a game 3 elimination from TI qualifiers. If you want to go back for comfort, maybe something that's not as meta at the moment, you're going to do it. If it's something that you've had a lot of success on in the past, and I would not blame them to be considering it.
The only reason I think they might not pick it up this phase is because the Pudge, the Broodmother, they're not heroes that someone like Dusa is going to be worried about so much, right? Like, you want to make sure that you get rid of your anti-mage, your Terrorblade, you know, these style of heroes that do a pretty good job against the Medusa. And considering you don't have the last pick of this phase or the next, I think you got to protect that position 1 a little bit more. Again, I'm getting kind of pigeonholed in onto just the Medusa pick, but I still feel like if you're going to go out with what's got you here.
Yep. We'll see. Army Genius is probably going to look to show their second support at the 15th. We saw Narman playing the Chen in the previous game.
10 seconds remaining.
So are we expecting it to be something similar in regards to like a... Okay, well, now with the Mirana getting picked up, we know this is a Narman hero. Like, he thrives.
It's a bit of a block pick too, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you were going up into a boom draft, basically. Kunkka, Mirana, some kind of position 5 that's able to set up with some kind of stun or disable. So, yeah, it does feel kind of just as much of a block pick, maybe feeling like it made the Chen's life a little bit more miserable than it probably should have been.
So they're kind of protected as well with the Omni Knight band out, just making sure there's not that potential for them to go for a hard dispel, but instead they're going to go down the Tusk route here from Xerxia. So they do have this capability now for the Blink Snowball in to be able to disrupt any arrow combo, and now you get your push as well coming out from the Death Prophet.
Don't hate this Xerxia lineup, and they also do, protect that position 1 that I was talking about before. They haven't revealed it just yet.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, we've seen a couple of times where they put the Kunkka into the safe lane and then they go like a mid laner and allow that to carry the game. And I wouldn't hate that necessarily, just because you're going to do a good job against the Ember Spirit. As long as you're farming back underneath your own tower, you have that additional armor that the tower's going to provide. Sure, the Mirana could rotate with a good Searing Chains, but as long as Tusk is just on the ball with his TPs in, it really shouldn't result in too much. So I think that's also an option for Xerxia to go if they were wanting to, especially if they try and switch up these lanes a little bit and put the Chen into the off lane for whatever reason. It could happen.
And I think for Army Geniuses, we're probably looking at the DB hero. They like leaving Wommies to last, and you do see the offlane, I imagine, from Xerxia, unless some crazy flex, of course, comes out. So for me, I'd say something... Oh, we get the Morphling. Okay. So this is something that's really starting to rise in popularity. We were both pretty big fans of the changes to the Morphling, and through the first couple of regions that we've seen so far, it wasn't picked up as much as what I was expecting. And now we've seen T1. Thompson's played it in 3 out of the 4 games, and it's finally getting the respect given with a couple of bans as well. And
Ana played it in the other game as well. So
yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah. Flexible, you can just toss it wherever. The thing is, I think they specifically wanted it for this lane because they're prioritizing heroes that are able to get away from a lot of this early aggression. Like X-Mark is probably the clutch spell that you need in this game around Xerxia, because if you could just wave form through the homing missile, you're fine. If you could wave form away from an Ice Shards, you're fine. Wave form away from a Spirit Siphon, you're fine. Same sort of thing with the Leap. It kind of fulfills that same kind of criteria. Ember Spirit too. So Chen's really the vulnerable one at this stage. So I would imagine that Xerxia, unless they find a key pick off into the perfect stun combination onto one of these other heroes, Chen's going to be the main target that they're looking to go for.
I do feel like, though, I'm very worried on how Army Geniuses can play this game, and because I think Xerxia is just going to run at them, and I feel like the Army Geniuses have a lineup that want to be doing the running at the enemy team. Mirana doesn't want to be disengaging. Chen doesn't want to be running back. The Ember as well wants to be jumping in. So I'm a little bit concerned that Xerxia, with their first 4 heroes, they can look to get very aggressive in the early game.
So what do you think then? Do you think they're going to pick up something for Wami like an Underlord? Just to be able to prevent a lot of that early aggression that they've got coming through? Maybe,
Could be.
maybe even an Undying in the offlane? No, it's banned out first phase, actually.
I think you need an initiator on Army Geniuses and someone to set up for the arrow. I don't think you can just rely on the Ember.
Yeah,
Team pick.
I agree with that.
Beautiful thing is, of course, they have the 24th pick, so they will get to see the matchup, and it's a pretty goddamn good Slark game.
Just wanting to run at you. Like, this is aggression. Maybe it's going to be another pre-30-minute game coming through, and it's a Pango instead. Okay, I like this too. You're going to be able to get rid of a lot of that aggression that a Slark provides. It provides that that aspect that I was talking about before, where now you've got 4 heroes that are able to get away from some of these disables. So, you know, the X marks, the silence on the Death Prophet, going to be very key in order to secure a lot of these kills. So I'm sure that's the main message coming out from Army Genius's coach. Is it still Clairvoyance? Is he still sticking with the boys, do you know?
Yeah, I'm almost certain I've seen him. I think that's him.
Yeah, there he is in the background of DB.
He's always dressing nicely, always wearing suits at some of the games. We saw him at Gamers Galaxy in the suit, and then yeah, he's in the nice shirt as well. The other boys they're just chill, but no, he's always coming with the formal attire.
Now, is that drip? You know, I'm not a zoomer. Can you tell me, is he dripping?
I would not. There's multiple levels to drip, but
Wow. Okay. Clairvoyance on Twitter. Let me just say, Aries does not think you've got the drip.
No, hang on. I think there's like, you could say one particular style is drippy. You could say another style is drippy. I think there's, you got your formal attire kind of, but I feel like if you're looking at drip, it's kind of the streetwear sort of vibe's not the right word, but the streetwear look. And he's got the formal look, so that's a different type of drip. You know what's drippy in this game? You want to know what's drippy? I think Xerxia have got this in the bag. I'm very convinced with their draft. I absolutely love it. I really do. In saying that, I do like this Pango pick. I think it helps a lot of the issues that Army Genius has had. Some AoE control over the Slark, gives you a way to initiate as well. But he too is a hero that doesn't particularly like being run at early on. When you have your items, you can be fine because people can run into a choke point, group up, and then all of a sudden you get a big ultimate out. But I think they're going to have a lot of issues here for Army Genius. This game is all on the back of the Ember Spirit. The Ember Spirit and the Mirana for making rotations. They need to have one hell of a game, I think, for Army Geniuses to take this series.
Barman's got to be careful about getting picked off. Anytime that you're going up against a Tusk lineup, this is the sort of thing that can happen. Although, 10-man!
Oh, look at this. Loser fight is in a little bit of trouble at the moment. They won't be able to catch up. Some spells traded back and forth, but no one dies. Give me kills, guys. I want a crazy game 3. We got an elimination series. I don't want no pissing around. Just a little bit of spells getting chucked out. Give me kills.
30 seconds to battle.
They're always going to be a bit more conservative, though, when there's the risk of falling just short of TI, agonizingly short. I wonder how much this Flame Guard leveled up by Azura is going to influence the lane. Walking up into a Kunkka never feels good. I mean, you're only going to have that 3 armor, so his strong right-click damage is going to be super effective against you. No Sleight of Fist to be able to secure that first range creep. It's tiny things like this that can even influence the complete outcome of a game if you don't have Ember, like you said, that needs to be playing in a dominant way.
Lucky.
It does look like we're going to get 3 bounty routes for Xerxia. So, off to a nice start for themselves. Another game as well. We get to see the position 5 Gyrocopter. This time it's going to be with the Slark paired in the lane. We'll take a look, however, early on with how this mid matchup's going to shape up between Azura and the Conquer. You mentioned that this should be a pretty fine lane, right? Like Azura's got, being an Agi hero, you're going to have a decent amount of armor to be able to play in the Tidebringer.
It's going to be fine. I'm just a little worried about, maybe I'm just wrong, but the Flame Guard being not as effective as the Sleight of Fist would have been, but he was still able to secure 3 out of the 4 creeps in that lane, including the range creeps. So I feel like Azura is doing a good enough job. I say that as he takes the targets.
I saw that. I'm like, oh, that's not the greatest here. Just he's doing a very good job to be able to at least out-deny JG at the moment, considering that the Conquer will have a damage advantage as this lane goes on. Enough of that lane. Let's take a look at some of the side lanes. That's where the action is truly going to be. I feel like top lane, they'll need a couple of levels. Bottom lane, oh, just on the wrong side of the shards. Fariz almost goes down. What are you thinking about both side lanes? Is there one you feel like is more likely to get kills?
I would say there's probably going to be a little bit more action down towards the bottom side. It would have been top, actually, Narman. He's got the homing missile coming in onto him, but he's not quite level 2 yet on Teehee, so Narman should be just fine. The thing that I was really looking for was Narman hitting level 3 and getting that that level 2 Holy Persuasion, but I just had a quick look through the Dire Jungle. 0 mana burn creeps, and that is exactly what you want against this Gyrocopter. That is purely how he's providing his position 5 harassment in the lane. So I don't, well, I was about to say I don't really like the fact that none have spawned, but just up to Gaben. I have no influence over that.
You maybe slide a 50 under the table.
It's true. Just a few more levels in the old battle pass.
That'll do the trick. I can be convinced from some extra levels in the battle pass.
Were you playing back in the day when they had stretch goals for the compendium, which it was called at the time, not even the battle pass?
Yes, I was. I don't remember when that was, but
I want to say it was like TI3, TI4, maybe even TI5 time.
that's when I just was getting introduced to it. So I vaguely remember the stretch goals.
So now the stretch goal is you get the right neutral creep spots in your game. You just get to choose them every single time. I think we should bring those back, don't you?
The stretch goals, yeah. I think it'll be a nice little addition. It gives us as a community something to work for. To put our $1 dues to. I'm looking for kills though. That's what I want. Again, I said it with the 10-man fight that we had at the start. We got no kills and thirsty for it. I'm just waiting for these levels to be picked up. DB?
DB's still level 2.
This is not a lane where they're going to be able to pressure Rapido at all. Like, this is a Mirana playing with the Morphling. This is a incredibly weak lane for Army Geniuses, which means Rapido is going to get off to a flying start.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want as the DP, right? I always talk about the level spikes on the Death Prophet. It's level 7, level 12, and then level 15. Rapido, he's in line to be able to get that super early level 7 off the back of this lane dominance.
I wonder what...
Underestimating the old Spirit Siphon now these days. Do you think it needed the buff in the 7.32B? I think it's... From how effective we've seen it be, I would much rather they lowered that effectiveness and made maybe the level 15 talent a bit stronger, just so it wasn't this super busted hero at the early stages. I'm
really not sure. I've obviously with a lot of changes that they're going to test it out time and time just to see how busted it truly is, but at first glance, yeah, they land the arrow. Zero play with the chains as well, but Conk already having double bracer means that JG just shrugs off the damage. He will have
get either water rune either.
At least it's nice to be able to take out of the hands of Azura.
That's what I was saying. Like, JG's going to be fine. He's got the braces, right, for the regen, but Azura, he's reliant on all of that, especially if you're going for a kill that doesn't work out. So both water runes going to the supports on Xerxia. That's a big win for them. Again, DB, bottom lane, completely out of regen. I'm sure he's saying, oi, Variz, get back here. You got a couple of tangos. That's what I need. And well, you can look to morph up into the Agi just for a couple of uses out of the magic stick, but it's not going to feel all that great until you pick up the Morbid Mask for yourself.
What's up next?
Yeah, I'm really not quite sure what they're going to be able to do with this bottom lane.
Radiant structures
Maybe...
are fortified.
Ugh. Maybe we can see Azura's try and rotate bottom, but I don't even think they get kills with the Ember rotation. Oh, actually, if Varese is down bottom potentially, like it chains into Arrow under the tower, and with levels, DB will actually do a decent amount of damage, but this all comes down to the power rune timings, and, well, we've got one up in the next 30 seconds, so both sides are going to need to start rotating.
Looks like Varese is going to be the first one to move, but it's going to be under the scope of vision, just trying to get some blocks up onto these camps. Not that, I mean, Kunkka does a decent job of taking the early stacks, I suppose, but I feel like his main job is just looking to stay in this lane for as long as possible. He's very slightly behind Ember Spirit on experience, surprisingly enough, but he is still that lane dominator. And he's not a lucky boy, though. It's going to be bot where Illusion gets picked up by Losify.
It's pretty important, though, the fact that, like you said, he doesn't have the level 6. Lucky a fight didn't break out there, but if that was going to be the case, I mean, Conker wouldn't have had the boat to turn it around. But this creep wave now gives him the ultimate. We might see JJ. His job right now, his obligation is just you got to kill off the catapult wave, and then you can consider maybe going back, farming up the jungle, leaving mid to a support, or even starting to make a rotation. I think probably the best rotation for the Conker is down bottom as soon as Rapido has the Exo. Who might be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, top lane. In fact, it's going to be Ken that finds first blood. Beautifully done. Coming out of the Slark is able to get his first essence of the game.
I'm just thinking, like, you don't really want to be leaving
Ken can turn this on
lane.
Wami. He's got the pounce up shortly. He's going to be able to land it before the swashbuckle. Ken, he wants a high five. Lovely done. Gets a double kill. A couple of tips for good measure.
We all know that Ken is a fantastic laner, and he's even just being buffed up by the mangoes coming through from Teehee, level 7, so he's going to be able to back off. This is really early level 7 coming through from Ken in the side lane, actually. Only 7 minutes in. Of course, the downside means that Teehee is certainly lacking, not even level 3 yet. We'll get some D-wards off. There we go, level 3. It's actually a kill on this bottom side without the exorcism from Rapido, so just some good chain combinations coming through in the early point into the silence. I actually really like that silence point. I think if Kunka's going to be able to make any kills happen, it's going to be on the back of that the 3-second window that you've got around that, just so that you're not just wave forming away or leaping away or remnanting away or swashbuckling away. You need that little bit of extra lockdown.
Again, Xerxes going to be able to find the invis. JG is going to try and chuck up the boat. He will not be able to continue to chase down Narman. It gives him some run buff to play with for the moment. Beautiful slide dodge of the missile. So Azura, he can still stand toe-to-toe against the Conker. They'll get their first kill of the game, and they'll get their second as well, as Azura off to a pretty good start now. He's struggled with not being able to get any of the runes, but those 2 kills will well and truly pay off.
It's the supports that are putting Army Geniuses in even a decent spot so far this game, right? A lot of these rotations coming through. I mean, Xerxia was able to secure those first 2, the 4 and 6 minute power runes and water runes, so they're doing a great job as well, but this is what they truly needed. I mean, this is an Ember Spirit that is beating a Kunkka in lane, which is pretty damn rare in my eyes.
I wonder what Xerxes want to look to do now, because Wami did use Rolling Thunder top to escape Ken. So they know that this ultimate's on cooldown for a little bit. It can either free them up to gank the Pango, or they can think about ganking another lane, knowing that the Pango is going to be a non-factor.
Oh, Rapido walked into it.
Connects. Oh, beautifully done. DB instantly will waveform forward to help out. Thanks to Varese's jump. What an arrow coming out from the Mirana.
That's the advantage of playing around in the nighttime, right? Going for these ganks at this period, but I mean, I feel like that was just a little bit of a missed opportunity to react to that. You had a Tusk who I'm pretty sure was pinging stuff out. You had an Observer Ward inside of your own triangle that saw the Mirana rotate in onto the backlines, but yeah, just that lack of vision meant that he didn't see the arrow coming from the trees.
Looks like
Able to luck out,
finally.
though, on Narman. They get the mana burn creep.
And also they'll lock up with the power rune as well, because this time they even bring Wommy just to help secure it. It's going to be a double damage rune dump up. This is a big... Oh, he activates it instantly. Oh, okay.
It's going to be fine enough. I mean, you've got the siege creep wave coming, so I feel like the Army Geniuses supports want to stick around. They've got decent vision, so looking to try and manipulate the creep wave, get the creeps just passively hitting into the tower. Actually, Piranha moves away, so yeah, maybe it was just a misclick.
Still yet to see our first exorcism of the game as well. Rapido playing with Lucifer, just chilling down bottom. Breeze is keeping tabs on this lane, but DB, he's stuck around for much longer than I was expecting he would be able to. I thought Xerxia would have been able to force DB out of the lane, but that kill prior and the Death Prophet just slowing down how aggressive they can look to play.
Kind of does feel like they want to go for this play to be able to use first Exo to take the bottom tower, right? Because I've been saying it all. Geniuses have ways to be able to get away from, unless you're getting the silence off and the boat and the X-Marks, to be able to get away from a lot of this early aggression. And now you're going to have Chen almost hitting into the level 6 as well. So even if he's not right there, you're going to be able to have that defensive component as well. So I feel like you've got to make a play now. You've got to open up some of that map to be able to play with, because you know that this timing is going to come where both teams are just wanting to run each other. They're both really aggressive lineups.
You do see finally they're starting to consider about top lane. Wommy's been able to slowly dwindle down the Slark. Of course, he can get the regen, but just showcasing that the Pango can still be a threat onto Slark's life. So Narman's going to rotate, try and offer some extra damage into the tower. Both sides are looking to smoke though. Down bottom, they'll connect first with a smoke on Radiant onto Rapido. Now with no one showing down bottom, it should be obvious that a play's occurring top as Wommy gets a little bit of distance with the swashbuckle, but the Rolling Thunder will not come out. As Xerxia, they are perfect with the chain control, and now this will give them an opportunity to chase down Narman, making sure the Chen will not escape.
Literally the exact same play happening on both sides of the map. The only difference is Xerxia able to get 2 on the back of it. Obviously, Pango, the much more important kill where they need to convert, use more resources to be able to do so. But you just see how quickly Narman drops down. Not quite yet level 6, doesn't have the mech, no escape mechanisms, and yeah, just means that he falls down pretty easily for the +1. Wommy's
Top lane, they're going to try and defend this. Arrow connects onto JG. Wommy with the Rolling Thunder follow-up. It's going to split the fight into half, so they can't protect the Conqueror. He gets the ultimate off, but it will not matter as Army Geniuses bring the full squad to defend their tier 1 tower.
Power that last pick, Pango, man. Pretty good pick. Saw them ban out the Bloodseeker towards the end of that game. They were always wanting to go down this route just because it is that pretty good tool of being able to not only have the escape mechanism, but stop a lot of the push from afar. And then we saw just how effective the Rolling Thunder is without even taking into account the shield crash for this lineup that really does want to just ball together, right? So you're sometimes going to just have that 100% damage reduction on the Pango for the full 5 seconds.
And Wommy's had a good start as well, so he can go into a Diffusal Blade. And it's a hell of a Diffusal Blade game. That's going to now enable him to scale, enable him to help clear off some of the creeps as well. We also do see down bottom that Rapido's popped his first Exo of the game, so finally this tier 1 tower is going to go down, opening up some map now for Xerxia.
There are so many good targets for this Diffusal Blade with the Swashbuckle, right? Basically only the Death Prophet feels like not amazing, but even then, gets rid of a lot of those Spirit Siphon potentials.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All these strength heroes with, and even the Agi ones with low int gain, low max mana pool. It's not going to be quite so bad for Ken because he's going into the Aghanim Scepter for a lot of those additional stats early on, but certainly you cop a single Swashbuckle to the face as Lucifer on his Tusk or Teehee on his Gyrocopter, you're basically down to a third of your max mana.
And I really like the read coming up from Army Geniuses, knowing that the Exorcism has been used prior for the tier 1 tower bottom. They group up as 5, take the mid lane. This can now open up the map a little bit more, just an objective they can find. I don't think there's really, they're not going to look to maybe consider about Roshan, at least for the next 5 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer, but this will really help potentially for their invading into the jungle, because you have the Ember Mirana combo. We saw it down bottom, and the damage is going to continue racking up.
It is for sure. JG recognizing the rotation coming through as well, so he's going to be able to TP himself to relative safety. Has to be careful of where he's moving though, as he is starting to get pinged out by Army Geniuses, but they use the Moonlight Shadow underneath the outpost, so they have complete understanding of this movement that's going on here. A little bit of sloppy movement coming through from Narman, and they're going to back off accordingly.
See, even though Army
Vito's standing
Geniuses
right next. Yeah.
able to find the T1 towers, and you're getting farm across the map with the net worth lead, but I've got big issues with the fact that Ken is free farming. And then this is looking like a hell of a Slark game. If Ken, if he gets this good start, if he gets the items required, he can take over.
You can for sure. I mean, they've got a couple of things that are going to be able to go through the Shadow Dance, I suppose, which feels kind of nice, but it certainly does feel like you're going to be able to get to that point where suddenly all of these heroes with their great evasive spells aren't going to be quite as good. Ken, he is scouting out where exactly the vision is, and he's going to even just carry his own sentry ward to build up that big net worth even quicker.
Beautifully done though from Army Geniuses. They take first rush of the game. Wasn't expecting it to come out that early, but Narman providing all that sustain they would require, and now they give the Aegis over to Azura, so he can look to get that much more aggressive.
The Skelly Boys certainly help. In the Bone Zone right now on Narman. Really, obviously, every time you're up against a Tusk lineup and you're the ones to take the Roshan, you're feeling pretty happy with yourselves.
Seems like Xerxia is setting up to try and defend the tower. Like Lucify dropping a lane ward. But he's going to be in trouble. Arrow's going to clip it. Didn't cast a snowball. So a free kill for Varese to find. And they're going to consider about walking up higher ground here. Xerxia, they need a response.
Now the Bone Boys are still here. They're going to be able to buff up a lot of this early damage that they've got coming through. It's only 17 minutes. Crazy.
Ken.
Good
Just
bounce
completed the center.
with
The
the
jump
axe.
in, jump out.
Oh,
But now with the
they
death
fed
buff, he
Rapido.
got the arrow. Rapido face checks the arrow, and now with the rolling thunder, it'll cover the retreat. But in fact, they're considering about stepping back into the high ground. They've still got to respect Ken. Essence starting to stack up. They'll deal with the first life. Can they play around with the second life though? Ken doesn't have the greatest resources.
I fear nothing.
They're still just going to continue committing onto this tower. Maybe backing off now that the Hand of God plus the mech was used. Could look to maybe get a pick off. Wait for the mechanism to be back on cooldown, but they think it's just a little bit of a bridge too far. But now it does mean that tier 2 towers, there's not going to be any glyphs for that. Feel much safer just pushing in onto the low ground to be able to fight into this. You've got the Skadi, sorry, not the Skadi, the Manta picked up on DB. Feels very nice at being able to get out of that silence that's still needed for a lot of that
playing
continuous
JG.
control of Embrace.
Ember, he remnanted back to top. They see that JG's alone. Yeah, Azura's going to finally run into him. Oh, the Conquer is supposed to be tanking with the early game. Some of that it's just ability after ability, and it's difficult to kill off, but Army Genius has proved to that's not the case in a game like this.
Can I just say that Varese is playing like Legolas right now. Every single arrow is hitting. Like he got it bot for that kill onto the DP that probably shouldn't happen. He's gotten multiple arrows into that mid lane. He's landed a couple in these past 2 skirmishes as well. He's having a fantastic time.
All right, that's a big Corey snipe. Ken was able to get the Pangoli's Corey, which had the Aghanim shard on it.
Be able to stop the tower from going down though. Lift refreshed. Be playing a little bit conservatively, but not too much, knowing that the Kunkka was dead up until this point. So it's actually Army Geniuses putting themselves into a pretty good spot. 19 minutes into the game. Aries prediction in shambles right now.
Oh, this is where it turns around. Smoke from Xerxia, but look at Radiant's control. They've got a great Observer Ward. Armin's in
They know
a decent
DB's not
position.
there.
Ken, he's got the nighttime vision as well. He's going to be able to scout up the Chen. An easy kill, nothing crazy, but just stacking up the essence, and this will give them an opportunity now to recontrol their jungle.
Very important. I mean, even just as a TP point, right? Like, you're going to look to get some D-wards off at the moment. Xerxia just placing down some of these sentries. You've got the D-ward off from the Slark once more. So it really feels like the only time that these observer wards can go down are right before team fights, because Slark is always going to be able to D-ward them if it's just on the field of battle. I really do like the fact that you've also got a 4-staff on Mirana, so makes up for one of the weaknesses
Lose
that
if I
you've got
jump
on
in.
Nama's Chen.
Onto the Ember, but Slark, he ate the arrow, so Ken wasn't able to follow up. He still gets the pounce over the cliff line. He's going to have another round of the pounce as well. Do they have enough members nearby to be able to protect the Ember Spirit? But the Rolling Thunder's going to fly on 4, but Xerxia, they'll sidestep this instead. Wommy, it turns back to Ken. But a Dark Pack's going to buy in some time, so Ken will escape, but the Ember Spirit, he still goes down, and now they can turn it around. It's off to the left side, they'll catch up to the Chen, they'll also run into the Pangolier. As Xerxia, I mean, very similar to last game. They were down and almost out of the count. This game, they went high ground on Army Geniuses. They were looking strong. They were looking like they're in the lead. But Xerxia, one fight, and they are back in this.
There is Prediction God coming through here with being able to bring them back into this. They're going for another. They're trying to catch DB on the retreat here with the Haste Rune coming through from Ken. It's very scary to go up into this Slark.
Middle tower is under attack.
He just wants to be spamming out his abilities, even just holding on to 3 mangoes as well. It was the X Mark that won in that fight. Just being able to land it onto the Ember Spirit. It was a great 4-staff coming through from Varese as well, being able to interrupt the strength of the Pounce coming through. What I was saying before that fight started as well is it provides Narman with a little bit more security too. Again, you're a Chen, you're very immobile, but if you're able to just get him away from this arrow combination, then you've done a great job. He's getting closer and closer towards that Wraith Pack too. Already finished up the Vlad, so in terms of what it means for the damage that you're able to output at Army Geniuses, it's just spiked up a good amount. I mean, 18% extra damage in an aura is real significant.
I think they're still in a position for Army Geniuses where they can look to fight. Like, this Rolling Thunder is going to be that big ultimate through team fights. The AoE control that dire. They kind of have with the Conquer. A little bit more difficult for them to find the connection. Some of the...
Do you think this is the game for the Aghanim Scepter on the Pango where they actually go the level 15 talent? I think it's kind of nuts, this game. Like, you need the consistent mana burn. You need the stun. You need the way to deal a lot of damage
Radiant's
inside of the
top
Shadow
tower
Dance,
is
for
under
example.
attack.
And even just not being a Spirit Siphon target for the Death Prophet and still being able to do damage. I think this is the game for it.
So maybe this team fight, if they're able to succeed and get that gold, it could getting closer to the item. Army Geniuses.
Place down the ward. They
Smoke
will.
the Moonlight.
This movement,
Look at it.
scout it out.
Now Xerxia, they can play accordingly. They're going to back off of the group, place the ward on the cliff, so Tihi in a great spot to be able to pop this. Do they stick around though from Dire?
I think it'd be suicide to stick around. Like, you know you don't have vision. You know they're there. They just recently placed down an observer wall, which might just get removed by Varese instantly. And yeah, that's immediately where he looks to patrol towards, especially around this Roche time that has the potential of coming up within a minute. So they fought so hard for that outpost control, but they've just lost the entire vision off the top side of the map. So at least with Xerxia, they respond accordingly. They all move down to the bottom side of the map, realizing that, okay, well, our... I think their axe isn't going to fall down just yet, and there's not potential for Roshan quite yet. So let's just try and force them to come down here away from the objectives that are actually important in the grand scheme of this game.
Another smoke from Army Geniuses, but Tihi, great position for the Gyrocopter. Pops the smoke, and he'll be able to get out. And it looks like Gyro, he might get out as well. Oh, Tihi, beautifully done. All right, that's 2 smokes now back-to-back that Army Geniuses get nothing out of. They might get the kill on the Conquer. He's going to be forced to BKB TP out, it looks like. And yep, JG will do that.
It's the power of the mutton chops, man. Just gives him all that extra little bit that he needs. Haste Rune bottom. Going to be picked up by Azura, so it gives Ember a huge power spike for this next little bit.
Oh, they
also got the Arcane Rune running.
Xerxia double smoked. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
They're at a premium. Pretty quick Roche respawn, only 20 seconds away, so any
Even
kind of
better
pick-off that gets
positioning.
found out.
Smoke's still not
a
gonna
buyback,
pop,
though.
and they get the jump in, but Azura, instant use of the BKB, and now they'll turn it around. They'll kill off Lucifer. They know JGB has no BKB. He's got the run buff at least to play spit. They're going to charge on forward. Rapido charges up the X with a leap in forward as well. They should
Nice
be able to
force.
pop the Ember. The X-Pac, they'll get him. They'll kill off Azura, but they need to stay grouped together on Xerxia, targeting down Wami for the moment. A Swashbuckle out to the left side, but Ken, he says, come back here. You're not getting anywhere. Xerxia, they're now on the Marana as well. 4 members right from the face of the earth, and now Xerxia can go back to the pit.
That double smoke just gave them the extra power that they needed to be able to take that one out. Still forces a buyback out of the Tusk, but I mean, well worth it considering this Roshan's come up. You're going to be even able to have the Depth Shroud available for the Slark, just to continue committing super deep into these team fights, because you see what happens when he's able to.
They have to all commit for this. They do not take Roche fast. Hit Roshan!
I think it'll be fast enough. I mean,
Azura's got BKB back. He's going to go for this. He'll get the vision. They're going to wait for him in. Ken gets the Aegis. And they're going to stand their ground in man fight, though. JG with a BKB TP out. They've got nowhere to cancel it. And the rest of Xerxia, they too will make it out. Unfortunately, Tihi. Oh, no, they're not going to go for the Jar. Great success.
Yeah, easy escape. No cares in the world. I was trying to think of a PG word to use there, where they just back off entirely. The important thing is, though, Wraith Pact is up on the Chen, so that's going to provide a whole lot more survivability for them. You're even getting into the Lotus Orb soon-ish for Varese on his Mirana. It's going to make him feel a lot more survivable. I mean, he's just copping more than half of his HP and damage just for cleaves coming through from the Tidebringer every single fight. They've even gone into the AC as well.
He's onto the Ember. Double pounces out. The rest of the team's soon to connect, but they're lacking detection. Oh, the Repeater was waiting on his run then.
They were waiting.
Know the BKB's on cooldown as well. Azura's in a little bit of trouble. The follow-up's not going to be there at the moment. Can they secure with a kill still? But off to the left side, Wami with the Rolling Thunder. It'll buy them some time to retreat, but they still get Azura. And now Ken, he pounces on the high ground. This is looking very reminiscent of Game 2.
Yeah, it is indeed. He was going for being able to slide a fist onto one of these neutral creeps just to be able to dodge out that Buster Rocket at the end of it. But they'd been claimed recently. They only just respawned now, so going for these big plays, going to try and evade a lot of this big push coming through, but just feels such an awkward position to be in.
Oh, not the banner on the tier 3 tower.
Planting the flag, man. They're saying this is our territory.
Look at them. No way, Xerxia. You gotta hang on, lads. This is... I don't know, you're only up 4,000 gold. I'm on a tier 4 tower like that. You gotta be cautious.
Radiant's middle barracks is falling.
Really quick with them backing off. Do you know where the Ag Shard went as well? I think DB snagged it.
I want to say
not
yes.
certain. Okay.
Yeah, I want to say that he did, because I just did a quick look through of all of the Xerxia heroes beforehand, and I was like, surely they didn't give it to the Gyrocopter when you've got a DP or a Slark. Or even a Longboy.
Oh, not the long boy. Morphling's even got the Scepter to play with as well, so... Who is he looking to prioritize in regards to his replicate? Okay. Okay.
I mean, if you've got an Ags, man, you just want that double pounce, right? You want an ability to be a lot more aggressive yourself.
Army Geniuses moving out the base. They got the Moonlight Shadow. It's soon to expire. They have a very good cliff ward. It's kind of the north of the map, but Xerxia, they are not home. Recognizing that AG are pushing up aggressively, so they're going to back up to the tier 2 tower. Lucify gets a jump.
Blink Dagger on.
The force to
he gets
BKB early
pounced.
on. Ken's going to be able to fall up as well, forcing out another Rolling Thunder at the start of the fight. This is a big victory for Xerxia, because now they can charge on forward, recognizing a lot was expended. He's in trouble for the moment. They'll be able to deal with the Gyrocopter, but they need to address the Slark as Ken is onto the Morphling, starting to stack up the Essence. He'll be able to get some distance thanks to the 4-star, but DB's still in trouble. A pounce after safety, they got the X. They can drag DB back, another pounce, and he's okay. The mobility for the Morphling will enable him to escape, but the rest of Army Geniuses, they might not have the same fate. Narman will be chased down. Ken's onto Varese next as well. A double leap back to the high ground.
A lot of stacks.
Look at Ken go, man. He's stolen so many stacks. Nothing to fear on the Slark.
Radiant's middle barracks.
It's just the A's, it's fine.
Oh, he loses his essence though, so it is going to slow down the push a little bit. They should be able to get at least the full set. I guess there's tier 2's top and bottom as well, so they wouldn't be able to get a second full set of barracks. Oh, some tips. What's going on here?
Hate for Varese coming out here. I don't know about that.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of death timer as well. Maybe now they're thinking, okay, well, we weren't super keen on committing super heavily because obviously the Tusk able to get there for the save.
Isolated. BKB's still cool out as well for the death profit. Yeah, they're gonna get another kill. They don't have the outpost to be able to TP into repeat. That's an ambitious TP out, and Army Geniuses, they'll kill off 2 stragglers.
Yeah, and they can just look to push on forward immediately. The line's being drawn down mid. You've got the Manta illusions from the Morphling to be able to push down this wave. I think Wami's got to get there ASAP. He's super close to being able to pick up that that basher for himself, which again is going to be really effective at just stopping a lot of the aggression coming through from Ken. And that's the main issue. You've got to make sure that Ken is being controlled. Quite the Rolling Thunder duration, man.
I understand it. I get it. I think they have control issues, and I think that's where the Rolling Thunder helps out.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying too, right?
No, I 100% agree. And I thought he was actually going to this game. JG, you're going to have to pop a BKB TP out, and he bashes. Oh, we got it! No way! Wami, all he needed was just to use the roll-up. That secured 100% guaranteed bash. They'll chase down JG. It'll take him a little bit of time, but they'll get some voice lines out in the meantime as well.
I'm spring-loaded.
For a second, I'm like...
It's no sleight of fist basher into an Enigma black hole,
No,
but
it
still feels pretty good.
For a second, I'm like, what's Wami doing? You're like going for this roll-up? You need to be right-clicking, but I understand. Now, I didn't know it was a secret thing hidden to the core of the pain clear. You use the roll-up, you right-click afterwards, guaranteed bash.
That's why he's master tier. Is he master? No, platinum tier. Gotta grind a little bit more, Wami. Making me look like a fool.
This is a pretty big item for Ken. He's got Lincoln's now completed. This will address the Morphling Scepter. I mean, you mentioned, as soon as I was bringing up the question, you said it before I even finished. You recognize that Morphling, he needs to replicate into the Slark. And, well, now the fact that he has the Lincolns is pretty much solely for the Morph this game. Like, there is nothing else that he's worried about single target-wise.
Yeah, I mean, what even else is there? There's the Penitence, and that's about it, right? And if Chen is getting close enough to the Slark, Chen's probably dead. So it's not feeling super great. Look at what Narman's got as his neutral item, by the way. Just providing a little bit of that zoning. Oh, I just said back the Ogre Seal Totem. Surely you want that. I think he needs it, man. You need to be able to get away from a lot of this early aggression.
Gonna show in the lane. Lucifer jumps. Ken's got the fob. All they want to do is just try and force some abilities and steal some essence and look at the retreat. Force out to the right side, a double force as well. This is perfect from Xerxia. They still need a way to be able to protect Rapido, and they don't have everything. They already used their defensive toolkit to get Lucifer out.
Really like that as well. I mean, it shows what exactly you need to do. Morphling was very keen to make sure he wasn't getting in super close range so that you get the Spirit Siphon off. He stayed far enough away. He's got the Dragon Lance, and the only one that committed onto that was Wami in the Rolling Thunder. So it means no Spirit Siphon, no survivability, didn't want to have the BKB available. With this, they might actually get a lane of racks of their own.
Please drop a banner. Please drop a banner, Army Geniuses. Come on.
And Varese needs to tip someone. 3 people, actually.
You can... What that thought, because... Wait for him in. Lucifer.
Quick pick off.
Another double force. They don't get the kill, though. This is what Ken wants. A messy fight where he can start to get the essence.
He's in the Slark morph form as well. Diffusal Blade nearly into the arrow as well. And Legolas message sometimes.
You have Rapido back up. So with the Death Prophet spawning, Army Geniuses, they will retreat.
Feels so much less confident when they don't have that Wraith Pact available. It's still a crazy amount of reduced damage output when you consider that they have a decent amount of saves coming through, right? BKBs, 4 staffs, Hand of God, Mech. They just need to make sure that they don't get 100 to 0 by anyone.
This is... Who do you feel like Conker's going to be prioritizing with this Hex? Is it I guess the Morphling and the Ember they feel like they have instant control issues on?
I mean, you'd have to say it's Ember, right? He doesn't have Lincolns, he doesn't have BKB. He's wanting to commit quite heavily into fights pretty often.
They see DB waveform in the lane. If JG can get that Hex off, simultaneously down to the right side though, but the Rolling Thunder's out. There's not going to be follow-up. Inside the river, though, they're falling low to the north, though. DB, he's in trouble. A waveform, going to be able to reposition. Ken, though, pounces over the cliff line. The Slug lands the stun. They've got the torrent! JG! What a torrent! Onto 3, and Xerxia instantly swarmed to Army Genius's location. You couldn't have done it any better.
Oh boy, hasta luego indeed. Goodbye is what they're saying right now over to Army Geniuses. I was thinking, Lucifer, you are absolutely insane wanting to go in that deep. But he was just blocking them off entirely.
He's going to be in some trouble as well. Ken's got the full control out of the pounce. He doesn't have a buyback. Ken gives him a tip as well before he dies.
They've got that bottom lane available. No one really wants to be expending the buyback, and even when Mirana and Chen come back online, they can't stop this sort of push. Still holding on to plenty of those Essence Shift stacks. 216 agility over on Ken right now.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Hitting like an
are
absolute
under
truck.
attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom
Dipping in T4 towers.
Oh, they should know that Roche is about to respawn, though. They might be able to just get this tier 2 tower, go straight into the Roche pit. That's what's getting
Radiant's
pinged out
top
right now.
tower is under attack.
Get what you can for free.
Radiant's
And
top
what is
tower
it?
has fallen.
Refresher. Yeah, okay. Give it to the DP.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at Lucifer's position. They're ready for this though. Poss drops a ward in the lane, hiding in the trees. So as soon as the smoke pops, he'll be able to get the blink out and give them that read. Radiant have very good vision as well inside Dire's jungle, but instantly that's taken away.
And they find the pickoff. They didn't get a chance to be able to go into Roche. They've got this understanding that the vision is right outside of the pit. Just using the Manta Illusion, but they've got to make a play now because that mid lane's pushing in. It's going to be obvious. Oh, arrow. Doesn't quite connect onto Lucify, but they now know the direction that they're going to be engaging from. Great couple of sentry wards catching them out here as he's fine, I think.
Fights for Xerxia can't change even though they are this far ahead. You need to kite the Rolling Thunder, and the Slark needs to get in and get out. You're trying to stack up as much essence as possible without heavily committing. And for Radiant, you gotta get kills through BKB and Rolling Thunder. If you don't, fights are gonna look very difficult.
I still think DP needs to get burst down. Rapido, his positioning is so important, so the fact that he's been able to pick up a Heaven's Halberd, it's a really good sign for Xerxia. Even just the passive evasion that it's going to provide for you. No MKBs or any kind of true strike coming through outside of the Pango swashbuckle so far. Azura, his item progression is certainly stagnated. I saw him, I swear, about 5 or 6 minutes ago with the Aghanim Shard queued up, and he is still a little bit of gold short for it. This game of cat and mouse. Narman just
JG.
hiding in the trees.
JG, they're gonna catch up the Conquer. Look at the damage that comes out. He's got the BKB, the run buff to play with as well. Xerxia, they need to try and protect him, but the Bash is Wummy will make sure they can stop the Conquer's TP. They'll secure the kill, and now they're going to look for more. But you got to respect the Slark along with the Death Prophet, because Xerxia, they want to hit back. They're charging forward, but Army Geniuses with the executive call. They'll retreat, reevaluate how they can take this team fight.
Radiant's middle tower.
They just got to back off entirely. Do not go close to this high ground. There's no respect.
They missed the pounce. A force sub out to the left. They're going to try and steal Morphling. He's stuck inside the middle. He's in trouble for the moment. Gets the waveform out to the left side. He's going to be okay. Can play with the pounce to reposition, but you've isolated the Morphling, so the rest of the team, they're in trouble. As Slark can charge on forward, meanwhile to the left side, they're on the Morph. They still find him. DP pouncing the tree line, he's gonna be okay. But Slark, they haven't addressed him for the moment. Changes out into the stun. He's in trouble without no one playing behind him.
The Chen kills him.
They get rid of Ken, no way, and now they can catch up to Teehee. It's a Morphling just made so much space, DV. All the time in the world, Xerxes were trying to kill off the Morphling. Ken was on his own little island, and now Army Geniuses, they can get Roche.
You see how much easier life is for DB, though, as soon as the Kunkka's dead, right? No Scythe of Vice, no X marks, and it means that if you're able to steal that Slark, the Morph, then you feel immortal. He was able to get away by playing off the back of that. He's just putting his life on the line right now.
Look at
This is a great spot. Look at that choke point.
Team fight from Warmy, just bouncing back and forth of any wall that he would ever want. And back inside the pit, DB, he's claimed everything. Army Geniuses, it feels like they're the ones in the lead now. They've got a win condition. Slark ball back. If you kill him again, this game might be over.
And they just used the BKB as well on the Death Prophet, so I wonder if they want to back off entirely. I wonder if they just want to immediately go again. I suppose they are still playing so heavily on the back of the Rolling Thunder coming through from the Pangolier there. Wami's been playing a really good game, at least in terms of the team fights. Was falling off a little bit in terms of his farming potential and the net worth, but he's certainly been able to recover that. And he's a solid damage dealer in his own right as well. I feel like they might be trying to catch out Ken when he goes for one of these super deep dives. You've got the Penta Edge Sword on the Pango. You've got that plus 30 swashbuckle damage. He is actually dealing a fair amount right now.
Do we feel like Army Genius has forced the issue? You know, Slark brought back. You know, multiple other heroes brought back as well. You have this Aegis advantage. Do you consider about taking tier 2 down bottom and going high ground?
Do you need to wait for anything on the Ember Spirit before you make the play? That's my big question. Because he's the one that has the Refresher Shard. He's actually got a Timeless Relic as well. Yeah, I think he's pretty ready, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's well and truly ready. This is kind of full capacity. Those next other items afterwards are just maybe helping out with some survivability, but this is all he needs now in regards to damage.
Reese can just buy the Lotus Orb as well. He should have enough for buyback, even if he doesn't. Maybe he just wants to secure the tower first before fully committing. It's going to give him a whole lot more survivability, not just for himself, but for the rest of the team.
DB just completed a butterfly as well, so good luck for the Slark being able to address the evasion now. And we've seen time and time again throughout these fights, Slark has been trying to deal with the Morphling. Wrap around, that's the call.
Oh, another smoke coming through. They
Preemptively
preemptively drop down that Wraith Pact.
Look at this, the Pangolier, instant into the roll-up. Look at the first stun onto Ken, the bounce back's not there, the Slark. He should be okay for the moment, the pounce is still on cooldown. Another couple of seconds, Ken. Oh, under the cover of the Depth Shroud, he's out, and now they know that the Rolling Thunder's on cooldown, so this can give a window of opportunity for Xerxes just to target down the Ember. To blow him up is going to buy back an instant to rend the back into the Hex
again.
They might be able to bring him down and die back for the Ember Spirit.
Oh my god.
Oh no, this is up to DB now. DB's got to turn this completely around for the Slark. He too dies. And now with the Morphling can turn to Rapido up to the northern side. There's no escape. It's DB against the world. As he looks like he can come out on top. Death Prophet's going to buy back. He'll rejoin. On the other side of the map, Lucify solo kills Varese.
They were nearly able to get that bash through from the Swashbuckler as well. Buybacks galore coming out. Only two heroes left in this game with it, Pango and the Tusk. And well, I really like the decision from Xerxes to go back in onto that when the Rolling Thunder expires. You know the control is severely lacking and not a single use out of that BKB on the Ember Spirit. The chain lockdown was perfect coming out from Xerxes, but still wasn't enough. As soon as Slark falls down, you are just far too lacking in damage. And they know this on Army Geniuses. They're willing to full-on commit with both Varese and Narman buying back. Just trying to slow down the siege as much as possible. I really don't feel like they can commit. Maybe they can if they get a Hex like that.
But look at the Rolling Thunder from Wami. Beautifully done. Is going to try and disrupt the back lane. DB's still in trouble for the moment, but the Snowball's going to buy him enough time. DB doesn't get the attribute shift off. They've killed off the first life. How do you set up though for round two? They'll make the attempt, but the instant waveform, DB's okay.
Wami? Is it low?
They might get Narman as well. Look at the damage coming up.
Remember, they bought back for this.
From Teehee. They get rid of Chen. DB still a force to be reckoned with on the Morphling, but Slark is up in 25 seconds. Army Geniuses, you need to get out now.
They get away without losing the racks. That's huge.
way.
What a great defense from Xerxia.
Holy crap. Game 3, elimination series. We are 45 minutes in, and it's only a 4,000 net worth lead. The probability is so goddamn close. 52% for Xerxia. What a game we have in store for us.
So what's next? That's the big question. Like, can you wait to get this level 25 on DB? I feel like they're not going to give you the opportunity on Xerxia. They're just saying, like, look, dieback timer expended. Slark, he's going to have the buyback in, what, 3 minutes? And he's finally going for that BKB, realizing that, look, I've been caught out a few too many times. That chain lockdown from the Rolling Thunder, it's seriously annoying.
This still gives Morphling a window where this butterfly is going to have so much effectiveness in these fights. I am very intrigued if Slark continues with this Echo Saber. I think he needs an MKB to be able to deal with the Morphling. DB can carry these fights. If the Pango makes enough space, if Ember doesn't get blown up at the start, if these two heroes can kind of tank some of the abilities and allow DB just to freely right-click and kill off a couple of supports, he will win them the fight. He is so incredibly farmed.
I'm just trying to think of anything else he could potentially go. It's going to sound kind of crazy. He's got the MKB queued up now, but I wouldn't hate a Revenant's Brooch coming out here from Ken. It provides True Strike for all of the hits, so the Butterfly isn't as effective. You've also got a Chen with a Ghost Scepter. And against a super high armor target like a Morphling, it could be the difference maker.
Another thing to consider, I've only just noticed it now, JG's playing with Refresher. So you have the potential for double Hex, which is...
Double Ghost Ship Fleet as well, potentially coming through. I feel like if Slark dies, I think you just lose the game, right? So I don't think you need the Tidebringer cooldown. It's all about the lockdown, all about just enabling Slark to have the freest game that he can.
But they've
Level
avoided...
25s, he's picked it up.
And they've avoided the time that Slark is playing without a buyback. It's going to be up in a minute. He'll probably... It looks like they're giving a lot of priority over to Ken to find that gold, so... That was a big win condition for Army Geniuses, and the fact that they're unable to play with it anymore puts Xerxia in an incredible position.
They've got that Ghost Ship Fleet available. They've got the lane starting to push in. They really want to try and force someone down towards this bottom side. The thing is, though, you've got a Conker that's very capable of pushing out this lane. He doesn't X-mark TP to be able to deal with this, just ending up walking his way back,
Okay,
but anything to drive them away from Roche.
Ken's going to see DB. They've got the nighttime advantage. He sees DB, he doesn't see anyone else. DB wary enough will waveform out. Very close to Xerxia connecting.
One of those sneaky heroes that just has a little bit more of that nighttime vision than anyone else is the Slark, and what a great item to pair together with that, with the ninja gear. You always have the first bit of information.
Oh my lord, that arrow was so close. There's a DD! Kenny gets it! Stuck inside the river though. Womma's gonna try and move in with the Rolling Thunder. JT with the refresh. The double hex is out. The Morphling's in trouble. Ken is able to lock onto his target. They drag it back to the river. They kill off the Morphling. DB's gone. And now Ken can thrive. Bouncing up to the high gun. He won't have the control
actually have to
for
get
a
this
zero.
bounty.
They might look for Varese.
He's got buyback.
But they've still found the Ember though. Oh, Lucifer, perfect read. They knew exactly where he was. They weren't waiting for him to TP out. Lucifer moves in with the punch. They stop it in its tracks. And meanwhile, the T4 towers. Rapido almost kills Wami.
Great 4 stuff coming through from Varese. It's the off-lane duo. They've just got to do whatever they can from this game to be able to try and protect this. And will they be able to do so? Disarms helping their cause a little bit, but I feel like you kind of have to let this this tower go down. Glyph's not going to do too much of anything.
The Rolling Thunder, but it's only onto JJ. He waveformed in. Instant use of the BKB. DB is not messing around. He doesn't want to give them an opportunity to find the Hex, but the BKB is about to expire. DB is going to be ever so cautious with his positioning. A waveform out to the left side, but now without the BKB, Xerxia, they will have full control of the team fight. They drag back of the tidal wave. They'll get rid of Wami. But the issue is that there's no BKB now, so this should be mega creeps.
They had no chance.
Should be. They're trying to delay it out for the Ember Spirit to be able to come back into this one, but it's just going to be too much. Eventually, the glyph coming out, just trying to buy that little bit of extra time. They won't be able to do it though. Arrow though hits onto the Kunkka. Do they full on commit for
DB's
this?
in.
They tried.
In and out he goes. Snowball only onto the illusion. JG's fallen pretty low as well. Wami on the back line, he's got the Rolling Thunder back up. DB's going to look to follow up. They need to keep tabs on the Conquer, but he's nowhere to be seen for the Hex. Look, deal with the Gyrocopter. They've got the Skadi Storm Rapido as well. And look at Wami just making space, holding Lucifer out to the right side, but now he needs to follow up to play with DB. They need that extra little bit of control to try and deal with the Death Prophet, but Rapido's just got to TP out. But instantly stopped in its tracks, thanks to the bash from Wami. That's a dieback on DP as well.
It almost feels like it's the territory where Army Geniuses might consider going for that all-in push. You know, you've been mega creeped. Like, you're not going to have too much of a time where lanes are going to be in a good position for you. You've hit level 25. Regen Rune isn't going to provide them that much for this full-on push, but I feel like you go Megas here. Not Megas, Throne.
They need the bounty. They're pinging out the bounty down bottom for DP. It might not give her enough gold. Buyback's going to be up in 10 seconds. Needs 170. Do they have Philosopher?
Nowhere near enough gold. No.
They're walking it down. Early use of the Rolling Thunder from Wami.
40 gold away.
Oh no. He'll have it at least before he respawns, but that's still plenty of time for Army Geniuses to go for the throne. A Hex is out, but Ken, he's nowhere to be seen. They need the Slark to be hitting into the Morphling. It's finally going to look to TP back. A pounce on forward, the BKB protecting TP for the moment. He's going to turn to try and deal with JG, but the Conker's way too tanky. And Army Geniuses, they're going to respect him and look to get out. But Xerxia, they're on the pursuit. Ken doesn't want to give them that opportunity to retreat. Onto Wami goes, the pounce is off the mark. And Army Geniuses, they'll back up safely enough, but you still got to get out. You can't stick around. TPs, do they make it? No, Breeze, he doesn't make it. The pounce from Ken, thanks to the higher ground ward. Scouts out the Mirana, but at least she has a buyback.
This feels like a game where you probably give the Aegis over to potentially the Death Prophet, just because she's the one that bought back. I suppose the Slark actually doesn't have the buyback even available for himself, so much more valuable to just give it over to Ken. Plenty of tools to be able to... Do you give the Aghanim Shard over to the Tusk this game? I feel like finding that key pickoff would be a pretty big deal. They give it to DP instead. That Walrus kick could potentially just pick someone off onto the side. They're locked down. The chain is just way too good right now for Xerxia.
It's a buyback status for Radiant. Only Azura with a buyback here. The throne and no other objectives. And no glyph as well. They need to take the fight before Xerxia get inside the base. The Rolling Thunder from Wami.
Can they
They've
kill
been
the
able to
Conker?
isolate the Slark. They're attempting to bring down Ken, but once again, the Depth Shroud, it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Ken's able to reposition, but DB flies on over, straight on top of the Slark, but it will not matter. Isolated for the moment. He's going to be able to reposition, but they've kited out the Rolling Thunder, and off to the right side, Ember, he's going to be brought down. He's got a buyback to be able to utilize here, so he'll rejoin instantly.
No more buybacks for Army Geniuses. The only ones that have it are Xerxia. They don't have a lot of this time left on the Exo, though.
Wami, you don't have a buyback, sir. Oh no, that's all your control in fights.
And
now
the
they
creeps
get
are just
the Hex as
building
well
up.
into the Morphling. Lotus Orbit's not going to protect him. It's a little bit too late. Force stuff out. Waveform still caught up for a couple of seconds. One more right click, and they've done it.
Oh no.
Xerxia, they will move on forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Army Geniuses in a thriller of a Game 3.
Just some crazy individual plays as, yeah, big celebrations coming through. High fives all around. They're out of their seats right now. The only one still there is Ken. Cool, calm, collected. He's just like, it's just a standard Slark game, guys. And, well, he certainly delivered. 14-13, really putting the team on his back when they were in a risky position. And, yeah, what a great choice of the Scythe of Vice as well, coming through from the Kunkka, realizing that, look, if Morphling's going to go this super greedy build, not get a BKB until really late into this game. Wait, did he even have it by the end? Yes, he did. At the very end of the game, he did, but there was this huge window where it was incredibly effective at just being able to lock him down, burst him, and then kind of like with Xerxia with the Slark, if Slark died, their damage was gone. If DB died, very much the same for Army Geniuses.
Yeah, it really felt like it was the item of the game. If JG did not go for the Hex, that would have been a completely different game 3. And man, for Xerxia, a team that has gone through it all. They've been together for such a long time here. Previously known, with UD Veswan, and we've seen them in the DPC. We've seen them in 2 or 3 as
Made
well.
in
They
Philippines.
struggled. Made in Philippines, in 2 or 3. They just stuck around, not getting relegated from Division 2. And they're able to take down Army Geniuses. Like, this was one of the top teams in Division 2. And a series that means so much to them. They secure at least top 6, continuing on with their lower bracket run. And they're looking. We'll see what they can do. We'll see if they can continue, maybe upsetting some further teams. But for them, I have to imagine that they're over the moon, at least with this series victory. But the job, it's not done yet.
It's not done yet. They will be taking on RSG next in their game tomorrow, so that'll be a really spicy series. The Battle of the Whiteboards is going to come out as well, so we get our wish. But, I mean, after such a long and exhausting series, we're not even done today because there's another series that's yet to be played. 2 teams that have been pretty significant mainstays over the past 2-3 years of the SEA region. It's going to be Neon taking on Execration. Neon really outperforming a lot of people's expectations, especially considering how poorly they did during the last season of the DPC. Execration, some reasonably solid results in recent times. Gamers Galaxy Thailand, they finished top 4, and they went down to T1, but it wasn't a stomping. And then in their first lower bracket game, they just looked completely dominant. Will they be able to back it up? I think so. I've still got them as one of the people that I had locked in for my top 6, but who knows? This region is so close that it could really go either way.
Like you said, though, these are 2 organizations that have been around in Southeast Asia and really been at the focal point for quite some time with some previous iterations of these rosters. So to see them battling it out in a lower bracket elimination series is just adding more to the storyline. We need a break. The teams, they're going to get set up as well for our final series of the night. It's going to be Neon against Execration. We'll see you all after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are back. We've had some incredible series so far tonight, and we are not done just yet. One more series left. It's an elimination series as well, Danog. We're going to be facing Neon up against Execration. What are some pre-thoughts with our final series here?
I want to see Bob dive in some heroes mid. That's what I want to see. I want to see some crazy, unorthodox picks. I didn't get enough out of that last game, as surprising as that might sound. In all seriousness, Execration, the formula is still the same. Lock down Enryu. Make sure that he doesn't have that great game. Make sure that you specifically ban out a lot of these heroes because he has the capability to do it. Him, especially with assisted with another veteran in play hard, is going to be able to get them across the line if they give him the potential to. What is
5
that
seconds remaining.
shirt or jumper that Shanks is wearing right now?
Come on, man. If they win the game and is wearing this cute little shirt, it's a good
Has he
luck
had a
shirt.
haircut since yesterday? I swear his hair was
I-
longer yesterday.
Dire team
Maybe?
ban.
Sure.
The fresh cut. I was about to call it the Karen haircut, but that's a little disrespectful. It looks great, Shanks. Don't worry about me. I have
Radiant
terrible hair.
team ban. Dire team ban.
That's saying something. All right, Execration. I like this. Some respect. You mentioned that you probably need to prioritize Enryu very heavily, not only in the draft, but in the game. But I do like that they've also at least taken out of the Earthshaker. That's something that Play Hard had a lot of success on in their series yesterday versus Atlantis.
Now, we've seen a position 1 Undying come through from Ana, which
That's
you
not gonna
tweeted
happen.
about. You tweeted about that, and everyone seems to be jumping on board saying, rip my pubs. I think we could get an off-lane Undying out of Tino. I still think it's just a ridiculously strong hero right now. It's one of the few heroes that actually gets away with going the Soul Ring just because of the change to how the decay works. Like you use your... you give up the HP for it, you use the decay, you basically haven't given up the HP because you're just going to regen into it later on, right? So
Yeah, true.
feels pretty solid, and I like Neon's Neon's bans as well. Just all these dive at you heroes are the ones that need to get removed.
Dire team
Do you
pick
do
Radiant
Piranha
team.
here? Clockwork instead, okay.
So this is a very different look from Neon in this series. If we remember prior against Atlantis, they were going first phase Chen plus Earthshaker, I think in game 1 and game 2, and then game 3 they I think went Earthshaker plus a core. So they were very much on board of going for this double support very early on in that series, and now a little bit different. They want to try and secure at least Enry's hero early, can be flexed to Avatar mode if they want to, but also picking up the Clockwork as well.
Yeah, if I could change anything about this, I probably would have made it a Marcy instead of the Clockwork. Maybe it's just a comfort thing coming through, but Marcy DP is still such a strong laner. Marcy can be flexed if you really needed it to, whereas Clockwork... I was really asking for it in chat. I wanted it to be a Clockwork 1 in the game that Ana ended up playing it. It's also a pretty good deny pick because the enemy would be able to pick it up, and it just deals with the Tombstone pretty well as well with the Unleash.
Well, we're going to see Execration. They'll snag it for themselves. They have the capability to give it over to
10
Tino.
seconds remaining.
And Shanks can play it as well. I do not believe there's any more flex that they have with the Marcy.
Radiant team ban.
Now, I do have a question to you as we look at Play Hard and the player cams. Ever since the retirement of Kez Cute, would you say that Play Hard is the cutest of all players that remains in
Radiant
C Dota C?
team ban.
Look at him. Look at those cheeks.
Zhao
Don't you
Yu
just
is
wanna-
very close.
That is true. He's
Zhao
up
Yu
there, but I
definitely
just
is
want
up
to pinch
there.
those cheeks, you know? He's like a little chipmunk.
Hey, leave him alone, man.
10
That's a
seconds
compliment.
remaining.
I know,
Everyone
I know,
loves
but
chipmunks.
do they?
5 seconds
I'm sure there's
remaining.
some
I don't know.
bad
We
things
don't
about
have them here in
chipmunks.
Australia, so no. Squirrels are bad. Chipmunks are always good. They're just harmless little critters.
Yeah, but I'm sure they do something bad. They have to,
Dire
right?
team ban.
If they're gonna murk
Dire
some
team
creature.
Radiant team pick.
Jeez. I think you're really overestimating the size of these, but well, they didn't pick up the Marcy. They get rid of something else that's gonna not get rid of. They pick up something else that's able to deal with the Undying Tombstone in the Snapfire. I like it. The thing is now, what do you actually lane? Like, how do you lane this? Is this a set Snapfire coming through? Because Clockwork
seconds
pretty much
remaining.
has to be paired with a Death Prophet, right? It feels kind of
5
like
seconds
I don't like
remaining.
these hard and fast rules of Dota, but it just lanes work out so much better 90% of the time if it's a ranged and a melee. You cover for each other's deficiencies pretty well if you do that.
Radiant team.
There are some very, very odd occasions where it can be different, but I am 100% in agreement where
We lunating here?
we are
You have a
lunaring
Marcy
here.
and a Visage and an
And an
Undying
Undying.
to help.
We
Yeah.
are we are lunaring here. Yes,
10 seconds remaining.
yes. It needs to be picked. It would be an incredible game. We
5
saw
seconds
Luna
remaining.
and Visage played in South America a couple of times, and like day 1, day 2, and honestly, actually, I think towards the end of day 2, teams were like, we need to ban this. Like Visage needs to be first phase banned, and we didn't see much Luna after that. But this pairing is just ridiculous. It won so many games there.
I'm kind of surprised it's taken this long to come out, to be honest. We haven't even seen a ton of Visage like first or even second phase bans. Sometimes it's been in the third phase, but
I think
Luna
it's
hasn't been
first
banned
phase,
at
is it
all.
not?
Dire
Nah,
team
not really.
Okay.
No, I haven't been seeing it.
of
Quap of Pain coming through here. Quap of
Dude,
Pain,
why do you
Coddle of
do
the
this?
Light.
Yeah, I know.
Bottom of the
Pot of
Moon.
a- yeah. I heard you say bottom of the moon earlier. That's kind of why.
It was all on purpose, don't worry about
Oh,
it. And a Bristle Boy coming through. Okay, so maybe now they can't actually afford to go into this Luna because then you have 0 Silver Edge builders, and you just have to think like what either is going to give you break or what's going to give you repositioning
seconds
abilities.
remaining.
So Mars
Dire
doesn't really
team
feel like
back.
it's on the cards. Chaos Knight doesn't pair amazingly well with the Undying. PA potentially any ranged
Drought.
Silver Edge builders for POS 1? Nah.
Yep.
They don't have last pick. I feel like you're just going to get counted.
team
Yeah,
ban.
I mean, you are probably right. Look, if there was ever a game for it, it's this game, but it doesn't look like the hero's not good, and like you said, also 24th pick is a big deterrent.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they pick it up. Though.
They
I hope you're wrong.
troll? I don't know.
Seconds remaining.
Troll's nice. Troll Undying is an incredibly
5
strong lane.
seconds remaining.
Can be a little bit awkward into cogs, but your matchup versus Bristleback as the game goes on is very, very good. You've got
And they don't have
ways-
amazing ways to kite as well, right? With Neon's lineup so far. So I feel like Troll isn't going to have an issue with locking in onto targets, especially if you just give him the rebound as well, right?
and Psychic to help buff up as well his sustain and damage. That's a really good suggestion. I like the Bloodseeker ban too from Neon. I'm just trying to think now what else they can put there. So we said Troll.
Dire team ban.
Or Execration. So for Neon, they still need their mid laner. They just want whatever's going to lane well into the Quap. So, yep, Invoker, Lina, Leshrac could potentially come out here. I feel like they need a little bit of that damage over time, or just many instances of damage to go into a
10
Visage.
seconds remaining.
I feel like you
5
don't
seconds
trade with the Quap, so you don't win
Radiant
against the
team
Quap, but I
pick.
think you trade just fine into it. Yeah, I'd go down the Lesh route.
Trying to think if there's any like shenanigans Tino can pick up. Oh, sorry, Palace can pick up because he does play some more unconventional position ones. I'm
10
gonna mention the
seconds
Doom,
remaining.
but the break is way later in the game. What 25 I think it is now.
5 seconds
Mhm.
remaining.
Could you
So maybe-
Pango mid?
Dire
On Neon?
team pick.
Okay.
Definitely
hate it.
Lesh is viable now.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, it is. Can't really Pango as much anymore. Although I suppose Necro doesn't really like to buy the old BKB, so maybe Pango is actually good.
10 seconds.
Just being
remaining.
able to consistently chain stun him back to back to back unless you get a
5
great
seconds
dispose off.
remaining.
We'll see what they think. I think Lesh or Pango are pretty solid options here. Nothing else
Think
is really going to
you-
provide you a Dispel for the Necro. What are you thinking?
I think you can consider a Pugner as well. Just to put
Could
the
you
bristle.
Void Spirit as well?
The lane can be a bit. The game is very nice versus Queen of Pain and how you can deal with the Necro, and they've got no stuns at all on Execration. So Void Spirit would have a very, very good time at being able to jump in. Like he'd have a free game. That'd just be so much chaos where you've got a Bristleback run into the middle, a DP running into the middle, Clockwork Hookshot, and Void Spirit in as well. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of options here for Neon. Like you don't have to worry about taking objectives. You have a lot of mixed damage, magic, physical. You've got a ways to initiate. There you go.
Now
Holy shit.
select your
All right.
heroes.
So is it a mid
Um,
snap or is it mid DP?
I think mid DP.
Yeah. I don't hate the mid DP, but again, Bob's been playing out of his mind so far in these qualifiers. So I feel like you're not going to be able to just bank on Avatar mode to outplay him in the lane because this is Quap favored right now. You get Spirit Siphon, you're just going to blink away.
Is this Darksea picking off? Honestly, I feel like Execration, if they make a couple of mistakes, I am a bit worried on how they can take this game. I think Neon have a very big advantage in regards to their team fighting. And if they're not far behind, then their ultimate should really be a big issue for Execration.
I haven't seen Darkseer since the patch. Have you seen the item build on him lately?
No, I have not.
Because
No, I
like the
haven't.
Aghanim Scepter, the old Aghanim Scepter, which gave 2 charges and a bunch of extra HP is gone, which would have been super nice for the Death Prophet to be able to just provide that little bit of extra tank ability, or even the Clockwork. It also prevents your ability to be able to farm quicker and scale. And now Normal Punch is actually on the Aghanim Scepter instead of the Shard. So it feels like it's a lot longer until you truly hit your effective timing.
Which is a big concern then, because I think Execration are going to look to try and ball up with the lineup they have. They don't have the greatest scaling potential compared to Neon. You do have some answers to the Bristleback, but this Necro is vulnerable in this game. You can hookshot into Kisses, and even if he tries to get out, you can vacuum him to keep him in place. And Kisses is going to be the way they kill the Necro. And late game Fortune Soul, he can just itemize. He'll get a Nullify eventually, and he's just going to need to itemize to make sure he doesn't die from Lincolns. I really feel like Execration do not have the biggest margin for error here. They have to be pretty perfect with their gameplay.
It's kind of rough, isn't it? I'm just thinking as well, like they have absolutely nothing to be able to dispel the Ghost Shroud. They've got nothing that's going to get rid of Surge or Ion Shell. So is Nullify going to be at a premium this game? But who buys it on Execration? It's certainly odd. Like I feel like there are a lot of things that haven't been answered for both teams. So I think we might just be in line for another even-ish one.
You said Nullify for Execration. Did you mean Neon, or is there someone that I'm missing that like you need to counter with the Nullify?
Sorry, I thought I said Execration. Oh, I think just having no Surge, no Ion Shell is kind of significant.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't, because I mean that was a big reason why we see sometimes the Brewmaster as a counter. You just got this AoE Dispel, even the Invoker as well. Potentially why it was banned out. See how this one's able to shape up. I think we're in store for a very, very
30 seconds to battle.
interesting game. I think Execration off the back of their lanes have an advantage, but you need to capitalize and get objectives after that. And again, if you start to fall behind, I'm very concerned that Neon with their team fights could be a big issue.
I really wanted to see the Luna come out though, man.
Same.
I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity coming through here, but well, who am I to doubt the words of Chemo?
The battle
Looking
begins.
to, you know, he always takes RR's seat during the draft, saying, get out of my way.
Bounty's looking 2 for 2. Nothing crazy. Bob gets a D ward as well.
That was
Now,
costly.
we have seen Bob absolutely pop off in his past 4 games in the laning stage. We've had the opportunity to cast out every single series from Execration through the qualifiers, and every time we say that Bob, he is a person that is not being consistent. But if he continues to play with the form that he has so far, this is going to be very scary for Neon, because they do also have some issues with dealing with the Queen of Pain. Like, they do not have a lot of ways to hold Bob in place, and his matchup versus DP is pretty quite favored.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, this is a game where Bob could just continue to ball out of control. And I mean, as much as we talk about, you know, it's obviously very important for these teams to be able to go to TI and all of what it would mean for them. Even if it's just last chance and they don't end up qualifying through, the experience is going to serve them in really good stead for next year. Even just from the individual player level, right? A lot of people would have been watching how Bob's been playing over the past week or so, and he has just been an absolute beast. So maybe he's going to start
Top
getting
lane.
some individual offers.
We got some battling going on. Tino's gonna give over first blood as play hard. They've got the level 2 now. We went Rocket Flare. This madman's gonna run in. But Vincenzo gets his own level 2. So the Soul Rip will give him that bonus health. And I mean, we were looking at the mid lane, and we need to be looking at the side lanes. And what's going on? And Ryu, he's up top. We got some lane swapping shenanigans. His bottom lane, Ser, he's gonna go down. Palos, he gets his first kill of the game, so the Necro's on the board.
Suppose anytime you're up against a double strength lane, it's always great to be able to just pop the Necro into that. Means that Bristle, he's not going to be feeling too solid about anything. He still needs to obviously use the Quill Spray to be able to secure any of these kills in lane just with creeps. And Palace, he's always going to have the potential to just spam out that Death Pulse.
I am really Fortune Soul bottom lane. They get the drag back cookie.
Good cookie.
Should be able to counter that. Fortune Soul still taking a crap load of damage, but it's got some tangos to play with. I'm really unsure of why Neon have swapped the lanes. Bristle plays very well into Visage, and Darksea, I think you pick it into the Necro because of your magic damage in the lane. What can you see of this?
To be honest, not really sure. I feel like the Clockwork also would have done a pretty good job of disrupting a lot of these dives that Shanks is going to be going for. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing it, to be honest. I mean, I guess Clockwork Darkseer is pretty good against the Visage as well. Gravekeeper's Cloak is just completely melted through the Ion Shell and the Battery Assault, but the way to deal with Visage
Bottom
is
lane,
like...
Fortune Soul again. Another cookie just to get him back to the tier 1 tower, and Palos will not be able to catch up. He's taken a decent amount of damage here on Palos.
What I was saying was it's not going to really be effective until you're like level 3 on this top side. And Enryo is, they put the Ion Shell in onto it, but he's got the Rocket Flare leveled up, so can't actually catch Tito inside the cogs. Maybe they
nice
get Vincenzo.
vac. Tino now getting chased down into the tier 1 tower. Why not go for the dive? And Ryu with the double kill, and now they're going to miss a full wave of experience. And this could potentially be the thing, Danog. Like, we have said a lot that Enryu is their backbone. He often carries Neon in their games, and potentially with him putting him in the safe lane, maybe in what they think is a lane that he'll just get a little bit more farm in, is something that is going to be important for them in this game.
Certainly is a viable option here as Playhard looking to influence the lane even further, put them into much riskier positions. 2 points now in the battery assault as well. I mean, this becomes a lot harder once you're level 4 as well. And Playhard with that first point into the cogs. But Tino as well, just it's making sure that he can get up to like his level 5, even level 4, just for the single point in the Gravekeeper's Cloak will do a lot of work. I guess as well he might this lane instead of putting into Gravekeeper's Cloak, just because it's not going to be that effective against all of this burst damage. Actually going for the dive here, but again, without the cogs, I don't know how effective this is going to be.
They'll be relying on the body blocks. Enryu does have the vacuum, however. But drag back Vincenzo and get another kill. They might lose Playhard. Tino is not going to go for it, however. Only 1 point in the soul assumption, so it wouldn't have been enough damage.
I want to see him actually put more points in the soul assumption instead. I've made up my mind. Just because all the damage that's coming through is kind of gradual, right? But it still is a lot of damage overall. So you're going to be able to just spam out those soul assumptions in the lane.
Does look like at least with the death, Vincenzo is going to be able to TP out to mid to refill the bottle for Bob. Got an observe ward on the other side of the map, Clockwork. Alright, just, oh, dude, giving me a heart attack. Dying to a T2 town, nothing crazy. We'll see where Vincenzo is going to look to drop this ward, though. Will be kind of towards the top power rune, his bottom lane, Fortune Soul. Finally, he'll go down. Palos and Shanks, they've been putting a lot of work onto the Brissaback, but finally, they'll be granted with the kill.
It's actually been given over 2 tangos as well, so one of them's probably going to be wasted here when he does come back to the lane. Just instantly eat one, bro. It's going to go away anyway. Oh, please. The support in me is dying.
The efficiency in you is dying as well.
Please eat at least one. No! They both vanished. That's like 60 gold right there.
You see it. Support's trying to help out mid. Bob is able to get the haste rune. Playhard, he's forced to just stand his ground and hope to get the kill onto Vincenzo. And with the help of the Iron Shell, he'll find it. And now Avatar Mode's going to posture aggressively as well to try and keep the Clockwork alive. But they'll turn to the Death Prophet instead. Bob is going to have enough mana coming back for the Magic Wand if they need the Sonic Wave to secure the kill. And Shanks, he's going to jump onto the tower. There's the ultimate into the dagger. Kill, and that'll be enough as Avatar Mode goes down. But still the supports on Neon are going to try and hit back. Shanks is eating up all the damage at the moment, but Shanks, he just turns it around. Stands his ground off the back of the life steal. What a beautiful rotation from the Execration supports.
Again, showing the importance of securing those power runes. That does not happen if Bob doesn't have the extra mana to be able to get off that third wave of spells, to have that movement speed to be able to just get pick off after pick off after pick off. And yeah, having a fantastic time as we expected on the Queen of Pain. Really already opened up, what, a 650 net worth lead over the DP.
Not only is that mid lane a big net worth lead, but even bottom lane as well. The carry-to-carry matchup, Palos has got a 1200 net worth lead on the Necro against the Brissaback. And Palos, he's even rushing the Spirit Vessel this game. So it's going to take away a lot of the tankiness out of the Brissaback and even, I guess, the Darkseer. Like, this is a hero that can itemize for utility.
Don't forget the DP. With the Spirit Ciphers, you aren't able to just run into the middle of these team fights anymore.
Speaking of Darkseer up top, gonna be able to play with Playhard. He'll even drop the wall to help secure the kill. Tino's got his own level 6 to play with as well. First Familiar Stun into the second. Meanwhile, towards the bottom secret shop, Shanks looking to prove to be an issue with Fortune Soul taking some of the stacks, but they will not be able to catch up to the Marcy.
Starting to build up some stacks as well. We'll see that this camp has been blocked up on Seth, so assuming that he's going to start ferrying himself out a little sentry ward or two, just to make sure that things are a little bit safer. Yeah, this is not the start that you want to give to a Necro. Kind of similar to a Visage. You can be very weak in the lane, but Not if you're left uncontested and put into reasonable matchups like this. And even with those couple of early deaths for Tino, he's still getting his farm. He's second on net worth right now, all through the course. On Execration, in fact, to go ahead.
Look at this from Execration. They've had enough of Palace. You just mentioned that. He's out of free lane, kind of been left alone.
They could
And
just... He's going to need to back off entirely. I was about to say they could just go in again. They had the Arcane Root picked up on Marcy, and he'd used all of his Spirit Cipher charges, but he'll back off in time.
the ward dropped on the higher ground player. It's going to see Vincenzo. They'll see the Marcy shortly as well. But Enry playing down bottom gives him a big advantage in regards to the damage. So there's nothing that Vincenzo is going to be able to do. And Shanks are ambitious to try and give him the rebound, but you lose Vincenzo. The main thing is that Palos gets another wave down bottom, and he might be forced to TP out once he kills this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll see. Shanks again. The cliff ward. Playard's going to be surged on fourth. They've got the vacuum, and there's no one to play with for the Marcy, so without a rebound target, he will be killed off.
They're pinging Palos. He might want to get one more wave, but it might end up costing him. Clearly, he is very tanky right now.
This could be disastrous for Neon if they dive with Vincenzo here.
He should know that the Undying's back alive. I think they might have just got a brief glimpse of him in the tree line as well, so yeah, they're going to back off entirely. And well, they see on Neon as well that you've got both the Clockwork and the Darkseer still playing around the jungle, so they're going to be playing somewhat more carefully. They know exactly where that ward is. It's going to get dewarded. Not before it had a good amount of effectiveness, but still sucks to have to fall on that one, Bob. Not even completing the blink as well. Didn't want to get baited in there. It's just those little plays like that that Bob does.
It's just the cute plays as oh Bob. It's actually going to jump in. All right. They know exactly where they are, but the double rebound stun. They're going to be cautious because Enry with the Darks is proving to be a bit of an issue. They've been able to deal with the Tombstone, and now Neon, they can take the team fight. There's a cookie on 4, connecting onto 2. But Palos will finally be able to pivot his attention down towards the jungle, getting involved with the site, but he's in trouble. The Ghost Shroud, I mean, it just sets up for more damage for the Mortimer Kisses. It's a combo that we were mentioning throughout the draft, the Kisses to be able to deal with the Necro. A big kill for Neon to find. Ser is, hang on, Ser, is he going to win this? Oh my lord.
Bobby, I know you've had a good start to the game, but that was a little bit too ambitious coming through. Yeah, you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place there, aren't you? You're like, well, do I want to take damage from the Exorcism Spirits physically, or do I want to take the magic damage coming through? He had a full wand as well, right? So he wanted to get the heal amp coming through from that, but I suppose giving the gold over to Set as opposed to Avatar mode does feel kind of good too, though, doesn't it? Yeah. Never mind, Avatar mode got the last hit.
Oh, okay. I do like this from Execration, a minor thing, but Palos is going to look to move top to play with Tino.
Hold
they
on.
probably didn't even...
just TP'd down here. Oh, just off the mark with a hook.
Looks like with them being able to zone away the Queen of Pain, this should be a T1 Tower traded. Radiant, they do have a bit of a window here, knowing that the Exo is on cooldown, the Mortimer Kiss is on cooldown as well. So if they want to group up for another tower, Palos will be a lot safer in these fights until the ultimates are back up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like Palos just wants to farm for now, and I understand it. You know, you can take this super greedy farm, you can expand what is still a net worth lead for your team, and just get into that next item. It's going to be just as effective.
They jump onto Ser. Look at the backstab onto Avatar mode now as well. Beautifully done from Tino with the micro. The wraparound was perfect, and they get one into the second, and now the tier 1 tower is going to go down as well. A great play from Execration, recognizing that Neon, they weren't able to take a team fight with the ultimates on cooldown.
Farming as well on Palos the entire time, not even needing to join onto this. So, in the meantime, once again, top 3 cores, all on Execration, and it's just going to expand further and further. Cult Bracelet does feel kind of nice, probably for the Marcy, you would assume, just to always give Shanks that mana regen that he needs to stay out on the map. You don't need to buy like a Falcon Blade or a Soul Ring or anything like that on the support. You can just immediately get into the value items.
And you see Shanks is having a pretty good game as well. Level 8 on the Marcy, the same level as the offlane Darkseer. Into the Orbit Corrosion. This hero is going to do a lot of damage in these fights. Jump in, Avatar mode. Very scary though for
Getting my
Neon.
predictions, man.
Ah, yeah, you gotta. Do we get any points? Like, I'm still not sure. I haven't checked if there's any achievements for that or anything.
Good question. We should.
We definitely
Reward
should.
the goodness. Although I'm pretty sure I've been wrong a lot of the time.
Look at Vincenzo's positioning. He's putting himself on the front. Trying to pop the smoke and get out with his life. And he'll pop the smoke, but I don't think he'll live. Hook shot at the cookie. Vincenzo's going to go down, but the space he's making is well and truly worthwhile. Top lane's getting shoved out. They're forced to glyph the wave. Meanwhile, the other heroes are also farming. Palace already 1,200 gold after the Boots of Travel completed.
What do we even go here?
Well,
Did you just go a 4-star?
he's going to jump into the outpost. He's also going to have Tino playing nearby, and they won't continue on forward for more.
Like, I know Lotus Orb is very much the standard build on the Necro, but it's not an amazing Lotus game where I feel like it's a pretty damn good
Uh-oh,
build.
this is no good. Fortune Soul
Toss it back.
is in trouble. Spirit Vessel's out. They might not even need the toss. The damage into the Scythe. A gigantic kill for Execration to find, slowing down the farm progression on the Bristleback. And on top lane, the fight continues. Palace from bottom to top he goes. He's
Onto the
everywhere on the
familiars.
Necro. They've got the Tombstone as well. Firm control of this area, as there will be no escape. And this is what we're expecting out of the lineup from Execration. It's not even that. Bob, he snipes the Snapfire behind the T2 tower. So Execration well and truly in the driver's seat in this game one.
Yeah, just the weight of the strength of their timings coming through. The Wraith Pact having a lot more effectiveness in that team fight relative to the pipe on the Darkseer. And it kind of felt like they, with this last pick of the draft on Neon, with the Darkseer, they were trying to resolve perhaps a slightly poorer lane than they might have been wanting. You know, like what is actually going to pair well together with this position 4 clockwork that we've kind of stuck with because we were forced to go a different response to this Undying. But it feels like they're paying the price a little bit. Obviously, the very start to the laning phase went all right, but ever since then, it's been all Execration.
And I think if they take the T2 tower, Execration just can straight away go back to take Roshan. As soon as they get...
Glyph, making sure that the siege creep lives, ensuring that they get this tier 2 tower as well. But yeah, you could look to go Roche. Just push in lanes, take the outpost, make sure there's no vision around. The damage is pretty good with the Visage Familiars. I don't think he's got the resummon out just yet, so it's still the level 1 birds with the 25 damage.
What are we looking for coming up shortly here for Neon? Because it's at a stage of the game where this can get out of control very fast if Execration get this next Roche.
Well, I mean, Bristle needs to focus on farming. He can't turn up to fights yet. You're just not anywhere near as effective as you want to be. He's only 500 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter, though, which will feel pretty nice. Does kind of feel like he's going to need the BKB as well, though, in addition to that, because if you don't, then you're just going to get, you know, Reaper's Scythe, you're going to get Grave Chilled, you're going to get Shadow Striked, and then kited around pretty heavily while the rest of your team dies.
Feels like it's not only the Scepter he needs, but the other item after that, and it's going to take too long. Execration, I have no doubt in my mind they will go high ground before he gets that with the lead they have and the map control they have, so they're going to do everything they can to funnel all the farm into Fortune Soul. You see him taking a couple of Ancient Stacks. That will at least get him the Scepter. And he needs that one
They're
more
really
item
wanting
afterwards.
to get this pick off onto him. Ion Shell used. He's playing on the correct side of the creep wave, making sure, yeah, he knew it was coming. That is great map sense coming through from Palace there. Playing behind the creep wave, baiting out where he would potentially be looking to move. And look at all the space it's made as well. They're going straight into Roche.
They instantly go to Roche. As soon as Hookshot's on cooldown, Palace's like, all right, we can go. They can't really run in now. It's going to be on Enryu, but they are nowhere nearby to be able to contest this. And Execration, now with this Aegis, they can take towers and they can go high ground, I think, with this.
One of Tino's familiars got sniped by the slam from Roshan, so he's not going to feel too great about that, but in the greater scheme of things, the objective that he obtained is obviously much more valuable. Really getting into the AC as well. We all know that timing. Level 15 on the Visage, extra armor corruption, plus the AC. It's pretty devastating, doesn't it? And this is what I was talking about with the Darkseer. Like, he's not massively behind,
Radiant's
but you
bottom
just
tower
don't see a
is
way
under
that he's
attack.
going to have this significant impact in this next little bit, right?
It's yeah, I don't know. I think it has to be a perfect team fight for the Darkseer. I think he can do it, but the fact that Execration have this Aegis advantage just means that their formation can be that much easy to set up where they're not grouping up for the Darkseer to get the combo. I think if you didn't have Aegis, then it might be easier for Enryu to have a little bit more impact in these fights.
Under attack.
Is Crimson Guard the build as well? I know
I
it's
don't
good
know.
against the Marcy and the Visage, but
Dire's
I
middle tower is under
want to
attack.
say that the Lotus Orb might be a bit better this game, because again, it's going to stop the Grave Chill, it's going to stop the, well, reflect at least the Reaper's Scythe coming through. Just little things like that. And he's already got the Arcane boots, so you need to buy the energy booster.
Dire's
Commit
middle
for the
tower
Crimson though.
has fallen.
I understand it. It's just, I feel like you need too many items now
Radiant's
on this
bottom
Darkseer to
Oh,
be really
Shanks.
effective.
He finds Enryu in the tree line. Is he gonna guess correctly? He does. Shanks, beautifully done. Keeps on to Enryu. Now the rest of Execration, they've shown up. They're even gonna drop a tombstone as well. And the scythe to take out Enryu. And they might consider higher ground now with this next creep wave getting pushed in.
Next creep wave, no Darkseer to be able to push it out. Snapfire really doesn't want to put herself up there on the front lines to be able to push it. Zed might try and do his best to put himself there, but look at this. You don't even need to commit a hero. Just throw the familiars out there, pop the sidekick onto him, an extra 65 damage coming through onto a rapidly hitting familiar. Isn't that fair? Isn't that balanced?
Lovely combo.
This is without the AC as well.
Fortune Soul is getting farm. He's got one component of the BKB. He's going to be able to farm the Ancients another time with Neon positioning in front of him.
And they didn't actually use the glyph on that previous wave too.
Oh,
that's a
no, they let
pretty big
no
win.
Fortune Soul. Yeah, we're standing right in front of him, but as soon as the Snapfire leaves to pop the smoke, he's going to be vulnerable. Tossed back into the middle. They'll kill him off with no remorse, says Bob. Sonic Wave used for good measure, and now they can jump on for Fair. And Enryu and... Oh, okay, I was going to say, yeah. I was going to be like, I don't know what's going on. They're just standing still. Bob.
Bob's happy with it all. I feel like that was after the fact though, right? Like Enryu was there, he was ready to come in with the Vac Wall combo, but it probably
Wait,
wasn't
hang on.
enough to be able to deal with it.
Hang on, we gotta pose a question. Is Bob gonna kill them or let them go?
I think he'll let them go.
Oh, I don't know. I'm really not sure.
Do they have the follow-up? They don't have stuns, really. Rebound 8 seconds. Visage not there.
Okay.
See, let it win.
The man of honor. I respect it, Bob.
Let's not go too far.
Uh-oh. High ground.
Siege creep.
Structures are fortified.
Do they aggressively glyph
Radiant
this?
structures
Yes, they
are
do.
fortified.
Do they keep the Necro there to heal up the wave? No, they do not. Okay, so pretty useless glyph.
If Neon can get away with not losing high ground from this first Roche, I can see a chance for them to force a mistake out of
Dire's
Execration.
bottom tower has fallen.
Gaben thinks it's a 5% chance at the moment. I still don't think you can fight without the BKB though on the Bristleback, right? So it's not good enough just to keep your high ground for now. You're still going to be falling further and further behind. Just because Bristle won't have safe places to be able to farm
Well, they
it.
see Bob. He blinked in aggressively. Seb just steps through forward and pops the smoke. Playar's
Still
gonna
got the
move
Aegis,
in,
though.
but Bob, he's okay. He's gonna blink out to the right side. They've got the kisses. What a combo!
Good back wall.
Oh my lord! That's what they needed, but they haven't killed many heroes yet. Visage will finally go down, but Execration, they can reset it, go back in as Bob lines up the Sonic Wave. They're now isolated Avatar mode. Scythe, it's going to be available if they can bring down the Death Prophet to a low threshold, and they'll do just that as Execration. It was a rocky start to the fight, but now they can look to clean up.
Yeah, por Dios for sure. As well, this is why you have to address Enryu, right? Because he's capable of plays like that. 4-man vac wall coming through from this Darkseer. And look at what it results in. They still don't have a comprehensive win in this team fight. They're probably going to lose 4 to get 3 kills. If they could get away on Fortune Soul, having been a part of that team fight, having got a bunch of experience from that, I think he got like nearly a full level from that too, and get closer towards that BKB, that'll be seen as a win. They don't have left, so he's free to just TP out in their face. Honestly, maybe even Enryu as well, right?
Holy dude, what was that? Oh my
Game started
lord.
to
I'm
break.
not gonna-
So many units out there. All the illusions, the tombstone zombies, the spirits. Oh man.
Holy. I mean, I honestly, like you said, even though Neon only got 3 kills and they might lose a 4th, I think Enryu could potentially escape if he can surge onto the high gun and TPR. He might even actually
I think
just
he
straight
just TP
TP.
right now. Yeah.
I was thinking the same as well, but I'm just concerned that might be able to. They don't have Scream. I was going to say Vessel with the pulse.
If
but-
he walks up onto the high ground, maybe he gets hit by the Shadow Strike again, and that's like an extra 120 damage in between
Sure.
your right clicks, right?
Yep. Oh, we get a replay again of it. Look, that has to give Neon a lot of confidence that they can execute a team fight, and we have spoken time and time again, like they do have incredible team fighting. It's just a question of, are they ever going to get an opportunity to be able to hit those ultimates? And they did it once. I can see them doing it a second time. I mentioned that if they can avoid losing high ground off the first ages, they can get to a position where you can farm BKB and take a fight for the second Roche. So Neon are not out of this. They are not out of this at all. I think it's not. I'm honestly surprised Gaben says it's a 4% chance.
Yeah, you need to get into your BKB though. You need your Crimson Guard. Enryu, I really don't want him to get the Aghanim Shard. Hopefully he doesn't think that it's still normal punch, although not really any great heroes to normal punch, I suppose. You would just use it for the lockdown. That Blade Dagger is going to be far more effective for him, in my opinion. If he's able to land vac walls like that, and then even just buff up the illusions with all the pipe, the Crimson Guard, then it's going to be looking a lot more optimistic for Neon. I still want them to get something like a Wraith Pact as well, though. But right now, Ser, he's going into the Glimmer Cape, Clockwork, into a Spirit Vessel. Both very understandable items, but it's... I feel like you just need to withstand that initial burst of damage, you know?
Have you seen this new Surge with the Agshot as well? I'm yet to see it.
In demo mode. It looks like what it says. It leaves the slipstream.
I mean, 50% that's a big slow. So I wonder. I mean, with the Bristleback and a Death Prophet, like heroes that want to be in the middle, I wonder how they're slowing the damage, if it's actually going to be noticeable or not.
Does he even get it though? I really think he shouldn't. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. For those that aren't aware,
Jeez.
vMix is what they use to be able to look at players' cameras. So that's that.
Oh my god. Oh, don't say it like that.
Jeez, give me a freaking heart attack, man. Come on.
At least Undying is
In the
one of
game.
well, yeah, in the game, but one of the few heroes I feel like if you have to micro, just drop Tombstone Ultimate, just get him right clicking, maybe chuck a Soul Rip sometimes. I don't know.
All right, does he TP? Yes or no on Enryu? I say yes.
Yeah, sure, yes.
If he runs to the top of the stairs and TPs, I'll give you the win because you did say that.
I honestly thought he was going to go to the right stairs. That's when I meant stairs. I think
We'll see.
Fortune Soul will live. He's not going to die. He'll be
Yes.
chilling. He's got a very big wave down bottom and also another one connecting.
If Quap didn't have the Aegis, they would probably go for a turnaround here, honestly.
Tell me someone saw that.
Still 20 seconds away. I don't think you can kite it for that long.
No, I don't think so either.
hmm What's your favorite of the voice lines that have come out so far?
Oh man, what, dude? There's so many. there's a pretty cool one there, isn't there?
Yeah, Hasta Luego is pretty good. The one that was just used, the is good. Wow, I like wow. That just feels like it could be used in many different situations. It is the Effie laughs of this season. We haven't seen the TI talent voice lines though, so maybe there's going to be another few gems in there.
What about my one?
So anyway, which talent voice line do you think is going to be good?
Yeah, screw you, man. That's
Go on,
alright.
let's have a live recreation of your voice line.
No, it does not come out like that.
That's what I thought. If it was good, you would be happy to do it.
I'm spamming it in my own game right now. It's okay.
Do you actually do that at your pubs?
What, that voice line?
Yeah, your fight.
Oh, I don't have it. I got the Insania one. I love Dota. If I had my own, I would spam it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, for those that aren't aware, the fight is Ares. I am very jealous that he gets one in the game. So at your pubs, make sure to spam it out from the old battle pass.
I was spamming the Palos one. I'm like, dude, it's kind of crazy. I have a voice line in the game. I never thought that would happen. I'm like, yeah, I'll
And now you're
spam
just
it.
used to it. Now you're like, it's expected.
No, I think it's even crazier that I have one in there. I mean, this one's also a little bit more... the other one, the Palos one, was a lot more unique. Like, really, only he could spam it and the team that he was on at the stage. Now the other ones?
Nah, and the team against him when he dies in a situation where he probably shouldn't.
Palos. Come on, guys, I want to play. What's going on? Goaty. What do you reckon he was? What do you reckon that
Do you think
means?
that's Goaty or go a thank you?
And play on. Look at these, like, question mark? Playoffs God, I suppose. I guess
Maybe.
you're kind of cool.
The secret's still out. So we get to see the replay again. Give me that. What all players are looking for. The big vac. Oh, you love to see it.
Could have been a question of if they... I need to look at it again to see if it would have been even better if you vacuumed them inside the cogs instead. Because Mortimer Kisses, you
but-
kind of had to move to the north, and I don't think the fight would be any different there.
Beggars can't be choosers, you know.
Well, I mean, you kind of can. I mean, this is what they do. You look back at, you analyze games, and if you made a mistake, you need to see what you could have done differently. Beggars can't be choosers.
No. I do not watch my own replays. Like, as soon as the game is done, it is out of my mind onto the next one.
Well, maybe that's why you can't climb over the MMR you're at.
I have a very respectable amount of MMR, okay?
I know you do. I'm quite impressed sitting down at 2.5K.
You're not 2.5K. Don't undersell yourself, Mr. 5K.
I think I'm 5. What am I? I think I
You're
was
basically 5 on the dot, I think.
No, I was actually 5.2.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
well, extra 200
try and
is.
Talk yourself up a little bit. I mean, Jesus.
Extra 200 is kind of. I mean, it's kind of nice. 5K flat and 5.2. That sounds a little better. All right, there we go. Come on,
Okay.
translate. Come on.
Oh my
Do your
god. Yeah. My job
Yep. Well, it's not my job.
to know Filipino.
Yeah. Well, it's not. That's definitely not my job.
If it was French or Spanish, I could give it a go. But
Yeah. Okay. That's
let
where
me
you
just-
get.
Let me get my camera out. Okay,
Yeah,
calm
okay.
down.
Good.
Okay, I see admin. That's a word that I know.
I see admin and wait. So.
So I
know.
think they're trying to find out an alternative way to be able to get the VMix camera to work. I think it's very important that we have the players that are playing.
We got it on pause. Does he
You
TP?
ready? Okay.
Oh,
he
my
runs to the right. Aries correct again. Maybe
It took
should
a
have
little bit too long to TP. I thought he was going to TP on top of the stairs.
I know what you thought. But why didn't you just TP, man?
Top Fortune Soul. Hang on, they're setting up
He's
on
fine.
him.
Is he fine?
I don't
Aegis
know.
expires.
They feel like they can get the kill. They've got the Spirit Vessel out as well. Look at the damage that's racking up. Palos, what a movement with Bob tipping in to provide the +1. Oh, no.
They had all this time to think about what they could have potentially done, and they picked literally the worst possible option. Honestly, the Bristleback going up there isn't the worst. I think they did need to go up there and try and push out the waves again, get closer towards that BKB. At least he bought the Mithril Hammer before he died, so he doesn't have any unreliable gold still. But, yeah, I mean, Darkseer absolutely did not need to die there. If he didn't die, he has the Crimson Guard right now.
We are looking at really at one big fight here for Neon when they get everything up. BKB, Crimson, when their ultimates are back up as well. The kind of concern, though, is that I don't know what they can do to keep the Death Prophet alive in this next fight. Because Avatar Mode not having BKB, they will just scythe him. And that is a big target to take out if you get rid of the damage from the Exo, the Spirit Siphon as well. So I've got some concerns on how this DP is going to be able to stay alive. And you need to be positioned in the middle. It's not like you can position defensively.
Yeah, and I feel like you're going to be assisted with that. Honestly, it feels pretty worth it to be surging the Death Prophet at this stage. Look at how fast this bottom lane is being pushed in, though, by Enryu. It's something that he knows incredibly well how to do, just how to influence lanes, how to force bad reactions out of people so that he can come in when it's truly impactful for him to be part of it. Although, he is caught underneath vision right now and already used the vacuum, so get caught out here without being able to surge away. Great use of the Sonic. Stopping that
Push back
surge
into Palos.
movement entirely.
Long enough.
It's space. I know he's a core, but he's got his Crimson Guard. And Bristle still does not have the old Bekebe.
I think you consider smoking now for Neon with Sonic Wave and Reaper Scythe forced out. So when you get the respawn on the Darkseer, when the BKB gets delivered for Fortune Soul, it's go time. And especially now with the ultimates on cooldown. And you see Ser as well. Snapfire is going to move over towards Radiant's Triangle, try and drop a ward down. This is where they're going to look to smoke, or potentially to their own triangle where they have a ward already set up. Oh, not anymore.
He's
now
done
it's
it.
gone.
25 minutes. They've finally done it. Been able to pick up one of these items. Do they go for a smoke on Neon after they get at least this first wave pushed out? I feel like you've got the potential to, and yep, there we go. Go straight away. Just keep the siege creep there. Don't want to reveal all that much. They seem to have a pretty good idea of a lot of these movements from Neon, making sure to get the outpost control before they had the time to potentially be able to connect with all those respawns.
Oh no.
Do it with flair.
Oh, I hate to
Getting
see
revealed.
it.
Yeah.
Yep. Perfect positioning from Tino and the Familiars. Pops a smoke. He's able to get out. They're going to look to try and play behind the tier 1, so the Crete Wave mid that's beating onto the tier 1 tower.
Layhard's not there anymore, though. Like, he's away from the rest of the team, and understandably, he needs to get into the Spirit Vessel, but you're not able to get that additional lockdown that you need, the burst chaos coming through to enable one of those crazy vac walls to happen if Clockwork's just not there.
They have another smoke on Dial?
Just bought one.
It's unfortunate because Palos is now going to kill off this ancient camp, and this should give him enough gold for the BKB. So now you've already got an answer. The Spirit Vessel, because of how late it came out, I guess can kind of help burst down the Visage with a little bit of extra damage over time, but gonna have to be a perfect fight for Neon to bring themselves back in this game one. 18,000 deficit.
Long Roche respawn. Wonder who that favors. I mean, yes, it's important to be able to get into, you know, your level 18 on the Bristle. Some neutral items are going to be nice. The Titan Sliver, even just for the little bit of magic resistance that it provides, could be quite good for someone like the Queen of Pain. Or not quite at level 18 as well on Bristle. He's got some phase boots at 27.5 minutes, so a little bit less capable of being kited around in addition to the old BKB. Let's see how lucky they are with some of their items coming through. What are we thinking? Maybe a Paladin Sword for Fortune Soul? Tunic will do.
Tunic will definitely help out. They do see Palos farming over towards the triangle, so they know he's not with the team at the moment. They are going to need another ward on a cliff to be able to take this fight. You cannot take it blindly with the lineup they have. You need to see all of Execration grouped up.
I think you just got to go for the backstab. You got to try and find Palos off on his own. They see that the Visage is up top with his familiars.
Bob, he's going to pop the smoke.
Yeah, great positioning, Bob.
And Palos sights it for hook.
He could BKB if he wants right now.
And he's trying to connect to the team. He gets the force on the high ground. Oh, this is disastrous. And up, he just jumps into the middle. A gigantic sonic wave is
great
set,
tombstone.
Protected with the Glimmer Cape, but only for a moment, as now Enryu, he's in trouble as well. The scythe, not enough, but at least it holds him down for them to get the kill afterwards. And look at the instant TP. Palos, he's going to join Tino because he's up to his rack game. Tier 3 tower gone, barracks soon to fall.
Good positioning from Palos as well, just putting his body in the way, realizing that, well, without Darkseer and Snapfire magic damage, there's no way I'm going to die. I've got physical damage reduction with a Ghost Shroud, I've got my BKB, I'm sustaining a lot of this push moving forward, and they don't have Glyph. This is what happens when you've got a Marcy paired together with a Visage. It's just way too much damage.
Oh, it's Megas. They're not dealing with Mega creeps.
Hook shots available. You got to hit this on play hard.
Dire's bottom tower.
I'm on the retreat, maybe. He's waited too long. Just giving all this up for free. I mean, Neon want a fight that's in this really clumped up space. They've got all of these abilities that are really going to be effective with that. Bristleback with a QW spam. Exorcism Spirits, Vac Wall, the Cogs, the Mortimer's Kisses. If there was ever a time to go in onto them, it's when they're on this high ground or when they're close to the dire triangle with the stairs heading up there. They're very small choke points.
This is that even smaller choke point with the Roche. Flair's going to scout them out, but instantly Execration recognize if we're ever going to lose a fight, it is when we are all grouped up inside the pit.
You got to kill a squishy hero first. You don't have any spirit
Look
vessel
at Bob.
charges.
He's jumping onto the clockwork on the right side. Bob's just going to pop a BKB, standing toe to toe, but the hook shots out, but the chain control will not be an option. Bob's once again targeting down the clockwork. They'll secure the kill and towards the middle of the fight. The scythe is there to cut away any hope of the Darkseer. Fortune Soul is trying to do whatever he can, but they are kiting the BKB. They're trying to run down Tino, but he's got the Gravekeeper's Cloak active to keep him protected. And this honestly should be all she wrote through the team fight. Fortune Soul, they'll get the kill afterwards, and now Avatar Mode is next on the chopping block. As with all this going on, the Tier 4 towers are getting beat down upon, and the G's are dropped as Execration. What an incredibly well-executed Game 1.
For sure. I mean, to me, it kind of goes back to the draft with what we were saying before. You know, Bob, he was really set up with the lack of stuns consistently that they had to have a great time on the Queen of Pain. Into the DP matchup, feels really solid. Felt like the Darkseer was trying to plug holes that didn't even necessarily exist or issues that were of their own doing. I think this game is incredibly different if Neon literally just picked up the Marcy instead of the Clockwork when they did. It denies away this Marcy Visage lane. It deals with both being that beefy frontliner for the Death Prophet, plus a way to deal with the Tombstone. I think we only saw the Tombstone die like once, maybe twice, as a result of the little shredder there. And everything else, it was just Execration doing whatever they wanted from minute 1 to the very end of the game.
Like you said, doing whatever they wanted here for Execration. I feel like for Game 2's draft in particular, Neon, you need to get... Hopefully they have the 24th pick. Hopefully they're playing with that. You need to counterpick Bob's hero. You cannot allow him to get a good lane. Because this is now 5 games in a row that Bob has won his lane and looked incredibly dominant when he's been able to do so. 11, 0, and 10. So my eyes are on how Neon are going to be able to address Bob in the next game in particular. And if they do have that last pick overall, then they should definitely be able to kind of get a better matchup. But we said it from the draft and throughout the game. Like, this is a lineup that Execration, if they make a couple of mistakes, the game will look difficult, but they made no mistakes. It was a flawless performance from them.
Did look really solid, that's for sure. And, you know, the Palos last pick as well. Necro, pretty good into 2 strength heroes, and Neon with a lane swap. Obviously, that also didn't work out as well as they were thinking past that initial double kill that they were able to get onto Enryu. So I still have faith that they could potentially look to come back into this one. This wasn't the Neon that we've seen over the past couple of days, though. So we'll see if they're able to dust themselves off and come back, but that's going to have to wait for game number 2. I'll send it off. We'll be back after a very short break. Get a snack, get a drink. We'll be right back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to the Southeast Asian TI11 Regional Qualifiers. We've got Game 2 between Execration and Neon Esports. Then Neon, they're going to have to pull something out of the hat here because Game 1 did not look good at all.
No, it did not. They're going to need to pull something out of their ass, is what they're going
Oh,
to need to do.
whoa, hang on. What the hell?
You've gotten
That
away
would
with a
be
few already today.
semicolon.
Don't you start. You've been off the entire time.
Actually,
I
today
do like
they're
the
good.
fact that they're getting... No, I've counted 3. I'm the Marcy getting banned out. It's kind of a good thing, but then, yep, why not? Just go straight into the Undying. I still don't hate the Snapfire or potentially the Mirana response to this, just because it... Particularly the Mirana, because it's so much in Playhard's wheelhouse, right? And that's the way that I feel is going to be more successful for them, is just being able to pick up this offlane duo early on. Again, the downside to that is you don't give Enryu the win condition hero. Look, he's even drafting. I mean, chat can't see it, but we can. He's even drafting for them. So even though Chuan's the one sitting at his computer, he's... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, man. Like, they got to just pick up something that's going to work well together. But at least they fulfilled that condition that you were wanting from the previous game in making sure that you have last pick. So you're always going to be able to get the better matchup against Bob. Does feel already a bit more like a Neon draft, just with the Chen.
Considering we saw them played in 2 out of the 3 games versus Atlantis. Their previous series.
Radiant team pick. Face the light.
Dawnbreaker up. Okay. Very interesting. Was not particularly expecting them to go down this, considering I feel like Undying lanes pretty well into the Dawnbreaker, does it not?
It does, but it doesn't deal massively well with what happens later
10
on.
seconds remaining.
Do you flex this Undying to a different position?
5 seconds remaining.
Call me a spammer if you want, but Wyvern's great against Chen and Dawnbreaker. Maybe that's why Neon picked it up. They're thinking that the Undying just cannot be flexed in this situation, but I think you can Wyvern and you've still got the potential to throw it mid if you wanted to. I guess Raze is fine as well. Now they're just going to get rid of a lot of these BKB piercing disables. Faceless Void is one of them. Maybe they're just going to go down the route of like a Morphling perhaps as well ban. If they're not going to stop like a Bloodseeker ban or a Beastmaster or I don't know, anything else along those lines.
Quap, you can even consider banning unless you want to pick it
10
yourself on Execration.
Mm-hmm.
I
5 seconds.
look, you've been singing for the Winter Wyvern to be picked up, and if there was ever a game for it to be played into a Chen and Dawnbreaker, like those are 2 heroes that Wyvern deals incredibly well with. So I just don't know. There's obviously no priority on it at the moment in Southeast Asia.
They're just haters, these players. They're haters,
Yes,
that's all it
sure.
is.
Haters of the Winter Wyvern, still yet to see it out just yet. But Execration, they've gone back into something that they are very comfortable in the Razor. Palos can play it, Tino can play it, and give it over to multiple heroes in their side lanes.
Really like that Primal Beast ban. You got to be so careful if you're showing your position 5 and it's not one that has some kind of escape mechanism. So Chen obviously doesn't fit the bill for that. Might lead them down the route of going into something like a TA for themselves, but TA into Razor doesn't exactly feel that amazing either. So we'll see. Let's see what route they go down. Tino Razor's very much a staple for him, so you would have to assume that that's what the lane's going to be. They could run Shanks on the Undying too. It doesn't necessarily need to be Vincenzo's hero.
We did see them as well just last game. They played the Undying in the side lane, so they have the capability to play it in a different lane. Even if they do give it to Vincenzo, they're happy with swapping it up for the moment. But there is that Beastmaster band, like you were mentioning. There's the Quap band, like I was mentioning. So yeah, looking to try and protect the Razor as much as they can. What was left through the pool that you said though? Morphling, I think you said. Was there another one?
Morphling, Bloodseeker was the other one.
Yep. Okay.
Early-ish timing
10 seconds
pairs together
remaining.
reasonably well with the Chen. There are many creeps that you can get early on that are going to
5
enable the Blood
seconds
Right to
remaining.
hit in the laning stage, just like a ghost creep or a
Dire
little
team
troll creep that's able to get the net off, just stuff like that, you know?
I wonder if Neon are going to be able to find, because I think you have to pick your other support here, and they will in the Shaman. A very peculiar pick, but the Shaman's
They
able
wanted
to
to
deal
end the game in 25 minutes.
They definitely have the caliber to do the heroes, the capability, I should say. But also, Shadow Shaman versus Undying is very nice with the Serpent Wards. You don't have to commit with your heroes to be able to deal with it. It gives you an instant form of control versus the Razor. Although, if Razor pops
5
BKB,
seconds
Shaman's dead.
remaining.
Like, this matchup can be very, very difficult to play between the two.
I feel like they're just going to Bloodseeker at the end of this phase.
Radiant
Like,
team
you're
pick.
probably not going to be picking it up on Execration. Elder Titan's a nice little way to store things out, though. Obviously, could this even be played as a core with all of the Chen creeps available? Into an Aghanim Scepter. Feels kind of nice. Nothing really going to be stopping him from dealing a ton of
10
damage.
seconds remaining.
More likely to be a 4, but you never know.
5 seconds remaining.
I think if Neon go for a... I mean, Execration are probably going to have to reveal... So, I guess you pick your mid here. Don't you pick your mid just to keep the Razor Flex?
I don't think you could afford to. Like, Bob's been playing too well. They want to keep it hidden for as long as possible just to ban out some of the counters for whatever they want to go for. And you know the offlane's most likely going to be Dawnbreaker Shadow Shaman, right? So it's something that you just want to be able to address with an Undying to back you up. Obviously, Undying into the Dawnbreaker feels
Dire
quite
team
nice. Maybe
Admiral Conquer.
some kind of aggressive thing. Okay, well, they do go mid, but Conker's pretty good against this Chen push. Again, going to benefit from all this stalling that's happening.
And he doesn't see his lane matchup. So Conker is going to be able to fare pretty well into a majority of lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to think on...
Radiant team
Now for
back.
Neon, you probably look for your mid laner as well. And they're going to Storm Spirit. So
It's fine.
it's... Yeah, it's not
Storm
bad.
has a surprising amount of mana, armor at level 1. So I think it's going to be just A-okay. It's something that's able to
10
get in onto the
seconds
back
remaining.
lines in these early fights. You've got a way for your team to join
5
you as
seconds
well with the
remaining.
Dawnbreaker coming through. Takes a lot of focus off of the Chen and the Shadow Shaman. So you just get onto that ET, burst him
Dire
down.
team back.
Suddenly you feel much more confident in a lot of these team fights. There we go. Morphling's gone as well. Really wanting to enable this Razor to have the best game possible. So maybe it's a one Razor coming out here for Palace this game. I think this is far too many bans being used just to protect an offlane Razor.
10 seconds remaining.
What do we feel like Execration are lacking, regardless of
5
what they...
seconds remaining.
You know, with the 4 heroes they have at the moment,
Lockdown.
what do they need to... Okay, so we're looking at more than likely position 3 then is going to be able to provide that lockdown.
Potentially.
Radiant team
I'm just
back.
thinking, could you run the Kunkka into it? But you don't really need to, right? Chen isn't an issue
Dire
that early
team
on. So
back.
I think it's going to be Kunkka mid and, yeah, just something that's able to provide a little bit of that extra lockdown for the Tino offlane. So what's that going to be? Is it going to be a Mars? Is it going to be... Is this a Tidehunter game?
Radiant team pick.
Could be.
It's not too bad. It's definitely not too bad at all.
Pudge a little, maybe? Could work. Maybe they want a ranged hero instead,
10
but
seconds
there aren't
remaining.
amazing heroes to go with. DK kind of
5
provides
seconds
lockdown.
remaining.
Pseudo ranged as well.
Well, we're seeing Neon there in a little bit of two minds at the moment with the anti-mage and the Lena ban. So I guess both bans are looking to protect the Storm Spirit. However, if they do flex the Conquer and go for the Lina to play into the Storm. It's got a very good lane matchup as a game as well. You depend on your item build, you are able to deal with the Storm Spirit with a little bit of control. So they cover their tracks, but the last pick, Execration, they're going to go down the Alchemist route. I think PA looks... PA's the pick. I think PA's the pick.
Yeah, instant ways to join the team fights. You got the burst against an Alchemist who doesn't have the greatest amount of armor or build into it early on. Way to be able to get away from the static link. Feels pretty nice. I agree. What else could they look to go down the route of, though? We got to give these people options.
Yeah.
They can't... Are they considering a Medusa here? Just because they banned out the Anti-Mage and the Lina, who are traditionally two kind of good matchups into it?
I think it was more to protect the Storm, but yeah, sure, they can be considering it. I think Slark's another thing you might be considering. Fortune Soul's already played it so far through the qualifiers, and there's a lot of beefy heroes that to be playing into. He might be a little bit slow, though, which is my concern. And maybe that's another concern with the Medusa, because I feel like Execration are going to group up very, very early with like Alchemist, Radiance, BKB.
I think regardless of what they pick, it needs to be a high armor hero, because you've got, well, a hero that buys into a lot of armor, you know, because you're up against an Elder Titan.
Choose your hero.
Still get that Bloodseeker through, so don't hate that. And you're an Agi hero. Don't really buy that much armor though, but you're up against a Razor who, with the Eye of the Storm, is going to do minus armor. You're up against the Acid Spray, even more minus armor, and you're up against a position 4 Elder Titan that's going to get a little bit more farm than most ETs tend to do with the Natural Order. So that is not much armor that you've got to be able to play with. So I feel like if you're out of position, you're going to get melted pretty damn quickly.
We were looking for some other carry heroes, and we should have just gone back to the one that you mentioned earlier on in the draft. Fortune Soul picking up the Bloodseeker. So you've got great ways to be able to deal with Tino with the Rupture through BKB. So Tino's game is going to be a little bit more difficult. Even Palos as well, if you want to Rupture the Alchemist, someone who needs to be mobile throughout these fights. But Neon, I like the last pick a lot. I feel like is it enough though? That's a question. That's my big concern with Neon's lineup here, because Execration, they can look to get aggressive very early on once they hit their item timings, probably like 17 minutes in, and they are all guns a go. All guns a blazing.
It's a hero with early-ish timings as well, which I kind of like with the Bloodseeker, right? Like, all you really need is that Maelstrom BKB plus upgraded boots, I guess, and you're able to get active with the rest of your team, who also excels at around that sort of same time period. The other thing that I also want to mention is the mid lane matchup. Obviously, as a Kunkka, you don't necessarily need to go into this bottle build. We saw a couple of braces be done in recent games, and it did okay, I suppose. But the main thing is there's no one really that wants to reliably rotate on Execration towards these power runes just to make sure that Storm isn't getting them. Whereas I feel like the Shadow Shaman's going to be able to do so. Like, not the fastest hero, but Dawnbreaker is much more capable of being left solo compared to a Razor. I feel like if Razor gets left solo, you're going to get jumped by a Bloodseeker Chen combination and probably die. Not so much with a Dawn, at least you've got that escape.
And with the potential for their TI qualifier run to be over here on Neon, do we feel like they have what it takes to send it to a game 3?
I think they got what it takes, for sure, but they need to build and respect the minus armor components that I was talking about. They weren't scouted out by this observer ward, by the way, to the right-hand side of the Radiant Outpost. So they're in their little hidey hole here, maybe going to try and catch out someone and pick up that first blood if Alchemist walks inside their vision, which he hasn't just yet. Really just both walking out. Ser, is he going to cross that border? He seems to know the exact location of any kind of vision. Playhard eventually moves on forward and will actually put it in place to be able to get that vision onto the high ground, but who's there to actually, you know, put something up there? No flying queries exist yet.
Does Hammer give vision? I'm not sure.
No, but not that you would want to spend it this early either, you know? Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, you don't have the greatest mana pool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they'll wait for flying couriers. Just wait that one out. It's going to take quite some time to be able to find it. But in the end, 2 for 2 in regards to the bounties. You have the creeps meet for the second time this series at the mid lane. Bob on the Conquer Avatar mode on the Storm Spirit. You were mentioning that the Storm Spirit is someone who has a decent amount of armor early on, up to 5. So do you feel like Avatar mode should be well and truly okay in this matchup? Is there any levels that he's a little bit more weak against the Conquer?
I think he's just going to be okay. I mean, all throughout, Conquer's always this irrepressible force that's always just going to be harassing you for free in the laning stage. I mean, look at Avatar mode. He's already nearly, well, not out of regen, but the bottle's going to come at a very welcome time, let's say that much. He's just constantly getting harassed down. He'll probably be down to about, 100 HP after the next Tidebringer. Actually misses with it on Bob. Very uncharacteristic from him.
Is this a concern, though, that like Bob is going to have a very good lane? I guess this is the one thing, because they did pick the Conquer not knowing what the mid matchup was going to be. So usually this hero has a good time regardless, but like you picked the Storm to it. So it's not like they're both going to farm, but you're not shutting down Bob. Is this a concern? Because we've seen him just pop off time after time in these qualifiers.
It's a little bit of a concern for sure. Stun coming through there. The thing is, they didn't just pick it thinking, okay, Kunkka just beats everything in the lane. They made sure to pick it when they had the option to be able to ban Alina. They made sure it was done after the Queen of Pain had already been banned out as well. So I like the fact that even when they can't give Bob this like winning matchup, they're still going to give him one that's at the very least drawing even. And he could very easily win this match too.
They're off to a fine start at the mid lane, but in other lanes, see how Palace has been able to shape himself up here with the Alchemist. Of course, a much better laner than the Alchemist has ever been. He's paired with an Undying though, so did you feel like these two have a decent amount of synergy in the lane? Can they get kills?
Not really. I think the biggest issue for me is the movement speed. Like, as long as Playhard's not in a terrible position, he should always be in a pretty fine spot to be able to get away from a lot of this aggression. He does want to be right-clicking, though, because he's got those 2 Fairy Fires picked up, and he's making a beeline for Palos, just trying to find him out. Of course, Palos needs to be in the lane farming as much as he can. I think he denied away the one of the Flag Bearer creeps, which is always a big benefit coming through. Just getting rid of all of that snowball-y gold. I mean, this is an Undying into one squishy hero and one strength hero. So Vincenzo could feel pretty confident with just continuously moving forward and getting the harass off. The main issue for me, though, is that they don't exactly have a slow to be able to catch up and make full usage out of this Unstable Concoction and Acid Spray combo.
And lastly, with our top lane here, Shanks on the Elder Titan. Do we feel like, how's his impact going to be against the Chen? Is this a lane that Seh should be able to secure the farm for the Bloodseeker, which was the last pick for Neon, or are there going to be some issues for securing Fortune Soul's lane?
I think he should be able to do it, but of course you are also susceptible to just being run down. Again, Chen, one of those heroes that very good at sustaining once you get to the 10 or so minute mark of the game, but Shanks is doing a really good job just to consistently block up a lot of these camps, make sure that Chen doesn't have anything to be able to play around of the lane. So Shanks getting a few right clicks in, like the early point in the natural order as well, just with how much you're wanting to spam out that Astral Spirit. It means that you're always going to have the mana to be able to do so.
Bottom lane. And up our first blood, Palace. Full duration charge up of the Concoction. And he's got that level in the Acid Spray as well, as Palace will swipe away first blood. A little bit of extra gold to the Alchemist, which will soon be the Boots of Speed completed. Phase Boots, I should say.
Yeah, they were waiting for the time where the Celestial Hammer had been used to secure a range creep. As soon as you don't have that movement potential, that's when they look to go on forward. So, good recognition there from Execration to what was going to enable a successful team fight. Vincenzo as well, getting the D-ward off, getting the pull through. Liking this from him. Actually putting a few more points into the decay as well. Really wanting to secure this lane for his team.
Now this mid lane as well is going to get pretty chaotic shortly with the level 6s coming out. If Bob's able to find his level 6 just before Avatar mode, then he will have some kill threat on the Storm Spirit. Of course, that Ball Lightning being used to be able to kind of zip to disjoint the combo. So it does look like Bob's going to find his beforehand. It's also a lane that is... I'll hold that thought. Bottom lane, Vincenzo. Drop the tombstone before they get the kill. Neon, they're going to look to try and turn to deal with it, but they've already lost the life at play hard. And we should be okay. On the other side of the map, we do see the Chen go down as well. So multiple kills in both side lanes for Execration.
They got the Chen behind the tier 1 tower just with the old Astral Spirit there on Shanks. So good microing, being able to scout him out there. Palace just realizing again at this stage of the game, doesn't have the movement speed or the slows to be able to completely chase down heroes.
Avatar mode, he's in trouble. Look at the rotations from Execration and the use of the boat. It's perfectly timed. It doesn't matter that plates are shackles. They're going to turn to try and kill off the Shadow Shaman with a perfect placed taunt. They'll hold him down.
Regen.
But Avatar mode, that's important though. You've wasted out that opportunity where if you kill the Storm Spirit with the catapult wave, it would have been a lot of damage into the tower. So Storm, he stays alive, he finds the regen rune, and you also kite out that Conquer boat usage. Very nicely done from Neon.
You did not earn it.
Little plays like that that can really turn the tide of some of these lanes. Is Chenzo looking like he wants to be helping around this mid lane as well, but I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. Moving the Undying. Now that Storm has that movement ability in the Ball Lightning. Actually, speaking of the movement, they're getting in on top of Tino. 3 uses of the Hurl Boulder. Just trying to slow his retreat a little bit, but still at least push him back underneath the tower and give him easier time for this Bloodseeker. Calling out how effective that was going to be. The Bloodseeker picked this game, but obviously, actually TPing down bottom here.
Onto the Alchemist. Avatar mode feels like he's required for the little bit of extra damage, and he'll yoink that kill away from Enryu. It does leave mid open, so you see the damage that Bob and Vincenzo are dishing out onto the tower.
Like the fact that they're just completely ignoring the creep wave as well, all during that. Bob's like, oh, I'd rather get the damage into the tower. It was unfortunate as well that Avatar mode TP'd in onto the acid spray, so the regen rune went away. If that wasn't the case, then he would have been able to slowly zip his way back towards the mid lane and not have lost so much. So with some of these rotations, Zez in a bit of a scary position here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta be cautious.
Push. You've got power runes spawning up again. This time around, the top one's not being protected, despite how close Shanks as well as Bob are. Avatar mode just getting away with a few freebies here.
Bottom lane, Enryu might be in a bit of trouble. Bob's gonna look to TP down there, get the concoction, but I think he's far enough away on Enryu unless the torrent lands. But he just slips to the right, dodging the torrent. They're gonna look to smoke down. Enryu doesn't have enough mana for the Solar Guardian just yet, so it's gonna be reliant onto the Storm Spirit damage to try and bring down the Conquer. There we go, there's the Solar Guardian, and the body blocks. Avatar mode keeps Bob locked into place so they can get the extra damage out of the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They've still got to respect Execration though. They stomp into the Tombstone, but look at the call from Neon. Once again, they turn their attention to deal with the building. But Vincenzo, he's brought down one. He too will still fall, but Shanks, he's just cleaving them apart. Getting the right clicks going. He'll clean up Neon.
I was asking for the core Elder Titan, but we know Shanks, he plays basically like one anyway. Going into the phase boots, getting some really nice micro off with the Astral Spirit just to be hitting like a complete truck of a businessman with his briefcase there. Actually, it's not only a briefcase. What is that? Some Thanos gauntlet?
Yeah, I don't know, crappy crap. It is probably the Thanos gauntlet. I haven't seen the briefcase in quite some time. Everyone used to mention it. You smack him down. Well, this is, at least, it's... Because game 1 was very, very dominant from Execration. But game 2, it's looking pretty even. Neon, slight net worth lead, nothing crazy. Who do you feel like is a little bit happier with the status quo of this game? Because Execration, they do have an Alchemist lineup, but have Neon done enough early on to kind of slow down Palos?
I think they have. Like, he's not gotten to the super scary position just yet. You can see that he's about 1.7k gold away from picking up the... Actually gets the haste rune there on Bob. Vincenzo might give his life up for free unless... Ooh, the miss? Nah, never mind, doesn't come through. Sorry, Shanks gets away too. I was just saying, like, Neon are about to hit this period where they hit their first lot of item timings. Fortune Soul
lane?
dying, though, is not part of the plan.
Not at all. They're going to be able to drag him back into Razor's damage. Looking to unlock Tino, who's just been freely farming up in the lane. Nothing too crazy with the Razor. Decent amount of net worth, but finally Bob is able to connect to the Razor, who does have a catapult wave as well. So this tower is going to be under a little bit of pressure.
Tower is under attack.
A lot of pressure, you would think. Andrew, you're just trying to stay as far away, trying to put his own pressure onto this bottom side and TP up top if needed. The thing that really makes that even worse than what it originally feels, if you lose this tower, it's not great, but you've given up the opportunity for a lot of timings to come together all at once. Like, you've got the mech now finished on the Chen, you've got the Shadow Shaman with the Mass Serpent Wards once the Tome comes on the Courier, you've got the Storm going into the Orchid, not quite there just yet, but it'll be there close enough. And Dawnbreaker doesn't even need that many items. Dual Bracer, Soul Ring, that's all you really need. So if you had the Maelstrom on top of all of that, maybe you take a few successful team fights and use that to shove the lanes in and take away some of this space that Alchemist has to farm, but like, with that death, it just delays.
At the outpost, play hard. He's going to be able to drop the Serpent's blocking Tino into place. They've got the Blood Riot follow-up as well. Tino's going to go down. They need more kills out of this, and they'll find it on Neon. Tombstone plus the kill on Vincenzo. Beautifully done as they're bringing their numbers to reclaim their own jungle.
Alex got away though, and it wasn't. He walked off along just to the right side. Nothing too stealthy, I would say.
Not too crazy. Says, unfortunately, not going to be able to get away though. Palace with the help of Bob being able to get the kill, and well, Palace has got. This is really nice, in fact, that they TP down to get rid of the Chen. They're going to be able to deal with these creeps. It gives Palace all the jungle, the next wave as well. So there's a lot more free farm here for the Alchemist. Oh, is he going to get these creeps?
All he needs is time.
Palace, he's sticking around for quite some time.
Just let the acid spray do the work.
Invisibility.
Oh, Sacred Relic picked up, so you are saved from a lot of that unreliable gold being lost. Some your damage to be able to get into that Radiance super early on. Gonna be nice against the Chen creeps with the army coming through. Force out a little bit of an earlier mech or a little bit of an earlier Hand of God. Always feels quite nice. Speaking of that Hand of God, still not into it yet at the 13-minute mark. This is the impact of that reduced experience that you're able to get, or rather the increased experience needed to be able to level up.
See if they make the attempt onto Palace. It has to be Avatar mode to start, but he's already got that Chemical Rage activated. Palace is going to move back towards a triangle where he has a gigantic stack waiting for him. Looks like he's going to hold out for the Radiance until he wants to claim this, but Neon, they have a lineup to invade. I really want to see them try and keep tabs on the triangle. Now, you need to take this out of the hands of Execration. Is Bob going to take it? Who's taking it? Looks like Bob wants it.
I think he could
classic
start to take it. No, it's fine. The thing that's causing them to do this is that they've got a lot of this vision up around where their tier 1 mid tower used to be. So they can see exactly the positioning coming through from Ser and Ryu, as well as Playhard. Well, clearly, seeing Playhard's position wasn't enough to enable Shanks to get away. That's a killing spree given over. So lots of valuable gold to that Storm Spirit, who gets a regen rune and has the Orchid coming out. So this is a really big deal coming through right now. If they can look to find the Alchemist, he's the one that's scaling. He's the one that's going to win you the game. And he is a big part of your damage potential as well. So backing up, smoking, and then find the Alchemist, who, wouldn't you know it, is farming right next to one of these Observer Wards. They'll see the acid spray. They got to look on the map.
Oh, they just get a glimpse of him.
Yep,
so
there we go.
Where he is. I think he's too close to it.
Well worth the dive. It's
you reckon?
Well worth it, man.
Oh,
They got the
Shanks
damage
is nearby.
with an Orchid.
He can counter-initiate. The Elder Titan's in great position for the Solar Guardian. Let's see if the damage is going to be out fast enough. They'll get rid of the Alchemist. A great delta split.
Regen rune's going as well, so they can reinitiate if they want to.
Yeah,
Playhard acting as a little bit of bait right now. They're just backing off entirely. Whoever made that call from Execration, very, very smart. Might look to try and keep the regen rolling on the Storm Spirit. He's actually looking to find out Tino here.
He's going to be able to do so. Keeps the regen. The Storm's soon got to pop, but he's got the Orca to work with. He'll need another hero. In fact, Avatar mode, he's going to do it by himself. A big solo kill for the Storm Spirit. He's level 12 now. What a great game from Avatar mode, 6-0-2. But across the other side of the map, Set, he's going to be in some trouble. Play hard. It's going to look to enter with the Serpent Wards. Drops it down straight on the dome of the Undying. And now even Fortune Soul's going to show up to the party. They have the Rupture if they feel it required. Instead, they're going to go to the north side because they caught out the Alchemist as Palos ventures too far forward. Great target prioritization coming out from Neon. They avoid the support on Shanks. They see the juicier target of the Alchemist and they veer straight to him.
All that value from these unorthodox wards, right? Just not getting your wards dewarded. Even if they don't reveal quite as much space, all you need is the slightest glimpse to be able to get that pick off that's going to slow down the next timing. And this is 16 minutes still without the Radiance. He'll get it very soon. Excuse me, very soon, but it's certainly nowhere near as oppressive, right? If he has that Radiance, maybe he lives long enough for the assistance to come in from Vincenzo with the Soul Rip just through the blind that the Radiance would have been doing.
Yeah, for Execration, you're looking for... We've spoken a lot about the Radiance, but you're looking for the BKB after on Palace, because they will have triple BKBs, and one on Bob, which is just looking for the recipe. Tino is about to have his gold as well for the recipe. And if they can find that extra BKB, they will be ready to go. A lot of the damage is from the spells on Neon. His Bloodseeker is not at the stage where his right clicks are going to be an issue.
He's soon, though. He's almost ready to be able to turn up to this. Stacking up the Ancient Camp right before it hits 17 minutes. Who have they caught out here? Just an Undying. Play hard. Gives him the old yoink. Worth it, though. You really need to make sure that you're getting into this Blink Dagger ASAP on Play Hard, and he's more than halfway there.
Has been killed.
Dire playing incredibly well. They are going to be able to mirror this timing that we're going to see come out shortly from Execration. And both sides, I think whoever wins this next big team fight will be able to secure Roche. Dire have Serpent Wards and the Chen summons. Radiant, you've got the Acid Spray, the Undying Tombstone, and potential ultimate. So both sides have the capability. If they win a big team fight, you will get an objective as a reward afterwards.
Wait 2 minutes, though, on Execration. Bob's career is dead, so he had to go. They might have actually ended up smoking right underneath these illusions. So they should know to be able to back off entirely. Fortune Soul getting all the way back to the safety of his tier 2 tower. And now, if I'm Neon, I'm clumping around high ground. I'm putting some vision down and making sure I'm in the right spot to contest this. This is a little crazy to me. I know you've got the Mass Serpent Wards, but do you have the damage?
Oh, they're going to send the Spirit out as well. They'll scout this out on Execration. Let's see if they're going to be fast enough to contest this. Oh, okay, I was going to say Chen might die. Well, they just got the Deso and Enryu, so it might actually catch Execration off guard with how fast they can kill it now.
Doesn't seem
and they don't
like
want to contest it
at all.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't feel strong enough. Just wanting that BKB on Bob, I suppose. It's still going to be 45 seconds until his courier is available again, and he'll have the DD rune for that next fight. Maybe just feeling that you need it on all 3 cores to be able to deal with a lot of this damage coming through. But Rupture still goes through that BKB, so it's going to be able to influence a lot in this next fight if they could find Palos.
They're stalking him.
An amazing pick for them. They see him.
Pop. They got the ward on the high ground. He's going to get the Chemical Rage in Avatar mode with the zip into the middle. The Solar Guardian's out. It's going to split the team fight into half. They're going to try and continue to chase down Palos. The Rupture holding him into place. It's up to the supports to keep him alive, but it doesn't matter as Fortune Soul is in with the BKB, but he doesn't have anyone behind the Bloodseeker. He'll get a little bit of bonus life still back. The X will drag him back into Bob. And the damage, it's enough to get the kill, but Dire, they can clean up now as Avatar mode. He's got enough mana to zip over the tree line. As Neon, they'll just edge out a victory in the team fight, but they do have heavy casualties off the back of that.
Yeah, I appreciate Avatar mode on his Storm Spirit wanting to go for as many kills. He's having a fantastic game, doesn't want to dive too deep, but the reality is he has the Aegis, and you have a few people just wailing in onto your position 1 Bloodseeker, who popped his first BKB. Like, he needs to be able to get out of that team fight comfortably. So maybe that game, instead of looking to go for the extra just kill onto a support, you got to change up your priorities a little bit. You got to make sure that you're enabling the survival. And another regen rune coming for Avatar
Ooh.
mode.
This is huge. Neon have done an incredible job with the rune control. Time and time again, he's had this.
Alchemist farming in the triangle too. Power of these unorthodox wards, but this time around the positioning from Execration looks a bit better.
Regen up over here now. I'm over here.
Neon. The 3,000 net worth lead.
Where's the party?
See that Execration. They are keeping up. Palace is keeping up. He's got this BKB coming out now, but it's just the rest of the cores, in particular Tino. He might have some difficulty scaling if he dies a couple more times in these team fights.
Get this kill? I mean, Palace is farming
attempt.
way on his own.
They'll kill him easily. Oh no, Palace. Neon, you got to be cautious now about making too many plays at the same time on the map. With two
Look at all the
heroes showing
skellies.
top, it does leave you vulnerable bottom to a
Radiant's
smoke.
bottom tower is under attack.
He could be baiting as well, though. They've got the Chen nearby. They also have the Solar Guardian, but they need to be quick to keep Fortune Soul alive. The BKB reactions, but Tino has locked onto his target. And the Serpent Lance and locks the Bloodseeker into place. And now they can catch out Enryu because they can't enter through the stairs. Execration. Great defense in their
Avatar
T2
mode dive.
tower, but they're going to be
Does he go
cautious.
the back?
Radiant's middle
Ooh,
tower
they're
is
pinging
under
it.
attack.
They see him. Oh, he might be looking to go for the target that's a little bit more isolated, but the BKB lets him get back to safety. X-Mark not even needed. That's a pretty big win coming through from Execration there, getting away essentially unscathed. Still lose the tier 2 tower, I suppose, but could have been far worse.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Does at least give Neon now some more map control to play with. So pretty much bottom is theirs for the taking, which now means that Alchemist, his home is solely towards a triangle and maybe that hard camp and small camp towards the top side of the map. So I really want to see Neon.
He just died there though, right? So does he even have that freedom anymore? Maybe if he calls his team to be able to back him up a little bit more, I mean, he just needs to play for that Blink Dagger timing, right? The thing that's going to let you go onto the Storm Spirit for a change.
Because they really struggle with being able to jump the Storm. Even jumping the Shadow Shaman's incredibly important. See how much impact he's been able to have so far onto Playhard, who already has this blink completed. Philosopher's Stone, and into the Ag Shard next is going to be the Shaman. So Playhard will be an issue as the game goes on, and I would not be surprised if he considers something like a BKB just to guarantee that lockdown in the fights.
Makes a lot of sense to me. They really don't have anything that's going to, excuse me, disrupt it outside of the Earth Splitter coming through and maybe a
Top lane,
Basher eventually.
Avatar mode. Zipping onto the Undying, but Execration, they are playing with Vincenzo. Very close to the tier 1 tower. Any reactions coming out? Bob's going to look to TP in. The Asia's going to expire in 15 seconds. If Execration can continue to play with the Storm, they might be able to wait it out.
Age is gone. Avatar mode gets back just in time. I believe that's a Basher as well, finished up for Fortune Soul. So what item can he really be looking to go next? I really wanted to get an Aghanim Shard, but with how early that first Roshan fell down, and with the 5k lead that you've got, you assume that you could just look to wait for it. So maybe it's going to be S&Y, something along those lines. Upgrade your Maelstrom, but you don't really need more attack speed when you're a Bloodseeker. You got the Blood Rage for that.
What do we feel like Execration need to do slightly different in these team fights with them having the 4,000 deficit?
They're just not ready. They need a little bit more of that minus armor. We can see the AC is coming through now for Pelos. Hasn't been farming in as risky of a position in these past few minutes, protecting his life a little bit more fervently. But even Shanks.
Dire are scanning.
Scan connects and Neon, they're going to look to enter. They see the Conqueror and they get the jump instantly. Hex is out into the chain control, but Palace is going to be able to disrupt the shackles, but it doesn't matter. Bob is out, and now they continue to take the team fight as Avatar mode. He wants to deal with a Tombstone, which will enable Fortune Soul to target down Palos. Tino, he can do whatever he can hope to possibly turn this around, but Neon have dealt the damage at the start of the fight. They've killed off too many heroes. Onto Shanks they go next. A stomp into the TP, the sole survivor and Execration will make it out. But Neon once again find the initiation, and it is proving to be the issue here for Execration in these fights.
Feels like it's been the case all throughout today, right? The people that are just farming underneath some pretty obvious vision are the ones that end up falling down, and it's happened a few times now. That vision on the high ground providing all of the information you could possibly need. Good target prioritization to come through, try and burst down the Shadow Shaman. He does eventually fall, but not before you get a much bigger scalp in the Kunkka, preventing a lot of that teamfight prowess. Didn't even get off the BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's-
under attack.
Really concerning now. Because his Bloodseeker matchup overall in the entire game, he has some incredible core matchups. Not just because the Rupture, but the Aghanim Shard, like you mentioned, is he going to pick it up? Is he going to wait for second Rosh? And you see at the moment he's going Mjolnir, but he just tore through the Alchemist and Elk had BKB pop. Just wait till Fortune Soul now plays with Ag Shard. I'm very worried for Radiant.
Yeah, me
Radiant's
too.
middle tower is under attack.
Even just having a second think about the Mjolnir. I mean, you're going up against a Razor, right? Just put the active onto whatever target Razor's linking.
Top lane, they see Tino in the lane. Playhard's gonna jump forward. The rest of the team is starting to react, but they might be too late. Enru's gonna try and charge up the Solar Guardian, but look at the counter initiation! Shakes! Sets it up perfectly into Palos! He'll jump over to the right side as well, catching out Ser. That is what they needed on Execration, because Roche is up in 15 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower
Really does
is
feel
under
like Avatar
attack.
mode needs to be the one going a little bit more aggressively with the boys when that happens. It wasn't the perfect overlay of spells to... Oh, I'm hearing unstable concoction coming through from Palos. Won't flick forward, so ends up stunning himself. But yeah, they didn't perfectly overlap their spells with good reason. They obviously needed to get that kill super quickly on into the piece, and we saw exactly why. Shanks able to join through, assist the rest of the team, but if Storm Spirit's there, different story. Roshan up as well, something huge to have to play around. Bloodseeker really needs that Aghanim Shard, nearly level 20. If you're able to get a free shard, you can just go into the next timing for yourself so much quicker. Probably going to be around the Abyssal Blade again, just as the reason for the Mjolnir being super effective, with Razor locking in onto one target, having the Alchemist frequently hitting people. Same sort of thing with the Abyssal Blade a little bit, just for the Vanguard component, you know, provides you with a whole lot more
Zip in.
survivability.
Avatar mode. It's gonna look to start towards the Undying. Execration, they are playing behind him. Another double stomp, but the follow-up is not gonna be there with the Earth Splitter on cooldown, and this might open up the pit now for Neon. Oh, he's even gonna buy back. All right, we got a big fight on our hands.
Alk has no TP for 8 seconds.
It's
It's a
just
wasted
gone.
buyback.
Roshan has fallen to the dive.
Uh-oh. I'm very intrigued about this. Avatar mode gets the shard, and they gave the Aegis to the Bloodseeker.
Okay. I guess he thinks that the timing yet to come on the Storm Spirit is going to be even more impactful just for the vision component. Shiva's Guard going to provide a lot. Again, you are against a lot of this heavy minus armor, so any chance that you get to be able to buy into additional armor is going to be a big positive for you.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower.
Execration,
How
they
long
doubled.
Fortune Souls... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say they smoked and then they reapplied the smoke with not finding connection. So this has to go right here for Execration. They have committed a lot for the team fight.
Turning off the Radiance, walking into the fire trail though from the Celestial Hammer, and
Dire
that's
are
going to be
scanning.
double smoke that's not as effective as they were wanting it to be. Level 20, I believe that's the Aghanim Shard bought by the Bloodseeker coming out to him.
Try to get the zip forward. Lincoln's gonna be popped. Protecting Tino, and they'll deal with the Serpent Woods. Just Lincoln's was completed for Tino. Otherwise, Neon, that would have been an opportunity for them to potentially bring down the Razor and take that fight with the Aegis advantage.
Just trying to slow things down again. You're not... I was about to say you're not quite ready. But I mean, what else are you really waiting for on Execration? They've got the Aegis. I don't think you can wait this game out for another 3.5. Tino, he's got his Lincolns, he's got his BKB, so he's really not worried anymore about the Bloodseeker. I guess just having the Aghanim Scepter on Shanks is really significant, only 400 gold away. He's already level 15 as well, so he's actually going to have a really good high amount of physical damage coming through in these fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We have been able to see Shanks. Like, he will deal with the Shadow Shaman until he gets this BKB. That there's always going to be that answer. What's going up here? Tino scouts play hard. They have a ward on the high ground. So they know no one's playing behind Tino at the moment. In fact, Execration, they're spoken across the map because Avatar mode, he's in their side spot. They get the first one. The follow-up take control needs to be perfect, and it's not. Just shy, and as soon as they show in the mid lane Neon, they jump on that opportunity to bring down Tino into the tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's pretty heavily pushed in as well, so going to be knocking on this tier 2, taking out another one of these outer towers. Specifically, again, you're playing with an Alchemist lineup. You want to have the freedom to play around your own triangles. So right now, Palos playing as far on the other side of the map as he can, just trying to shove lanes, and he's going into his own Abyssal Blade. They really are lacking that control for the Storm Spirit.
UT, incredible high ground. What a performance it's been so far from Mr. Avatar mode. He's got the Shivas. What would he queues up afterwards? I mean, depends if we even get to that stage. So 11,000 net worth lead.
Aghanim's, perhaps? A little bit more control for your team. Never a bad thing.
Oh.
Dodges out some of these Lincolns as well for the initial lockdown.
All right, well, this is an item that was catastrophic in the previous series with the Conquer JG going the Hex with Xerxia against Army Geniuses, and well, we see it now completed here for Mr. Bob. This is what they could need just to catch the Storm Spirit off guard.
The Scepter, though, on Shanks. That's what we wanted to see. Won't get close enough to be able to hit up onto his level 16, so Natural Order, excuse me, not completely maxed out. Avatar mode still walking around, holding onto a gem. No, I mean, it's kind of a defensive item in the Lincoln Sphere, but he still needs that plate mail in my eyes. He is going to go to negative armor because he's holding onto the Nether Shawl until he buys that plate mail.
Do we feel like Neon, with this Aegis advantage, can puncture the high ground, or Execration, do they have a lineup where they can still defend this?
I absolutely think they have a lineup to defend this, but again, it's going to be off the individual plays coming through. If Shanks gets a multi-man stomp into actually right-clicking down, bopping some heads, feels a lot better than if you're on the back foot, getting initiated on because of the greater vision that they have through the use of the Chen creeps, through Storm Spirit, and through some really great warnings so far on Neon. In the time, Palace has just been quietly farming too. Really getting to his level 18, closer towards the Abyssal Blade. Again, just more reliable lockdown. It could be on anyone really. Probably not the Chen. That's about it. That you don't want to be wasting your Abyssal Blade active onto.
Is he gonna reach a critical threshold shortly though for the Alchemist?
I suppose. I mean, what else are you really even going to replace at this stage? You're just going to be upgrading your Blink Dagger into a Swift Blink or an Overwhelming Blink, so yeah, I would have to say that the Abyssal Blade is that timing that you're waiting for. You know you don't have an Aegis to contend with anymore. I mean, you're also going to have Fortune Soul, just 300 gold away from the Monkey King bar. So much extra damage when you consider that he's got the additional Blood Rage attack speed, Blood Rage attack speed, excuse me. Plus 175 with a Mjolnir. It's kind of nutty.
Items from Neon finally being picked up. You got a BKB here for Avatar mode. You got the MKB as well from Fortune Soul. So they will not get anything out of the second Aegis, but it will give them enough time to be able to work towards these big items that they feel will be enough to take this next team fight and potentially take the game. They're ready to go.
Not Tino again. This time around, he's not going to just walk on down the lane. Makes himself a path in the trees to the left-hand side. As long as he can.
Play hard. Pop to Lincoln's. Close to the tier 2 tower, but the instant use of the Solar Guardian in Tino, he'll be killed off. As Execration, they're still going to stick around though. They've got a great ward on the high gun to play with.
Enryu's on his own.
Tino can buy back and rejoin the fight. Avatar mode's gonna be cautious. Lincoln's pop. There's the Hex. The chain control needs to be perfect. The boat's gonna fly on forward. They should be able to bring him down. They get rid of Avatar mode, but can they clean up the rest of the components out of Neon? His Fortune Soul is crumbling. Execration, they might be doing it. And Ryu tries to charge out to the right side, but they'll get rid of the Dawnbreaker, and they'll get play hard as well. Execration, what an incredible team fight.
It's really good. They had that vision, right? You might lose the initial hero. Tino even buys back as well,
Dire's middle tower
having too much of a damage influence in that fight, but
middle tower has fallen.
they get baited. They walk. How many times have people died when they've just been underneath vision that, again, is kind of obvious coming through here? And, well, even the tombstone on the very top of that very hill is just enough to be able to burst them down, get that valuable initial kill onto the Storm Spirit, taking away a huge kill streak from Avatar mode and giving it straight over to Palace. Now he's got the Abyssal Blade, and now they're the ones breaching high ground.
They're gonna take a tier 3 tower before Neon do.
Dire's middle tower.
We are back to an even slate.
It's like
Net
you go
worth
Rax
lead.
here.
Middle
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely will. They'll get a full set with how fast they push.
Dire's middle barracks are under.
Oh,
Just play top.
wow.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
No reason to do
Oh,
any differently.
no.
And I mean, Shanks was hitting like a truck in that fight too. He's also got
did.
Mask of Madness, yeah.
2 right clicks with 750 damage on the Bloodseeker. Oh, hold that thought. Look at this. They're tipping down to the outpost. They've got a lane ward on Tino. Radiant is
No, he bought
starting to
back.
move down bottom, but oh no, they didn't complete their pathing, so they didn't get a glimpse of Neon with this quick
Oh,
move
the
play.
fingers.
But Tino pops the BKB, but still the Rupture's going to prove to be an issue. They can chase him down with the right-click damage. They'll secure the kill. But we saw what Execration could do prior without Tino. Let's see if they can mirror that.
You just bought the Aghanim. Is that the Conquer? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes.
My thrift.
Okay. The Torrent Storm around him. Has he gone into the Torrent talents? Well, they've taken a fair few of them away, huh? Still, the AoE is the important part, even just being able to potentially clip onto the Shadow Shaman in some of these fights. Yeah, he's got the BKB, but won't necessarily matter all too much.
Radiant are scanning.
They might poke high ground. You've got Serpent Wards and Deso.
Radiant
Lay down the
structures
Wraith
are
Pact as well.
fortified.
Bye Serpent Wards.
A lot more durable than you might think. Tanking up a lot of these tower hits.
That they are. Alright, they'll get a tier 3 tower. They see Vincenzo. Instantly they're picking out the Undying. Trying to collapse on his position on the high ground. That'll force a BKB out of Enryu. They've still got the ward and they're going to jump, play hard. Onto the Conquer. The Earthsplitter's going to get layered down. It won't be enough to dissuade them. They'll kill off Bob. Tino's up in 10 seconds. Bob doesn't have a buyback, but Palos, maybe he can do it himself.
He's ruptured.
Doesn't find a target for the concoction. Now with the rupture, it's going to send Palos packing, which means Fortune Soul. He can charge on forward. They get the
Play hard
shackles into the ultimate. Palos is gone, and he doesn't have a buyback.
That's all play hard, man.
Tipping to the back lane.
Picks.
BKB pop refresher as well. Look
That's
at the
a lot of
damage.
damage.
Hang on, Tino. Look at the damage. Shakes with a couple of right clicks too. You were asking for the call out of Titan. We got a support, but he's still doing core amounts of damage as Shanks just cleaves one member down onto the next.
2 seconds, 1800 damage from that Elder Titan in just 2 right clicks. He hasn't even gotten into anything else. Like, he's gone crit next. I like it. Wouldn't hate to see a Silver Edge either start to come out, and even just an Echo Saber for a lot of that burst potential coming through in these team fights. But you just saw how effective the Bloodseeker is if he's able to get that Blood Rage off. Even the Undying, you know, just popping the Flesh Golem actually just buffs up the damage that the Bloodseeker's doing because of the big increase to the old max HP from Vincenzo.
What do you do now if you're Neon though? Because it feels like you need some way to deal with Shanks. This hero he's got 100% cleave now at the 20 talent. He's got crystals completed. Like, he is going to be an issue.
He is for sure. I mean, do you wait for level 25 on the Bloodseeker? couple of rupture charges. Roche is up. The Axe. Ooh.
He's out of mana. They can get some map control now, knowing that the Storm Spirit doesn't have mana.
Lagbear creep though, scattered it out. I think they were just out of range for that smoke,
Hellos.
trying to catch out anyone. They know how
He's
important
gonna
Playhard
blind
is.
jump to the high ground, and they'll get him. There's nothing Ser can do, and Ser, he's gonna be caught out as well. Let's see what Execration want to do if they want to commit for the Chen. They'll back off as soon as they see the buyback out of Play Hard.
Weren't able to get down any of their vision as well after that kill attempt, so it does mean that they're still in a bit of a risky position. To be fair though, they didn't have to commit super heavily on Execration to be able to get that one. Yeah, they used the Chemical Rage at the boat, but they're still relatively low cooldowns, only 25 away.
Look at Vincenzo's positioning. Pops the smoke, gets out with the Glimmer Cape. Avatar mode's going to commit, but the Tombstones lay it down. They're going to drop everything to deal with the Undying, who doesn't have a buyback. In fact, that might be his dieback with how dead he's gone for. And yep, that proves to be the case. And now they could move to consider Roshan here for Neon. Do you give this up for free if you're Execration? Oh, you might not have a choice. Oh my
Gonna
god.
get another great stomp off. Not in time. Well, Storm actually just gets the Aghanim Scepter for free.
Player just bought back. This is a decent kill if they can get the Shadow Charm if they don't have to commit too heavily. And Rue's going to be off to the left side. Tino's just going to jump in with the BKB, but the TP out, they need some right clicks and they won't have it. They cannot take the fight if you're Neon.
They got the refresher though on Tino. So maybe they feel like they still can't.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Fortune
under
Soul is
attack.
very close to this level 25. That's going to be a big talent. Now you can consider, I think you honestly rupture the Alchemist plus the Elder Titan. I was going to say maybe the Razor, but with how much farm Shanks has, I think there's definitely an argument to be made to rupture Shanks.
I think it depends who you go on to, right? Basically, you're at the stage where I don't think you care too much about the Conquer. You're just going to be zipping in, getting the initial lockdown onto someone that isn't Conquer, and then the other people are the ones that need to be dying through the use of these ruptures. So ideal scenario would be like Rupture Razor, Rupture Alchemist, run down the Elder Titan.
Okay, well, with that third roast, the components, we got the Cheese onto the Dawnbreaker, Ages on Fortune Soul, and the important third one is the Scepter onto Avatar mode. He's got the Arcane Rune in the bottle. He's got a Timeless Relic as well. We're going to see Vincenzo once again.
25.
Oh, and 25.
Radiant's middle tower
First
is
25 of the game for the Storm Spirit. Fortune Soul very close to finding his own. You need to give the Bloodseeker 25 before a fight.
Tamo nuked the wave, so not going to happen just yet. Play hard. Can he find someone else again? Just blinks forward, trying to force a play out of Execration first.
Zip in! Zip in! Avatar mode! And the Solid Guardian, they're out and down for the
That's
count!
it!
Oh my lord! It's all on Shakes. It's going to be a miracle for the Elder Titan to clean them all up. What an Aghanim Scepter reveal. Probably the best I have seen out of a Storm Spirit.
Holy shit! Just got them all the vision, everything provided to the by play hard, forcing once again that bad reaction. Do it again. He's ready.
Get rid of the Ages. Play hard though. Comes to the back with the BKB, but the Alchemist is in trouble. Shanks is going to make some space, but he can't do anything. Palace is gone. That's a dieback. ET's gone, and we're going to a game 3. Neon, what a performance. They can send us all the way to the distance once again. Man, what a crazy game 2.
Don't care about that last play on Avatar mode. Play hard's the MVP. He did everything this game. He found the pickoffs. He was good with vision. He pushed lanes out with his shard. He forced bad reactions, like I was just saying there, with his Mass Serpent Wards. He provided the push that was honestly pretty severely lacking. We didn't really feel too much of a pushing influence coming out from Set on the Chen. It was all play hard. Like, this is what you bring and sign one of these more experienced players within SEA 4, because he brings that clutch play and will play hard. He's by far had the most success for Neon in the past, and if he could keep up play like that, then they'll look to continue.
Yeah, he was incredible from start to finish, but I felt like a big reason of why they're able to offset a lot of the advantage that Execration were expecting early on was because he was being able to deal with the tombstone very easily. The Serpent Wards in the middle of the fight made sure that Vincenzo's tombstone was difficult for them to be able to get effectiveness out of. And we just saw, like you said, his jumps were incredible. What a performance from Playhard. What a performance from Neon in general. Avatar mode 12, 1, and 20. And the fact that they are going the distance here. Again, this is a team that has looked shaky through the entire Tour 3. I mean, they were eliminated as well, relegated out of Tour 3. But Neon, they took down Atlantis. They're now 1-1 tied versus Execration, and they've got the momentum behind them.
They do indeed. It's going to be a long day, that's for sure. The upper bracket matches, they were 2-0s. They were like, yeah, you know, we know who the stronger teams are today. Lower bracket, it's do or die. You know, we saw what a great game 3 the last series was between Xerxia and Army Geniuses, and this is looking like being the same. So we'll have to take a break, catch your breath. I know I need to. And we'll be back very, very shortly for Game 3 between Execration and Neon Esports. Catch you soon.
That's special for you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The fun begins.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
God give it. Here I am. Where's the party?
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are back with our final game of the night. One team going home and one team will be continuing on in the lower bracket here for TI 11 regional qualifiers. Then we've got our draft underway. A lot is already being revealed. Execration going back with the Undying, and they'll get Bob's Puck in the 8th pick. For Neon Esports though, we see a little bit of a difference. Chen, respect ban from the previous game, but it does leave the Earthshaker in the pool. So Neon, they instantly snag that up along with the Enchantress.
Dire team back.
You know how I feel about the Shaker, but I'm going to give Play Harder a
Radiant's
temporary
team back.
pass to be able to play it because he just played an exceptional game in game number 2. It's good against the Puck as well. I know the Puck was picked in response to it. It does kind of feel like... Did you ever think after this past year or so you would be in a situation where you were like, man, I kind of miss seeing Puck?
10 seconds remaining.
Because it hasn't really been picked all that much in this past, like, 3 or so weeks in the qualifiers, right?
Yeah, no, we really have not seen the Puck at all.
Team ban.
So anything that's going to enable Bob to make some crazy plays, whether they be stupid or amazing, I'm a big fan of, right? So I'm on board with this Puck. They're just giving him the easiest lane possible as well. See you later, Beastmaster. See you later, TA. The Conqueror as well. So obviously Beastmaster not so much for the lane, more for the game, but all of that instant lockdown, that's the main thing they're wanting to prioritize, especially considering you know that there's not going to be a position 5 coming through here that has any kind of stuns. So you kind of need to prioritize it with either your position 3 or mid laner.
Dire team pick.
Imagine we'll see Neon's position 2 picked up. I think the Ember could be something they're considering, and there we go for Avatar mode. Something he's incredibly comfortable on. We saw him play one of the spirits in the previous game, and now you get something that has a very good matchup versus the Puck, and Undying does not address the Ember at all.
Yep, no, it's a really good Ember Spirit pick.
10 seconds
Another
remaining.
Avatar mode comfort. What can they look to follow up on this, though?
Five
You have a look at
seconds
Execration. I'm just thinking what Neon's response is going to be after this, because it's still not enough lockdown for mine. You can win the lane, fine, but it's going to get to a period where Puck can still take over the game.
I think for Execration, you're considering going for a hero that can break the coil. Now with the 4 getting picked up, probably going to not particularly be possible now. I don't
You were thinking
hate-
the Tiny or something?
Yeah, something like that. Gives you a little bit of, like another way to initiate. I think Tiny Puck's a very nice combo, and you can then go like Bloods. You could have gone like Tiny
10
Bloodseeker.
seconds remaining.
I like Nyx a lot versus Ember. I think it does have some issues into the Enchantress though,
5
which is
seconds
my
remaining.
concern. But Execration really like the Nyx Assassin, and Shanks does have a good Nyx.
Could you go down the like? Puck's great at it, but Undying and Nyx Assassin are pretty terrible at dealing with like push. Could you Lycan here on Neon? Could you even Brood on Neon? You've seen Enryu pick it up many times before. I think he's getting surprise victories against the likes of Boom in that back when they were in Division 1. Unexpected wins too.
I think I might prefer a Visage over the heroes you
10
suggested.
seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Yeah, I can see why.
That's cool. Very good call. Okay. I think regardless, as soon as you see the Faceless Void pick up, you want a 3 to run down objectives. You mentioned why, because of the Nyx Undying, because they can't clear creeps at all, but Faceless Void is very, very similar. This is a hero that has
10
a
seconds
incredibly long cooldown that takes a while to come online. It is a little bit different now with the
5
build.
seconds remaining.
Kind of, you can get a bit more active with that Aghanim Shard early on, but it's still going to be very similar with this Lycan getting picked up. So I think it is a great response from Neon.
It is. You still need to consider that you're up against a Puck, right? Lycan
Yes.
doesn't really like to build into the BKB. So you're going to have this situation where Puck is going to be able to
Dire team back.
dream coil you. Where's the damage? That's my main gripe with Execration's draft right now. Like Undying, Nyx Assassin, it's all like slow-ish damage, you know? There's no potential for this huge wombo combo to come in and punish the Lycan if he gets put out of position. So
10 seconds
that's my
remaining.
main thing for Tino. I'm going to need to see something that's able to
5
convert
seconds
onto a
remaining.
successful Puck coil.
I think real quick as well with the lane setup from Neon, I think you might be
Radiant
considering
team
playing
back.
Enchantress Lycan in the lane instead of Earthshaker Lycan, because I think double strength melee into Undying would just be a free farm lane for the Void. So I think Neon might consider about swapping up the lanes, at least in regards to the supports.
Possible, yeah. Could they
10
pudge
seconds remaining.
on? I like the Tidehunter ban
5 seconds
from
remaining.
Neon. Could they pudge? Could they Sand King this game? I actually quite like Sand King this game on Execration. I know it's just another strength hero that you. The strength hero isn't as much of an issue, but Enchantress isn't going to buy BKB. Earthshaker isn't going to buy BKB. Lycan's not going to buy BKB. And you'll be able to stop the push. You'll be able to layer in that damage that I was talking about. I think it's a really good Sand King game for Execration right now. And there are not many good Sand King games that exist these days.
I just have concerns on how that lane is going to be with a Nyx Sand King. I do not think Sand King can be left alone. That is my one big worry about that hero.
And I guess you don't know
Dire
what
team
hero is
back.
going to come into it as well. Like, these are kind of lane-dominated heroes, right? Like, you have the potential for it to... I was about to say be an anti-mage if you do pick the Sand King, but it kind of goes away from the style that Neon are going for, right? I guess they could,
Yeah, it
like,
does.
Wraith King
10
into a
seconds
Faceless
remaining.
Void, and then you're feeling pretty okay if you have to drop all of these huge ultimates
5
onto him.
seconds remaining.
Still
Yeah,
can
it's
get
a
aggressive with a stun in lane. You can push
Radiant
early. You buy
team
Desolator.
Okay, cool. I like the Wraith King call. It's with the matchups, it looks pretty good, but the hero's definitely fallen off. So if you want to pull it out, and it is something that Fortune Soul played a lot in Kobold, so he's really comfortable on the hero. I like the Underlord ban as well. That was actually something I was going to mention for Execration.
10
One hero that
seconds
can
remaining.
definitely deal with the summons. The Root versus the Ember's nice and can pretty much just be unkillable
5
with not Neon
seconds
have. They don't
remaining.
have a Spirit Vessel builder. So I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that can kind of substitute what the Underlord would have done.
I just thought it would be a little too slow, you know?
Is Timber there? No, Timber got banned.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Dire team.
I think it would have been a little too slow. Centaur, okay. I get it. It's a little bit of that extra damage that you're needing. Even against the Lycan, right? You're providing a little bit of security to the rest of your team. They don't really have anything outside of the Fissure to be able to lock people in place.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
now what do you even pick up against this? Do you go back
5
into the Necro
seconds
here?
remaining.
You could consider it, yeah. Yeah, you can consider it. Puck and Nyx can be a bit annoying, but I don't hate it at all. I was thinking Monkey as well, but Centaur Stampede to get out of ring could be an issue with not a lot of control for Neon. But I think you do need a hero that lanes very well versus Centaur. If
Could you Doom? Could we see a
I think Doom
coming
is
out here from
incredible. I like that call a lot. I don't think I don't think they'll do it because I haven't seen Fortune Soul play it, and I think it is very very play dependent. But they have a lineup that could just completely run over the game, and they can scale with the triple core. They go Fudge. All right. I mean,
I was honestly considering Pudge for Execration with this, just to be able to snap the coil, you know, and provide, as long as you got the Ags, a decent amount of damage inside of the coil. Pudge, though, for Fortune Soul, rather. How do I feel about this? It's an early timing hero, right? That's the thing. And you needed this when you're looking to try and take advantage of a Lycan to... Actually, do you think they should have Night Stalked instead of Centaur on Execration? I know it's kind of been and gone, but against a Lycan it feels pretty nice. Get on top of the Earthshaker feels kind of nice. On the Ebba would have too. But maybe just feeling like the lane could have been horrendous if they just Monkey Kinged into you, you know?
Yeah, it would have been nice. I'm just intrigued on the cooldown issues, if that was the case. I'm just happy regardless. We get to see a Centaur, a hero that Tino is definitely comfortable, and we haven't seen him play it for quite some time, though. I really like to pull it out when he was first playing the position 3. But for Neon, this safe lane, I mentioned before that I would kind of like them to run Earthshaker in the safe lane. And go Enchantress and the Lycan together, just so you have a ranged hero to lane with the Undying. They might not now, because Enchantress Pudge is a incredibly strong lane. That is very, very, very difficult for them to deal with on the side of Execration. This is a lane that can get multiple kills, whether it's on the Nyx Assassin, I think even the Centaur, even though how tanky he is, he can go down in this lane as well. So Neon has some pretty goddamn good lane setups.
Just trying to think as well if this Lycan... This isn't necessarily a game where that Howl is going to be massively impactful either. Like, you know, with the globalness of it at nighttime, it's not huge, right? Like, maybe against a Chronosphere early on, but I feel like most of the time the Lycan is probably going to be a target of the early Chronospheres.
All right, here we go. Game 3. With Execration taking on Neon. On that team, we'll move on forward. Then, which team is that going to be?
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
What's it gonna be? You called the Ember, and I called the Lycan, so it feels like we're more in sync with Neon's draft, don't you think?
Yeah, yes, sure.
30 seconds to battle.
I can agree. I do think Execration are a slightly better team.
Yep, me too.
Which is definitely something I'm considering. But I do like Neon's lineup a little bit more. So I will go them, but hesitantly.
I'm thinking down the same path.
See though,
The
how this
battle
one's able to play
begins.
out. Trying to get my predictions in.
Ryu. Oh, he doesn't even deny the bounty rune. Never mind. Switch my mind. Execration, 3 bounties, easy game.
game, easy life. What's the lane setup looking like? It will be play hard, starting down bottom. Yep, sure. So you've got the Earthshaker here with the Lycan. At least he's going to be able to help out with manipulating the creep wave.
Nice hook. Up top. He's going to get away, though. No enchant leveled just yet, in the impetus instead. Obviously wanting to layer out lots of big instances of damage against a Centaur, where that retaliate isn't going to have quite as big of an impact.
Hino's in some trouble here if they land the hook. Shank's going to try and push on forward. This early level in impetus is proving to be a very big issue for Tino. He went double ring of protection, which you kind of need with the Centaur change, but the pure damage for the impetus doesn't give a damn about these items.
The pure damage from the meat hook won't either. So, I mean, really, level 2 is what they're looking to play around right now on Seh and Fortune Soul. Enchant into a hook back into the rot with impetus. Anyone's going to die to that unless they just TP away, and Tino doesn't have the HP pool to be able to just move on away. Another courier kill.
All right, top lane off to a flying start. We're just going to be looking at the level 2s them until they can get aggressive. We'll keep take a look down bottom for the moment, but we'll have eyes on top just in case those 2s are picked up and they get aggressive. But bottom lane for the moment, chill. Ah, there we go. There's the 2s. Move in with a couple of stuns, nothing crazy.
No enchant just yet on Seh. That's really the only thing holding them back, and they'll only have a mana for 1 or 2 of the impetus usages. There we go.
There's the 2, and Tino goes down. Beautifully done from Neon. You see Shanks, he was trying to drag the wave, recognizing that they could not play this lane very, very shortly, but Seh, his drag to melee creeps over, so he will be able to cut this off in the path.
Fortune Soul might be enough to just get some of that solo experience up. Really, I don't want to say all you need is level 2 on the Enchantress, but Pudge makes much better use out of these early levels. Honestly, I'm seeing this as like 2-1 lanes for Neon. That was the big thing that influenced my decision towards predicting them. Bottom lane, if they're able to even salvage out a drawn lane, that's going to be enormous for Neon. And Playhard's been doing pretty well at the lane manipulation, securing range creeps with the Fissure, getting consistent pulls off onto this medium camp, but he's just been body blocking up the small camp, making sure that it's not going to balloon out too far towards the Radiant Tier 1 tower and put Lycan in a risky position.
You see the micro shenanigans that they're up to, like Enryu's using the wolves to try and drag the hard camp to get the pull off. You mentioned play hard up to his good old creep cutting as well, so they are recognizing it's going to be a tricky lane.
Gets the courier, blocks the camp, pulls the wave, I'm assuming behind the tower. Now Enryu could just back up entirely. He'll give him all the experience he could possibly want. Creep wave, half of it's going to probably be denied away here. And Playhard could just get back on out there. Get a little bit more map presence through. I don't think Vincenzo's going to be at all concerned, but just look to pick up a bounty rune even on Playhard if you're wanting to. Steal that away from the Puck, who isn't having the easiest of times against Avatar mode, but not falling actually as far behind as I was thinking.
This is chilling at the moment here from Bob. It is also a hero that he is obviously incredibly comfortable on. Grandmaster, level 30. With the amount of farm that he's getting at the moment. This is a matchup that again comes down to if you're able to secure the runes, and unfortunately for the Puck, he will get no water rune to play with. So this is going to give Avatar mode a big opportunity now to just slowly dwindle down the health pool of the Puck, and Bob actually might be forced all the way back to base.
I think he will indeed. They're actually pinging that fact out, just saying, hey, don't worry about a Puck for the next little bit. He's not in a position, to be able to TP out to a lane either, other than mid. Still needs to spend the next couple of minutes, A, getting up to that level 6, and B, dealing with that siege creep wave. Because anytime you're playing against an Enchantress, sure, you're a lane dominator, but you could just link up with one of those catapults and look to really put the hurt into one of the others.
Where are you going?
Shanks up top might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's already used the Impale and the Spike Carapace, so Fortune Soul and Seh is able to chase down the Nyx Assassin very easily.
Lane's going pretty well for Neon. Enryu, he's not fallen too far behind the Void. The Void was always going to get a good amount out of this lane, so Palos his game isn't going to be harmed too much, but it's the fact that Enryu is pretty much keeping up. He's almost a full level ahead in terms of experience just because of how far away from the lane Playhard's been playing, and only 400 or so net worth behind at 5 minutes. I think he could be feeling very happy about that.
Yeah, that he is. I think when we see this Helm of the Dominator come out here for Enryu, there's going to be consideration for the Ember Spirit to even rotate. You could even bring the Enchantress down bottom
lane.
as well, considering the Pudge. Will be okay mid lane. Bob, find the fissure. He's got the orb still to play with for the puck, so Bob will be able to get out of danger.
Oh, he's like so close to hitting that Dream Coil. I feel like Bob would have gone for that kill attempt if he just had that tiny little bit extra. Had plenty of mana to be able to play around, and even though he didn't have the HP for it.
And Sam might be in some trouble. Sidesteps the orb, beautifully done. Oh, it's going to be down bottom with the power rune as well. Oh, Bob's getting pretty unlucky this game. And Ryu's going to get some solo time against Palos, and he will be more than truly okay with the extra damage from the Wolves as well to help out. Meanwhile, top lane, Tino, he's in a little bit of trouble. Hook's going to land. They will get some distance now, but look at the body blocks. The rotation's going to come out from Bob, however. Cole's going to leash them both together. Can they kill off the Pudge? This hero is incredibly tanky, but Shanks lines up the double impale. What a stun out of the Nyx Assassin. He'll get the Pudge. That's the important target. Set. He can limp away, but at least you slow down this Pudge's game.
A little bit of panic coming through there from Ser. He ended up using, snapping the coil there, while he had an option to be able to potentially get a few more right clicks into the Centaur. Avatar mode, though, not using any of this, let's call it space. Not wasting any kind of this space, although stun coming through, never mind, gets interrupted by the Fissure, and this Siege Creeper survived for a good minute and a half hitting into this tower, so even look at this, glyphing, putting a really tanky creep in the way, the Siege shot bouncing luckily towards Bob.
Vincenzo's forced to just run into the middle. Get some space, play hard, even wants to try and tank up the tower as well to get that extra little bit of right-click damage from the catapult, but meanwhile, Vincenzo, he still goes down. Neon are playing this game incredibly well. What a laning phase for them to start.
Yeah, very, very nice. It might look not like too much, the less than 1k net worth lead, but it's much more. You know, the bottom lane has gone far too well for Enryu here. It's going to be a nice rotation coming through from Bob, though, dropping the Chronosphere. Really wanting to save that Dream Coil for kills onto the more mobile heroes, and finally should be able to fall down. Actually has to pop the coil. Like, you almost feel okay with that, because now you just get this next little bit where maybe you make an aggressive play. You've got the Helm of the Dominator finished up. You can use the Shapeshift pretty happily.
Yeah, you need to bring, I think, the Enchantress down bottom. Maybe Ser, you could make an argument for him playing around mid with Avatar mode to potentially take this T1 tower as well. If you split up your resources, you could put pressure on multiple objectives and force Execration to decide which tower they want to give up. And looks like with both supports mid lane, nice slight dodge from Avatar mode. They get the deny at least. There's the tower, and now bottom should be the next on the agenda.
That's a little bit on Shanks, though. He had level 4 at the time and didn't actually put the skill point into the 2-point spike carapace. If he did, he would have landed with that impale after the fact. So, just, again, small mistakes like that. You still get the deny, so it's not the worst situation in the world, but they balloon out.
Fortune Soul gets to dismember through the Stampede duration, so Tino's completely wasted an ultimate. A solo kill for Fortune Soul, much needed after the death that he received prior.
3 seconds on the Dream Coil, so you have to assume that Puck doesn't really feel like she can accomplish too much on this bottom side. They scan the fact that Palace is inside the tree line as well, almost blocking him off entirely with the Helm Dom creep as well as the Wolf, but they're not committing their bodies too heavily here on Neon. I feel like Seth can, just pushing his the impetus stacks in through. Wouldn't hate to see him pick up a Blightstone as well, just to accelerate that pace that little bit more.
This is scary now, because this is everything that Neon need for their lineup to be able to succeed. You get some early towers, a little bit of gold into the bank of the supports, and Enchantress and the Earthshaker will do a lot with this bonus gold. We've seen Play Hard, he really likes going down the route of the first item Aghanim Shard, so if he can find that directly at the 15-minute mark, then that will have a lot of value. Top lane,
Careful here on
Coil
the
onto
Ember
Avatar
Spirit.
mode. He's going to look to pop it in, so they got a couple of stuns, but they're going to be too late to find the follow-up. Impale's still there. Oh, Avatar mode is playing with fire. It's the Remnant out at the last second, holding on to it, seeing how many abilities and how many heroes he can force to react to top, because meanwhile bottom...
I like this spot. I like this a lot. I want them to stay down here as long as possible. It's really good that they didn't have to use the glyph for this, but you use Dream Coil, you use the Tombstone. It feels like a lot of big cooldowns used just to try and get a kill onto an Ember Spirit that never eventuated. So with the strength coming through from Enryu, he doesn't have the full Vlads or even the Helm of the Overlord finished up, but it's a lot of auras. Bassi, Buckler, Helm Dom Creep. Just in 10 seconds, the shapeshift too.
With all this going on across the map, Fortune Soul is getting closer and closer towards the Scepter. One component completed, almost enough gold for the second one as well. And as soon as that Scepter's picked up here, we could see the Pudge look to get very active across the map.
His body in there, pump faking the Fisher, wanting to scare Puck a little bit, but this is valuable time that's being wasted here. You know, you've had Seh as well as Play Hard, banking around this this Radiant jungle for the last little bit, but nothing's really been achieved. You know, Seh's actually farming a little bit. He's going into the power treads and want to be able to find some additional sources of damage inside of the minimal lockdown that they've got, but they haven't found any big objectives. They haven't even found kills. Oh.
Sentry chops, so they're going to see Shanks. I was just going to say, I do think this is where Execration can now look to maybe take some fights off the back of the Vendetta. It's a lot of damage to open up, even potentially finding a pick-off onto the side lane. So I like the fact that Shanks has been able to find his level 6, 12 minutes in. They've got the Chrono as well, so Execration, they can look to take a fight, but it needs to be in a pretty perfect location, as maybe this one is, but Tombstone dropped. Unfortunately, they're going to be late with the Chronosphere to hold the Ember into play, so instead they'll go for the Enchantress. Fissure will buy some time. Palace is on the wrong side of the wall. Primarch's going to be up in a couple of seconds, and even using the Stampede to help out, but hang on. Oh, he gets a first hit bash, but it won't matter. Spike Carapace out of Shanks, canceling the Dismember. They will be able to chase down the Nyx Assassin. Radiant, they are nearby to hold them back.
Triple coil.
Coil's going to be expended. Avatar mode with the Slight. He's going to be okay for the moment. Neon, they might look to go back in. They've got to be cautious that they don't group up, because Palace is ready with the Chronosphere. He's going to juke out, moving back towards the tier 1 tower. T2 tower, but it looks like that's enough.
There, though. Oh, going
Palace.
deeper. You don't have the damage for this, Palace. No one does. Pudge is way too tanky with that Vanguard, with a maxed out Flesh Heap.
Radiant's bottom
No
tower
Dream
is
Coil
under
available, no
attack.
Tombstone, not even a Vendetta. Oh, look at all this. All the while, Enryu down on the bottom side, just pushing this in, slowly but surely.
Dire are scanning.
I like the fact that Palace has gone into the Midas, though, against an Enchantress, against a Lycan, at least for this first little bit of time. You've got the potential to slow down the push. And we know that the area of the map that they have available to be able to farm is shrinking. So, always going to be effective when you have very little spaces. There we go. Value Midas coming through against the Enchanted Creep. Oh, no.
Loss. Oh, that Impetus going to do... Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. Do you smoke?
I mean, if
You've
Avatar
got
mode had
one.
more mana, that would have been probably a dead Faceless Void coming through there. Do you smoke? Or do you just push mid?
I push mid as in pressure the tower, or just push mid to
Yeah.
clear the wave? Can they pressure the
Try and
tower? I don't
pressure
know if
the
they can.
I don't know if they can do much at all. Look at that. Wild Wing Ripper just pushing himself onto the low ground. Oh. Predicting the movements.
I do feel
It's
like
away.
we have a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Like, we're waiting for this Helm of the Overlord to be picked up for the Lycan, BKB on Avatar mode, Scepter on the Pudge, and for Radiant. At least Bob now finally has his Switchblade, and Palace is ready to go whenever he has the Chrono, but really you're waiting for Tino's Blink Dagger. He's very, very farmed on the Centaur. It's kind of what happens when you go this Vanguard and along with the Hood. You just play your own game, but once you get that Blink, you need to capitalize. If you die a couple times after this item is completed, all of a sudden you will have issues with scaling.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, Neon, it felt like they had this period where they could have potentially taken so much more out of the map, but you're very happy to just sit back and be patient until you reach this timing. Maybe that was the message from Chuan in between games 2 and 3. Like, great job in game number 2.
Palace might be in trouble mid. They need to be perfect with their chain control. Playout's gonna move in with the Echo Slam. Totem out as well, but the damage isn't there.
Alice lets him know about it as well. Just not meant to be. Even trying to scare away Avatar mode a little bit. Has to be careful going for those dives in future because you got the hook.
He killed the rage creep. Okay, sets up for the hook, but it will not matter. A little bit too late with the fingers. In fact, I think he didn't have enough mana on Fortune Soul.
These timings are all coming at once, though. Aghanim shot on the Shaker.
Ember's in some trouble. Palace!
He walked in.
Chrono! Clipping onto 2 heroes. They should be able to get the Ember afterwards, but Avatar mode is still alive. Remnant down to the right, but the orb secures the kill, but all of Radiant are incredibly weak except Tino. The blink reveal onto Fortune Soul. They're lacking the damage at the moment, but Bob, he's freely right-clicking. They'll kill off the pods. They're going to turn to the right side to try and catch up the set. And when they pay off from afar, they should be able to do so, but Enryu is looking to clean up. Claims the life of Palos, is now juking Tino's stun, and they should be able to go back in afterwards. A shapeshift will expire shortly. Enryu's going to be pretty cautious. The first stun into the follow-up, it's not there at the moment. Still on cooldown from Tino, but he's nearby. Blink at the ready. Tino's back in. Onto 2. What a beautiful hoof stomp from Tino. But again, the follow-up. It'll come out of the double edge, but Bob's falling lower and lower. But he just gets the jaunt away. But Avatar mode, it's respawn. They killed him before. He's back alive. Looking to clean up. We'll get rid of Shanks. Do they consider about going under the T2 tower, though, on Neon?
I don't think they need to go under it. They just need to be focused on pushing it right now. They forced the glyph out. Big win coming for them. No Chrono. They got the Dream Coil back up, but no Stampede. Not even a Flesh Golem for the next little bit too. So I just look to play around that Lycan, who obviously has the Helm of the Overlord. He's going into the drums next. You've hit your timings, right? You've got the Aghanim Shard on the Shaker. You've got the Aghanim Scepter for Fortune Soul. Just short of the... Oh, nice hook. It's just onto an eye, but you'll take it when you've got 3 strength heroes on your team. That's the tier 2 tower removed.
Are they high ground? Just poke a little bit?
Force the glyph, maybe?
Fortune Soul just wants the creep wave. Gonna look to back off, because mid they are trying to set up on Bob. It'll be a difficult kill for them to find. Very nicely done from Bob with the phase shift, but with all this going on, Palos is back to his triangle. He has his extra farming steroid in the Maelstrom now completed and will be working on the BKB.
Can I just shout out Bob again this game? I know it feels like we're praising him constantly, but this is a losing lane that you are down on towers, that he has a 400 net worth lead ahead.
Maybe don't shout him out too early. Maybe you don't shout him out too early. As Bob... He goes down. Fortune Soul was able to land a perfect hook.
Oh, the curse is real. They're in onto Shanks as well with Enryu. Pops the dust. Oh, looks like he might be able to get away for this next little bit. Never mind. Might be indeed. You got Seth there to be able to tank it up. You got all the Skelly boys there. Everyone with the plus 18 damage coming through. So don't put them in melee range. They're just going to get slammed.
Radiant are coming. Be cautious if they group up, but the damage is still the thing in question.
How perfect
Are they going to be fast enough, though? They're not. Roche is going to fall.
Stop.
Get the Aegis. They get it. Fortune Soul has the extra life, and now they're going to look to Stampede to get out. But the chains will hold Tino inside the river. And out to the north, however, Palos is trying to solo down, play hard. They've isolated the Earthshaker and they will penalize his positioning. But Neon, they're still looking to take the fight. However, Bob, oh no, the rod damage. Palos is going to get out, but the rest of the team, they cannot. Shanks and Bob locked inside the corner, but they'll both just be able to evade this. A coil holding back Dyer, but Bob, he's still in trouble. The body blocks into the dragon damage. Can they catch up to him? Right click, not enough, as Bob will just escape, and somehow all they lose is Tino.
Scratch that. Caster Curse 2.0 coming through here as Vincenzo ends up falling down. But to use the Dream Coil and the Chrono for not too much, I understand why Palos did it, right? He was caught. There was no way that he was going to survive if he didn't use that Chrono. Connecting onto 3, still though, next to the rot, never feels too amazing. And well, they're just, again, closing in, preventing the space that you're going to be able to pick up this farm. Yeah, he is. They know exactly where he's farming right now.
They've got the Echo Slam if they need it. This time they should be able to get the kill. We saw they were lacking the damage last time, but it's not the case. As the tips are coming out from Neon. Ooh, they're starting to feel themselves.
Some of them tipping their old teammate as well. This isn't what you want to see come through. There was that period where Palos, he was making some pretty good results come through for Neon, but this is the result that matters. Neon trying to close this one in. They used the glyph previously, so high ground is very siegeable. 3 minutes left on that Aegis timer. Hood picked up as well for Pudge. It feels like nothing's going to be able to kill Fortune Soul.
Oh, they got the hook onto Bob. The Fissure as well. He might not be able to jaunt away, but Tino at least gets the stun to buy the puck enough space, but Tino, he's going to be in trouble himself. They need to deal with the Tombstone, but look at the echo damage. Palos, he'll just escape. How are Neon surviving? They're trying to get the Fissure forward. Fortune Soul closing the distance, but it will not be able to keep up with the Faceless Void as Tino's back in. They'll deal with the first life. They're going to be able to turn it back around as Tino's in trouble. And Rouge should be able to chase down the Centaur. And it's going to be up to Buybacks now for Execration to hold the base.
Oh, going for the backline. Just trying to disrupt any way you can.
Oh,
they just don't have the damage.
Gets a time lock away, but Bob, no, the chain control. Play hard. What a perfectly timed enchant totem coming out from the Earthshaker.
Worthy recipient of that temporary pass for playing the Earthshaker is play hard, and well, if he keeps this up, it's kind of like Uncle Roger giving out the uncle titles, you know? You can keep it, but you can lose it as well.
Your place is here.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Well, at the moment, he is well and truly keeping it with the performance we've seen from Play Hard, as Neon, at first Aegis advantage, will net them a full set of bottom barracks, a 6,000 net worth lead in the do or die last game of the series.
Uncle Playhard really showing up in this series. Playing a fantastic. I was debating that or like some kind of Jinkyu related thing, because I feel like Jinkyu is the Uncle Roger of Earthshaker.
Never refuse gold given.
What?
I just don't think you can defend this tier 2 tower. You just don't have the potential for it. Avatar mode. He's playing around a lot of gold as well. He can look to go into this Orchid, joins the rest of the team. He's got the Haste Rune to play around with as well. He's going to need to pop it pretty shortly though. Kind of lacking in the mana department.
Bob, he might be in a bit of trouble. He's not going to have the orb to play with now. There's no follow-up. Avatar mode doesn't have the mana. Feeling hesitant about committing behind the T2 tower. They're just going to slow siege this one down. Let the Helm of the Overlord do the job. Palos is going to time walk in. Palos might be able to move out. In fact, Execration, they want to continue with the jump. Onto the Earthshaker. Play hard has been vital for the team fights, so he's going to look to buy back and rejoin them. Bob, though, he's in trouble. Stuck inside the lane, doesn't get enough distance away with the jaunt. And now they're going to go down to Shanks as well as Avatar mode. Chains into the hook. Another easy pickings for Neon.
And they're just having to deal with an ancient granite golem as opposed to any heroes. So Ryu still just breaking out of the wolf form. That's the potential to... He actually just took over a range creep. Look how big that boy is on the left-hand side. Sieging like his life depended on it, and... Well, In terms of the TI qualifier lives, it absolutely does. Just continuing to try and push on in. Plenty of charges left of the drums to be able to continue this aggression. Again, no glyph for 2.5 minutes. This could very easily be the second lane of Rax, but you've got the ultimates coming back up, so will Neon have the composure to back off?
Tina with the follow-up though, gets a double hoof stop. They're going to be cautious if they group up because the Chrono is going to hold the teammates together. The rod damage is out, but Execration, they can retreat. Tino unfortunately will not be able to do so as he's locked outside the base, and Avatar mode is going to pounce on Fall for more. Straight onto the Faceless Void's location as it sets up for the Dismember. As down goes Palos, and it's all
Do
up
it
to
solo.
Bob.
Has fallen.
I don't think he can.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Even just some of this
the
region.
chains. Oh my, the chains to the hook, the combo we've seen multiple times this game. That or the fissure. Neon are playing so incredibly well together.
They are indeed. It really feels like they've hit their stride as a cohesive unit. And they're going to just walk away after taking 2 lanes of barracks. Game number 3. Felt like the start of the game was going to result in a bit closer one from this, but this is what you and I were both scared about for Execration's sake. You know, this is a draft that you had the potential to win multiple lanes. You had this push that had no way to be responded to.